as the setting sun reclined atop his family's roof. Gazing at the heavens, a sigh escaped his lips, having traversed this world for 5 years, devoid of any divine intervention or time-traveling mechanism. He had found himself in the realm of Naruto after a peculiar slumber. Uncertain of his path, the consciousness of an ordinary individual urged him to persevere. His name, Yuhi, was unfamiliar within the annals of the Naruto universe, a designation that, while poetic, encapsulated the essence of boundless possibilities and opportunity. To create his own narrative, yet, if viewed from a less favorable perspective, he could easily be perceived as a mere background character, one whose life teetered on the edge of peril. Fortunately, Yin was no ordinary extra. He was the son of a father hailing from one of Konoha's esteemed clans. Although deceased, his lineage promised a certain degree of talent. Moreover, he had an elder sister, Yuhi, who was destined to become a formidable teacher, ensuring he would never lack care. Ideally, he should have been carefree, reveling in his role as a background character, a prospect he had envisioned for himself. However, the year of his birth, the 48th year of Konoha, marked a cataclysmic event, the assault of the Nine Tails, in the chaos. His father perished, and although his mother, a non-ninja, might have evaded the tragedy, she sacrificed herself to save him, dying before his very eyes. In his previous life, Yin had known no family, so his bewildering transition posed little emotional conflict. Yet this life was different. He had a father, a mother, and a sister. For the first time, he experienced the warmth of familial love, only to have it cruelly snatched away within mere days, with one parent lost due to his very existence. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, loathing his own frailty. Nevertheless, Yin was not blinded by the so-called vengeance. His desire to grow stronger was not fueled by a quest for retribution against the Nine Tails or the Masked Man, but rather a fervent wish to protect his beloved family. Following the demise of their parents, his sister Yuhi took it upon herself to care for him. Perhaps due to their shared loss, she devoted all her affection to Yin, ensuring he would not feel the pangs of loneliness that accompanied orphanhood. Unlike an ordinary child, Yin, possessing the soul of an almost adult, did not weep for his lost parents. Yet this very soul heightened his awareness of Hong's love and reliance upon him. It would not be an exaggeration to say he became the greatest source of motivation for her over the years. In the original narrative, Yuhi exhibited remarkable strength despite the absence of her parents. However, in this altered reality, her sole driving force was Yin. Yin aspired to become powerful, not merely to assist his sister, but to offer her a pillar of support, to be there for her in times of hardship, and to ensure he would not become a burden. He yearned for self-sufficiency, to avoid an untimely demise that would cause his sister sorrow. Yet at present, Yin was far from formidable. His doting sister forbade him from engaging in rigorous training too early, fearing for his health. She insisted he wait until the age of 5 to embark on genuine cultivation, leaving him, for now, akin to any other 5-year-old child in the Naruto world. Once again, Yuhi reclined on the rooftop, basking in the warmth of the setting sun, lost in thoughts of her sister, who was likely due back home soon. She descended from her perch. For her abode was not the solitary room on the second floor often depicted in anime, but rather a modest single-story dwelling with a yard. Though it consisted of merely 3 rooms, it sufficed for both Yuhi and her sister. Yuhi. Not long after her descent, the familiar sounds of a door opening and closing reached Yuhi's ears, signaling her sister's return. She dashed outside to greet her. Indeed, it was Yuhi, and with a joyful exclamation of sister, Yuhi leapt into her embrace. Yuhi reciprocated the hug, her smile brightening as she inquired, "Yin, have you been good?" Yuhi, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Sister, I am quite grown now. You always tell me to be good if you keep saying that. I might just get upset." Yuhi's smile widened as she affectionately ruffled Yuhi's hair, saying, "I see that our Yuhi has grown up. You're no longer a little child." Content with this acknowledgement, Yuhi suddenly remembered the important matter she wished to discuss with her sister. She tugged at Yuhi's hand, prompting her to lean down and ask, "What is it, Yin? Do you have something to tell me?" "Of course." Yuhi nodded eagerly. "Sister, you promised that you would help me train once I turn 5. Today, I have just turned 5, so It is time to teach me, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Yu Hong's expression turned serious. Indeed, that is only natural. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have initiated your training. The reason I had previously withheld it was that early training can have certain repercussions. However, now that we are in a time of peace, there is no harm in starting your training early. You have reached an appropriate age, and even without your request, I would have guided you to begin your studies, for strength is essential for a good life in this world. Yun, matching her sister's serious demeanor, replied, Sister, I will strive diligently to become strong enough to protect you. I'm so pleased. Yun, it is essential that you work hard. Before long, I may even become a Jonin. Although I still have much to learn compared to our father, I will be capable of self-defense. While Yun verbally agreed, in her heart, she felt a twinge of skepticism. She contemplated how, should Yu Hong realize that in 7 or 8 years, during the onset of the Naruto storyline, even those of Hokage rank would struggle for survival, she might not speak so confidently. Yet Yun understood the necessity of relentless self-improvement. Yu Hong then produced a kunai, stating, Today is your birthday, and this kunai shall serve as your gift. Next, I will teach you how to extract chakra. Yun joyfully accepted the kunai, thinking that her long wait was finally over and she could begin her training. Sister, please teach me quickly. Patience, my dear. Before we extract chakra for the first time, we must ensure you are in the right state of mind. Let's first have a meal, Yu Hong replied before heading into the kitchen to prepare their dinner. Despite the exceptional culinary skills of Yuhi Red, Yun still experienced a sensation of tastelessness, having waited a full 5 years for this moment of training. The final stretch felt particularly prolonged. After finishing the meal, Red tidied up the dishes and turned to Yun, saying, All right, let us begin with the method of chakra extraction. But before we proceed, it is essential for you to understand what chakra is. Chakra is the source of a ninja's power, a form of energy born from the perfect fusion of spiritual energy and the energy of bodily cells. It is divided into 7 attributes: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang. Each type of chakra possesses distinct characteristics. While this may seem distant to you at present, it is crucial to grasp the basics to avoid any future blunders. After an extensive explanation, Yuhi Red finally imparted the foundational knowledge and began to instruct Yun on the process of refining chakra. Perhaps due to the essence of his adult soul, Yun sensed the chakra within just an hour and proceeded to extract it according to Red's guidance. He gathered the chakra using his spiritual energy, repeating the process several times until a hint of fatigue washed over him. Hearing Red's voice instructing him to halt, he ceased the extraction. Red allowed Yun a brief respite and, upon noticing that he had sufficiently recovered, remarked, To have sensed and refined chakra within just 1 hour during your first training session is a testament to your innate talent. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Our Yuhi clan is naturally endowed with superior mental strength, which is why our generations excel in illusion techniques. Nevertheless, unless you reach the level of your father, illusions will always fall short compared to ninjutsu and taijutsu. Thus, you must remain diligent. For the next 2 years, dedicate yourself to refining chakra, and when you turn 7, I shall enroll you in a ninja academy. Nodding earnestly, Yin clenched his fists and proclaimed, I will strive to become the strongest. Seeing this determination, Red smiled and said, You should rest now. The initial extraction of chakra can be quite exhausting. Yin indeed felt a wave of fatigue, nodded in agreement, and returned to his room. Since acquiring the method of chakra refinement from Red, Yin has dedicated himself to rigorous training every day, ceasing only when his spirit becomes fatigued. After the initial sessions of chakra refinement, he was delighted to discover a subtle enhancement in his mental capacity each time. When he inquired with Hinata about this phenomenon, she explained that such growth in mental strength was normal at first, but would eventually plateau. Yet, to Yun's astonishment, he consistently experienced a slight increase in mental acuity after each refinement session, and though he found it perplexing, he deemed it a fortuitous occurrence and chose to embrace it. Thus, a year passed, and through relentless effort, Yun's chakra reserves were nearly at the level of a genin, slightly surpassing the average. However, his mental prowess had far exceeded that of an ordinary genin, which even astonished Hinata, attributing it to the innate talent of the Yuhi clan in illusion techniques. Over the course of the year, Yun also learned various kunai throwing techniques and fundamental taijutsu from Hinata. While his achievements may not be monumental, he stood out among his peers. One day, after completing his requisite chakra refinement, Yun approached a large tree where he usually practiced taijutsu, only to overhear what sounded like a quarrel. Curiosity piqued, he followed the sound. Upon nearing, he observed 3 boys, slightly older than him, surrounding a girl of similar age, demanding an apology from her. Though the specifics eluded him, it was evident that the girl was not at fault, just as Yun resolved to assist the girl. A commanding voice called out for them to cease. Following the voice, Yun beheld a boy with yellow hair and a distinctive 6-paths whisker mark. Despite having never seen him before, Yun immediately recognized him as Naruto Uzumaki. Initially intending to intervene, Yun decided to remain and observe. The other boys also turned their attention toward Naruto, and it was then that Yun realized the girl being cornered was Hinata Hyuga. The altercation had arisen from a dispute between Naruto and the other boys, and Yun was taken aback as he witnessed Naruto perform the hand seals for the shadow clone technique, which was quite an impressive feat for someone of their age. Yun marveled, questioning if Naruto truly wasn't the underachiever he had presumed. As expected, Naruto produced a clone that bore a comically peculiar appearance, prompting the boys to erupt in laughter. Even Yun, who had anticipated some form of trickery, was surprised by Naruto's unexpected display. Amidst the laughter, Naruto lunged at one of the boys, proclaiming with determination that he would become Hokage, earning their respect. Caught off guard, the boy stumbled as Naruto tackled him to the ground. The other 2 boys quickly intervened, pulling Naruto away, and the trio collectively charged at him. It was then that Yun realized he had come to help, and with a shout to stop, he rushed over. With his rigorous training, Yun easily outmatched the boys, swiftly separating them in just a few moves. One of the boys recognized Yun and shouted, "Why, hi Yun, stay out of this. We're just teaching this little brat a lesson. I shall do as I please. Now, be gone. You are no match for me." 3 children hesitated, contemplating whether to depart, when a voice called out from a distance, "Miss Hinata." Upon turning, they saw a member of the Hyuga clan, prompting the boys to exclaim in dismay and flee. The Hyuga clan member approached Hinata with concern before leading her away. Despite Hinata's evident reluctance, perhaps influenced by Naruto's presence, the clan member insisted on escorting her against her will. After they departed, Yun approached Naruto and inquired, "Hey, can you still stand?" "Certainly, I aspire to become the Hokage, and there is no way I could be defeated by those few. Even without your assistance, I would still triumph over them. I understand now. You are quite formidable. My name is Yuhi Kumo, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Upon hearing Kumo's amicable words, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Throughout his life, no one had ever shown a willingness to befriend him. It was only when he had provoked others that they would acknowledge his presence. Thus, despite feeling grateful towards Kumo, he chose to adopt a resolute demeanor to foster more interaction. However, Kumo responded not with anger, but with kindness, which ignited a flicker of hope within Naruto. He timidly replied, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. May I be your friend?" "Certainly." Caught off guard by the unexpected acceptance, Naruto momentarily found himself at a loss for words before erupting in joyous exclamations. "How wonderful! I finally have a friend." Tears of happiness streamed down his face as he spoke. On this day, 2 individuals who would one day command respect throughout the ninja realm forged a lifelong bond of friendship. Though their playtime was brief, dusk gradually descended upon the day. Yuhi looked at the time and realized it was nearly time for Akane to return home, so he bid farewell to Naruto, inviting him to play again when time allowed. With a reluctant glance, Naruto watched him head home. Upon returning, Kei found Akane had already prepared a meal. Seeing her, he exclaimed, "Sister, was today's training arduous? You've made my favorite hot pot." His excitement was palpable as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sister. I was famished." Just as Kei was about to step inside to enjoy the meal, a voice called out from outside, "Hey, Akane, what is the matter? You made hot pot without buying meatballs, which forced me to make a trip myself." Hearing this, Yuhi immediately halted his steps and dashed to the door to greet the visitor, exclaiming, "Sister Akane, you've worked hard. Why did you go to get the ingredients yourself? Had I known, I would have rushed to help you. Please, hand me the meatballs. I feel terrible for your troubles." He extended his hand with a look of earnest admiration. After passing the meatballs to Kei, Akane remarked, "Little Kei, you have become so much more obedient. I remember when we first met, you weren't like this at all. How could I be anything but loyal to Sister Akane? I follow your commands without question. How could I ever disregard your words?" He replied earnestly, "All right, you too. Stop your banner and hurry up with the ingredients so we can eat. Akane interjected. In unison. Yuhi Kei and Akane replied, yes. Akane was a dear friend to Kei, and whether in the realm of Naruto or in this current world. Yuhi Kei had long been acquainted with Akane. Hongdo also shares a fondness for clouds, yet in contrast to the crimson hues of the setting sun. Her affection for individuals is profoundly influenced by her formative years spent in the company of Orochimaru. Consequently, her expressions of admiration extend to the entirety of a person, which has led Yun, from an early age, to be deeply affected by Hongdo's influence, resulting in an unwavering allegiance to her. As the three of them enjoyed a meal, Yun recounted the events of the day to his companions. After a moment of contemplation, Hongdo remarked, that child is also a pitiable soul. While you may engage with him, refrain from growing too close. Yun nodded in agreement, fully understanding that despite Hongdo's indirect warning, the ever-present surveillance of the Umbu and route around Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, rendered close association unwise, as it might subject him to scrutiny as well. In the ensuing period, Yun adhered to his customary training regimen, indulging in moments of play when Naruto sought his company. Notably, he occasionally encountered Hinata, who expressed her gratitude regarding the events of that day. Though Yun had invited her to join in their playful escapades, the Hyuga clan enforced a stringent training schedule, and Hinata was invariably accompanied by members of the branch family during her outings. If Yun were alone, he might have been able to persuade her to engage in light-hearted play for a while, but when accompanied by Naruto, circumstances dictated that Hinata would be taken away without question. Thus, a year slipped by, and before they knew it, both Yun and Naruto had reached the age of 7, qualifying them to attend the Ninja Academy. With the dawn of a new year, Konoha's ninja school welcomed a fresh cohort of graduates. Some aspired to become genin, others returned to their studies, and some would forever remain detached from the world of ninjas, leading ordinary lives as residents of Konoha. Perhaps, in years to come, one of their descendants might someday become a ninja, rekindling ties to this world. However, the fates of these individuals, who among them is fortunate or unfortunate, remain forever uncertain, contingent upon their aspirations and luck. For some, becoming a ninja is the realization of a lifelong dream. Regardless of future achievements, attaining the rank of genin signifies their fortune. Conversely, others yearn for peace and happiness, believing that through becoming a ninja, they could contribute to the cause of peace. Yet, upon reaching that status, they often confront the stark reality of their insignificance, recognizing that becoming a ninja often signifies a disconnection from peace. Many of these individuals choose to go with the flow, finding that being an ordinary person is, in fact, their fortune. All the bureaucratic affairs associated with enrollment were deftly managed by Hongdo on behalf of Yun, allowing him a sense of leisure. Naruto, too, found himself unburdened, as his enrollment was directly facilitated by the third Hokage. Possessing a carefree disposition, Naruto believed that merely attending the ninja school sufficed, and thus he continued to play as he pleased. At last, the day of the school opening arrived. Yun rose early, donning the new attire that Hongdo had specially purchased for this occasion. With Hongdo accompanying him, they made their way to the school. Despite Yun's insistence that he did not require an escort, Hongdo remained firm in her resolve that he should be accompanied on his first day of school, prompting Yun to refrain from further objections. Upon arriving at the school gate, he observed a multitude of individuals accompanied by their relatives or guardians, much like himself. As he glanced around, he recognized several familiar faces from the Naruto series: Yamanaka Ino and Yamanaka Sai, Nara Shikaku and Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji and Ino, as well as the feuding brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, along with other acquaintances and strangers alike. Amidst this throng, Naruto stood out as a solitary figure. Upon noticing him, Kumo bid farewell to Hong and hurried to Naruto's side, reviving his previously dejected expression. Together, they proceeded to view the class assignments, and unsurprisingly, both were placed in the unspoken elite class. As they entered the classroom, the majority of their classmates had already settled in. Kumo and Naruto turned to the back row and spotted Hinata sitting there. They approached her, greeted her, and took seats beside her. Hinata shyly responded, and soon after, the class commenced. Influenced by Kumo, Naruto refrained from playing pranks before the lesson began. Irika entered the classroom as usual, introduced himself, and began the lesson. True to the original narrative, Naruto dozed off during class, and after Irika roused him, he chose to ignore him and continued teaching. In the second lesson, Irika led the students outside to assess their clone jutsu. The first to be called was Uchiha Sasuke, who, perhaps due to the nature of the Uchiha clan, exuded arrogance. As he showcased the clone jutsu, he dismissed it as mere childish play, much to the delight of a throng of infatuated admirers. Displeased, Naruto chastised Sasuke but was met with backlash from the group of admirers. Kumo found it intriguing that Naruto seemed particularly concerned about Sakura, despite the scorn he faced from others. Having spent a year with Naruto, Kumo wondered how he had developed feelings for Sakura. This thought led him to glance at Hinata beside him, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. What a wonderful girl she was, yet overshadowed by Sakura. Lost in contemplation, Kumo momentarily forgot to turn away. When he finally regained his focus, he noticed Hinata's head seemingly ready to emit steam, and he realized that the Byakugan could perceive without direct sight. He admired the Byakugan while simultaneously respecting Hinata's shyness, quickly turning his attention back to the training grounds. At that moment, Sasuke was prepared, swiftly forming the hand signs for the clone jutsu and producing 2 clones. Kumo couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, showing off was in one's nature. Concealing his original self while summoning 2 clones was a rather obvious tactic. He believed that others present, including the bug-controlling Aburame Shino, the keen-nosed Inuzuka Kiba, or even the exceptionally intelligent Nara Shikamaru, should have easily discerned Sasuke's true position. However, no one chose to speak up. Just as Kumo intended to caution Naruto against impulsiveness, he turned to find Naruto already rushing forward, predictably subjecting himself to Sasuke's humiliation, with a few others joining in with taunts. Iruka instructed everyone to cease their mockery of Naruto. As Naruto's expression momentarily brightened, he then heard Iruka's quiet remark, "Let it go, this child," which caused Naruto's face to fall into disappointment once more. As Iruka announced the resumption of classes, Yun walked over to comfort Naruto, saying, "It's all right. I believe that one day, people will recognize you." "Is that really possible?" "Almost everyone, except for you, despises me," Naruto replied. "Then you must strive even harder for their recognition. After all, you are the indomitable Naruto Uzumaki." Yun encouraged, "Yes, I will definitely become Hokage and earn everyone's acknowledgement," Naruto declared, and together they returned to the classroom. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, the 3rd Hokage observed the scene from a distance, revealing a satisfied smile as he remarked, "Why, Hi Kurenai is also a person worth looking forward to," before turning and leaving. Back in the classroom, since it was the first day of school, Iruka did not assign too much work and instead had the students engage in simple self-introductions. Yun initially had little expectation for these introductions, believing he already knew everyone who mattered and that the rest were merely supporting characters. However, when a seemingly timid girl with long hair tied into a small braid stood up to introduce herself, Yun realized the fallacy of his assumptions. "My name is Kuruma Yagumo. I enjoy painting, and my dream is to become an exceptional ninja." This brief statement, composed of just a few words, made Yun understand that the narrative he had relied upon was now unreliable due to his arrival, further solidifying his determination to grow stronger. After everyone had introduced themselves, Iruka announced the end of the school day. After bidding farewell to Naruto, Yun set off for his customary training. Naruto, knowing that Yun trained every day, said nothing. After training, Yun returned home. As for Hong, after completing her mission of escorting Yun to school, she departed the village. Yun prepared a simple meal for himself and went to bed at the appropriate time, marking the conclusion of his first day at the Ninja Academy. The years spent at the Ninja Academy would prove to be the most stable period of his life, as well as the best time for laying a solid foundation. Thus, Yun cherished this time immensely, dedicating his school hours to the cultivation of chakra refinement, while physical training and ninjutsu practice occurred after school. Unbeknownst to him, 2 years passed in this manner. Although Yun had not deliberately sought to socialize with others during these 2 years, his striking appearance and consistently high academic performance garnered him considerable popularity. His interactions with classmates were generally pleasant, with Hinata and Yagumo being his closest friends aside from Naruto. His bond with Hinata had formed from the time he assisted her, and he frequently encouraged her, which deeply touched her, as she often felt overlooked at home. Consequently, they maintained a good relationship, though her shyness prevented her from spending extended periods with him. As for Yagumo, the circumstances were similarly significant. Unlike in the original story, the current Yagumo, despite having a somewhat weaker physique, had attained an average strength through training, and with her unique bloodline limit, she too could become a formidable ninja in her own right. In order to foster Yakumo's future development, the Kurama clan invited Hong to serve as Yakumo's private tutor. Each day after school, Yakumo would visit Hong's residence to engage in practice, and at times, Hong would join in their studies. As their interactions continued, they grew increasingly familiar with one another. Unlike Hong, Naruto had yet to earn the recognition of his classmates. Even among the more open-minded students, such as Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji, their attitudes towards him were merely neutral, devoid of any intention to forge friendships. As for Hinata, who originally held great promise in Hong's eyes, she inexplicably became shy and unable to even meet Hong's gaze during conversations, leading him to accept the reality of the situation. Hong had intended to find a suitable moment to converse with Naruto and offer him some words of comfort. However, an unforeseen event caused his gradually calming heart to feel uneasy once more. On one particular afternoon, just as school was about to dismiss, Irika suddenly announced an additional shuriken examination class. By the time they were released, night had already fallen. After bidding farewell to Naruto, Hong made his way home alone. Strangely, the streets were particularly devoid of people that day. The following morning, as Hong walked to school, he overheard hushed whispers among the townsfolk. Have you heard? The entire Uchiha clan has vanished, leaving only one child who remains unconscious in the hospital. Indeed, it is said that this child's brother is responsible. What will become of that child now? Upon hearing this, Hong immediately understood. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated. When he arrived in the classroom, Sasuke's absence was palpable. And shortly thereafter, Irika entered and informed the class that Sasuke would be unable to attend due to family circumstances, and that the teachers had tasks to attend to, thus leaving them to self-study. As soon as Irika departed, the classmates began to murmur, "Have you heard? Poor Sasuke." This incident served as a significant alarm for Hong. While he had long been aware of the Uchiha clan's demise, it had never truly affected him until now. However, this served as a reminder that the narrative had begun to unfold. The present world, although reminiscent of the original Naruto universe, held its own distinct differences. He could not simply expect events to unfold as they had in the story. The absence of danger surrounding Hong in the original narrative did not imply that peril was absent now. He understood the necessity of swiftly enhancing his own abilities. With this resolve, Hong immersed himself deeper into his training, neglecting his initial intent to console Naruto. A few days later, Uchiha Sasuke returned to school, and Yoon observed that his eyes were no longer solely filled with arrogance, but rather brimming with sorrow and resentment. Time passed gradually, and Yoon's prowess steadily improved. His chakra, ninjutsu, and taijutsu had all surpassed that of an ordinary genin, perhaps due to the lineage of the Yuhi clan or his status as a time traveler. Yoon's genjutsu abilities were particularly formidable, rivaling even that of Gaara, who had awakened the bloodline limit of the Kamizura clan. Though this comparison was made without utilizing his bloodline limit, overall, Yoon could justly be regarded as the top of his class. Unfortunately, the examinations at the Ninja Academy focused on fundamentals, techniques such as the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique posed no challenge for Yoon. However, he still found himself outmatched by Sasuke and the shuriken throwing skill. The Yoon remained indifferent, choosing to let it be. In these years, another matter that weighed heavily on Yoon's mind was the improving relationship between Naruto and Irika. The specifics were unclear to him, nor did he inquire. It seemed that a few students had deceived Naruto into searching for something in the back mountain, where other ninja forces lurked. Irika had allowed everyone to self-study and went to find Naruto, and upon returning, the bond between the two had strengthened. What Yoon could not tolerate was that Naruto, who had always proclaimed his ambition to become Hokage, began to shout several times a day about inheriting the will of fire and similar sentiments since that day. Amid this leisurely yet tense atmosphere, 5 years swiftly passed, and soon Yoon and Naruto were on the verge of graduating from the Ninja Academy. In the year 60 of the Leaf Village calendar, one day, Naruto, armed with paint, leaped onto Hokage Rock and began to smear peculiar patterns. This prompted concern for the third Hokage, who was practicing calligraphy in his office when 2 ninjas rushed in to report. The third side, questioning whether Naruto had caused yet another mischief. Indeed, Naruto was defacing the stone sculptures of the previous Hokages, and this time he was using paint. The 2 ninjas expressed their exasperation. The third Hokage felt a headache coming on and sighed deeply. Below Hokage Rock, many people gazed upwards in disbelief, exclaiming, "Look at that! How could this happen? He will face divine retribution." A voice exclaimed, "You fool, you always play pranks like this. Show a little restraint." Naruto laughed heartily, retorting, "You idiots, stop whining. None of you could accomplish what I just did, right? Isn't that impressive?" The third Hokage had also arrived below and, upon seeing the scene on Hokage Rock, felt a surge of anger, exclaiming, "Hey, that fool really did it? How could they even paint over my likeness? Irika hurried forward to apologize, and the third instructed him to resolve the issue promptly. Irika dashed over, calling out, "Naruto, what are you doing?" Startled, Naruto replied, "Irika-sensei, you scared me. Why did you suddenly appear?" Irika retorted, "You fool. It's class time. Hurry back to your studies." In the classroom, Irika glared at Naruto, who sat sulking on the floor, and declared, "Listen well, Naruto, you failed the last 2 exams. It is not the time for your reckless antics, you fool." Naruto, refusing to comply, turned his head away, inciting Irika's ire as he shouted, "Now we shall conduct a review examination for the transformation technique. Everyone, line up and transform into the likeness of the teacher." Witnessing this scenario, Yin felt a wave of helplessness. The others shared his sentiments, and despite their reluctance, they complied. The transformation technique appeared straightforward, yet achieving a perfect likeness to the teacher proved to be somewhat challenging. Haruno Sakura was the first to succeed, proudly flaunting her transformation to Sasuke, who soon followed suit. "Well done, you are qualified." Next, Uzumaki Naruto. The classmates grumbled, blaming Naruto for their struggles. Naturally, Naruto was unperturbed, declaring, "I don't care," as he stepped forward and, with a loud pop, transformed into a stunning, bare-skinned beauty, casting a flirtatious glance. Irika fainted on the spot. Although it was expected, Yin still felt a sense of exasperation. Naruto laughed heartily, exclaiming, "This is my latest jutsu, seduction technique." Irika was truly infuriated, rebuking, "You big fool. Do not create such trivial jutsu on a whim." After school that afternoon, Yin had to accompany Naruto to the Hokage rock to clean up the paint. Although Ayame and Hinata wished to assist, one was bound by strict family rules, and the other was physically unfit, so Yin sent them home. The two were left sweating profusely. Irika observed them and reprimanded Naruto. "Make sure you clean everything thoroughly. Otherwise, you won't be going home today." Naruto huffed. "I don't care. There is no one at home anyway." Puzzled by the teacher's murmurs, Naruto wondered where he was. Irika rubbed his nose, stating, "Once you've cleaned everything up, I will treat you to ramen tonight." Naruto rejoiced, "Awesome. Yun, let us hurry and clean. I can't wait." That evening, at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto devoured his noodles with great speed, while Yun also relished his meal, truly famished. Irika questioned Naruto about his reckless drawings, reminding him of the origin of the Hokage's name. Naruto shouted, "Isn't it obvious?" In simple terms, the one who inherits the title of Hokage is the greatest ninja in the village. Especially the 4th Hokage, he was the hero who protected the village from the Nine-Tails onslaught. Naruto struck a pose, asserting, "I will eventually inherit the name of Hokage. Moreover, I shall surpass every Hokage before me. Therefore, I must earn the recognition of the villagers for my strength." After finishing their ramen, Naruto suddenly mentioned he had a favor to ask of Irika. Irika chuckled. "Another bowl of ramen?" Naruto shook his head, expressing his desire to borrow the Leaf Village ninja headband. Irika, with a smile, adjusted the headband, stating, "Not this time. You must wait until you graduate and can stand on your own before I can give it to you." Disappointed, Naruto exclaimed, "What a stingy person. Another bowl of ramen, please." Irika sighed, knowing this would happen. After their meal, Yin bid farewell to Naruto and Irika, heading home first. Once back, he found that Hong had not yet returned. So he practiced for a while before going to bed, as the time seemed appropriate. The following day, the graduation examination commenced officially, as in the original narrative. The examination was held in the adjacent classroom, with the topic being the shadow clone technique. Upon hearing this, Yin instinctively turned to gaze at Naruto, who, as expected, was engulfed in distress at the prospect of tackling the shadow clone technique. The first to enter was Uchiha Sasuke, who emerged with his forehead protector in less than 2 minutes. Following him were Haruno Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru, Hinata, and Yakumo. They all passed with ease. Soon, it was Yun's turn. He greeted Naruto before stepping inside. Upon entering the classroom, Yin swiftly performed hand seals and created 4 clones. Notably, his sealing speed had now reached an impressive 4 seals per second. Irika and Mizuki, witnessing this, remarked on Yun's exceptional prowess, both in the speed of his seals and the quality of his clones. Only Uchiha Sasuke among the entire grade could be considered as equal, having successfully passed. Yun exited with his forehead protector, and it was now Naruto's turn. As Yun had anticipated, it wasn't long before Naruto emerged, head hung low and spirits dampened. Knowing that Mizuki would soon seek out Naruto, and that Naruto would ultimately succeed in becoming a genin, Yun refrained from offering consolation and instead headed straight home. Upon returning home, Kurenai had already completed her mission and was back. Upon seeing Yoon, she inquired, "Yoon, you passed the graduation exam, didn't you?" Yoon, slightly displeased, replied, "Of course. I am your brother, after all." Kurenai chuckled. "It's my fault. How could our Yin possibly fail? I have good news. From today onwards, I shall be a Jonin and am expected to lead a class." "Really, sister? Will you be leading my class?" Yin asked eagerly. Kurenai shook her head. "Probably not. Ninjas must remain impartial, so you will likely be assigned to another team." Disappointed yet understanding, Yun had dinner and soon retired for the night. The morning in Konoha saw Naruto rising early to find Yun and take photos together. Upon seeing Naruto's appearance, Yun was taken aback. "What on earth are you doing?" "It's early morning. Don't scare me like that. It took me 3 hours to get this look ready." "Cool, right?" Knowing that once Naruto set his mind to something, he would not back down, Yun said nothing further. They proceeded to the photo location, where Yun posed for a standard picture. When it was Naruto's turn, the photographer emerged from behind the camera, asking, "Are you really going to take the photo with that expression?" "Of course. Hurry up and take it," Naruto insisted. "Fine. But don't say I didn't warn you," the photographer replied, reluctantly complying. After finishing their photos, they headed to the Ninja Academy to submit their ninja registration forms. Knowing that Naruto likely wouldn't pass, Yun entered first to submit his form. Inside, the third Hokage and the head of the Ninja Academy sat in solemnity. The third Hokage glanced at Yun's registration form and said, "Yun Uzumaki, from this day forth, you are a true ninja of Konoha. I hope you can inherit the will of fire, just like your father, mother, and sister, and become a formidable ninja." "Thank you, Lord Third. I will certainly strive to do my best," Yun replied before departing. After the clouds, Naruto stepped in. As expected, his login was unsuccessful, which did not surprise Cloud at all. However, when Naruto emerged, he was followed by a pesky little shadow. Cloud recognized him as Konohamaru, but Naruto remained oblivious. So Cloud chose not to point it out. As the two walked down the street, Naruto noticed Konohamaru employing exceedingly clumsy tactics to trail them. Initially, Naruto kept silent, but as Konohamaru continued to persist, he finally exclaimed, "Stop following us. What are you doing over there?" He mocked, "Your tracking skills are truly pathetic." Konohamaru, emerging from a corner with a piece of cloth, exclaimed, "You easily saw through my stealth. Impressive. You truly are the famed Naruto Uzumaki." Subsequently, much like a scripted scene, Konohamaru requested to become Naruto S Jr., claiming he wanted to learn the S transformation technique to defeat the Hokage. Meanwhile, Ebisu noticed Konohamaru was missing and hurriedly searched for him. The third Hokage had no choice but to inform him that Konohamaru was likely seeking Naruto. Ebisu rushed off, while the third Hokage expressed concern, fearing that Naruto might impart his foolish way of thinking onto Konohamaru. Upon Konohamaru's request, Naruto took on the role of an older brother, beginning to teach him the S transformation technique, while imparting the secret to a ninja's success, hard work, and perseverance. Seeing the camaraderie between the two, Cloud bid them farewell and went to the Akimichi household to find Ayam. At the Hokage Rock, the third Hokage summoned Irika. Irika believed that Naruto would become a true ninja, but the third Hokage cautioned that Naruto's path as a ninja would be fraught with challenges. Only those adults from 12 years ago knew the secret of the Nine Tails. The third Hokage had issued a decree, and many children remained unaware of Naruto's true circumstances. The fourth Hokage wished for everyone to regard Naruto as a hero, which is why the demon fox was sealed within him, with the seal located on Naruto's navel, making him the container of the beast. Unfortunately, the adults' attitudes towards Naruto influenced the children, leading to their indifference. Before Naruto became a ninja, the third Hokage refrained from correcting this misconception for safety reasons. But now that Naruto had matured and could effectively control his chakra, such treatment seemed increasingly unfair. In the forest, Ebisu found Konohamaru and Naruto, casting a cold glare at Naruto that left him quite displeased. Ebisu insisted that Konohamaru return with him, but Konohamaru refused, declaring, "I must defeat grandfather and become the new Hokage." Ebisu had no choice but to explain that to become Hokage, one must learn at least 1,000 ninjutsu techniques. Konohamaru believed that mastering just one would suffice and quickly performed the hand signs for the S transformation technique. A beautiful woman appeared, momentarily stunning Ebisu, but he quickly regained composure. Konohamaru wondered why it had no effect. Ebisu confidently asserted, "I am a gentleman. Such low-level ninjutsu is ineffective against me." Then, as the story unfolded, Ebisu attempted to take Konohamaru back, but Konohamaru stubbornly refused to leave. Naruto immediately unleashed the shadow clone technique, causing Konohamaru to exclaim in excitement. "This is amazing." Ebisu sneered. "I am not a fool like Mizuki." With that, he prepared for battle, while Naruto shouted, "Transformation technique." Then a multitude of beautiful women appeared, completely unclad, surrounding Ebisu. He immediately revealed his lecherous nature, losing consciousness as blood streamed from his nose. The third Hokage, positioned before the crystal ball, hastily covered his nose. Naruto erupted in laughter, proclaiming, "This technique is called the post-G technique." The third Hokage could only manage a wry smile. Realizing Naruto had combined the shadow clone technique with the seduction technique to create yet another trivial ninjutsu. Not far away, perched on a large tree, Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment, standing alongside the blushing Ayam and Hinata. When Yun sought out Ayam, he discovered Hinata was also with her, prompting him to invite both to practice together, only to stumble upon this spectacle. Even he nearly tumbled from the tree. Though his prolonged association with Naruto had granted him some resistance to Naruto's seduction technique, Konohamaru was utterly awestruck, reflecting on his own inadequacies. Feeling he couldn't even handle Ebisu, he yearned for the village's recognition, hoping Naruto would devise a strategy for him. Naruto delivered a hefty punch, exclaiming, "Fool. It's not that simple. However, if you aspire to be the finest ninja in the village, you can seize the title of Hokage." Naruto's expression turned grave, acknowledging the myriad challenges that lay ahead. "I have only just earned the acknowledgement of 2 people. That alone has been a considerable struggle. You must be mentally prepared." Konohamaru, somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. Naruto further disheartened him, asserting that there were no shortcuts. "If you wish to become Hokage, you must first defeat me." Konohamaru shouted back, "Do you truly believe you are remarkable? I refuse to be your subordinate any longer. From this day forth, we are rivals." Naruto laughed heartily, declaring, "I shall get there before you. Tomorrow, I shall officially become a ninja, and one day we will battle for the title of Hokage." Konohamaru, strive for excellence. I eagerly await your performance. The Hokage, observing the scene through the crystal ball, witnessed the 2 youths declare their dreams. Yun departed with Hinata and Ayam, returning home where Kurenai awaited, inviting the 2 to dine as the time seemed right. They readily accepted, and after their meal, Yun escorted Ayam home. The following morning, Yun was roused by his sister. Choosing to follow Kurenai's example, he tied his ninja headband around his forehead. Upon seeing Yun with the headband secured, Kurenai encouraged him. "You must strive for excellence." Yun replied confidently, "That is certain, sister. You will need my protection in the future. How can I succeed without effort?" Kurenai responded, "Then I shall rely on you. As I am the team leader, I must take my leave now. Ensure you eat well." With a wave, she departed. When Naruto made his appearance in the classroom, everyone was astonished, as the briefing was only for students who had graduated successfully. Pointing at his headband, Naruto boasted loudly, "From today onward, I am also a ninja." Shikamaru, confused, inquired about the situation, to which Naruto explained he had passed the retake. Though surprised, his classmates refrained from further comment. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, prompting Naruto to mistakenly believe she was looking at him, causing great excitement. As Sakura approached, Naruto sprang to greet her, only to be brushed aside by her as he realized she was indeed focused on Sasuke. Ino, startled, hurried over to intervene, eager to sit beside Sasuke, who remained noncommittal. Sakura, naturally unwilling to concede, engaged in a dispute with Ino. Naruto, true to the narrative, had previously rebuked Sasuke, however, unexpectedly. A passerby nudged him, and by a miraculous turn of events, the 2 found themselves in an unexpected embrace. Meanwhile, Kumo, along with Ayam and Hinata, observed this farce unfold, with Kumo occasionally offering commentary. Despite his foresight, he was still somewhat taken aback by the harmonious scene before him. Unsurprisingly, Naruto was soon met with the wrath of an enraged female classmate, and despite having foreseen the event, Kumo could do nothing to intervene. Unbeknownst to the students, the third Hokage, accompanied by several elite shinobi, was discreetly monitoring their antics through a crystal ball, including Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai among others. After a brief wait, Irika entered and announced the allocation of ninja teams, instructing that they would operate in groups of 3, each guided by a Nin. Following this, Irika delivered a lengthy speech that left the audience in a state of drowsiness. Consistent with the original narrative, the current class size allowed for precisely 11 groups. Just one more than in the original story. Irika proceeded with the announcement of the teams: First Class, Second Class, Seventh Class, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. The remaining teams mirrored those from the original tale, culminating in the 11th team consisting of Kumo, Ayame, and Yamashita Tamahisa. As the team assignments concluded, reactions varied. Some were elated while others were disheartened. Kumo observed the stark contrast between the two sides. Ayame wore a jubilant expression, while Hinata appeared profoundly dismayed. Kumo surmised that Hinata's disappointment stemmed from not being placed in the same team as Naruto and sought to comfort her, assuring her that it was inconsequential. They would still have opportunities to meet in the future. Who said it was because of Naruto-kun? It's because, she trailed off. Lowering her gaze. Kumo, you truly ought to refrain from speaking so carelessly, Ayame admonished, noticing the situation. Kumo felt a wave of frustration wash over him, pondering the undeniable truth that the storyline was indeed evolving. Shortly thereafter, various instructors began arriving to escort the students away. Among them were a few whom Kumo recognized, merely Chunin, and he mused that the disparities among ninjas were determined from an early age. Not every team was fortunate enough to be led by a Nin. He was aware that Naruto's team had already been predetermined, yet he was curious to discover who his own instructor would be. After a while, the bearded Asuma entered the classroom to take the 10th team away. Perhaps influenced by the original story, Kumo felt a twinge of displeasure upon seeing Asuma's face. Despite the fact that he and Kurenai were no longer involved, they had exchanged cold glances on previous encounters, and though Kurenai was intrigued, she chose not to comment. Following Asuma, Kurenai entered and led away the 8th team, and soon several others followed suit, leaving only Naruto's 7th team and Kumo's 11th team remaining. Finally, just as Kumo and the others were beginning to lose patience, the sound of footsteps echoed once more. They turned their gazes toward the entrance, where a ninja with a forehead protector and a handful of shuriken entered. Kumo recognized him as Orochimaru. Team 11, follow me, he instructed, and without awaiting a response, he turned and departed. Observing this, Kumo promptly called for Ayame and Yamashita Tamahisa to join him in pursuit. In the classroom's uppermost floor, Genma turned to the trio and declared, "From this day forth, I shall be your leading instructor. Let us commence with introductions. Teacher, shouldn't you introduce yourself before we do?" One of them interjected. Genma nodded in agreement and stated, "I am Nara Genma, a special jonin from Konoha. My passions include travel, and I harbor no particular dislikes. My favorite food is boiled pumpkin, while I have an aversion to spinach. My dream is to protect Konoha. That is all." He then gazed at the three and gestured towards Yamashita. "You may begin," he instructed. "Yes, sensei. I am Yamashita Tamahisa. I enjoy training and despise laziness. I have a fondness for all delicious food, and my aspiration is to become a jonin in the future." Genma nodded appreciatively and turned his attention to Ayame. "I am Kurama Ayame. I cherish my energetic self and those who frequently assist me," she said, casting a glance at Yuki. "I detest feeling physically drained and aspire to elevate the Kurama clan. Why Hokage, I adore my sister and the friends around me. If I must mention something I dislike, it would be Asuma, for reasons unknown. My dream is to protect my sister." Upon hearing their introductions, Genma felt a wave of relief, for the greatest fear of a leading instructor is to be surrounded by individuals who boast without substance. The trio seemed to be quite decent. Originally, it was not Genma's responsibility to lead this team. Both Yuki and Ayame excelled in genjutsu, making Akane the ideal choice for leadership. However, due to Yuki's circumstances, Akane could not take the lead, thus leaving the capable Genma in charge. "Well, that concludes your introductions. Starting tomorrow, we shall commence our missions," Genma stated in a calm manner. "What kind of mission?" Yuki, already aware, remained silent, while the naturally frail Ayame had developed a habit of conserving energy by speaking little. It was only fitting that Yamashita voiced the question. Over time, Yuki had observed that Yamashita bore a slight resemblance to Naruto, albeit without the latter's impulsiveness, suggesting that they would likely get along well. "Survival exercise," Genma revealed slowly. "Survival exercise?" Both Ayame and Yamashita appeared puzzled, questioning how this related to the mission Genma had just mentioned. "Isn't it a mission? Why has it turned into a survival exercise? Haven't we completed numerous such exercises at school?" Ayame inquired, perplexed by Genma's assertion. "This is no ordinary exercise." Genma replied with a serious expression. "What kind of exercise is it? Given the teacher's demeanor, it must differ significantly from our experiences at the academy. I am pressed. Indeed, if it were akin to your training at the ninja school, it would hold no significance. Out of 33 graduates, only 12 can be recognized as genin. The remaining 21 must return to the ninja school for further training. This signifies that the elimination rate for this survival exercise exceeds 61. marking it as an exceptionally challenging test. How can this be? After enduring such hardship, one might wonder, why must there be a graduation exam? Yamashita Tamahisa exclaimed upon hearing this. Well, that is merely a means to select students who have the potential to become lower-ranked ninjas. Indeed. Becoming a lower-ranked ninja is not an easy feat. In short, tomorrow I shall be at the training ground to determine your qualifications. Remember to bring your ninja tools. And assemble at 8 o'clock in the morning, understood? The three responded in unison, understood. Very well, you are dismissed. After Jengon finished speaking, he vanished in an instant. As they watched Jinon depart, Hayakun couldn't help but think that truly, no upper-ranked ninja is simple to deal with. Even though Jingon is currently merely a special upper-ranked ninja, I fear I am no match for him. I must strive harder. I say, since we have been assigned to a small team, why not go out for a meal? Yuki suggested. Hayakun nodded in agreement, realizing that since they would be in the same team in the future, it would be unwise to maintain a poor relationship. With Yuki's agreement, Hayakun refrained from saying more, and the three headed to the barbecue restaurant. After the gathering, Yuki and Hayakun bid farewell to Yamashita Tamahisa. After which Yuki escorted Hayakun home before returning to his own abode. Upon arriving home, he found that Akane had yet to return, likely still reporting to the Hokage. Yuki placed several commonly used ninja tools into his small bag and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. Around 5 in the morning, Yuki awoke, had breakfast, and bid farewell to his sister. He first went to Hayakun's house to call for him. By the time Yuki arrived at Hayakun's residence, Hayakun had already been waiting for quite some time. Yuki greeted Hayakun's parents, and then the two proceeded to the training ground mentioned by Jingon. By the time they arrived, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and Yamashita Tamahisa was already there, having waited for them for almost an hour. Yuki, Hayakun, you are so slow. I've been waiting for nearly an hour. You really are too eager, he remarked. What can I say? This is my very first mission in my ninja career. The mere thought that it could possibly be my last is too much for me to bear. Arriving early brings peace of mind, does it not? Yuki responded. That's true. While we wait for teacher Jingon to arrive, let us organize ourselves. Yamashita Tamahisa and Hayakun agreed in unison. How should we organize ourselves? Yamashita Tamahisa asked, scratching his head in embarrassment, unsure of what to do despite his eloquent words. I see. Allow me to assign the tasks, if that is all right? Yuki offered. Of course. That is no problem at all. You are naturally stronger than I am, Yamashita Tamahisa replied without hesitation. Very well. First, Tamahisa. You are responsible for scouting this area's terrain, looking for suitable hiding spots, and checking for any traps left by previous trainees. Remember, we are up against an upper-ranked ninja, and in terms of strength, we cannot compare. Therefore, we must pay extra attention to utilizing the terrain. Any minor oversight could alter the course of our battle. Upon understanding, Tamahisa dashed off to conduct his reconnaissance. I shall now take charge of setting traps in the areas surveyed by Jijio. Once I have arranged them, Ian, you can subsequently cast a few triggering illusions based on these traps. This should pose no difficulty for you, correct? Of course not. I was initially disheartened, believing that due to health concerns, Yin would not assign me any tasks. However, upon hearing the assignment, I joyfully responded, she said with a smile. Before long, the three returned to their original position to await Shinkai's arrival. Unbeknownst to them, not far from the training ground, in the woods, Shinkai observed their efforts with a satisfied smile. It was their first team formation, and their collaboration was commendable. Next, it was merely a matter of evaluating their capabilities. However, if I have seen the traps, they will be rendered ineffective. Now, it is time for my entrance. With that, he executed a body flicker technique and vanished from the woods. In the next moment, he appeared before the trio. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I must commend you on your punctuality, which reflects your awareness as ninjas. However, do not expect leniency from me because of it. Of course, teacher, if we were to pass solely due to your leniency, it would render our success meaningless, Yin replied with a smile. Indeed, teacher, please reveal the nature of the exam, Jijio added, exhibiting a hint of impatience, while Yun remained silent. Impatient, are we? Today's task is quite simple. You three must endure under my guidance for 10 minutes. Should at least one of you remain undefeated after this duration, you will pass. However, you must not leave this training ground. After all, if you were to flee continuously, it would become quite bothersome and defeat the purpose of the assessment. Isn't that unfair? You are a Jonin, while we are merely an proven genin. Such arguments are futile. The enemy does not concern themselves with fairness or rank. This is a scenario you will inevitably encounter in the future. I shall grant you half a minute to prepare. The time begins now. As soon as the word begin left his lips, Yun and Yu-Yun leapt toward the woods, with Jijio quickly following suit. How unwise, Shinkai mused, observing their choice to head in the same direction. As the half-minute elapsed, Shinkai pursued the direction in which they had fled. Being a Jonin, it took him less than half a minute to locate their hiding place. Upon finding their concealed position, he frowned slightly. They were entirely surrounded by traps. While dismantling them one by one was feasible, it would be quite time-consuming. Ah, I see. Are you attempting to prolong the encounter? The upper ninjas are not so easily dismissed. Shinjin swiftly formed hand seals and pressed his hand to the ground, executing Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Yin was taken aback to see Shinjin resort to ninjutsu so hastily. In a flurry, he could only leap away with Baiyun. Turning to see Jijio, bewildered, had been declared out of the match. Realizing that fleeing was futile, Yin set Baiyun down and quickly formed hand seals, performing Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Shinjin, upon witnessing this, was momentarily astonished. The range of Yun's Earth Flow River was no less than his own, although he had not exerted himself fully. It showcased Yun's remarkable chakra volume and control. However, despite his surprise, such ninjutsu posed no threat to Shinjin. Yun knew he could not defeat Shinjin. He merely aimed to create as much trouble for him as possible, which would ultimately benefit them. As Shinjin leaped, Yun swiftly hurled a shuriken. What a troublesome little brat, Shinjin thought, yet his actions did not falter as he spat out the sunbon he had held in his mouth, deflecting several shuriken aimed at him. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Yun's voice. Wind release, 1,000 faces of wind. The gust of wind forcefully interrupted Xuanjin's words. Shinjin landed awkwardly, though unharmed. His headband was blown away, causing him to fume. This is where it ends, kid. As he charged toward Yun. I surrender, Yun declared without hesitation upon seeing Xuanjin's approach. Shinjin halted his advance. With 3 minutes remaining, despite the formidable bloodline of the Arima clan, he posed little threat to an upper ninja in his current state. Especially since Yun had prepared for this. Teacher, I understand, but... Yun did not finish his sentence, but turned to Baiyun, who had swiftly transformed into a puddle of water. Water clone, what a delightful little rascal. I didn't expect you possessed chakra of 3 different attributes. Baiyun must be in the woods on the other side. All right, you have all passed, Shinjin announced as the 3 returned to their original spot. Yun called back the still-hidden Baiyun, and Shinjin proclaimed the trio had successfully completed the assessment, officially becoming lower ninjas, with missions commencing the following day before disbanding. After Shinjin departed, Jijio repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Yun, and the 3 made their way back to the village, returning home in succession. Lord Hokage, we have come to receive our missions. The next day, Yun and his companions followed Shinjin to the Hokage's office to accept their assignments. Of course, mission assignments were not personally managed by the Hokage, but by designated personnel. However, as per tradition, first-time mission recipients were required to report to the Hokage. In light of Naruto's unique circumstances, he personally issued missions for that group each time. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, exhaled a cloud of smoke, saying, Shinjin, it appears Yun and his companions have passed your test. He then retrieved a mission logbook. Indeed, Lord Hokage. The 3 of them exhibit commendable teamwork and possess impressive strength. I am confident they will become exceptional ninjas in the future. Oh, splendid. The third Hokage held the mission records and noted that this year's Chunin teams were more numerous than in previous years, with many having arrived the previous afternoon to accept missions. Several groups had already completed a D-rank task, resulting in a swift depletion of available D-rank missions. Now, only a few remained. Upon hearing this, Chikyu interjected, wasn't it stated that the elimination rate would exceed 60%? How is it that there are more teams this year? The third Hokage and Jinkin offered no clear explanation, merely asserting that this year's students were stronger than those of years past. Jinkin then inquired, how many D-rank missions are left? The third Hokage glanced at his records, replying, there should be about 10 remaining. Come take a look and decide which mission you wish to accept. Nodding, Jinkin approached, took the mission record book from the third Hokage's hands, and scanned through the 10 tasks. He pointed to several, stating, Lord Hokage, I wish to undertake these missions. Excuse me? Several? The third Hokage momentarily hesitated, suggesting, you should accept just one task initially, allowing the team to acclimate. This would be more prudent. However, noticing Ginkan's determination, he marked the chosen tasks and rummaged through his drawer for a moment before producing a scroll, saying, here, this is the mission you seek. Jinkin accepted the scroll and addressed the third Hokage. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. We will take our leave now." He then led Yuki and the others out of the Hokage's office. The four ascended to the rooftop, where Jinkin unfurled the scroll, revealing a photograph alongside the mission details. After a brief glance, Jinkin announced, "Our first task involves retrieving the cat belonging to Lady Zashi of the Fire Country's feudal lords. The reward is quite generous, 20,000 ryo. That means each of you will receive 4,000. Yuki was taken aback. He recalled that this mission was also undertaken by Naruto and his friends in the original narrative. He had not anticipated that his first task would be this one, but chose not to voice his surprise. Jinkin then extracted a photograph from the scroll, stating, "Here, take a look at this image." The trio observed the picture of a brown cat adorned with a red bow on its ears, an unmistakable feature. Once the three had examined the photograph, Jinkin stored it away, saying, "All right, let us set off to find it. This is your inaugural mission. Do you understand?" Chikyu nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Teacher Jinkin, we know what to do. We will ensure that cat does not escape. Our first mission will be executed flawlessly." Jinkin nodded in approval and departed. As soon as he left, Chikyu voiced his concern. "Where do we start looking?" "Indeed," Yuki echoed, "with Konoha being so vast. Locating a single cat will prove quite challenging. Do you have any ideas, Yin?" "I am at a loss as well. After all, finding things is not my forte. We should search together and inquire among the residents of Konoha." With no better plan in sight, they resolved to proceed in this manner. After 2 hours of relentless pursuit, the trio finally captured the elusive cat, exclaiming in disbelief at the challenges of a D-rank mission. Indeed, being a ninja was no easy feat nevertheless. They were filled with joy, for it was their first successful mission, and they merrily made their way to Genshin to report their accomplishment. Upon receiving the cat from Yun, Genshin nodded appreciatively. "Ah, I didn't expect you to return so swiftly. I thought you might require more time. Well then, let us proceed to submit the mission." The three followed Genshin back to the Hokage building. This time, they did not seek out the Hokage. Instead, they arrived at the department responsible for handling missions. Upon confirming that the cat in Yun's possession was indeed the one from the assignment, they promptly sent someone to notify the task issuer, Lady Chisholm. "Ehu, my beloved Ehu." Just as they awaited Lady Chisholm's arrival, a voice echoed in their ears, followed by the entrance of a middle-aged noblewoman with arms thicker than Yun's thighs. At that moment, the cat in Yun's grasp began to struggle violently, but alas, it was swiftly enveloped in the woman's embrace, snuggling fervently against her. Observing this, Yun exchanged glances with Haken and Chikyu, whispering, "I suspect this cat must have attempted to escape before. With a master like that, any creature would surely flee." Haken stifled a laugh behind her hand, while Chikyu exaggeratedly bit his own hand to suppress his amusement. After a short while, Lady Chisholm was pleased to reward them for their efforts, and after collecting their remuneration, the trio departed. Genshin nodded with approval. "Excellent work on your first mission, everyone. What was initially estimated to take a day was completed in just 2 hours. As it is still early, shall we take on another task?" The second mission also involved locating a lost item, albeit a different one. This time, however, the trio was not as fortunate, and they found themselves searching until dusk. After submitting the mission, Genshin announced the dissolution of their group and instructed them to reconvene at the same time the following day before departing. After bidding farewell to Yun and Haken, Chikyu left, and as was his custom, Yun accompanied Haken home before returning to his own residence. Upon his arrival, he found that his sister, Kurenai, had prepared dinner. Noticing Yun's return, she inquired, "Yun, how did your mission go today?" "We completed 2 tasks involving searches. I had no idea how challenging it would be until we actually attempted it. Why are you home so early today?" "My team also worked on locating items. As you know, that's Hinata and her friend's specialty. They finished all the tasks I had assigned in no time, so I returned early." Yun contemplated her words and chose not to elaborate further. After finishing dinner and chatting with his sister for a while, he retreated to his room to sleep, thus concluding the first day of his journey as a ninja. In the following period, in order to enhance Yun and his companions' intelligence-gathering skills, Genshin predominantly assigned the missions related to information collection. To prevent boredom from setting in, he interspersed these with various other tasks, such as babysitting, litter collection, and fetching water, among others. For nearly a month, the trio undertook D-rank missions. One day, Jinkin led the three to the mission management department. Upon arrival, the ninja responsible for task distribution glanced through the mission record book and stated, "The upcoming mission for Team 11 is to assist Lord Shiman in taking care of children, running errands to the neighboring village, or perhaps mowing grass outside the village. Before Jinkin could finish his thought, Chikyu interrupted. Indeed. Teacher Jinkin, we have completed numerous D-rank tasks. Surely we can be assigned a mission of a higher caliber now? Slowly, Yuki added, I wholeheartedly agree with both of you. After a moment of contemplation, Jinkin replied, Very well, you have all performed commendably during this period. It is indeed time for you to encounter a genuine mission. The trio expressed their gratitude excitedly. Jinkin returned the D-rank mission record book to the ninja in charge of task registration, saying, Please assign us a C-rank mission. Why don't we select a mission ourselves? One that we choose should be more fitting, Chikyu inquired. Most missions ranked D and above require leaving the village, while some more challenging tasks are long-term. The majority are urgent, making it impractical to register them uniformly, Jinkin explained. I see, Chikyu nodded, while Yuki and Ayumi, who had been listening, shared expressions of newfound understanding. We've found one. It's an escort mission. A merchant caravan needs to transport goods to the land of tea. The requesting team must comprise at least 2 Chunin or 1 Jonin, which fits your qualifications perfectly. The departure is scheduled for 1 hour from now. Jinkin took a glance at the mission details and turned to ask, What do you think? If there are no objections, we shall proceed with this mission. All good on my end, came the trio's unified response. Jinkin turned to the registering ninja. We accept this mission. Please proceed with the registration. After the registration was completed, Jinkin led the 3 out of the mission management department and turned back to say, This will be your first C-rank mission. Return home to prepare, and we shall convene at the village gates in half an hour. I will accompany the caravan. With that, he departed. The trio, witnessing Jinkin's exit, returned home to gather their supplies. Upon reaching home, Yuki collected essential ninja tools and, after a final check, made his way to the gates. By the time Yuki arrived, Chikyu and Ayumi were already present, and they awaited Jinkin together. Soon, they spotted Jinkin approaching, accompanied by a merchant caravan, which consisted of about 20 individuals and 5 fully loaded carts. Jinkin approached the trio, instructing, Yuki, you shall lead the way and scout ahead. Chikyu, take the rear, while Ayumi will be in the middle for support. If all goes well, I shall refrain from intervening in this mission. Do you understand? Understood, they replied, promptly arranging themselves as per Jinkin's directives. At the outset, the trio felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, as it was their inaugural mission. However, after traversing for approximately a day without encountering any bandits, they gradually relaxed. As dusk approached, the caravan halted to rest, and the 3 gathered to partake in the provisions they had prepared, while Shinjian had long since vanished without a trace. The lack of any incidents rendered the experience rather dull, prompting Jijio to grumble as he ate. The caravan leader, overhearing his complaints, interjected, Of course, otherwise. What would be the point of hiring ninjas for protection? Jijio chuckled but refrained from further comment. After their meal, the trio arranged for the night watch. Considering the frailty of Yakumo, Yun and Jijio decided to take turns guarding the camp, allowing Yakumo to rest. Acknowledging his limitations, Yakumo chose not to voice any objections. The following morning, after breakfast, the caravan resumed its journey. Once again, the day proceeded without incident, and with only one final day left to reach their destination. The trio's spirits lifted, filled with laughter and conversation. On the morning of the last day, as the caravan advanced, Yun suddenly halted. The caravan leader hurriedly approached, inquiring about the sudden stop. Ninja, there are dozens of individuals lying in ambush half a kilometer ahead. Please inform the entire team to halt, Yun instructed. Although the leader was curious about how Yun had discerned the threat from such a distance, he did not hesitate to command the caravan to stop. Yakumo and Jijio, who were trailing behind, approached to hear Yun's explanation. Upon learning of the situation, Jijio inquired, Yun, how did you know from so far away? Yun replied with a smile. I have my methods. Remain vigilant. It seems there are 2 ninjas among them. Recognizing his own shortcomings in reconnaissance, Yun realized that superior strength is of little value if one cannot detect the enemy. Thus, he endeavored to find ways to compensate for this deficiency. Recalling a passage from a fantasy novel about cultivators using their spiritual awareness to sense their surroundings, he instinctively attempted to channel this ability. Perhaps due to the nature of his transposed spirit, he succeeded in his endeavor, albeit his spiritual power was still limited, allowing him to extend his awareness only about 10 meters from his body. While this was sufficient for typical combat scenarios, it fell short for reconnaissance. He sought to measure how deep his spiritual awareness could penetrate underground and discovered, likely due to his innate earth affinity chakra, that he could sense locations up to half a kilometer away beneath the surface. although it appeared he had been lax during this time. Yun had been continuously extending his spiritual awareness to scout the area, which enabled him to detect the ambush. He couldn't help but reflect on the profound significance of reconnaissance. Despite the considerable number of adversaries ahead, 2 ninjas and dozens of ordinary individuals, one of whom possessed chakra levels akin to a Chunin, Yun remained utterly unperturbed. For he sensed that Xianjian was hiding not far away. In the nearby thicket, Xianjian observed the unfolding events and muttered to himself, "This kid possesses even the ability to sense his surroundings. It seems I have long since revealed myself. What a lack of accomplishment to have such a pupil. Cloud. What should we do? The presence of ninjas exceeds the parameters of a C-rank mission," said Hakan, slightly anxious. Before Cloud could respond, the team leader interjected. "We had no prior knowledge of ninjas. In the past, when we hired ninjas from Konoha, we never encountered issues, which is why we naturally posted a C-rank mission. If you assist us in repelling the enemies, I shall compensate you as if it were a B-rank task." Upon hearing this, Cloud smiled and replied, "Uncle, we harbor no distrust towards you. Since we have accepted this mission, we shall see it through to completion, rest assured." "Indeed, Uncle, leave it to us," added Chiku, who was standing nearby. Hakan did not object. "Cloud, what shall we do now? Should we charge in to confront them?" "No. We shall remain here and wait for them to approach. After all, their numbers are considerable, and occupying advantageous terrain will work to our benefit." He then turned to the team leader. "Uncle, please instruct the merchant convoy to stand by. If we do not see any signs of the enemy within an hour, we will take the initiative." The leader acknowledged and began to make arrangements. Cloud then addressed Hakan and Chiku. "Hakan, use your skills to create a large-scale illusion in this terrain. It need not be overly powerful, just sufficient to ensnare those ordinary foes. Although they may lack strength, they can still pose a nuisance." Upon receiving Cloud's instructions, Hakan turned to prepare. "Chiku, when the enemies arrive, your task is to deal with that genin. If possible, eliminate him. Otherwise, at the very least, delay him. Is that agreeable?" "Rest assured, Cloud, I am quite formidable," Chiku confidently assured. And so they awaited the enemy's approach. Meanwhile, half a kilometer away, in the underbrush, a scar-faced man spoke to a burly companion. "Brother, why hasn't that merchant convoy arrived yet? Could it be that our ambush has been discovered?" The burly man replied in a low voice, "It seems so. According to our reconnaissance, the convoy should have arrived by now. It appears those genin are not as incompetent as they seem. Even if they possess some skill, they are merely newly appointed genin. Besides, the genin from Konoha have likely never seen true bloodshed, while we hail from the Blood Mist village, known for its fierce ninjas. Moreover, brother, you are a ch-nin. That is true. Since they do not come, we shall advance upon them and show those Konoha brats what a ninja truly is," the burly man declared, rising to his feet. "Men, let's wash them in blood." About half an hour had passed since Cloud and the others made their arrangements when Cloud, seemingly meditating with closed eyes, opened them and said, "They are here. Proceed according to the plan." The 2 Yuyun nodded in acknowledgement. After approximately 5 minutes, the bearded man and the scar-faced man, accompanied by several dozen followers, approached the merchant convoy. Without exchanging words, the skirmish commenced. Both the bearded man and the scar-faced man refrained from engaging directly, opting instead to send forth the common bandits first. Observing this, Yin could not help but curse their cunning. Suspecting they aimed to exhaust their opponent's stamina, Yin shouted for Bayun, who immediately understood, his hands never faltering as he swiftly formed hand seals, causing the approaching bandits to scatter in disarray. At that moment, the current Bayun was no longer influenced by Idu from the original narrative. His mastery over blood techniques had diminished significantly, a poignant reminder that every gain entails a loss. "You appear to possess remarkable abilities to cast illusions on such a multitude. It seems you are no ordinary Konoha genin," the bearded man remarked slowly. "Old too. Deal with the illusionist. I won't allow you to succeed. I've been prepared for this," Chiku declared as he charged toward the scar-faced man. While Yin hurled 2 shurikens at the bearded man. "You foolish boy, a Chunin is not something a mere genin can contend with. Allow me to impart a lesson today. Consider your life as the tuition fee I shall unceremoniously collect," the bearded man retorted, deftly dodging the shurikens. "Anyone can boast. Try defeating me first," Yun shot back, mocking the bearded man. "Do not overestimate yourself. You are merely clinging to life," the bearded man countered without hesitation. "Is that so?" Yun said, detonating 2 kunai that the bearded man had evaded, revealing them to be explosive. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and when it cleared, the bearded man emerged. Though disheveled and battered, a sight that rendered him quite pitiful. "You little brat, I will kill you," he shouted as he lunged at Yun. In that moment, Yun appeared oblivious to the fact that the bearded man still stood, remaining motionless. The bearded man's blade plunged swiftly into Yun's body. Yet the expression of triumph on his face faltered into disbelief. He slowly lowered his gaze, only to find that what should have been his victim had transformed into a puddle of water. Unbeknownst to him, while the bearded man was obscured by smoke, Yun had swiftly created a water clone and submerged himself underground, just as the bearded man be if this flaw is not addressed. When you face life-and-death confrontations in the future, you may make a fatal mistake. Of course, this flaw can no longer be considered a flaw for Yun, as it stems from a lack of experience in taking lives, does it not, Teacher Shinjian? Yun replied in a somber tone. Indeed, that is correct. Regardless of how formidable a ninja's strength may be, without experience in the realm of life and death, they remain an inadequate ninja. As ninjas, if one does not kill, one risks being killed. Just as today, if you do not eliminate these individuals, all of you shall perish. Must it truly be this way? Teacher Shinjian, hearing Yun's somewhat melancholic inquiry, responded affirmatively. This is indeed the path of survival for ninjas, a stark reflection of the reality within the ninja world. At this point, a shadow of sorrow crossed Xuanjian's face, suggesting he too had once faced such moments. I understand, Yun replied. He then turned to Chijio and Yakumo, stating, "There are 30 individuals left. We shall each take 10. Is that acceptable?" Both remained silent, perhaps having been previously reminded at home, thus showing no resistance, and slowly approached the bandits lying on the ground. 10 minutes later, Xianjian observed the three beside him, their faces pale and bodies weak, and remarked, "This is the essence of being a ninja." The three did not respond, yet they comprehended that from this moment onward, they had truly become ninjas. After escorting the merchant caravan to the land of tea, the journey was uneventful. Upon arrival, the caravan leader compensated them for the B-rank mission as previously agreed, and thereafter, Xianjian departed with the three. The return journey, unhindered by the caravan, took less than half the time originally required to reach Konoha. How dull. Teacher Xianjian is truly something. Since that escort mission, we have not undertaken any high-level tasks. Enough, Chijio, do not complain. Teacher Xianjian must have his own plans. Yakumo chimed in with a smile upon hearing Chijio's grievances. Yakumo has a point. Furthermore, during this period in Konoha, we have diligently trained, significantly enhancing our abilities. Surely, you do not wish to embark on another mission only to require someone to rescue you? Chijio, upon hearing Yun's words, ceased his complaints. This scene unfolded 1 month after their last escort mission. During this month, Xianjian had not assigned them any high-level tasks, opting instead for more time-consuming but beneficial D-rank missions. He had devised a training regimen specifically for Yakumo, addressing her lack of stamina, which had resulted in her physical ability surpassing that of the average person. Though still ranking low among genin, simple leaps and sprints posed no challenge for her now. As for Yun, Xianjian refrained from extensive guidance, merely instructing him to continue training within the current framework, with a greater emphasis on the integration of various elemental jutsu. Chijio, on the other hand, was taught from the ground up. Perhaps due to the lack of tasks to assign to Yun and Yakumo, Xianjian was particularly attentive in teaching Chijio, starting with the basics of climbing trees and walking on water, and providing him with several simple fire techniques based on his chakra nature. Though arduous, Chijio's strength grew rapidly. If in the past, Chijio could not compare to any of the 12 little strong, now even the relatively weaker Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino are no longer his rivals. Both Yakumo and Yun believed that Genkan was enhancing their abilities for better self-preservation in upcoming missions. However, knowing the plot, Yun realized that Genkan was likely preparing them for the next Chunin exam, hence urging them to strengthen their skills during this period. Thinking of the Chunin exam, Yun could not help but reveal a look of anticipation. After all, many significant characters in Naruto gradually emerged from the Chunin exam. In other words, the exam marks the true beginning of the storyline, while everything preceding it is merely a prologue. After a brief wait, Genkan arrived, and Chijio immediately said, "Teacher Genkan, there are no high-level missions again today. Performing these low-level tasks daily does not showcase our true potential at all." Genkan smiled gently and replied, "Chijio, do not be anxious. There will be opportunities to demonstrate your abilities. As for higher-level missions, they will come in due time." Reluctantly, Chijio nodded in response. "All right, let us commence today's task. Today's assignment is to collect trash from the river surface, while also allowing you to practice walking on water. Let us depart." The three chorused their understanding and followed Jinkan to the riverside. The litter on the river surface was sparse, but the river was long. Thus the trio exerted considerable effort to clear it completely, disposing of the waste at the designated spot. By the time they finished, half the day had passed. The group returned to Konoha with Jinkan, at which point the hawks circled and cried in the sky. Yun glanced up and realized that the Chunin exam was imminent. Jinkan stated, "I must return to submit the mission report," and with that, he departed. After Jinkan left, Jijio said, "I wish to head home early today, so I shall take my leave." Yun and Yakumo acknowledged, and Jijio departed. "Yun, I plan to visit Hinata's house today. Would you like to join me?" Yun smiled wryly and replied, "I think not. You know the Hyuga clan is not particularly welcoming to outsiders. It would be no trouble for you. But as a male visitor, I would surely face a barrage of disdainful glares. I prefer to avoid such discomfort." Yakumo chuckled, understanding. "All right then, I shall go alone." With that, Yakumo departed, and Yun, noticing he still had some time, decided to leisurely stroll around Konoha for the first time in a while. In the third Hokage's office, the third Hokage gathered the Jonin to discuss matters. It was already known that many ninjas from other villages had arrived. The third's expression was grave, clearly indicating the importance he placed on this exam. Kurenai directly inquired, "When will it begin?" The third, with a cigarette in his mouth, replied, "In 1 week." Jinkan expressed a hint of urgency, to which the third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke and declared, "I hereby announce that on July 1st, exactly 1 week from now, the Chunin selection exam will take place." Chapter 13. Before the Chunin exam, 1. Yun strolled leisurely through the streets, inadvertently spotting the frantic Konohamaru being pursued by Sakura. He murmured softly, "It has begun," embracing the notion that since he had already seen it, there was no need to leave. Yun began to follow behind at a leisurely pace. At that moment, Konohamaru turned to see Sakura closing in on him, prompting him to quicken his pace and run even faster. As fate would have it, a man and a woman suddenly emerged from around the street corner, catching Konohamaru off guard. Alas, his momentum was irrepressible. With a resounding thud, he collided forcefully with the individual before him. The pain was excruciating. Rubbing his head, Konohamaru glanced at the person he had inadvertently struck. Before him stood a young boy clad in black attire, adorned with peculiar markings on his face, and with an object tightly bound in bandages slung over his back. A forehead protector from Sunagakure adorned his brow. Beside him was a girl with pale yellow hair tied up, carrying an enormous fan on her back, also sporting a forehead protector from Sunagakure. It was none other than Temari and Kankuro. "Ouch, you little brat," Kankuro exclaimed, feeling the spot where he had been hit. Grabbing Konohamaru's scarf, he hoisted the boy up and remarked, "Hey, kid, do you not watch where you're walking?" At that moment, Temari surveyed their surroundings and suggested, "Let it go, otherwise you'll end up getting reprimanded again." "My sincerest apologies. It was entirely my fault," Sakura interjected as she witnessed Kankuro lifting Konohamaru. "Could you please set him down?" Simultaneously, she pondered, "Who are these individuals? I have never encountered them before, yet their forehead protectors denote them as shinobi from Sunagakure. What brings them here? Put him down already," Naruto shouted impatiently. Kankuro scoffed, taking notice of Naruto's forehead protector, musing, "So, this is a genin from Konoha?" He continued, "I merely wish to enjoy a moment of fun before that incessant chatterbox arrives." At this juncture, Konohamaru shouted, "Hey, let me go." Struggling with both hands and feet, he squirmed in an attempt to break free. With a light chuckle, Kankuro remarked, "Oh, you have some fight in you, don't you? Little brat, let go of Konohamaru." Naruto yelled, sensing the situation escalating, rushing towards Kankuro in an attempt to rescue his friend. Kankuro smiled slightly, extending his left hand with a subtle motion. An invisible thread surged towards Naruto's feet, and unsuspecting, Naruto stumbled as expected. Nearby, Sasuke remained indifferent, perched atop a tree, his perceptive nature alerting him to the unfolding drama. Just as Kankuro prepared to strike Konohamaru, a sudden whoosh echoed as a small stone flew through the air, striking the back of Kankuro's hand. The sting caused him to reflexively release his grip, allowing Konohamaru to escape. Kankuro glanced at the stone on the ground, realizing it was merely a common pebble. "What mischief are you causing in another's village?" Sasuke coolly remarked, tossing the stone idly in his hand. All attention shifted to Sasuke, while Kankuro seethed with resentment. Naruto fumed in frustration, and Sakura felt an exhilarating thrill. Temari mused inwardly, "What a rather charming young man." Kankuro, gritting his teeth, glared at Sasuke, and muttered, "Another insufferable brat has appeared." He then removed the object from his back, declaring, "I detest arrogant little punks like you." As Maru observed Kanjiro's actions, she exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, are you even going to use a crow?" Kanjiro disregarded her remark and extended his hand, instantly manifesting several chakra threads. "Kanjiro, cease this at once." At that moment, a voice, steeped in cold indifference, emanated from Sasuke's vicinity. "You will bring shame upon our village." Sasuke, taken aback, thought to himself, when did this happen? He approaches as silently as Kakashi. Turning to investigate, he beheld a boy with crimson hair, a red love symbol adorning his forehead, and deep black circles encircling his eyes, standing upside down on a branch beside him. Yet, within his aquamarine irises lay only an air of detachment. Upon encountering this individual, Kanjiro's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hastily uttered, I love Gaara. You will bring shame to the village." "Do you believe we came here for what purpose?" Kanjiro, visibly anxious, replied, "Listen to me, Gaara. It was these individuals who instigated." "Silence, or I shall end you," Gaara stated, devoid of emotion. "I understand. It is my fault. I apologize." "I am truly sorry," Kanjiro hurriedly responded. Gaara then turned to Sasuke and said, "My apologies." Sasuke remained silent, harboring a sense of wariness towards Gaara. Subsequently, Gaara transformed into sand and returned to the ground. "Let us depart," Kanjiro replied as he turned to leave with Gaara. It was at this moment that Sakura called out to them, inquiring about their presence in Konoha. Maru explained their participation in the Chunin exam and presented their pass. Afterward, the trio turned to depart, but were halted by Sasuke's voice. "Hey, what is your name?" Maru turned and pointed to herself. "Me? No, the one beside you with the gourd." Gaara, upon hearing this, turned around and said, "I am Gaara of the Sand, and I find you quite intriguing." Uchiha Sasuke, initially believing the encounter to be concluded, was taken aback when Gaara added, "And that one behind you, I have some interest in you as well." Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, interjected, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, and you?" "I have no interest in you. I was referring to the one in the corner," Gaara coldly retorted, striking a blow to Naruto's excitement. "Why hi Kurenai, however? I do not believe I possess any qualities that would pique your interest. You might as well seek someone else." What a jest. The current Gaara is one who eliminates anyone who captures his interest. Given Kurenai's prowess, if there was anyone she should be cautious of in this exam, it would undoubtedly be Gaara, avoiding confrontation whenever possible. Gaara offered no response and turned, leading Maru and Kanjiro away. In the aftermath, Naruto cast a look of profound resentment towards Kurenai, who quickly sought an excuse to depart. As she left, she stole a glance at a distant tree, noticing 3 figures, one seated and 2 standing engaged in conversation. "What do you think?" "Nothing much. Just remain vigilant about that dark-haired Konoha brat and the one carrying the gourd." In the 3rd Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the new teachers, Kakashi, Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, and Nara Shikamaru. The 3rd Hokage inquired if anyone had noteworthy recommendations. Formally speaking, the candidates for promotion to Chunin must have completed over 8 missions, with those having doubled that number being more suitable. Irika mused that this was quite premature for the children. The 3rd began, stating, "First, I nominate Kakashi." Kakashi, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura. I recommend these 3 in my capacity as Kakashi." Following suit, Kurenai added, "Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. I recommend these 3 in my capacity as Kurenai Yuhi." Asuma chimed in, "Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. I recommend these 3 in my capacity as Asuma Sarutobi." Gek also stated, "Team 11, Yuhi Kurenai, Kuruma Yakumo, and Yamashita Tamahiza. I recommend these 3 in my capacity as Gek." A commotion ensued as all 3 had nominated their own students, which other J-Nin found rather excessive. Irika was taken aback and immediately voiced his opposition. In his view, all 12 candidates were indeed his students and the most exceptional of their cohort. Yet it was still too early for them to partake in the Chunin exams. They needed to accumulate more experience. Kakashi retorted, "I was younger than Naruto by 6 years when I became a Chunin." Irika, exasperated, responded, "That was during wartime. Circumstances were dire. Do you wish to ruin these children?" Kakashi scoffed, "Let them learn a lesson for not executing their missions properly. It could be quite amusing to see them falter." Noticing Irika's genuine anger, Kakashi attempted to joke. "Irika, I understand your sentiments," Kurenai interrupted. "Enough? Kakashi urged her not to interject and continued to admonish Irika. They are no longer your students, they are now my subordinates. Irika hesitated, wanting to argue that the Chunin exams were fraught with danger. The third Hokage interjected, stating that there would be a preliminary selection for these new genin. Recognizing the third's authority, Irika refrained from further protest. That evening, at the Yuhi household, Kurenai and Yun were enjoying dinner. Once they had nearly finished, Kurenai remarked, Yun, the Chunin exams are just a week away. Gek has already registered your team. It should be fine, right? Absolutely. My skills have improved significantly during this period. Sister, prepare to be astonished. Kurenai chuckled. Then I shall await your good news. The following day, Yun and his companions gathered at their usual spot, awaiting Gek. Shortly, Gek arrived. Tamahisa inquired, Gek, sensei, what mission do we have today? Today? There is no mission, Gek replied. Yakumo and Tamahisa expressed their astonishment. Gek, without further comment, glanced at Yun and said, it seems Yun is already aware. Upon hearing Gek's words, both Yakumo and Tamahisa turned to Yun. Yun nodded, yes, Gek, sensei. Yesterday, I encountered a shinobi from the Sand Village in Konoha and learned about this matter. My sister also informed me of it when I returned home last night. Gek stated, I shall not elaborate further. I have recommended you for the Chunin exams. He then handed 3 application forms to the trio. Xianjian stated that participation was not obligatory, allowing individuals to decide for themselves whether to join. Those willing could sign their names. Jijio was elated and promptly expressed his gratitude to Xianjian. Xianjian further reminded everyone that the meeting would take place in room 301 of the ninja school at 3 p.m. 6 days hence. Once Xianjian departed, the 3 conversed and unanimously resolved to participate, agreeing to gather the following day to submit their application. Afterward, Jiji returned home, while Yin turned to Haken and inquired, where will you go next? I have arranged to meet Hinata at our usual training ground today. Yun replied, you should join us. After a moment's reflection, Yun decided to accompany Haken, noting that it had been quite a while since she last saw Hinata. They proceeded to the training ground together. Upon their arrival, Hinata had yet to arrive, prompting them to engage in casual conversation. After approximately 10 minutes, Hinata rushed in, breathless. I'm sorry for being late. Have you been waiting long? We just got here, Yin responded. Oh, you noticed I was here? Hinata exclaimed, realizing Yun had arrived. Yun felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Must her presence be so insignificant as to rival Shino's? How tragic. I apologize for not looking up, Hinata murmured. Yun internally scoffed at the notion that one need not raise their head to notice someone, yet she chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she addressed Hinata. Hinata, my sister must have informed your team about the Chunin exams. How are you preparing? Hearing Yun's inquiry, Hinata lowered her gaze. Sister Kurenai has already registered us, and I've decided to participate, but I'm still lacking confidence. Yun recalled that in the previous Naruto series, Hinata had referred to Kurenai as sensei, but she dismissed this inconsistency and sought to encourage Hinata. Do not worry, Hinata. You are already quite strong. Besides, should you encounter an insurmountable opponent, remember that it is acceptable to fail as long as you give it your all. Though her words were merely meant to uplift, Yun spoke sincerely. Hinata was indeed talented, but her shyness and lack of encouragement had initially hindered her abilities. Since meeting Yun, Hinata had grown significantly stronger, having developed the 8 trigrams defense, placing her among the upper echelons of her graduating class. I understand, Yun-kun. I will never give up, Hinata replied, her gaze still lowered. The trio then exchanged updates on their recent experiences. As time passed, Hinata noted that it was nearly time to return to the Hyuga compound. Yun and Haken escorted Hinata to the outskirts of her clan's residence before bidding her farewell. Noticing the hour was appropriate, Yun invited Haken to dinner at her home, to which Haken readily agreed. Upon their arrival, Kurenai was busy preparing a meal. Sister Kurenai, let me help you, Haken offered as she headed toward the kitchen. Yun felt a pang of discontent. While it was understandable for Hinata to address Kurenai in such a manner, why had Haken also begun calling her sister? She recalled that previously, during their studies in Jinjutsu, Haken had referred to Kurenai as sensei. When had this change occurred? Pondering this left her perplexed. Yet she decided it was not a matter worth further concern. The clouds lingered outside for but a brief moment before the meal was prepared. After the 3 finished dining, Yun escorted by Yun back home. On their way, Yun suddenly halted, turning to address Irika sensei. Why do you follow me? The disguised rain ninja, preparing to ambush Yun, exclaimed in surprise. What? I am Irika, a ninja of the rain village. Yun chuckled lightly. Enough, Irika-sensei, you cannot deceive me. Irika, feeling a pang of frustration at being recognized before the test even commenced, reflected on Yun's formidable prowess. Without further words, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, in another part of Konoha, Naruto sought out Konohamaru and his companions to engage in a game of ninjas. Soon after, a rain ninja kidnapped Mogane, prompting Naruto to pursue, accompanied by Konohamaru and Udon. However, the enemy's speed was astonishing, leaving Konohamaru and Udon unable to keep pace. Naruto caught up with the foe, who had bound Mogane to a tree while attempting to steal a sealing scroll. Unfazed by the threat, Naruto was taken aback when he discovered that Mogane had transformed into a scarecrow. The real Mogane had been rescued by Naruto, who then employed the shadow clone technique in a net to subdue the enemy. Yet, to his dismay, the foe morphed into stone, revealing that the enemy had utilized the substitution technique. Sasuke extended an invitation to Sakura for a stroll, which filled her with joy. He urged her to forego the exam, cautioning that carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Sakura, elated by Sasuke's concern for her well-being, was suddenly confronted by a rain ninja launching shuriken attacks, which Sasuke skillfully deflected. However, the ninja unleashed a barrage of shuriken, incapacitating Sasuke. Sakura, sensing the illusion at play, realized that the true Sasuke would never invite a girl for a walk. Enraged, she declared, "Such a rudimentary genjutsu will not work on me." The adversary, recognizing her awareness, retreated. Meanwhile, Sasuke easily dispatched the probing ninja. Hinata and Bayun encountered a similar testing ninja, both successfully overcoming the challenge. Hinata's gentle fist and Bayun's genjutsu left the ninja in a state of utter disarray. Shino, Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and Chiju faced analogous trials, with the ninja failing to gain any advantage and ultimately fleeing. That evening, atop the rooftops, the testing ninja reported to Kakashi that all newcomers had passed the preliminary exam. With a sudden transformation, he became Irika. Irika conceded that everyone's strength had significantly improved. Yet Kakashi remarked that such abilities alone would not suffice for the true Chunin exam. Upon returning home, Yun found that Kurenai had tidied the house and was seated at the table, sipping sake. At that moment, Kurenai wore not her usual attire but a simple tank top. Her cheeks slightly flushed from the drink. Despite having lived together for over a decade, Yun could not help but admire Kurenai's allure, though regrettably, she was his sister, and such admiration could only remain unfulfilled. Kurenai, noticing Yun's entrance, inquired, "Yun, tell me, whom do you prefer more, Bayun or Hinata?" Yun, taken aback by his sister's sudden question, stammered, "What are you talking about, sister?" Kurenai, observing his reaction, chuckled, "Do you not like them? As far as I know, both of those children have affections for you. Could it be that you are completely unaware? How could this be? Sister, are you jesting?" For Yun, who has lived two lives, his perspective on love diverges from that of others. He believes that at the tender age of 11 or 12, young boys and girls are not yet at the stage to engage in romantic relationships, and thus he has never paid much attention to such matters. Now, upon being so provocatively addressed by Hong, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Yun's reaction, Hong chose to remain silent. That night marked Yun's first experience of insomnia. His mind oscillated between thoughts of Hinata and Bayun, and in a state of hazy consciousness. He could not discern whether he had truly slept or not. Ultimately, he resolved to set these musings aside, convinced that he was still young, and that the coming years were destined to be tumultuous. He would address these matters after navigating through this period. Unbeknownst to him, dawn broke. Fortunately, the ninja's physical resilience is extraordinary, and a sleepless night bore no burden on his body. After having breakfast and tidying up, he took the application form and proceeded to the agreed location to await Chiku and Bayun. Before long, Bayun arrived, and today, Yun perceived Bayun differently than usual. The natural rapport they typically shared seemed disrupted. It was only upon the arrival of Chiku that the awkwardness in the air was alleviated, leading Yun to feel, for the first time in his life, that a man could indeed be quite endearing. The three then made their way together to submit the application form. At the entrance of room 301, a throng of lower-ranked ninjas had gathered. Shaoli was unceremoniously kicked out, and Tian Tian rushed to support him. Two middle-ranked ninjas issued provocations, mocking their lack of skill and daring to register. Tian Tian had no choice but to plead, "Please, allow us to enter, we beg you." Then, with a resounding thud, he transformed into a figure with dark circles under his eyes, resembling a panda. The middle-ranked shinobi, armed with two oversized shurikens, declared this to be the first formidable challenge. Another dashing middle-ranked shinobi chimed in, remarking on the numerous individuals who had chosen to abandon their efforts from the outset. The first middle-ranked shinobi insisted that as leaders, they bore the weight of responsibility for their subordinates' failures and deaths. The second middle-ranked shinobi continued to prattle on, suggesting that it was of little consequence to send these youngsters away, as they were unlikely to succeed in the examination anyway. Sasuke coldly retorted, asserting their determination to proceed, urging them to dissolve the illusionary barrier, as he still had to reach the third level. The two middle-ranked shinobi were taken aback, questioning if they had been discovered. Sasuke turned to Sakura, believing she should have noticed it long ago, as illusion techniques were indeed her forte. Sakura, having recovered from her earlier self-doubt, asserted, "Enough of your games. This is clearly room 2. As she spoke, the room number transformed to 201. Chunin A deemed this insufficient and launched an assault on Sasuke, who retaliated in kind. In an instant, Lee appeared between them, blocking both their attacks. Sakura gasped, astonished by the remarkable speed of the figure clad in green. Sasuke, equally taken aback, remarked on the impressive chakra emanating from this individual. Niji, displeased, reprimanded Lee, reminding him for the umpteenth time not to draw attention to himself. Xiaoli's face flushed slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Sakura. Sasuke noticed that Xiaoli's injury had vanished. Xiaoli approached Naruto and his companions, introducing himself with a dazzling smile, and boldly confessed to Sakura, declaring, "I will protect you until my last breath." Sakura, taken aback, quickly rejected him, exclaiming, "Your eyebrows are too thick." Xiaoli immediately became flustered, while Naruto erupted in laughter, finally encountering someone even more foolish than himself. Niji inquired about Sasuke's name, inciting Naruto's frustration as he was once again disregarded. Alongside Lee, he leaned against the window to recover. Sasuke, exuding an air of coolness, clashed with Niji. Both engaged in a spirited contest. Daily, they observed Sasuke, exclaiming, "How adorable." Subsequently, the group departed together, with the three from the cloud following closely behind. Once they had left, 2ch exchanged nods, reflecting, indeed, they are the prized subordinates of Kakashi. They breezed through the first round. With a loud thud, they transformed into the gatekeepers of Konoha, Shingitsu, and Tetsu, remarking on the promising caliber of this year's candidates. On another front, Sasuke brimmed with determination, acknowledging the monstrous talent among this year's Chunin exam participants, Gaara, Rock Lee, Hyuga Niji, and the yet-to-be-assessed strength of the Cloud. Cloud, too, felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, using this examination to gauge his influence over the original narrative, a crucial factor for his future endeavors. Daily, he observed Niji's serious demeanor, questioning his concern for Sasuke. Niji scoffed and moved ahead, prompting Daily to smile and hastily follow. "Lee, what are you dawdling for? Let us go." Lee urged the others to proceed, as he had matters to confirm. Meanwhile, Lee caught up with Team 7, challenging Sasuke. He yearned to comprehend the disparity between his techniques and those of the prodigious clan Scion. As he gazed at Sakura, he declared, "I love you, Sakura." Sakura felt overwhelmed, a chill coursing through her as she thought, "I despise that droopy-eyed boy." Cloud, observing the exchange, mused on Lee's fiery spirit, acknowledging he would lack the courage for such a direct confession, especially after a prior rejection. Lee promptly launched a spirited assault, prompting Sakura to dodge frantically. Managing to evade his advances, Sakura scolded Lee, who felt somewhat embarrassed. "Could you not reject me so bluntly?" Naruto interjected, furiously exclaiming, "Damn it. Here we go again with Sasuke." Sasuke, equally emboldened, proclaimed, "Let me reveal what the Uchiha name signifies." Lee, elated, assumed a combat stance, eager to face the formidable newcomer, exclaiming, "I will prove my worth to you, Gai-sensei." Naruto swiftly leaped forward, asserting, "I'll deal with the bushy brows." In a fit of rage, Naruto surged forth, but Lee effortlessly dispatched him with a swift kick, sending him crashing into a wall. Sakura, in awe, acknowledged, "He truly is exceptional." Lee, basking in his triumph, boasted, "You cannot defeat me, for I am the strongest among the Leafs Chunin." Sasuke prepared to engage, but Sakura realized time was fleeting. They had less than half an hour until registration closed. Sasuke echoed Naruto's sentiment, stating, 5 minutes is all I need." Sasuke's rapid assault missed its mark as Lee executed a leaf whirlwind, propelling Sasuke away. Puzzled, Sasuke stood, having clearly made a defensive move, yet still found himself struck. Rising to his feet, he activated his Sharingan, a sight that left Sakura astounded as it was her first glimpse of Sasuke wielding it in combat. Lee, too, recognized its significance from his teacher's teachings. To Sakura's surprise, Lee launched himself, kicking Sasuke away, his Sharingan failing to decode Lee's movements. While the Sharingan could discern Lee's taijutsu, it could not match his speed. As Xiaoli began to express his thoughts, he delineated two types of strong individuals, the genius and the diligent worker, with the former exemplified by Sasuke and the latter by himself. He remarked that the Sharingan and ultimate body techniques were not meant to harmonize. In the midst of his speech, Xiaoli propelled Sasuke into the air once more, following suit with a leap of his own. Casting forth his bandages and invoking the Shadow Dance Leaf technique, resolute in proving that effort can indeed surpass talent. Witnessing this, Yin turned to depart, followed by Jijio and Yuyun, as they perceived that the displayed strength of the two was merely commendable, yet not formidable enough to warrant their full attention. Subsequently, as in the original narrative, Xiaoli, eager to execute the Lotus technique, was thwarted by a swift kick from Guy, who approached Xiaoli and declared, "As a punishment for your transgression, run 100 laps around the field facing the setting sun." Xiaoli enthusiastically acquiesced, and Guy's grin revealed his gleaming teeth. Just as the passionate master and pupil were about to take their leave, Naruto hastily interjected, "We still have matters to attend to." Sakura chimed in. "Today is the registration for the Chunin exams." Urgently calling out to Guy, she exclaimed, "The registration deadline is fast approaching. Isn't Xiaoli supposed to sign up?" It was then that Guy realized, "I completely forgot. Haha. Xiaoli, your fighting and the use of forbidden techniques will be penalized after the Chunin exam." Xiaoli nodded, and Guy rallied. "Let us shout for youth." The four stood in astonishment, with Sakura sighing, "What fools they are." Naruto inquired about the turtle's involvement. And Guy suddenly brought up Kakashi, exclaiming, "Others refer to us as eternal rivals." Both Sakura and Naruto unanimously accused Guy of fabricating tales. But Xiaoli stepped forward to defend his teacher. With a smile, Guy retorted, "Words alone hold no weight," and then vanished. In an instant, Guy reappeared behind the four, stating, "My record against Kakashi stands at 50 wins to 49 losses, which means I am marginally superior." The four were utterly taken aback, astonished by his swiftness, even surpassing Kakashi's. Xiaoli shouted, "Teacher Guy is incredible." Sasuke felt somewhat diminished, contemplating how each of these individuals seemed increasingly formidable. Guy apologized on Xiaoli's behalf and urged everyone to hurry to the classroom. Xiaoli quietly retrieved his weights, rewrapping the bandages around his hands. After exchanging words, both Guy and the turtle vanished. Xiaoli confided in Sasuke that he was present solely to assess his own abilities, acknowledging that the true strongest Chunin was not himself, but Hinata Neji. Xiaoli aspired to defeat Neji in the exam, along with Sasuke, and proclaimed, "See you at the exam." As he bounded away, Sakura expressed her concerns about Naruto's mockery of the Uchiha clan, while Sasuke's expression darkened. Sakura scolded him, but Naruto noticed Xiaoli's hands, recognizing that he must have undergone rigorous training to attain such strength. Sasuke quickly regained his composure, declaring that the Chunin exam was becoming increasingly intriguing. Sakura and Naruto echoed his enthusiasm, and Sasuke shouted their names as he departed to register. At the entrance of room 301, the trio encountered Jinkan, who expressed his satisfaction. "Ah, you all have come. This means you can officially apply to participate in the Chunin exams." Jijio inquired about the situation, to which Jinkan explained that the exam required participation in groups of 3. Jijio, somewhat irked, retorted, "Why didn't you mention this earlier? Didn't you say we could decide whether to participate or not? If one of us opts out, won't the other two be unable to join as well?" Xianjin chuckled, expressing his unwavering belief that they would indeed arrive, for they were a source of pride for him. "Hurry inside," he urged. The 3 promptly entered. Upon entering the classroom, they were taken aback to find it already filled with attendees, candidates from various regions, each adorned with their unique ninja headbands. Without uttering a word, Bayun made his way towards Hinata upon spotting her, while Yun and Jijio followed closely behind. The most extroverted amongst them, was the first to greet the trio. "Yun, Jijio, Bayun, you've made it," he exclaimed. Yun responded with a smile, "You all are quite early." Yu continued, "Now, we just need Class 7. And all 12 newcomers will be present." Yun surveyed the room and noticed that Class 10 had also arrived. After a brief exchange of greetings, he fell silent again. Shortly thereafter, Class 7 made their entrance, and the 3 were somewhat astonished at the sheer number of participants. Sakura appeared apprehensive, sensing the formidable presence of those around her. In a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Ino rushed towards Sasuke, complaining about his tardiness while clinging to him affectionately. Sakura, visibly irritated, shot back at Ino with a fierce reprimand, calling her a pig-headed fool. Ino retaliated with mockery, labeling Sakura as a wide-headed ugly duckling, and proceeded to make silly faces, sparking a playful quarrel between the two girls. Shikamaru and Choji sauntered over, with Shikamaru grumbling, "You all are participating in this troublesome exam too?" Choji, engrossed in snacks, barely acknowledged him, prompting Naruto to jest. "Aren't you just the trio of dimwits?" Shikamaru, clearly displeased, found Naruto quite annoying. Naruto went on to critique Shikamaru as a lazy complainer lacking motivation, Choji as a perpetually munching glutton, and Ino as a quarrelsome girl infatuated with Sasuke. It was then that Yuhi invited Yun and his group to join him, announcing loudly, "Now we're all 12. Hinata greeted everyone softly, while Naruto remarked on her shyness and peculiar tendency to avoid eye contact with boys. He described Bayun as a determined girl with a delicate physique who adored drawing, and yet as an annoyingly chatty figure who always brought along Akamaru, portraying him as a wannabe leader. He characterized Shino as intimidating and perpetually enigmatic, forever feigning depth. Yuhi sighed, pondering their potential for success. "Sasuke," he called. Sasuke chuckled. "You seem rather at ease." Yuhi confidently retorted, "We have undergone rigorous training and will not be outmatched by you." Choji approached Yuhi, commenting on how delicious Akamaru looked, which prompted Shino to intervene, cautioning him against stepping on the insect beneath his feet. Choji, puzzled, asked, "Do you intend to eat it?" Just as Shino was about to lose his temper, Yukushi Kabuto approached them. "I see you are the 12 fresh graduates from school," he announced, reminding everyone that this was no leisurely outing. Ino inquired about his identity, to which Kabuto introduced himself and urged everyone to look around. All the ninjas were glaring at the 12 with an unfriendly demeanor, creating a palpable atmosphere of hostility. Kabuto proceeded with introductions, revealing that the ninjas carrying tubes behind them belonged to the Hidden Rain village and seemed rather restless. The newcomers quickly developed a favorable impression of Kabuto, appreciating his apparent concern for them. However, Yun, who was privy to the unfolding narrative, recognized Kabuto's dubious nature but chose to remain silent, understanding that his ambitions did not directly threaten his companions. Sakura asked Kabuto if this was his second examination. Kabuto replied, "This is my 7th. This examination is held twice a year, and this marks his 4th participation." Shikamaru was taken aback, while Sakura was overjoyed, and Kabuto acknowledged his familiarity with the exam. Shikamaru inquired why he had not succeeded, prompting an awkward smile from Kabuto, leaving Shikamaru in distress, as the examination appeared quite challenging. Noticing the group's concern, Kabuto decided to share some intelligence, producing over 200 ninja identification cards. He then demonstrated their usage with chakra, revealing the first card detailing the participating nations and their respective numbers: Sunagakure with 30, Amagakure with 21, Huzugakure with 15, Takigakure with 12, Konoha with 75, and Otagakure with 3. To everyone's surprise, particularly Raijin, the fact that Konoha dispatched 75 participants meant that aside from their 12, including Team Guy's 3, there were still 60 lower-ranked ninjas. Kabuto began an educational discourse on the purpose of the Chunin exams, which primarily aimed to foster camaraderie, enhance strength, and, most critically, maintain a balance of power. He elaborated on the significance and advantages of mutual restraint, leaving only Naruto bewildered. Subsequently, Sasuke inquired about information regarding Rock Lee and Gaara, when the infamous Sound Trio appeared to provoke them, putting on a display that culminated in a cloud of smoke. The elite Jonin, Ibiki Marino, made a grand entrance, flanked by numerous Chunin. "You worthless fools, quiet down," Ibiki admonished the Sound Trio, who quickly apologized, claiming ignorance of the rules due to it being their first exam. Ibiki declared the regulations: no fighting was permitted without the examiner's consent, and even with permission, lethal actions were strictly forbidden. Those who defied these orders would be immediately disqualified from the examination. He announced the commencement of the first test, which would be a written examination. Participants approached to submit their application forms, subsequently receiving their test papers and identification tags. As Ibiki's words faded, Naruto exclaimed, dramatically collapsing to the ground in despair over the written test. Meanwhile, on the Chunin side, Tamaharu displayed a troubled expression, although his performance was not as dismal as Naruto's. It was far from exemplary. Sensing his distress, his companion reassured him, "Do not worry. Everything is according to my plan. You will surely pass." Once seating arrangements were finalized, Naruto inwardly lamented, as the seating had been entirely shuffled, making it impossible for him to copy answers. Sakura, noticing Naruto's disorientation, stifled a laugh. Recognizing his struggle with the written exam, Hinata softly greeted Naruto, who was overjoyed to discover that she fortuitously sat to his right. He mused on Hinata's lack of presence, wondering what Raijin found appealing about her. Ibiki began to announce the examination rules. Each participant started with 10 points, with 10 questions, each worth 1 point. The examination followed a penalty scoring system, deducting 1 point for each incorrect answer, leading to a total score of 0 if all were answered incorrectly. The final score would be based on the cumulative total of the group. Sakura promptly stood to voice her concerns, as Team 7 included Naruto, the weakest link. But her objection was swiftly dismissed. Ibiki then proclaimed the third rule: cheating would incur a 2-point deduction for each instance, meaning that some could be expelled from the examination before even submitting their papers. Kanji and Kamizuki shouted, asserting that substandard cheating would not be tolerated, as a ninja must embody the qualities of an excellent shinobi, vowing to keep a vigilant watch over the participants. Sakura speculated that even if Naruto scored a 0, her and Sasuke's perfect scores would average out to 40 points, which should be sufficient for passing. However, Ibiki swiftly dispelled her fantasies, stating that if any member of the team received a 0, the entire group would be deemed unqualified. Naruto soon sensed 2 overwhelming auras of killing intent. The exam lasted for 1 hour, with the final question revealed after 45 minutes. Ibiki officially announced the commencement of the examination. While Sakura fervently prayed that Naruto would not score a 0, Sasuke noticed that Naruto had begun to tremble. Both Sasuke and Sakura were astonished. This was a question that encompassed a vast array of knowledge. Sakura quickly deduced that apart from herself, very few would be capable of solving it. Before long, Naruto was left dumbfounded. Out of 9 questions, he could not answer a single one, all of them exceedingly difficult. Sasuke also wore a bitter smile, unable to solve even one question. On the other side, Ayame was confident in her abilities. Perceiving the unfolding events, she sensed several chakras at the level of a Chunin among her peers, targeting one individual who was fervently writing. She employed the water mirror technique to copy their answers onto her own exam sheet. She then used the same method to relay the answers to Chikyu, who was nearby, awaiting her guidance. Upon seeing the answers next to his sheet, Chikyu promptly began to transcribe them, finishing in no time, prompting Ayame to retract her water mirror technique. Ayame glanced at the anxious Naruto, contemplating whether to offer him a copy of the answers, but reconsidered, fearing that Naruto's exuberant nature would lead to an outburst of joy. Ultimately, she decided against it, reasoning that he would surely pass the exam in the end. Naruto began to contemplate methods of cheating, yet he feared being caught by Ibiki. Sasuke too felt troubled, as there were numerous monitoring instructors present. Soon, someone was caught cheating, and it was noted on paper. Sasuke gradually understood the true purpose of the examination. It was an assessment of their ability to utilize ninjutsu for cheating, essentially testing their information-gathering skills. However, resorting to conventional methods of cheating would undoubtedly lead to penalties, indicating that one must avoid clumsy deceit. Sasuke hoped that Naruto would quickly grasp this intent, but it was evident that Naruto was incapable of doing so. Gaara unleashed his sand, sending it forth to deliver answers. Kiba, rather simply, had Akamaru perched atop his head, surveying the surroundings to transcribe the answers. The Sound Ninja Trio, on the other hand, relied on the rhythm of others' writing to reconstruct the answers through deceit. Shino summoned insects to flit about, relaying the sights they encountered back to him. Tenten hung her tools from the ceiling, utilizing reflective panels to cheat and even passing the information to Lee. While everyone was diligently writing, Naruto found himself ensnared in despair and frustration. Neji and Hinata had the simplest approach. They merely employed their Byakugan to scan the area. Noticing that Naruto was struggling, Hinata discreetly signaled that he could copy from her. Naruto, initially suspicious that Kiba had deliberately instigated Hinata to ensnare him in cheating, ultimately dismissed the thought, recognizing that Hinata was not that kind of person. He inquired, "Hinata, why would you let me copy your answers?" Shyly, Hinata replied, "Because you have a good relationship with Ayame, and you have helped me in the past." Naruto felt reassured and relieved, appreciating that Hinata was indeed kind-hearted. He considered himself fortunate, as it was serendipitous that Hinata sat beside him. As Naruto was about to examine Hinata's test paper, a kunai whizzed past him, grazing his cheek and striking the test paper of a nearby candidate, nearly causing Naruto to faint from fright. The proctor, Steel Iron, announced that the Konoha candidate had committed 5 acts of cheating and thus lost his qualification, along with 2 of his companions who were promptly expelled. Subsequently, 3 more candidates who attempted to cheat were also thrown out. One disgruntled candidate stood up to challenge the proctor, demanding evidence, to which the bandaged head proctor, Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, retorted, "My strength is proof enough." He swiftly incapacitated the defiant candidate and dragged him away. Hinata urged Naruto to hurry and copy her answers, but just as he was about to act, he suddenly heard the sound of Shingitsu Izumi diligently recording notes nearby. Alarmed, Naruto boasted that a ninja of his caliber would never resort to cheating. However, Hinata noticed that Naruto had not written a single answer and grew worried. Concerned that his cheating might implicate the kind-hearted Hinata, Naruto resolved to refrain from dishonest practices, which relieved Hinata, who believed he had a genuine plan. Turning away, Naruto was overcome with tears, lamenting his foolishness for trying to appear strong. Sakura began to answer the questions in earnest, while Sasuke activated his Sharingan to mimic the actions of others. Ino quickly noticed that Sakura had completed her answers and employed the body switch technique to inhabit Sakura's form, meticulously jotting down the answers. She then returned and used the same method to assist Choji and Shikamaru in completing their responses. As the examination progressed, candidates continued to be expelled, some resisted, while others pleaded, but to no avail, resulting in 13 groups losing their qualifications. Gaara's actions left Ibiki astounded, for this ninja was truly formidable, capable of manifesting a third eye. Among all present, the most shameless was Kankuro, who audaciously requested to use the restroom. During his absence, Kankuro unleashed his puppet, a crow, which transformed into an examiner and naturally gleaned the answers. Naruto decided to stake his fate on the final, 10th question. As the 45 minutes swiftly elapsed, Ibiki observed that groups lacking strength had already been eliminated and began to announce the 10th question. Speculation arose regarding its difficulty, and Temari grew anxious, noting that Kankuro had yet to return. Fortunately, Kankuro made it back just in time, prompting Ibiki to smirk and proclaim, "Consider yourself lucky. Your puppet show was not in vain." Kankuro then realized he had been seen through all along. As he walked back to his seat, he passed by Temari and discreetly dropped a small object. Once Kankuro was settled, Ibiki announced the most despairing rule of the examination. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Genma conversed together, enjoying the absence of subordinates. Asuma remarked that they would soon be busy, to which Kakashi inquired why. Asuma began to discuss the first round's proctor, Marino Ibiki. "The first round is perilous. How could it involve that sadist?" Kurenai, who had only recently become a Nin and was unfamiliar with Ibiki, asked what kind of person he was. Kakashi described him as a professional, with Asuma adding that he specialized in interrogation and torture. Ibiki was a master of psychology and the head of Konoha's Umbu interrogation unit, adept at understanding the human psyche and skilled in applying psychological pressure to force compliance, even to the point of breaking one's spirit. Ibiki announced the commencement of the examination, first asking everyone to decide whether to accept the final 10th question. In a state of fury, Temari questioned the potential consequences of refusal. Ibiki coldly responded that non-acceptance would result in a score of 0, rendering the entire group unqualified. A chorus of protests erupted, leading to the inevitable decision to comply. However, Ibiki introduced an additional rule. Those who accepted the exam but failed to answer correctly would forever forfeit their eligibility for the Chunin exams. Kiba shouted in disbelief, incredulous at such a despicable regulation. Among those present were several lower-ranked ninjas who had participated in the exams multiple times. Chizuru, concerned that Chizuru might abstain from the exam out of ignorance, signaled him to remain silent. Ibiki laughed heartily, declaring their misfortune. He was the architect of this year's rules. He stated that he had offered them a choice. Those unwilling could withdraw and retake the exam next year. It became evident to all that this was a dilemma with no favorable outcome. Ibiki announced that those unwilling to attempt the 10th question could raise their hands and leave, with the proctor noting their examination numbers. Naruto soon found himself in torment, while Sakura brimmed with confidence, her only concern being Naruto's fate. An older Konoha ninja, unable to bear the immense pressure, raised his hand and withdrew from the exam, followed swiftly by 3 others. One by one, participants began to surrender, hoping to save their chances for the next opportunity. Yet, Naruto remained resolute. After much contemplation, Sakura contemplated helping him withdraw, only for Naruto to slam his hand on the table, declaring his refusal to give up. His declaration resonated. Even if he remained a lower-ranked ninja for life, he was determined to become Hokage. With unwavering spirit, he proclaimed, "There's nothing extraordinary about it. I fear you not. The atmosphere electrified as others were inspired by Naruto's fervor. Sasuke chuckled, noting that Naruto had clearly disregarded his comrade's feelings, acting purely on impulse. Sakura joined in laughter, calling him a big fool, clouded by his thoughts. Ibiki intensified his questioning, but Naruto shouted defiantly, "There shall be no turning back. This is my ninja way." Invigorated by Naruto's resolve, the unease among the remaining participants dissipated. Ibiki, somewhat exasperated, noted that 81 candidates still remained, having eliminated approximately half. He then solemnly announced that everyone present had passed the first exam, qualifying them. The crowd stood in stunned silence, with Sakura urgently inquiring about the 10th question. Ibiki laughed heartily, revealing that the earlier dilemma was, in fact, the 10th question. Temari, infuriated, questioned the purpose of the preceding 9 questions, deeming them utterly meaningless. Ibiki explained that those 9 questions had fulfilled their objective, to assess each individual's information-gathering abilities. Indeed, those questions were beyond the capabilities of lower-ranked ninjas, who could only resort to cheating for points. To facilitate this, 2 Chunin were seated among them to assist with answers, testing the participants' ability to copy. It dawned on Naruto that he had been the fool, sitting there naively. In a bid to prove his intelligence, he declared, "I had noticed it long ago, right, Hinata?" To which Hinata could only agree. Ibiki removed his forehead protector, revealing a bald head marked with scars from past interrogations, leaving everyone in shock. Even those who had seen it in the animation were momentarily taken aback by the reality before them. Ibiki elucidated that those with insufficient cheating abilities would simply be eliminated. For ninjas, intelligence is of paramount importance, often necessitating the sacrifice of life to obtain crucial information. The consequences of acquiring erroneous intelligence could be even more devastating. Those who fail at cheating demonstrate their inability to gather intelligence and are thus discarded. When Temari inquired about the purpose of the final question, Ibiki revealed that the 10th question was the crux of the examination, primarily assessing whether individuals had the courage to accept perilous tasks. Those who place their hopes on an uncertain future and are unwilling to wager their lives cannot seize opportunities. Such individuals are unfit to become Chunin, as they bear the vital responsibility of leading their teams. Ibiki adjusted his forehead protector and offered a few encouraging words before announcing the conclusion of the first phase of the Chunin exams, urging everyone to continue their efforts. Naruto immediately sprang to life, shouting exuberantly and drawing the attention of all present. Suddenly, a window shattered, and a whirlwind swept through as a figure burst in, launching for Shuiken and obscuring Ibiki behind a black curtain. Infuriated, Ibiki muttered about the audacity of the intruder. The second phase's examiner, the stunningly beautiful Mitarashi Anko, made a dazzling entrance, delivering a lengthy self-introduction, insisting that this was not the time for celebration and instructing everyone to follow her. Ibiki, feeling overlooked, retorted that no one was paying attention to him. Anko smiled and queried, "Really?" as she turned toward the direction of the cloud. Upon seeing this, the ninja from the cloud couldn't help but lament, yet he rose and exclaimed, "Sister Anko, you look so cool." Anko beamed with satisfaction and turned back to Ibiki, leaving him speechless. Anko discovered that there were still 81 participants remaining and chastised Ibiki for being lenient. He could only respond that there were many excellent ninjas. With a smirk, Anko declared that during the second phase of the exam, half of the remaining participants would be eliminated. After a few more remarks, she informed everyone that the second phase would take place the following day, adding a few intimidating words before dismissing the group. As everyone departed, Ibiki collected the exam papers one by one, discovering that Naruto had not answered a single question yet had passed by submitting a blank sheet. Ibiki chuckled, finding Naruto's antics amusing. After hearing Anko's comments, the group departed, and the ninja from the cloud, intending to return with the others, was called by Anko. After hearing her, he told his companion, "You all go ahead. You can ask Master Jinkan about the exam location. There's no need to inform me again. I will ask my sister at home." They nodded and left. The ninja turned to Anko, inquiring, "Sister Anko, what is it? You performed admirably today. I shall treat you to dango. Please wait while I submit my mission report," Anko replied. The ninja nodded and stepped outside to wait for her. Before long, Anko emerged, and after purchasing dango together, they headed to the ninja's home. Upon arriving, they encountered Hinata, Kiba, and Shino returning home, exchanged brief pleasantries, and then parted ways. Later, after the trio had dinner, the ninja inquired about the exam location. Not long after finishing their meal, they retired for the night. The following day, everyone convened at the 44th training ground, the Forest of Death, where a sign prohibiting entry was prominently displayed. Anko, accompanied by several Chunin, awaited their arrival, declaring that this would be the site of the second phase of the exam. As they spoke, a moving longstone approached, causing Naruto to wipe the sweat from his brow. What a fool! How could a rock suddenly appear on the grass? Unable to endure any longer, Naruto demanded that Konohamaru reveal himself. Konohamaru, undeterred, exclaimed, as expected of the man I admire, "You discovered me once again." After the explosion subsided, the Konohamaru corps emerged, 3 of them coughing incessantly, continuing to complain about the excessive use of gunpowder. After some playful antics, Naruto reluctantly informed them that he was preparing to participate in the Chunin exams and had no time to play. Konohamaru clarified that they were not there for amusement. Moegi explained that they had come to conduct interviews for a special report on the Chunin exams for their school publication. Red Bean, feeling irked, began to question them. Naruto had no choice but to reveal that they were there for interviews about the academic yearbook. Red Bean suddenly remembered that the Hokage had mentioned this matter. She promptly announced a 10-minute break, urging the interviewees to cooperate. Naturally, Naruto was the first to be interviewed. He recounted his usual dreams and aspirations, emphasizing that he was the only one who performed exceptionally well in Team 7. Following this, Sakura was interviewed, briefly outlining the situation. Once the interviews concluded, Konohamaru and his companions took their leave. Everyone sensed something amiss in the Forest of Death. Red Bean laughed heartily. "You will soon understand why it is called the Forest of Death." Unfazed, Naruto provocatively made lewd gestures toward Red Bean. Yun, noticing this, quickly interjected, "Naruto, what are you doing? Apologize to the teacher." Yet, Naruto remained unmoved. Red Bean remarked, "You certainly have spirit." In the midst of their conversation, a kunai shot out from Red Bean, catching Naruto off guard. Yun, noticing that the kunai's trajectory was not aimed directly at Naruto, chose not to intervene. The kunai grazed Naruto's cheek, leaving a small wound. Before Naruto could respond, Red Bean appeared behind him, grasping his face and licking it, declaring, "I adore blood." A grass ninja approached, extending his tongue to return the kunai that had just flown away. Red Bean thanked him, warning, "If you wish to remain alive, do not stand behind me radiating killing intent." The grass ninja admitted he had become excited unintentionally, as Red Bean had cut his hair. Everyone was astonished. The examiner was perilous, and this grass ninja was no ordinary opponent. Yun's eyes gleamed with intrigue, as expected of Orochimaru. Under his perception, an overwhelmingly powerful chakra emanated alongside a sense of danger never before felt, all without Orochimaru having to take deliberate action. This realization prompted Yun, who initially intended to observe the unfolding drama, to abandon the idea immediately. Naruto laughed heartily, sticking out his tongue in provocation, though Orochimaru is ruthless. He values his identity too much to bother with his lowly pawns. Red Bean chuckled. "This time, there are quite a few hot-blooded individuals present. It truly excites me." Subsequently, Red Bean produced the consent form for the deadly challenge and requested everyone to sign it. The second exam would test their survival limits. Taking place in the 44th training ground, surrounded by 44 locked gates, featuring forests, rivers, and a central tower situated approximately 10 kilometers from the main gate. The content would revolve around a ruthless scroll contest, involving the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. Among the remaining 27 groups, 26 were divided equally, each possessing the Scroll of Heaven or the Scroll of Earth, while one additional group would randomly select either scroll. The prerequisite for qualification was that each team must simultaneously arrive at the central tower with both scrolls in hand, and the second examination would last for 5 days. Dingji immediately inquired about their dining arrangements, to which Hondo replied that the forest teemed with wild creatures, thus they would manage on their own. Shikamaru cautioned everyone about the lurking man-eating beasts and poisonous flora within the woods. Unprepared, Chikyu gazed at the clouds, noticing that Yun wore a reassuring expression, which in turn eased his own worries. To Chikyu, it seemed that Yun and Hondo shared a strong bond and had likely anticipated the situation, thus being prepared. However, this assumption unjustly implicated Hondo. While Yun was indeed ready, Hondo had revealed nothing, as Yun's preparedness stemmed solely from his foresight based on the narrative. Yet, given Chikyu's belief, Yun chose not to clarify, for it was a complex matter to explain. Dingji was the most disheartened, and Ino remarked, "You fool, otherwise, why would it be called survival training?" Niji pointed out the improbability of 13 teams succeeding. Lee added that their daily travel distance would be considerable, leaving less time for rest. Sasuke noted that they were surrounded by enemies, making it impossible to sleep peacefully. Hondo mocked, asserting that surely someone would succumb along the way. Immediately, Shikamaru inquired if they could abandon the mission midway. Hondo coldly replied, "No, you must remain within for the duration of 5 days." Hondo reiterated the conditions for failure. First, any team failing to reach the central tower with both scrolls within 5 days. Second, any team with a member deceased or incapacitated. Furthermore, the scroll's contents were not to be opened for viewing. When Naruto asked what would happen if they did, Hondo chuckled, encouraging him to try. She explained that this was a test of the Chunin's trustworthiness in handling confidential documents. After her explanation, Hondo instructed everyone to take their death consent forms to several Chunin in exchange for the scrolls, and then to enter the forest simultaneously. Before parting, Hondo offered a final piece of advice: do not die. When collecting the scrolls, everyone realized that no one knew what scrolls the other teams had received, as they were drawn at random. This meant they would need to devise ways to gather intelligence, as all teams aside from their own were adversaries. Those who had arrived were resolute, and it was clear that this would culminate in a brutal conflict. Hondo found it amusing that they had grasped the significance of the consent forms. Sakura and Ino collided, prompting Ino to immediately ridicule Sakura's wide forehead, calling her an ugly creature, along with a slew of unflattering remarks. Sakura, undeterred, retaliated with insults, calling Ino a pig and boasting about her plans to spend 5 days alone with Sasuke. Sparks flew between the two, escalating their verbal duel before they parted in indignation. Dingji and Shikamaru could only stare in astonishment, with Dingji questioning why the two had such a poor relationship, to which Shikamaru replied, "How could I possibly know about such troublesome matters?" At last, the moment to collect the scrolls arrived, stirring excitement among the group. Hondo mused on how many teams would survive. Yun and his companions received the Scroll of Heaven. Once everyone had collected their scrolls, Hondo directed them to split into teams and gather at the various gates, informing them that the examination would officially commence in 30 minutes. The 8th team arrived at the 16th entrance, and Kiba shouted, "Survival training is our forte, Hinata. Do not hold us back." Hinata agreed, while Shino remained silent. Team 10 arrived at entrance 27, where Shikamaru suggested that they should keep an eye on Naruto. It would be quite easy to snatch the scroll from that oblivious fool. Choji was counting how much food they had left, and Ino, exasperated, remarked, "You two are driving me crazy. Naruto's team includes Sasuke. Do we stand a chance?" Choji, stop looking for food. Meanwhile, Team Cloud reached entrance 11. Cloud instructed Yagura and Chikyu not to concern themselves with anything else, but to head straight for the central tower, where someone would deliver the Book of Earth to them. The duo acknowledged his command. Team 7 arrived at entrance 12, where Naruto was brimming with enthusiasm, and Sakura matched his spirit, vowing not to lose to Ino. Sasuke wore a subtle, cold smirk. The Sound Ninja Trio appeared at entrance 20, finally ready to showcase their skills. Kabuto led 2 masked individuals to entrance 38. Gaara's team reached entrance 6, and as Kankuro contemplated spending 5 days with Gaara, he felt a shiver run down his spine, while Temari grimaced, finding her younger brother rather unappealing. Gaara, however, was exhilarated, eager to slaughter the lowly trash at his leisure. The enigmatic Grass Ninja Trio arrived at entrance 15, equally eager to unleash their fury. One, with a long tongue, was named Evil, another Sin, and the last resembled a zombie. Lee's team reached entrance 41, where flames ignited in Lee's eyes, and Niji and Tenten smiled in response. As the time arrived, Hanabi announced the commencement of the second exam, and the gates at each entrance swung open. Many participants rushed in recklessly. Once inside the Forest of Death, Team Cloud headed straight for the central tower, while on the other side, Kiba urged Hinata to search for enemies. Hinata nodded and activated her Byakugan. In a different group, Lee dashed forward with uncontainable excitement, while Niji cautioned him not to rush. However, Lee was too exhilarated to heed the warning. The Sound Ninja had a clear target, Sasuke's team. Ino Shikacho took a moment to hide, and Shikamaru signaled that it was time to move. Ino noticed Choji sitting on the ground and refusing to budge. "I'm hungry. I need a break," he declared. Ino was nearly driven mad, and Shikamaru felt a headache coming on. "We've only been in here for 5 minutes." Choji insisted on filling his stomach first. Ino, frustrated, exclaimed that they would have been better off bringing shurikens instead of so much food. Shikamaru sensed danger and urged everyone to conceal themselves, pulling Choji into the bushes. Shortly after, 3 ninjas appeared at their previous location. Shikamaru silently lamented as he noticed a few fallen leaves on the ground from their earlier passage. Fortunately, the 3 ninjas did not detect them. After a brief observation, they departed. Shikamaru and Ino sighed in relief, while Choji remained oblivious. Soon, 3 rain ninjas set their sights on Hinata's group, but the reconnaissance team quickly detected them. Kiba grinned. Looks like we have company. The 3 rain ninjas, brimming with confidence, believed dealing with a few newcomers would be effortless. However, a swarm of large insects suddenly fell from the trees, sending them into a panic. These were the Leaf Village's blood-sucking insects, which would claim a life within 5 minutes of contact. This was a trap deliberately set by the reconnaissance team, and the 3 rain ninjas fell victim to it. Kiba used a net to hoist the incapacitated trio into the trees. Outside, Hanabi heard their screams and smiled. Has it started already? The clouds had not drifted far, yet faintly, the chilling cries from afar reached their ears. However, the trio was no longer the inexperienced novices who would retch at the sight of blood. Without hesitation, they sprinted towards the Tower of Death. Sasuke and his companions also heard the screams and the flurry of startled birds. Sakura felt a twinge of anxiety, while Naruto boasted that it was nothing of great concern. Moments later, Naruto dashed to a tree to relieve himself, infuriating Sakura, who delivered a solid punch, sending him sprawling into the bushes. Upon his return, Sakura continued to chastise him for his indecorous behavior in front of the girls. Suddenly, Sasuke delivered a swift kick that sent Naruto flying. Confused, Sakura watched as Sasuke launched an attack. Naruto dodged left and right, but was ultimately knocked to the ground by Sasuke. Rising, he inquired what was happening, to which Sasuke retorted with a cold smirk, drawing a kunai and charging forth. Naruto also brandished his kunai in retaliation. Sakura attempted to intervene, urging Sasuke to reconsider. Sasuke insisted she observe closely and demanded, quickly, "Where have you taken Naruto?" Naruto denied it, but Sasuke scoffed, pointing out the injury on Naruto's face. The real Naruto was taken aback, and only then did Sakura realize something was amiss. Sasuke highlighted the inconsistencies. First, the scratch made by Anko on Naruto's face was absent. Second, Naruto was not left-handed, yet this imposter clearly defended himself with his left hand. Sasuke mocked the transformation technique, claiming it was inferior even to Naruto's. The masked rain ninja, now exposed, reverted to his true form, an explosion of frizzy hair, an eye patch, and an oxygen mask clad in a rubber swimsuit. Sasuke, resolute, refused to surrender the scroll, inciting the rain ninja's fury, compelling Sakura to draw her kunai in preparation for combat. As they rushed onward, Yin sensed the conflict involving Naruto and his group, realizing Orochimaru was imminent. This prompted them to quicken their pace. After an hour of luck, neither friend nor foe had crossed their path. Impatience grew, just as they contemplated taking the initiative. Yun's heightened perception detected approaching ninjas. He exchanged a knowing glance with Haken, who promptly halted to retrieve his sketchpad. In mere seconds, he captured the surrounding scenery on canvas. Yun and Chiku remained still, awaiting the arrival of the opposing team. Approximately 2 minutes later, the rival team, a squad of rain ninja, confronted them with assertive declarations. "You must be the rookie team from Konoha. How fortunate you are. Hand over the scroll, and we might show mercy and spare your lives." However, anyone witnessing the situation would find the scene not imposing, but rather absurd. In the eyes of Yun and his companions, the enemy trio was engaged in conversation with a large tree. Swiftly, Yun and Chiku approached, incapacitating the 3 assailants and discovering the coveted Earth Scroll on their persons, eliciting a wave of elation. Yun surveyed the unconscious trio and remarked, "Considering your earlier plea for mercy and your fortuitous delivery of the Earth Scroll, I shall spare your lives. Let fate decide your outcome." With that, he departed alongside Haken, although they chose not to kill them. The trio understood that lying unconscious in the forest of death awaited only demise. Yet, having embarked on the path of a ninja, they had long since resolved to embrace their fate, harboring no remorse in their hearts. The trio made no delays as they hastened towards the central tower. During their journey, Yun sensed the chakra of Hinata and her companions, and, after exchanging a word with Bayan, they dashed towards Hinata's direction. Upon reaching Hinata's group, Shino gestured for Hinata and Kiba to halt. The two looked at Shino with curiosity as he adjusted his glasses and remarked, "My insects inform me that a squad is approaching us, Hinata, at 3 o'clock. Understanding the message, Hinata perched on a tree, employing her Byakugan for observation. Upon scrutinizing the surroundings, her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "It's Yun and Bayan's team." Kiba responded, "It's them. Let us wait for them." Shino nodded in agreement. Yun sensed that the trio had stopped, confirming that they were aware of their approaching companions. He and Bayun, along with Chikyu, quickened their pace, and in less than a minute, they arrived. Upon seeing Yun's team, Kiba inquired, "Yun, how did it go?" "We have gathered the Book of Heaven and Earth. You must be at a disadvantage this time." Before Yun could respond, Chikyu interjected, "Do not underestimate us. We have also prepared ourselves." Kiba merely smirked in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Bayun engaged in conversation with Hinata. Yun then suggested to Shino, "Since both our teams have collected the scrolls, why not proceed to the tower together? It would provide mutual support, as we cannot predict what unforeseen events may arise." Shino nodded in agreement, and the group continued their journey. As they moved forward, Kiba noticed that Akamaru was acting strangely and ordered a halt. The six paused on a tree branch, and Kiba asked Hinata to use her Byakugan to survey the area ahead for a kilometer. Hinata spotted Gaara and his companions, engaged in battle. Shino leaned over the branch, listening intently, and discerned the presence of 6 individuals ahead. Yun also sensed the situation and confirmed that it was indeed Gaara's team, accompanied by 3 others whose identities were unknown. Kiba proposed, "Shall we wait for them to weaken each other and then seize their scrolls?" Chikyu echoed this sentiment. Hinata and Bayun were startled, while Shino immediately opposed the idea, as they already possessed 1 pair of the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Kiba countered, "We could acquire more. This would hinder other teams from qualifying." Yun also voiced his dissent, deeming it too perilous, given that they were dealing with Gaara. Kiba insisted that if the situation turned unfavorable, they could retreat, and then he advanced ahead. Shino, exasperated, muttered, "What an insufferable fellow." The others shared his discontent, but reluctantly followed. However, after progressing a bit further, Akamaru trembled, unwilling to proceed. The group halted, puzzled by Kiba's reaction. Akamaru had never exhibited such behavior before. He burrowed into Kiba's embrace, revealing his fear. Kiba realized that Akamaru could discern the strength of an opponent's chakra, and it was the first time he had witnessed Akamaru so frightened, indicating that their enemies must be formidable. The reconnaissance team stealthily advanced and observed the Sand siblings confronting the Rain Ninja trio. Based on Akamaru's reaction, Kiba deduced that both sides were powerful adversaries. Hinata also sensed the formidable nature of the enemy, and Bayun grasped Hinata's hand, providing her with a modicum of comfort. Yun speculated that Akamaru's fear might stem from Shikaku, the tailed beast within Gaara, but was unable to distinguish between the two, leading him to convey a sense of fear regarding Gaara himself to Kiba. In the direction of Gaara's trio, the 3 Rain Ninjas mocked the Sand children for overestimating their abilities. Gaara responded with a cold sneer, "Hurry up and begin. Spare me your pointless chatter." Kankura thought Gaara was being reckless. They didn't even know what scroll the opponents held. If the scrolls were the same, there would be no need to fight. Under normal circumstances, they should gather intelligence first. But Gaara simply replied, "It makes no difference. I will slaughter everyone I see." The 3 Rain shinobi were named Shigure, SH Getsu, and M Getsu. The leader, Shigure, wore a straw hat and carried several umbrellas on his back, with only one visible eye. Enraged by Gaara's words, he snapped, "You insolent little brat. Today, you'll witness the might of the Rain Village." With that, he flung one of his umbrellas into the air and shouted, "Sueton, rain needles of 1,000 strikes." Countless umbrellas unleashed a relentless barrage of silver needles, attacking Gaara from every conceivable angle without leaving a single blind spot. Without even glancing at the assault, Gaara remained enveloped in swirling sands, raising a cloud of dust. Shigure, believing Gaara had been obliterated, mocked him mercilessly, boasting that these needles could pierce even steel plates. Yet as the dust settled, it became clear that Gaara stood unharmed. Shielded by an impenetrable barrier of sand, not a single needle had found its mark. Seeing his adversary's futile efforts, Gaara declared with chilling resolve, "Since you've exhausted your pitiful tricks, allow me to rain down a storm of blood upon you." It was discovered that the most formidable individual was Gaara, for he possessed a potent aura of blood. Kankuro remarked that this was Gaara's ultimate defense, executed by the sand within his gourd, a technique unique to him, and it activated automatically. Thus, before Gaara, all assaults proved futile. Temari found it amusing. While the hidden rain utilized water techniques, Gaara's sand jutsu, derived from earth and wind, effectively countered water techniques with absolute dominance. Shigure, undeterred, charged forward with fierce determination, prompting Gaara to form the necessary hand seals, sand jutsu, sand binding coffin. Countless grains of sand rose from the ground, enveloping the rain-hidden armor. Gaara picked up the umbrella that had fallen to the ground, opened it, and with a flourish of his right hand, the rain swirled with the sand, ascending into the sky, a funeral procession of the sandstorm. The unfortunate Shiyu was instantly obliterated, with a deluge of crimson rain cascading down. Yet, Gaara remained beneath the umbrella, exhilarated as he reveled in the beauty of the rain. With great enthusiasm, Gaara spoke at length, his words a disjointed torrent, yet undeniably chilling. The sudden storm left Mayu, a rotund figure burdened with 2 umbrellas, in a state of terror, prompting him to hastily declare his surrender. Zhao, a gaunt individual with something smeared across his eyes, placed a scroll upon the ground, desperately seeking to preserve his life. Gaara discarded the umbrella, launching an assault that ensnared both Zhao and Mayu in a whirlwind of sand, their agonized cries echoing as they were swiftly vanquished. Ya, taken aback, exclaimed in alarm. This is too perilous. We must flee. Yun Xiang felt a sudden urge to flee, acknowledging his impulsiveness. However, he refrained from provoking a confrontation with Gaara, realizing that such an action would yield no benefit. Instead, he resolved to depart alongside the 5 others, as the group aimed for a swift retreat. Kanjiro approached with delight, fortuitously holding the Book of Heaven, and beckoned Gaara to proceed to the central tower. Yet, Gaara, dissatisfied, expressed his desire for further destruction. As Yao silently lamented his predicament upon being discovered, Kanjiro deemed the situation unnecessary, while Gaara dismissed his concerns with disdain. Kanjiro urged him, asserting that possessing 1 pair of the books of heaven and earth sufficed. Gaara, with a cold sneer, retorted, "You worthless wretch, do not presume to command me." Kanjiro could no longer contain himself. "Can't you occasionally heed your brother's words?" Gaara, with disdain, replied, "I never considered you as my brothers. If you intend to obstruct me, I shall not hesitate to eliminate both of you." Tamaki, with a troubled expression, implored, "Sister, I beg you, please reconsider." Gaara glared fiercely at Kankuro, extending his hand towards him. Kankuro, drenched in sweat, squeezed his eyes shut. Temari shouted in alarm, prompting Gaara to redirect his hand towards the group of Cloud Ninja. Upon seeing Yuhi, Gaara's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "I remember you. Your name is Yuhi, isn't it? My san whispers to me that you are a formidable opponent. Taking your life would undoubtedly affirm my existence." Yun frowned slightly. This was not in line with his original intentions. Engaging Gaara now would force him to reveal too many of his hidden cards prematurely. Yet, given the circumstances, a confrontation seemed unavoidable. "Are you certain you wish to fight me now?" he asked, testing the waters. To his surprise, Gaara's response caught him off guard. "No. I've already spilled blood today. Killing you now would diminish the value of your death. I'll claim your life another time." Beside them, Temari and Kankuro sighed in relief, assuming Gaara had simply had his fill of slaughter for the day. But Yun suspected the truth. Gaara had halted for their sake. Had the battle erupted, Kankuro and Temari would have stood no chance against the 5 members of Team 8. Despite Gaara's constant threats, deep down, he still harbored some semblance of care for his siblings. With that, Gaara turned and led the 2 toward the central tower. Yun glanced back at Hinata and the others, who visibly relaxed. Kiba exhaled sharply. "That was too close. I really thought we were done for." Shikamaru murmured in agreement, though without the same intensity. He had faith in Yun's abilities, believing he could at least hold his own against Gaara long enough for them to deal with the other 2 sand shinobi. Hinata spoke softly. "We really owe you our thanks, Yun." Yun waved it off. "Don't mention it. Let's head to the central tower." Just as he finished speaking, a low voice sounded beside him. Startled, Yun spun around to find Shino standing there. "Shino, when did you get behind me?" Adjusting his glasses, Shino replied, "I've been here the entire time. Did you truly not notice me?" Flustered, Yun scratched his head. "Of course I did. Your presence isn't that faint. Anyway, let's get moving." With unanimous agreement, the 5 of them sprinted toward the central tower. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Gaara and his team entered calmly. The observing Jonin behind the monitors were stunned. The Sand Trio had completed the exam in a mere 4 hours, meaning they had wasted no time hunting for scrolls. Kurenai narrowed her eyes at Gaara. That Sand Shinobi with the gourd, not a single scratch on him. Just as the others leaned in for a closer look, Gaara shattered the surveillance device with eerie precision. The Jonin could only marvel at his keen awareness. After all, the monitors had been well concealed. At the moment when everyone was praising Gaara, the Chunin in charge of monitoring announced, 2 more teams have passed the exam. The crowd turned to look, and what met their eyes were none other than Team 11 with Yun and Team 8, led by Hinata. Among them, those who recognized them exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually these rookies." This year's newcomers seemed quite promising. Kurenai spotted Yun and the others. Though she said nothing, the expression on her face clearly revealed her delight. After all, one of the teams was her own, while the other consisted of her student and, even more personally, her own younger brother. How could she not feel proud? Upon entering the central tower, Yin and the other 5 split into 2 separate rooms. Once inside, Tamahiza pointed at the wall where the third Hokage's handwritten message was displayed. Yakumo slowly read it aloud to the other 2, a convoluted classical passage about the heaven and earth scrolls in the path of enlightenment. Yun surmised that they were now meant to open the scrolls, so Tamahiza and Yakumo proceeded to do so. To their astonishment, inside were 2 characters forming the word human. Instantly, Yun understood. It was the possession technique. The 2, Yakumo and Yun, suddenly came to a realization. They swiftly discarded the scroll, which fell to the ground, revealing Irika. Yun expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Irika-sensei, what brings you here?" According to Yun's recollection, Irika should have appeared in the scroll belonging to Team 7, thus, his presence in their own scroll seemed illogical. If there are no scheduling conflicts, I would be responsible for the newly graduated students this year. I didn't expect you to advance so quickly. It appears your abilities have indeed improved significantly during this time, which puts my mind at ease. Yakumo pointed to the handwritten wallpaper of the third Hokage and inquired, "Irika-sensei, why is the third's handwriting displayed here? There must be some underlying intention, but Yakumo, you need not concern yourself with these matters, as they hold little significance." Just after Yakumo spoke, Chiku interrupted. Irika, however, asserted that explaining this content was part of his duty. It turned out that this was the personal insight of the third Hokage regarding the Chunin exams. The heavens represent the mind of an individual. For instance, Chiku tends to be impulsive and must learn to comprehend matters more thoroughly. The earth symbolizes the physical prowess of a person. Yakumo, for example, lacks in taijutsu and ought to engage in more rigorous training. Those who embody both heaven and earth can complete any task safely, no matter how perilous, as exemplified by Yang, who is multifaceted. The blank space is meant to be filled with the characters for Chunin. This 5-day survival training is designed to assess whether candidates possess the fundamental abilities required of a Chunin. Irika remarked with a smile that, since you all passed the exam in a remarkably short time, he could not ascertain this aspect. A Chunin holds the rank of a team leader and must possess considerable guiding capabilities. In this regard, Yang excels remarkably. Irika concluded that a Chunin must possess both a calm mind and excellent combat skills. The 3 of them, Yang, Chiku, and Yakumo, saluted solemnly, indicating their understanding. In the ensuing days, the trio trained diligently within the central tower, with provisions delivered to them regularly. Aware that a 3rd exam loomed ahead, they felt no tedium, focusing solely on their training to ensure they remained in peak condition. Thus, 4 days swiftly passed, leading to the final day of the 2nd exam. At this moment, outside the Death Tower in the woods, Naruto charged forward, unleashing a fierce barrage of taijutsu attacks, toppling 3 adversaries to the ground. The trio, Fire, and Kagura, exhibited woeful taijutsu skills, rendered immobile and disheveled. Do stood up, finally rescued, and Naruto. Sakura also exclaimed, "Well done, Naruto." Exhausted, Naruto sat down to rest. From the 3 fallen rain shinobi, he discovered the Book of Heaven. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Do shared their joy. Sasuke, however, sensed something amiss with Do as the 4 of them made their way to the central tower. Do's 2 companions arrived, complaining about Do's slowness. Naruto approached Do loudly expressing gratitude, stating that without Do's assistance, they might have been eliminated. Do credited Naruto's strength as the reason for their success. After mutual encouragement, they parted ways, entering different doors. Meanwhile, Do began reporting the entire process to Orochimaru, handing over the ninja identification card documenting Sasuke's battle. When Orochimaru inquired about Do's perspective, Do humbly stated that he was merely a spy, leaving the decisions to Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled, praising Do's cleverness before vanishing. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, Do had omitted Naruto's performance from the records. At that moment, the Cloud Ninja, who had been meditating to refine his chakra, opened his eyes as Naruto's group arrived. It appeared they were about to commence in earnest. Rising, he addressed Yakumo and Chiku, "Let us proceed. The time has come." The 2 nodded in agreement and exited the room with Yakumo. The 3rd Hokage encountered the still-pained Anko, assisting her in alleviating her suffering. Shinazuki and Kanetsu were also present, discussing Orochimaru's intentions, puzzled by his motives. Anko recalled Orochimaru's words, and the 3rd Hokage surmised it concerned Sasuke. The Chunin exam supervisor reported via screen that they had confirmed the participants who passed the 2nd exam, announcing its conclusion and suggesting the commencement of the 3rd exam. The 3rd Hokage decided to continue the exams while remaining vigilant of Orochimaru's movements. Thus, The third Hokage, accompanied by the elite Jonin, appeared in the tower's hall. Among the Jonin present were Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, Asuma, Yamato, Maki from Sunigakure, and a sound ninja who might be Orochimaru in disguise, along with two unfamiliar leaf Jonin, one of whom was Aoba. The Chunin Irika, alongside another Chunin marked with a symbol and an ordinary-looking Chunin, were also present. Anko declared the second exam concluded. Surprisingly, out of 81 participants, 24 had passed, although Anko had hoped to reduce the numbers to a mere handful. The 8 successful teams comprised 12 new Leaf Shinobi. 3 from Guy's team, Gaara's team from Sunigakure, Toshi's team from the Sound, and Do's espionage team. CHG lamented his hunger, while Shikamaru expressed his frustration at the unexpected number of survivors. Ino commented that Sasuke's group had also succeeded. Guy praised Kakashi's students for their fortunate outcome, asserting that with his own students present, Kakashi's would be halted here. Guy continued to boast, prompting Kakashi to turn and question, "What did you say?" Guy nearly lost his composure, acknowledging Kakashi's remarkable prowess, exclaiming, "You always manage to appear so stylish at moments like these. It drives me mad." Tintin also recognized Kakashi, noting he was indeed Guy's rival. Visually, Guy appeared to be at a disadvantage. Lee, however, declared, "Without a doubt, among all the teachers, Guy Sensei shines the brightest. He is truly radiating brilliance." Shaoli vowed never to allow Xiaoying to shed tears for him again, thus he could not afford to lose. Ningxi recognized that the noteworthy opponents were all gathered here. Sakuraba sought revenge against Sasuke. Temari marveled at the fact that only 8 groups remained from the original 27 that had arrived. Maki expressed admiration, acknowledging that Gaara was indeed unscathed. Hong noticed something peculiar about Akamaru within the reconnaissance team and glanced at Yun, who smiled back at her, but she chose to avert her gaze. Jijio observed that the majority of the ninjas passing were from Konoha. Yun remarked that it was only natural since Konoha had the largest contingent participating in the exams. The third Hokage had not anticipated such a substantial number passing, with nearly half being newcomers, which explained Kakashi and his team's unwavering confidence. Hongdo requested the third Hokage to provide an explanation for the third round of examinations. The third Hokage began by elucidating the rationale behind hosting the exams in alliance with other nations, pointing out that it served as a microcosm of the conflicts between countries, designed to conserve national strength and avert mutual destruction. It also aimed to select Chunin and uphold the prestige of the nations. Thus, for the third round, prominent figures and feudal lords from various countries would attend to witness the matches. The nation that achieved more victories would garner more commissions. Stronger nations would grow even more formidable, while weaker ones would find themselves further diminished. It also served to intimidate neighboring countries, achieving diplomatic effects. The strength of a nation is synonymous with the strength of its ninja village, and the prowess of the ninja village reflects the might of its ninjas. Therefore, the Chunin exams also represent an opportunity to showcase the capabilities of a nation's ninjas. The camaraderie within the ninja world is maintained through the consumption of each other's combat power via conflict, indicating that the ensuing competition would be one of life and death, where the true strength of ninjas would be revealed. The crowd urged for a swift elaboration on the content of the third round. Yueguang Jifeng stepped forward to assume the role of referee, coughing as he outlined the proceedings. The audience was astonished. The teacher appeared rather fragile. Jijio exclaimed in disbelief, questioning whether such a person could truly be a ninja. Jifeng brought up the matter of preliminary examinations, prompting a shocked response from Shikamaru, who quickly inquired. Xiaoying was also perplexed as to why there would be preliminaries. Jifeng sighed, explaining that the first 2 rounds had been too simplistic, resulting in an excessive number of participants. According to the rules of the Chunin examinations, it was essential to significantly reduce the number of competitors for the third round. With a multitude of spectators expected and time constraints in place, they needed to limit the participants to a single-digit figure. Jifeng continued, mentioning those in poor health, before succumbing to another fit of coughing. Ino remarked, "Teacher, you seem to be the most unwell among us." Jifeng stated that those who felt unwell could voluntarily forfeit. And the preliminary examinations were about to commence. An uproar ensued, with many feeling the decision was excessive. Ino expressed her frustration. Shikamaru found it troublesome. And Ding Ci bluntly asked if they would be provided food. Naruto, clutching his stomach in hunger, resolved to muster his strength and persevere. Jifeng added that the upcoming competition would consist of one-on-one duels, allowing participants to withdraw at their discretion. Sasuke scoffed at the notion, stating, "What a joke. Who would want to withdraw now that we've come this far?" However, Sasuke's pain intensified, and Xiaoying, noticing his distress, urged him to forego the preliminaries. Deeply concerned about his condition and the peculiar curse mark he bore, Naruto then realized that something was amiss with Sasuke's condition. The third Hokage also took note of the situation surrounding Sasuke. Ibiki inquired about the course of action, while Karen insisted that they must immediately terminate Sasuke's examination and dispatch Anbu for his protection. Kakashi interjected, asserting that Sasuke would not withdraw, for he is the heir of the Uchiha clan. Karen, infuriated, exclaimed that such talk was nonsense and insisted on forcing him to withdraw. She was well aware of the curse mark's implications. It was a forbidden technique that eroded the body. The fact that Sasuke had endured until now was nothing short of a miracle. Most would have perished long ago. Sakura also believed that Sasuke was incapable of fighting at present, prompting Sasuke to instruct her to remain quiet. Determined, Sakura resolved to report to their teacher, urging Sasuke to withdraw, which incensed him. However, someone had already forfeited, startling everyone. It was Kabuto. Shikamaru recognized him as Yakushi Kabuto and told him he could leave. Naruto, in a state of urgency, vociferously questioned Kabuto about his withdrawal. Kabuto offered a wry smile and apologized, stating, "I'm sorry, Naruto. I am too injured to continue fighting." Naruto felt a twinge of melancholy, recalling how Kabuto had sustained numerous injuries along the way to protect him. The third Hokage also recognized Kabuto, pondering why he consistently forfeited during examinations and what his intentions might be. Ibiki grew suspicious, while Karen hastily checked the records, discovering that Kabuto had failed to qualify in 6 consecutive exams and had barely graduated from the Ninja Academy after 3 attempts, with no notable achievements as a ninja thereafter. Karen mentioned that Kabuto was a boy brought back from the battle at Kaiki Mountain and had been adopted by a medical jonin. The third Hokage recalled this incident as well. Kabuto was also discussing matters with SH Dai, expressing that he was entrusting the subsequent affairs to him. SH Dai scoffed, remarking that it was merely because Lord Orochimaru favored him. After finishing his words, Kabuto waved goodbye to Naruto. Jinchuriki sighed in admiration, acknowledging Kabuto as a masterful spy who understood the nuances of retreat. If the battle continued, his true abilities might be exposed, especially with Orochimaru present. There was no need for him to gather intelligence. Shikamaru coughed to regain attention, inquiring if anyone else would forfeit. Just as Sakura was about to raise her hand to speak, Sasuke pulled her back, forbidding her from mentioning his injuries. Sakura questioned why he continued to put on a brave front, to which Sasuke retorted that it was none of her business. He merely wished to prove his strength through battle and spoke of vengeance and his desire to confront Gaara, Neji, Tenten, and Lee in earnest. Naruto, fuming, exclaimed, "What are you trying to prove, you fool?" Yet Sasuke responded, "Naruto, I also want to spar with you." Shikamaru announced the commencement of the preliminary exam, which would consist of one-on-one combat. With 23 participants, there would be 11 matches. One individual would advance automatically, while the victors would proceed to the third round. There were no rules. The battle would continue until one side was incapacitated, fell, or voluntarily forfeited. As Shikamaru's words settled, a murmur arose among the participants, with some wishing to receive a bye and others opposed. Shikamaru urged silence and reminded everyone that if they found themselves at a disadvantage, they should quickly concede to avoid dire consequences. When he deemed the outcome clear, he would intervene. Shikamaru gestured, prompting Karen to nod and activate the random draw system's electronic bulletin board. The first match was declared, Sasuke versus SH Dai. Amidst a flurry of discussions, Jijio inquired, "Yun, Akatsuki, whom do you believe will emerge victorious?" "It should be Sasuke," Yin replied confidently. "After all, he belongs to the Uchiha clan. Even if he is injured, victory should still be within his grasp." However, Yara, overhearing this, countered, "I beg to differ. That individual known as Chitokai appears quite formidable." Both Akatsuki and Hinata concurred that Sasuke would triumph, not due to their faith in his prowess, but rather their trust in Yun's discernment. As the wind urged everyone to take their places above the railing for a better view of the battle below, Kakashi approached Sasuke, inquiring about his condition while cautioning him not to employ the Sharingan. Should the cursed seal activate again, it could cost you dearly, Kakashi warned, simultaneously alerting Sasuke that he would terminate the exam if necessary. Sasuke, incensed, felt that Kakashi underestimated him, yet found himself powerless to refute it. Orochimaru held a favorable view of Chitokai's abilities, believing that Sasuke would face a grueling challenge. The spectators gathered above, attentively observing the unfolding confrontation. Teams 8 and 11 clustered together, joined by Kurenai Subsequently, the wind announced the commencement of the battle. Chitokai was the first to launch several shuriken, prompting Sasuke to draw his kunai, though he was hindered by pain and collapsed to the ground. Chitokai advanced, delivering a powerful blow, but Sasuke deftly evaded the strike, leaving a gaping hole in the ground in its wake. Sasuke thrust his kunai into the earth, propelling it toward Chitokai to ensnare his neck. However, Chitokai's hands underwent a transformation, absorbing Sasuke's chakra. Alarmed, Sasuke was struck in the chest and fell to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Chitokai leapt down, grasping Sasuke's head and fervently siphoning chakra, leaving Sasuke unable to resist. Yun scrutinized the situation, failing to discern the underlying reason for Chitokai's chakra absorption. Nevertheless, he deemed it a rather rudimentary skill and chose not to delve deeper. The ability seemed rather inconsequential, restricted by numerous conditions. As long as the opponent excelled in either taijutsu or ninjutsu, it would lose its efficacy. Of course, if one possessed strength in both areas, that would be an entirely different matter. Akatsuki and the others were evidently astonished by Chitokai's capabilities. Jijio then asked, "Do you have any strategies to counter this?" After a moment of contemplation, Yun suggested, "There should be several. One approach is to prevent him from easily closing the distance, using taijutsu and kunai to keep him at bay. A long-range ninjutsu assault could also incapacitate him in one fell swoop, for instance. Yu and Sasuke could utilize fire techniques to diminish his strength. There exists a rather unscrupulous method, though usually not employed by the average person, which involves overwhelming him with one's own chakra. It is essential to remember that each individual possesses a finite amount of chakra. It cannot be absorbed without limit. Thus, should Chitokai encounter Naruto, he would only be courting disaster, as Naruto's chakra reserves are excessively abundant. If he were to unleash it all at once, Chitokai would surely be doomed." After hearing Yun's analysis, the group silently nodded in agreement. In a moment of crisis, Sasuke summoned his strength and kicked Chitokai away. Both combatants regained their footing, but this time Sasuke was acutely aware of the danger, refusing to allow Chitokai to make contact. They exchanged a series of attacks, neither landing a hit, and temporarily retreated to reassess. Sasuke recognized that Chitokai aimed for a victory through close combat, yet he found himself unable to deploy his fire techniques. Naruto erupted in a fit of exasperation, urging Sasuke to swiftly dispatch his opponent, exclaiming, "This is not like you at all. Ignite those flames. Burn that foolish adversary to ashes." The onlookers wiped their brows, finding Naruto's antics truly amusing. Sasuke, noticing Lee beside Naruto, recalled Lee's taijutsu and devised a countermeasure. The red copper armor initiated its final assault, and Sasuke deftly evaded its attacks. Suddenly, the armor realized Sasuke had vanished. In an instant, he appeared beneath it, delivering a powerful kick to its neck, sending it soaring into the air. Lee gasped, "That's my technique." Even Guy was astonished that Sasuke had managed to replicate Lee's taijutsu after a mere encounter. Sasuke ascended into the sky, intending to execute his original technique, the Lion's Combo, while Guy mistakenly assumed he would employ the Shadow Dance Leaf. Sasuke, struggling against the curse mark's affliction, relied on his own strength to suppress it, leaving Red Bean, Kakashi, and Orochimaru in awe. Ultimately, Sasuke unleashed the Lion's Combo, delivering 7 or 8 successive kicks that drove the red copper armor into the ground. Rising from the earth, Sasuke stood victorious, the armor rendered unconscious. Orochimaru, filled with mixed emotions, involuntarily licked his lips, realizing Sasuke exceeded his expectations. The swift winds declared, "Uchiha Sasuke is the victor." Advancing through the preliminaries, Kakashi approached, commending Sasuke on his performance. Naruto, from above, mockingly laughed at the ungraceful nature of Sasuke's victory, prompting an irate response from Sasuke, who called him an idiot. Lee, recognizing the ingenuity in Sasuke's adaptation of his technique, acknowledged its strength. Guy noted the striking resemblance between Sasuke and a young Kakashi. Tintin began to ponder who was more formidable, last year's top rookie, Neji, or today's leading newcomer, Sasuke. Kakashi marveled at the terrifying prowess of the Uchiha lineage. Kankuro observed Gaara trembling with excitement, eager to engage Sasuke in combat. Sakan continued to boast, while Ino's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sakura, however, felt a sense of relief. White expressed his admiration, acknowledging Sasuke's growth. Shikamaru sighed, realizing that if they faced Sasuke, they would inevitably be defeated. Choji lamented over his lost coins, while Hinata expressed her awe, and Yakumo respected Sasuke's capabilities, understanding why Jinchuriki often claimed they could not defeat him. Kiba dismissed the hype, asserting that Sasuke was nothing extraordinary. The medical team entered to carry the red copper armor away. Kakashi intended to escort Sasuke for the sealing of the curse mark. Sasuke, eager to witness the remaining battles, pleaded to wait until the exams concluded. Kakashi insisted it was imperative to seal it immediately. Reluctantly, Sasuke followed Kakashi, shouting upward as they departed. Naruto inquired about the curse mark, but Sakura, recalling Sasuke's warning, could only respond with uncertainty. Despite Naruto's lingering curiosity, he refrained from pressing further. After Kakashi and his pupil exited, the Swift Winds announced the second match, displaying on the electronic screen, Sakon vs. Yamanaka Ino. Sakon, draped in ominous black, and Ino, donned in sunglasses, made their entrance. Sakura recalled that Sakon was the sound ninja who had injured Sasuke's hand. Hinata expressed concern for Ino, while Kiba reassured her, proclaiming, "No need to worry. Ino is incredibly strong. She is the last person I would want to face in battle." Yun smiled and remarked that Shino would undoubtedly prevail. In terms of skill, it was true that Chikyu was among the most formidable of the newly graduated genin. Even Sasuke in his current state might not stand a chance against him. The sound ninja was likely to face misfortune. The wind rapidly announced the commencement of the duel. Tors expressed dissatisfaction with Sak's actions. At that moment, Orochimaru abruptly departed. Shino began to persuade Sak to forfeit. But Sak retorted that a single hand was sufficient to deal with Shino. Charging forward, Sak unleashed a punch, which Shino successfully blocked. Sak scoffed, channeling a slicing wave from his palm that sent Shino hurtling backwards. Shino collapsed to the ground, enveloped in smoke. Kakashi established a barrier and initiated the sealing process for Sasuke, casting an evil seal. Sasuke cried out in agony as the 3 cursed marks on his neck were encircled by the sealing barrier. Gasping for breath, Kakashi informed Sasuke that with this seal, he would be able to suppress any future outbursts. Kakashi cautioned Sasuke that if his resolve wavered, the curse mark would still erupt. After hearing this, Sasuke collapsed, losing consciousness. Orochimaru emerged from behind, commending, "I never expected you to have mastered sealing techniques. You've grown considerably, Kakashi." Kakashi, astonished, recognized Orochimaru as the legendary strongest of the legendary 3 of Konoha. Orochimaru chuckled, "It has been a while, Kakashi. However, rest assured, I am not here for you, but rather for the child behind you." Kakashi, filled with rage and confusion, demanded to know why Orochimaru sought Sasuke. Orochimaru revealed the answer. It was something Kakashi had already acquired, the Sharingan, along with the power of the Uchiha clan. He also admitted that he had established the Sound Village himself, seeking more pawns, with Sasuke being the most exceptional among them. The Sound Ninjas participating in the exams were mere expendables. While Sak bragged, Shino rose to his feet. Just as Sak was taken aback, he noticed the insects crawling from Shino's body. Sak derided Shino as a repulsive creature, but upon turning, he discovered the ground swarming with parasitic insects. Shino warned him that he was caught in a double bind. If he attacked with his left hand, the insects would retaliate. If he targeted the insects, Shino would seize the opportunity to strike. To avoid having the insects consume him, he should promptly concede. Remember to always hold back a hand. Sak reminisced about his childhood, recalling the time he was beaten for stealing food, which eventually led him to encounter Orochimaru and become a sound ninja. With a roar, Sak opened his palm, deciding to unleash the slicing wave. His other hand also moved towards the army of insects behind him. Yu was astonished, realizing that this fellow's right hand was still functional. Yin chuckled, "Isn't all's fair in war? Just watch. Shino will not lose." Contrary to most expectations, Sak's slicing wave did not materialize. The overwhelming chakra found no outlet and instead severed his arms. Beside them, Chikyu remarked that Shino was indeed quite cunning, having anticipated his opponent's move while feigning a plea for surrender. In the end, that fool was on the brink of self-destruction. Sak finally realized that the sound wave emitter in the palm of his hand had been blocked by the insects. Originally, at that moment, Shino commanded a portion of his insects to move forth and obstruct the airflow, ensuring they remained still. This was truly a strategic reserve. Shino swung his fist, incapacitating the defiant Sakon. Meanwhile, Kakashi unleashed Raikiri, preparing to engage in a desperate battle against Orochimaru. Orochimaru laughed heartily, mocking Kakashi's audacity. With unwavering confidence, he asserted that Sasuke, a seeker of vengeance, would inevitably seek him out in pursuit of power. After uttering these words, Orochimaru vanished. Kakashi then comprehended the sheer might of the legendary Sannin. Shippuden examined Sakon's injuries. His arms were completely severed, and victory was determined. Shino, of the Aburame clan, emerged triumphant in the second bout. Rock Lee, perplexed, inquired of Neji, who activated his Byakugan and discovered that Shino had allowed insects to inhabit his own body. Guy informed them that the Aburame clan consisted of insect warriors, who from a young age regarded their bodies as the nest for their insects, fighting alongside them. Neji had also heard the tales, knowing that the Aburame clan had formed a pact with the insects, providing chakra for sustenance, while the insects were free to act under the clan's command. Shino was, indeed, the direct descendant of this lineage. The medical team carried Sakan away, and Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. What a nerve-wracking encounter. Naruto, indignant, shouted, "What? Is Shino really that strong? Unbelievable." Sakura remarked that Shino had always been somewhat intimidating. Upon returning, Shino received a timid commendation from Hinata, who said, "Thank you for your hard work." I smiled and remarked, "Shino, you are truly formidable. Employing insects to obstruct the opponent's chakra emitter was brilliant." Kiba loudly congratulated him. Yet Shino remained composed, stating, "Now, I look forward to your performances." Kiba, filled with fiery resentment, exclaimed, "This guy returns and immediately acts like a captain. It's infuriating." Kakashi re-entered the scene, reassuring everyone that Sasuke was temporarily unharmed and had gone to the hospital to rest, though he omitted the detail of the Umbu's protection. Shippuden announced the third match, Ken Mikazuki versus Kankuro. Kankuro was in high spirits, while Maki expressed concern over his potential overconfidence. Ken declared his intent for a swift resolution, and Kankuro shared this sentiment, placing his puppet, Crow, upon the ground. Shippuden called for the commencement of battle. Ken initiated the attack, but Kankuro blocked his punch. Unexpectedly, Ken's arm extended and curved, ensnaring Kankuro and constricting his neck. Naruto shouted in astonishment, "What is up with this person's body?" Kisame discerned that Ken's physique had undergone chakra modification, rendering it exceedingly flexible. He could dislocate his arm for versatile attacks. Ken intended to suffocate Kankuro, proclaiming his desire to snap Kankuro's neck. Yet Kankuro chuckled, "Fool, it shall be you who perishes." Kiba sensed the impending doom for Ken, realizing that what had just emerged was merely Kankuro's puppet. Ken was indeed foolish. Did he not understand that a puppet master could interchange between puppet and true self at will? The prudent course of action would have been to sever the connection between the puppet master and his puppet. Ignorant of this, Ken continued to twist Kankuro's neck. As Kanjuro turned around, he had already transformed into a puppet. Now it was my turn. The crow launched its attack, extending countless slender tubes to firmly ensnare the blade. Misumi. However, Kanjuro emerged from the puppet's bindings on the ground. Sakura also noticed this, as Kanjuro manipulated the puppet with his chakra threats. Misumi cried out in surrender, and Kanjuro sneered, remarking that if all her bones were broken, wouldn't she be even more pliable? Shippuden felt a twinge of shame, having almost believed that Misumi had emerged victorious. He promptly declared Kanjuro the winner. Shikamaru was drenched in sweat, having lost the bet. Naruto, indignant, raised a protest, questioning how it could be considered fair to have a 2-on-1 match, deeming it utterly despicable. Kakashi had no choice but to clarify that it was merely a puppet. Sakura meticulously explained the intricacies of puppet techniques to Naruto. The medical team arrived to carry Misumi away. Sakura was deeply concerned. These individuals were all exceptionally formidable. As Sakura retreated to wash her face, she encountered Ino. Noticing Sakura's apprehension, Ino attempted to undermine her confidence, mentioning how even Sasuke struggled against strong opponents, urging Sakura to concede voluntarily. Unintentionally brushing her hair, Sakura suddenly realized that she had cut her hair herself, recalling a moment in the forest of death that solidified her resolve. With a smile, she declared, "I will definitely emerge victorious." Her inner self shouted, "If you seek a fight, come forth." Ino recognized that Sakura had indeed matured. Naruto complained about the oddities surrounding him, questioning why there were no more normal ninjas. Kakashi chuckled, reminding him that he had no right to criticize others. Shippuden announced the fourth match, Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. Naruto cheered loudly for Sakura. As the match commenced, both Sakura and Ino charged forward, engaging in close combat. After exchanging several blows, Sakura flung 3 shuriken, only for Ino to counter with her own. Deflecting Sakura's attack, Sakura pressed forward again, and the two continued their physical confrontation. Naruto believed Sakura to be superior to Ino, which sparked a quarrel between Shikamaru and Naruto. At that moment, Neji, observing from afar, remarked that female ninjas in close combat only displayed this level of skill. Tintin, indignant, countered that it was only these two who exhibited such limitations, asserting that combat was not determined by gender. Meanwhile, in the distance, Chikyu and his companions found the match tedious, with Chikyu commenting on the poor performance of the two, recalling that he had once been of similar caliber. Yuki responded that they were indeed somewhat weak at present, but that was due to their lack of genuine effort. Both Sakura and Ino possessed immense potential and were likely to flourish in the future. With that, he resumed watching the contest. Subsequently, both Sakura and Ino grew fatigued, and they unconsciously unleashed Genjutsu attacks, astonishing Tintin and the others. Naruto was baffled, pondering why they stood still. However, their Genjutsu were of equal measure, and they swiftly dispelled each other's illusions. The two were left to continue their physical bout, with Ino gaining the upper hand. Both reminisced about their childhood days in ninja school, listening to their bespectacled teacher, who had taught flower arranging. Sakura had always followed Ino, who would tease her for her clumsiness. When Sakura struggled with flower arranging, Ino had kindly instructed her, using the examples of the large chrysanthemum and orchid. The grand cosmos flower, often referred to as the autumn cherry blossom, is cherished by Ino, who asserts that both the cosmos and the orchid resonate with her essence, leaving Sakura deeply moved. However, 3 female students approach to bully Sakura, and without hesitation, Ino tosses an orchid into the mouth of their leader, Ami, mockingly deriding her for her figure. Ino intimidates the trio, proclaiming that while the power of ninjas is often underestimated, the orchid possesses poison, causing the 3 girls to flee in terror to seek their teacher Tsubaki. Ino reassures Sakura that only the roots are toxic. From that moment forth, Sakura harbors a profound admiration for Ino. Struggling with her self-esteem, Sakura reflects, Ino is a cosmos flower, and I am but an orchid. Ino, with a gentle smile, counters, Sakura, you are not merely a flower. You are still a budding blossom. When Sakura inquires why Ino gifted her a ribbon, Ino replies, I do not wish for you to wither before blooming. A flower that does not blossom loses its significance. Perhaps you will become a flower more exquisite than the cosmos. Overcome with emotion, Sakura weeps, and Ino takes her to gather flowers. From that day forth, Sakura's confidence flourishes, her spirit brightens. Without Ino's support, Sakura would have found it challenging to become a ninja. After graduation, Sakura is placed in a team with Sasuke and visits Ino to share her triumph. Ino, unwilling to concede defeat, challenges Sakura's claim. Sakura returns the red ribbon to Ino, now adorned with a blue one, declaring, I am no longer the little girl trailing after you, but a true ninja. Ino smiles and shakes Sakura's hand, acknowledging her words. As they emerge from their reminiscence, Sakura insists that Ino and Sasuke are ill-suited for one another and boasts of her newfound prowess. Ino, incensed, retorts, Do you know who you are speaking to? Do not be too arrogant. I am your older sister, the weeping Sakura. Naruto also feels that Sakura is crossing a line, and Ino's ire is palpable. Kakashi interjects, asserting that Sakura merely wishes for Ino to hold nothing back. Soon, it becomes evident that both Ino and Sakura are invigorated by the friendly rivalry. Kakashi remarks on the camaraderie between competitors. A perplexed Guy observes the exchange as Kakashi waves at him, leaving Guy bewildered by Kakashi's fashionable yet discomforting demeanor. In unison, Sakura and Ino tie their headbands around their foreheads, preparing for an all-out battle. Sakura charges forward, forming hand seals to initiate the shadow clone technique, conjuring 2 clones. The trio of Sakuras surges forward to launch an attack. Ino mocks, this is not a graduation exam. Yet Sakura channels all her chakra into her feet, accelerating with determination. To Ino's astonishment, Sakura strikes her, sending her reeling. As Ino rises, she realizes that Sakura has indeed grown stronger. Naruto exclaims in admiration of Sakura's prowess, and Kakashi concurs, stating that she excels in chakra control. Naruto inquires if she is stronger than him, to which Kakashi affirms that even Sasuke falls short of Sakura's capabilities. Disheartened, Naruto watches as Lee begins to cheer for Sakura. In a swift exchange, Sakura and Ino engage in a fierce struggle, only to separate momentarily, instinctively drawing shurikens to launch at one another, which collide mid-air. After several rounds, both land blows to each other's faces, tumbling to the ground simultaneously. Kakashi observes that this standoff could easily lead to an indecisive outcome. Guy, feeling exasperated, remarks on the drawn-out battle, noting that they have been fighting for 10 minutes. Both girls rise, panting, and unleash Genjutsu attacks, yet each successfully counters the other's efforts. In a fit of rage, Ino exclaimed, How could you possibly match me? Sakura replied with a derisive laugh, Someone like you, who only values appearances, truly should not be able to equal my strength. Enraged, Ino drew her kunai. Shikamaru groaned. Realizing Ino had fallen into a trap, CHG added, I dislike seeing Ino like this. Yet, Ino defiantly cut her hair, much to Sakura's amusement. Shikamaru remarked, Ino has really lost it. Tossing her severed locks to the ground, Ino resolved to finish the fight and compel Sakura to surrender. Both Shikamaru and CHG recognized that Ino was preparing to unleash her ultimate technique. Asuma scratched his head, exclaiming, that fool, seriously. Ino formed the necessary hand seals, ready to attack. However, Sakura understood Ino's technique, the mind-body switch technique. This jutsu possessed a flaw, as it could only strike in a straight line. If it failed to hit its target, the user's spirit would remain detached for several minutes. Asuma was well aware that this technique was ill-suited for combat, intended instead for intelligence gathering. Kakashi concurred, noting that if Sakura moved swiftly, victory would be determined. Ino, in her fury, retorted, how can I know unless I try? Karen believed the technique was formidable, especially with team coordination. Shikamaru nodded, explaining that the jutsu was designed to be employed after ensnaring the opponent with his shadow possession technique. Suddenly, Sakura sprang into action, prompting Ino to shout, mind-body switch technique. Ino stumbled to the ground, and Sakura froze. Yet, Sakura laughed, Ino, what a pity. Shikamaru and CHG exclaimed in dismay, realizing their friend had failed. As Sakura prepared to act, she found herself unable to move. Ino crouched on the ground, releasing chakra to ensnare Sakura. You've fallen into my trap, Sakura. At last, I've caught you. It turned out that Ino had not activated her jutsu initially. She had merely feigned an attack to lure Sakura into a trap. The hair she discarded had formed a line, capable of transmitting Ino's chakra. Ino resolved to use the mind-body switch technique to enter Sakura's body. Everyone understood that Ino's fury was merely a ruse. Naruto recognized the impending danger and urged Sakura to flee. However, Sakura found herself immobilized as Ino activated her technique, invading Sakura's body. Naruto was bewildered. But Kakashi acknowledged Ino's impeccable timing. Sakura's body had been overtaken. Ino, now controlling Sakura, raised her hand, preparing for the surrender. Naruto shouted desperately, Sakura, if you lose to a foolish girl infatuated with Sasuke, you don't deserve to be a woman. The crowd was baffled by his reasoning. At that moment, Sakura's second personality emerged, fiercely attempting to expel Ino, shouting loudly. Shikamaru was perplexed, wondering who was truly in control. Ino found herself overwhelmed and released the technique. Retreating to her own body, both girls collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Asuma noted that their chakra reserves were severely depleted. Ino angrily chastised Sakura for manifesting a dual personality, to which Sakura replied with a grin, this is power that rivals beauty. Kakashi observed that neither was willing to concede. Both Ino and Sakura resolved to deliver a final strike, their fists colliding with immense force, and they fell together. Their forehead protectors clattered to the ground as both girls attempted to rise, yet neither succeeded. Shikamaru had no choice but to declare, in the fourth match, there are no victors, both are eliminated. Asuma and Kakashi carried Ino and Sakura back, respectively. The others gathered around to inquire about their condition. And the medical ninjas conducted a brief examination, administering simple treatment. Fortunately, there was nothing serious, and they would not require specialized care at the hospital. They would soon awaken. Both Asuma and Kakashi commended the growth of the two young women, affirming that their participation in the Chunin exam was indeed worthwhile. The fifth match featured Tenten versus Temari. Determined to vanquish Temari swiftly and boost the morale of Konoha, Tenten prepared for battle. Lee fervently cheered her on, while Niji held a favorable view of Tenten's chances. At that moment, Ino and Sakura regained consciousness one after the other. Sakura learned from Ino that their previous match had ended in a tie. Ino handed her forehead protector to Sakura, declaring, you have finally blossomed, and quite beautifully too. Sakura accepted it and donned it, only for Ino to retort, next time, I will ensure you are thoroughly knocked out. I have no intention of relinquishing Sasuke to you. Sakura shouted back, I return that statement to you. The two resumed their playful rivalry, much to the delight of Shikamaru, who remarked on the uniqueness of their friendship. Team Guy passionately rallied for Tenten, while Naruto covered his ears, exclaiming that the two were excessively loud. With a signal from Shikamaru, the match commenced. Tenten swiftly created distance, prompting a cold smile from Temari. If I were to attack, I could easily defeat you in one blow. Temari encouraged Tenten to come at her, and without hesitation, Tintin leapt into the air, launching several shuriken that ultimately landed at Temari's feet. "This is impossible," Tintin exclaimed. "My shuriken hit rate is 100%. Lee was equally perplexed, insisting that Tintin could not possibly miss. "There is only one explanation," Guy interjected. "Temari must have dodged." Tintin meticulously gauged the distance, preparing to strike. Determined to leave Temari with no escape. Recognizing the impending threat, Temari reached for the fan on her back. Tintin dashed in circles at high speed before leaping again, retrieving a scroll that encircled her form. Spinning rapidly, countless hidden weapons shot down from the swirling vortex above. Upon landing, Tintin discovered that all her projectiles had been thwarted. Temari stood, supporting her fan and laughing, revealing a single star on its surface. "When my fan fully opens to display 3 stars, that is when you will know defeat." Frustrated, Tintin resolved to unleash her ultimate technique, which she had intended to reserve for the finals. She produced 2 scrolls, prompting laughter from Temari. "No matter how hard you try, it will be futile." As Tintin formed hand seals, she declared, "Twin Dragon." The 2 scrolls transformed into 2 white dragons soaring into the sky. Tintin leapt up, retrieving hidden weapons from within the dragons and launching a rapid assault. Temari opened her fan to reveal the 2nd star and forcefully fanned the air. Tintin's projectiles, along with the scrolls, were swept away by the wind technique. Yet, Tintin did not concede. She leapt into the air once more, using her chakra threads to pull the fallen weapons back into action for another powerful strike. Temari shook her head, revealing the 3rd star on her fan, unleashing a gust of wind that swept Tintin and all her weapons away. Tintin crashed to the ground. However, Temari was not idle. Her fan whirled rapidly, rendering her invisible. Tintin, unable to locate her opponent, looked up to see Temari hovering above on her fan, proclaiming, "I am right here." Realizing the imminent danger, Tintin cried out in alarm as Temari formed hand seals and unleashed wind release. Kamaitachi. A massive gale lifted Tintin into the air, where she screamed in agony as wounds appeared across her body. Ningji sighed. Tintin had exerted herself to the utmost. Yet she found herself unable to escape the maelstrom. As Tintin fell, Shoju skillfully caught her with a fan, only for Tintin to succumb to unconsciousness. Shoju remarked with indifference, "How utterly uninteresting." The spectators were taken aback, shocked by Tintin's overwhelming defeat. The 3rd Hokage was equally astonished, acknowledging the prowess of Sunagakure. Shippu stepped forward to announce the result of the 5th match. Shoju emerged victorious. Shoju tossed Tintin aside, prompting Lee to rush forward and catch her, confronting Shoju. "How can you treat a sincere opponent this way?" Shoju bellowed, "Enough. Take that useless one away." Lee entrusted Tintin to the medical team for treatment. In a fit of rage, he unleashed the Konoha whirlwind attack, which Shoju effortlessly deflected with her fan, taunting, "You are as dull as she is, resembling your Kappa appearance." Shortly thereafter, Guy intervened to call Lee, while Gaara summoned Shoju. The 6th match featured Shikamaru against Kent, leaving CHG and the others deeply disappointed. They had anticipated a display of skill. Yamanaka advised them to remain patient, asserting that their time would come. CHG noted that Ino appeared particularly spirited, fervently cheering for Shikamaru. T. Susan cautioned Kent about Shikamaru's shadow techniques, to which Kent nodded in acknowledgement. Shikamaru lamented the fact that his opponent was a woman, deeming it troublesome to engage. Kent, however, expressed a desire to conclude the battle swiftly. Unaware of Kent's jutsu, Shikamaru found himself caught off guard when Ino intervened. As the match commenced, Shikamaru formed hand seals, prompting laughter from Kent, who mocked, "Is this all you can do?" Frustrated, Shikamaru watched as Kent leapt to evade his shadow attack, casually launching 2 flying needles adorned with bells, which Shikamaru deftly avoided. Kent then released several more needles without bells. To which Shikamaru retorted, "Do you think you can confuse me with those? You underestimate me." Suddenly, the sound of bells rang from behind, startling Shikamaru into turning around, believing an attack was imminent. In reality, it was merely the sound of the needles embedded in the wall, connected by chakra threads. Realizing the precarious situation, Shikamaru shouted in alarm as he was struck by Kent's frontal needle assault, causing him to fall. He quickly rose, relieved that he had only sustained a wound to his arm. Kent then tugged at the bell, unleashing a sound-based genjutsu attack, causing Shikamaru to collapse in dismay. Desperate to evade the illusion, he covered his ears, yet he still beheld countless images of Kent before him. Unable to locate her true form, Kent fired another volley of needles, which Shikamaru blocked with his left arm. Kent chuckled, "I shall pierce you like a hedgehog." Shikamaru retorted, "You're just a deceitful woman. Didn't you claim you would end this fight quickly?" Kent sneered. Very well, I will finish you off immediately. Suddenly, Kent found herself immobilized, as Shikamaru stood triumphantly. Having finally succeeded, Kent, perplexed, questioned the absence of shadows nearby. Shikamaru mocked her. Fool, have you not realized it yet? Kent finally understood the predicament. The shadow had been transmitted through the chakra thread in her hand. Shikamaru continued to execute his jutsu, causing his shadow to expand and grow thicker, meticulously applying his shadow to Kent's form. For the mere chakra thread alone was insufficient to control her movements due to its slenderness. The two began to mirror each other's actions, with Kent scoffing. In this manner, you shall not triumph. Shikamaru reached for his shuriken, startling Kent too, who exclaimed, Do you wish to perish together? Shikamaru chuckled. If we were to strike each other with shuriken, how long do you think you could endure? As he spoke, he launched a shuriken, and Kintu responded in kind. Shikamaru executed a backward bridge maneuver to evade, while Kintu, unfortunately, collided headfirst with the wall behind him. Shikamaru stepped back and stood tall, bursting into laughter. He had succeeded. A true ninja must meticulously observe the terrain, even if both sides employ identical movements. One must not underestimate their opponent. The earlier exchange of shuriken was merely a ruse to distract Kintu from the wall behind her. Kintu had already succumbed to unconsciousness, and Shippuden declared Shikamaru Nara the victor. Ino and Choji cheered together, and Asuma wore a smile. Kiba was counting the participants, hoping to avoid encountering Gaara. Niji noted the newcomer's remarkable prowess, eager to engage them in combat. He glanced at Hinata, who, feeling apprehensive, hastily averted her gaze. Yakumo, puzzled, wondered why Hinata was so intimidated by her cousin. The seventh match pitted Inuzuka Kiba against Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Finally, it's my turn. And my opponent is my rival, Kiba. Kiba, equally delighted, relished the opportunity to face the underperforming Naruto. The two had faced each other numerous times, and were well acquainted with each other's strengths and weaknesses. Kiba felt confident he could easily defeat Naruto. Even Akamaru was animated with anticipation. Noticing this, Inuzuka warned, Kiba, be cautious. Naruto is quite formidable, and a moment's inattention could lead to your downfall. Kiba dismissed the warning, believing that Inuzuka underestimated his abilities. After witnessing this exchange, Inuzuka refrained from further comment, thinking to herself that if Kiba realized how he lost, he would surely feel ashamed. After Kiba's match, Akamichi, standing behind, queried Inuzuka, Why do you think Kiba will lose? Inuzuka replied, Sister, I cannot say for certain, as Naruto is always full of surprises. Akamichi chose not to respond further. Lee, feeling disappointed, wondered when his turn would arrive. Kakashi noted that this young Lee bore an uncanny resemblance to the former guy. Guy gave a thumbs up, flashing a bright smile, causing Kakashi to break into a sweat. Shippuden announced the commencement of the seventh match. Naruto began loudly urging Kiba to surrender quickly, inciting Kiba's ire. That's what I should be saying. Both believed firmly in their inevitable victory. Kiba set Akamaru down, prompting an exasperated Naruto to retort, Hey, bringing a dog is not fair. It could affect the match. Kiba replied with a grin, Akamaru is also part of the team. Naruto asked Shippuden if this was permissible, to which Shippuden confirmed, stating that ninja dogs and insects could indeed be considered tools. Naruto scoffed, Fine. It's just a few extra dogs. I'll let it slide, as if I'm conceding. Kiba warned, Just so you know, I'll flatten Akamaru. Don't say I didn't warn you. Kiba, fuming, challenged, Go ahead and try. We'll see who flattens whom. Kiba quietly instructed Akamaru, I can handle this alone. You just watch. Akamaru barked twice in acknowledgement. Sakura shouted encouragement for Naruto, urging him not to lose to a dog owner. In Kiba's mind, Naruto remained that underachiever. He hardly considered him a worthy opponent. He reminisced about Irika teaching the transformation jutsu, recalling how Naruto transformed into the third Hokage, always looking askew and wobbling unsteadily. Kiba laughed heartily, I'll have to pity you when I knock you out with a single punch. Naruto retorted, Oh, really? However, you are unable to triumph over my formidable opponent. In exasperation, the swift wind had no choice but to urge the two to commence without further banter. With a crouch, Yo invoked the beast mimicry technique, preparing to pounce. In a flash, he lunged forward, delivering an elbow strike that sent Naruto sprawling. A collective sigh arose from the onlookers. Presuming Naruto had been defeated, Yo approached the swift wind, demanding an immediate declaration of his victory. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Naruto rose, blood streaming down his face. He was taken aback. With a hearty laugh, Naruto proclaimed, I merely allowed you some leeway. Summon your dogs at once. Enraged, you retorted, do not regret this, Akamaru. We're going in. Together, Ya and Akamaru charged, tossing 2 smoke bombs into the fray. Naruto soon found himself ensnared, besieged by Ya and Akamaru amidst the thickening fog. Suffering continuous blows. Realizing his peril, Naruto shouted in dismay. He could not see and needed to escape the smoke. He burst forth from the haze, only to collide with Akamaru, who clamped down on him and dragged him back into the obscurity. As the smoke dissipated, Naruto lay on the ground, while Akamaru crouched beside him. Akamaru raced towards Ya, who erupted into laughter. Unexpectedly, Akamaru lunged at Ya's arm, sinking his teeth into it. Before you could comprehend, Akamaru mimicked Naruto's voice, exclaiming, "Fool, you fell for it." With a resounding pop, Akamaru transformed into Naruto. Realization dawned on Ya. It was the transformation technique. Are you a dog? Release me at once. Naruto clung tightly, refusing to let go, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. With great effort, you pushed Naruto away, who spat out some saliva, exclaiming, "Goodness, you reek of dog." Disregarding insults, you frantically searched for Akamaru, while Naruto's shadow clone seized Akamaru and declared, "Here he is." In the earlier skirmish, Naruto had ingeniously combined the shadow clone technique with the transformation technique, catching you off guard. Shikamaru and Ino gaped in astonishment, while Temari and Kankuro shifted their perspectives, acknowledging Naruto's prowess. Sakura cheered him on, and Neji was equally astonished by Naruto's ability to turn the tide. He conceded that Naruto had indeed grown stronger, but asserted that this was the end of the line. Naruto laughed heartily, claiming he had already discerned Ya's strategy. The audience marveled at how Kakashi had trained the once ailing Naruto into such a formidable force. Suddenly, Ya closed his eyes, prompting Naruto's curiosity. Red remarked that Ya had also made progress. Ya retrieved a pill from his pocket and flicked it into Akamaru's mouth. Akamaru suddenly grew in size, his fur turning a vibrant red, and he broke free from Naruto's shadow clones. Naruto cursed Ya, demanding to know what he had fed the dog, as its coat had changed color. "That's why he's called Akamaru," Ya replied, while Kakashi discerned it was a military ration pill. Red speculated that Ya had unveiled his secret weapon. Akamaru leaped onto Ya's head, and you formed hand seals, summoning 2 Ya's that overlapped, creating the beast clone. Shikamaru and Ino were bewildered, while Choji recognized the merits of the military ration pill, which allowed for relentless combat for 3 days and nights without fatigue. The Akimichi clan possessed similar pills, even more potent than this one. As the conversation unfolded, the 2 Ya charged forward to attack. Naruto rolled back to evade their strikes. After the smoke cleared, Ya persisted in his assault, encircling Naruto with dual forms of himself. Asuma sensed Naruto's peril. Ya, empowered by the military ration pill, infused his chakra throughout his being, rendering him as agile as a wild beast. Naruto desperately evaded, unable to retaliate, launched a series of attacks, and as Naruto leapt to avoid them, seized the opportunity. With the essence of the beast body technique, unleashed the technique, 2 rapidly spinning S hurtled towards Naruto. He was sent flying into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Standing tall, laughed heartily. "Did you see that? This is the gap in strength." On the ground, Naruto, still shouting his ambition to become Hokage, was mocked by for his overestimation of himself. "Why don't you let me take the title instead?" However, Hinata retorted, asserting that Naruto was not so weak, having witnessed his arduous training with Shuriken firsthand. Naruto had tirelessly strived for recognition from everyone, believing that becoming Hokage was the ultimate way to achieve it. Upon hearing the taunts, Naruto gritted his teeth and rose once more, declaring, "If you wish to steal the title of Hokage, I shall turn you into a stray dog." Enraged, summoned to charge again, Naruto leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the onslaught, yet still sustaining a scratch. Smirked and threw another smoke bomb, enveloping Naruto within its shroud, and then attacked with the technique, encircling Naruto completely. Pondering his predicament, Naruto realized that S tactics were challenging to counter, as evasion was not always feasible. As the smoke dissipated, withdrew, and Naruto stood up once again, the 2 engaging in banter, launched another smoke bomb, initiating his assault once more. Hinata shook her head, noting that such smoke-assisted techniques should only be used sparingly. Excessive reliance would inevitably reveal flaws. Although Naruto may have been somewhat slow-witted after so many attempts, it would be absurd if he couldn't find a way to counter it. Naruto pondered how he could strike, knowing that hitting would serve no purpose. As attacked, his expression suddenly shifted. Within the smoke stood a replica of Kakashi. Understood the situation, realizing the tactic at play. hastily ceased his assault, and as the smoke cleared, 3 versions of appeared. This bewildered, who now struggled to discern which was and which was Naruto. However, Naruto had the opportunity to strike any of them. Laughed, dismissing Naruto's transformation technique as ineffective against him. Initially, Naruto approached and bit, who quickly recognized the scent. Predictably, struck the transformed Naruto, exclaiming, "You underestimate my sense of smell." Naruto. Red explained that S olfactory ability was thousands of times greater than that of an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, the on-the-ground transformed into, lying motionless. Shino expressed confusion, questioning how this was possible, while remarked that had not made a mistake. The on-the-ground was also a transformation by Naruto, testing S composure. The spectators, including, were astonished to discover that Naruto had devised such a clever strategy. Now bewildered, questioned the situation. Sensing something amiss, he swiftly turned and struck the version of himself behind him, exclaiming, "So you are Naruto. How dare you trick me?" Shino shouted in alarm, realizing he had fallen for the ruse. As expected, this version of collapsed, transforming into as well. Kakashi chuckled, remarking that it was indeed a prankster's strategy. While Red shook her head, stating, "This is precisely the problem, acting hastily without remaining calm in the face of adversity." Yashimaru was taken aback. For the fallen figure of Akamaru revealed itself to be none other than Naruto. Swiftly advancing, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Yashimaru crashing to the ground. Sakura exclaimed in delight, having deduced how Naruto had achieved this transformation. Yashimaru, struggling to rise, heard Naruto's laughter, who admonished him to consider his jutsu carefully before employing it, lest it be turned against him. Foolish Yashimaru. Determined to regain composure, Yashimaru bit his own hand, forcing himself to calm down. He began to contemplate, recognizing that his speed still surpassed that of Naruto. Formulating a strategy, he produced a shuriken. Kakashi, sensing the tension, grew concerned that Naruto might soon find himself in a fierce battle. Naruto, chuckling, taunted Yashimaru, asserting that without Akamaru, his combat prowess had been halved. Now, he declared, it was time for a counterattack. Naruto boasted of unveiling a new technique, while Yashimaru, growing anxious, doubted whether Naruto was merely attempting to deceive him. Resolute in his decision to prevent Naruto from forming hand seals, Yashimaru launched a shuriken, prompting Naruto to curse in response and evade the projectile. Yashimaru, resembling a wild beast, lunged forward, delivering a crushing blow that Naruto barely managed to block, skidding backward. Yashimaru pursued closely, landing another fierce punch to Naruto's face, sending him reeling. Wiping blood from his mouth, Naruto realized that if this continued, he would be unable to employ the shadow clone technique. Indeed, Yashimaru charged again, inflicting a claw strike that left Naruto injured and sent him flying. Ino recognized Yashimaru's intent to deny Naruto any opportunity to form hand seals. As Naruto rose once more, Yashimaru descended with ferocious claws, striking his shoulder. Seizing the moment, Naruto grasped Yashimaru's arm and hurled him away, finally creating some distance. However, Yashimaru quickly retaliated, closing the gap to launch another assault, denying Naruto even a moment to breathe. With his left arm injured, Naruto was struck from behind, propelling him once again into the air. Yashimaru fully exploited his speed advantage, preventing Naruto from summoning a multitude of shadow clones. As Naruto fell to the ground, Yashimaru believed he had finally incapacitated him. To Yashimaru's astonishment, Naruto rose yet again, leaving everyone in shock. A typical ninja would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. Choji was compelled to concede that Naruto's resilience was extraordinary. Shikamaru remarked that had he been in Yashimaru's position, he would have been utterly exasperated by now. Yashimaru charged once more, but Naruto, unable to utilize the shadow clone technique in time, found Yashimaru at his side. In a moment reminiscent of the original tale, Naruto shamelessly restrained Yashimaru, causing the onlookers to break into a cold sweat. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto formed the seals and unleashed the shadow clone technique. Sakura chuckled, questioning the novelty of this so-called new technique, as it appeared to be the same old routine. The others, however, were astonished. To conjure such a multitude of shadow clones in one go was nothing short of miraculous. Countless Narutos surrounded Yashimaru, converging upon him to execute Naruto's unique move, the spiraling Naruto assault. Launching Yashimaru into the air, they unleashed a series of relentless strikes, culminating in a forceful kick that buried him into the ground, leaving the unfortunate Yashimaru motionless. Kakashi finally grasped the essence of Naruto's new technique, realizing it was a reinterpretation of Sasuke's Lion's Barrage, even borrowing its name. Shikamaru assessed Yashimaru's condition, confirming he had truly lost consciousness. The announcement rang out, The victor is Naruto Uzumaki. Lee and Sakura erupted in jubilant cheers, while the others stood in astonished silence. Naruto was filled with exuberance as he exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, Irika-sensei, Grandpa Third Hokage, you all saw it. I won. I have truly grown stronger." The three smiled, recognizing that Naruto had finally matured, no longer the mischievous ninja he once was. The medical team arrived, carrying Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru away. Hinata gazed at Kiba, feeling a twinge of sentiment. "Kiba, your defeat was not in vain. This child is indeed formidable." The swift announcement of the 8th match rang out. Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. Cloud felt considerable unease. Despite Hinata's significant improvement, she was far from being Neji's match. He cautioned her, "Hinata, please assess your capabilities. You are not yet a match for Neji. If it proves too challenging, do not hesitate to concede." Yakumo echoed Cloud's sentiments, urging Hinata to reconsider. With determination, Hinata clenched her teeth and replied, "Cloud, Yakumo, please trust me. I will fight with all my might. I wish to prove myself. So please do not dissuade me further." Reluctantly, Cloud conceded but insisted she not overexert herself. As Hinata stepped forward, standing at the center of the arena alongside Neji, he remarked coolly, "Miss Hinata, I did not anticipate facing you." Hinata softly replied, "Neji and I." Naruto pondered why Hinata addressed Neji as brother. Kakashi elucidated, "They are both heirs of the Hyuga clan, representing the main and branch families." Lee was also aware that Neji belonged to the branch family, while Hinata was the esteemed heiress, and their familial dynamics were far from harmonious due to the branch family's considerable grievances against the main family's advantageous rules. The match commenced as the announcer declared. Neji first admonished Hinata, stating, "You are ill-suited to be a ninja. I implore you to forfeit." His reasoning was compelling. Hinata's inherent kindness and desire for peace made her reluctant to engage in conflict, coupled with her lack of self-confidence. From Neji's perspective, Hinata's participation in the Chunin exams was merely to avoid inconveniencing Kiba and Shino, an act of compliance rather than genuine ambition. Hinata countered, "That is not the case. I simply wish to transform myself." Yuhi Kurenai reminisced about her visit to the Hyuga household, where Hinata's father, Hizashi, was preoccupied with training Hanabi, neglecting Hinata entirely. Kurenai sought to take Hinata away, but Hizashi dismissed her, stating that a daughter who could not surpass her younger sibling was of no use to the Hyuga clan. Kurenai was incensed, arguing that Hinata had performed commendably at the Ninja Academy. Hizashi, however, shook his head, asserting that the esteemed heiress was merely an average student, a fact that was indeed embarrassing to divulge. He pointed out that the Uchiha clan's prodigy consistently ranked first, and Hinata should at least be among the top 5. Hizashi urged Kurenai to take Hinata away promptly. Reluctantly, Kurenai exited the room to find Hinata weeping at the doorstep. She had overheard her father's words, and nothing hurt her more than his abandonment. Hinata fell silent, and Neji mocked, "People do not change. The tail end will always be the tail end. The entire Hyuga clan knows you cannot even defeat a little girl. Your character and strength will remain unaltered." In the arena, Neji articulated his views on the elite versus the tail end, delving into the matters of the branch and main families, emphasizing that fate is immutable. Neji deliberately sought to demoralize Hinata, urging her to exit the arena swiftly and not waste any more time. On the platform, Kakashi elucidated the Byakugan, a unique bloodline limit. Neji, noticing Hinata's hesitation to advance, became infuriated and activated his Byakugan, preparing for combat. Hinata, feeling apprehensive, averted her gaze. Sensing her trepidation, Neji began to mock her, using words to undermine her confidence. Overwhelmed by his taunts, Hinata appeared on the verge of a breakdown. Yuna shouted, "Hinata, stay strong. Since you have decided to step into the arena, showcase your true potential and do not let anyone belittle you." Akira and the others joined in to cheer for Hinata. Finally, Hinata steeled herself, her expression sharpening. "Thank you, Yuna, Akira, and Shino." Neji scoffed, "If you refuse to forfeit, you must bear the consequences." Yet Hinata declared, "I will never run away again." With that, she activated her Byakugan as well. "Neji, let us settle this." Both combatants assumed identical stances, poised to unleash their gentle fist techniques against one another. Lee explained that this was the most formidable martial arts style of the Leaf Village, the Hyuga style, and Neji was the strongest genin within that lineage. As they both launched into action, their gentle fist strikes collided, and a whirlwind of chakra surged around them. The spectators were spellbound by the display of martial prowess. A single hit could lead to severe injury or even death. After a fierce exchange, Neji suddenly exposed a weakness. Hinata rushed in to capitalize, but Yuna recognized it as a trap. However, all he could do was anxiously watch from the sidelines. Hinata's attack missed, allowing Niji to counter, inflicting a wound upon her. Yet, for the gentle fist, this was sufficient, Guy explained. The martial arts of Lee and his master are traditional techniques aimed at breaking bones or causing external injuries. In contrast, the Hyuga clan's techniques disrupt the chakra pathways, directly damaging the internal organs. Kakashi added, no matter how strong a person may be, their internal organs cannot be fortified. Even the mightiest foes cannot withstand such assaults. The Byakugan, however, allows one to perceive the body as chakra network, and the gentle fist directly targets that system. Undeterred, Hinata pressed on, gaining the upper hand. Naruto cheered loudly, while Akira struggled to comprehend the intricacies of martial arts. Amidst the commotion, Hinata struck Niji, prompting Naruto to cheer, and Shino to believe a victory was at hand. To everyone's astonishment, it was Hinata who coughed up blood, not Niji, leaving Shikamaru in shock. Niji sneered. Is this truly the extent of the main family's power? Naruto exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, what is happening? Hinata's attack clearly landed. In the midst of their conversation, Hinata launched another strike, but Niji effortlessly countered, using his fingers to deftly strike the chakra points in her arms. The third Hokage expressed admiration, proclaiming her to be a rare talent from the Hyuga clan. Niji pulled back Hinata's sleeve, revealing numerous red marks on her arm. Kakashi clarified, there are over 300 acupuncture points in the human body. If struck, the consequences are dire. Only the Byakugan can reveal these points. And even the Sharingan cannot perceive the gentle fist. Only the combination of the gentle fist and Byakugan can effectively damage the chakra network. Finding the match tedious, Niji sent Hinata flying with a single palm strike. Hinata, this is the unbridgeable gap in power, the chasm between an elite and the lowest ranks. Once again, Niji began to incessantly undermine Hinata's confidence, threatening her to forfeit. Yet, Hinata gritted her teeth and stood tall, declaring, I promised Yagyu that I would no longer run away. I must prove to Cloud that I am strong as well. Naruto praised Hinata's resilience, while Lee remarked that in this aspect, Hinata resembled Naruto. Cloud was taken aback upon hearing Hinata's words. Could it be true, as her sister had said, that Hinata harbored feelings for him? Turning to glance at Yagyu beside him, he noticed Yagyu nodding knowingly, which stirred a myriad of thoughts within him, but time was of the essence, and he had to set those thoughts aside for now. Kurenai and others were anxious, for Hinata had reached her limit and could no longer utilize her Byakugan. Kakashi noted that Niji had effectively sealed Hinata's chakra points, rendering her incapable of employing her gentle fist techniques, thus determining the outcome of this duel. Kakashi privately assessed that Niji's prowess was formidable, and even Sasuke would struggle against him. Guy arrived at a similar conclusion. Hinata stood little chance of victory. Gaara was exhilarated, while Kankuro and Temari hastily distanced themselves in fear. Ino expressed her concern, wondering if Niji intended to kill Hinata. Sakura echoed this sentiment, stating that Niji was too strong, and it was alarming how effortlessly he had driven Hinata to the brink. Hinata, compelled to activate her Byakugan, unleashed the protective 8 trigrams technique she had developed in advance, successfully deflecting several of Niji's attacks. Enraged, Niji questioned her resolve to not concede defeat, proclaiming that he would utterly vanquish her. As he concentrated his chakra and swung his arms with full force, he unleashed the 8 trigram 64 palms. The overwhelming barrage of palm strikes descended upon Hinata, who struggled to fend off most of the onslaught. However, Niji's technique far surpassed Hinata's defense, delivering a devastating blow to her chest, causing her to spit blood and collapse onto the ground. The audience gasped in astonishment. Such power, simultaneously executing 64 strikes, was no wonder Hinata could not withstand it. Kurenai sighed, feeling that it was time to intervene, recognizing that Hinata had done her utmost and had transformed herself in the process. Guy discerned that Niji's strike was severe. The 8 trigram 64 palms was not a technique that an ordinary ninja could withstand, and Hinata had likely sustained grave injuries. The wind intended to declare the match concluded, but Niji intervened, sensing that this young lady had not yet given up. Hinata struggled to rise, and upon witnessing this, Cloud shouted, Hinata, that's enough. Just give up. After hearing Cloud's words, Hinata smiled in his direction before turning back to Niji, stating, I have finally been acknowledged by everyone, especially in front of the person I admire. I cannot allow him to see me in a disgraceful light. Hinata stepped forward, asserting that the battle was not over. Niji urged her to not be stubborn, pointing out her current state and speaking of the fate of the main branch. Hinata shook her head, responding, "It is not like that, brother Niji. You desire the acknowledgement of others more than I do. It is you who suffers from the burdens of our family's destinies. You have worked tirelessly to become a genius in an effort to change that fate." Niji was struck at his core by her words and, fueled by rage, charged at Hinata with his Byakugan activated. The wind recognized the urgency of the situation and promptly declared the match concluded. Niji, however, paid no heed and continued his advance. Anticipating this, Cloud rushed towards Hinata with utmost speed, while Guy appeared behind Niji, and together they intervened to halt Niji's assault. Kakashi stood among the trio, and the speed of the three Jonin left the onlookers in awe. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yun matched their pace, standing resolutely in front of Hinata. The crowd gasped. Even if the three Jonin were not exerting their full strength, Yun's speed was beyond that of a mere genin. Xiaoli, witnessing this, thought to himself that Yun was not any slower than he was. Akai reprimanded Niji, urging him not to create a fuss over the differences between the main and branch families. With 2 fingers pointed at Niji's forehead, he warned, "If you continue with your nonsense, my sword will strike down, and it could cost you your life." As he spoke, they descended to the ground. Niji shouted in frustration, Why have all you Jonin come out? Is this some special favor for the main family?" Hinata, enduring her pain, collapsed to the ground, but Yun quickly supported her. Shino, Yagura, Naruto, Sakura, Chizun, and Xiaoli all rushed down. Hinata looked at Yun and said, "Yun, I hope I haven't let you down. Rest assured." "You performed exceptionally well," Yun replied. Hinata smiled softly and said, "I'm sorry, Yun, but I can't watch you compete anymore." "That's all right. You focus on recovering. And I will win for both of us," he reassured her. However, Niji interjected, "You lot, stop with this foolishness of cheering for others. Do you see? The tail end will always be the tail end. Nothing will change." Furious, Naruto charged towards Niji, but Xiaoli blocked him, reminding him that victory should be determined in formal matches, not through brawls, as that is not the way of a ninja. Xiaoli then challenged Niji, hoping to face him in the competition. Yin entrusted Hinata to the medical ninjas and turned to Niji, declaring, "I challenge you once more. I will defeat you for both me and Hinata." Niji replied, "I shall await that, but first, pass the preliminary exams." Simultaneously, Naruto issued his own challenge to Niji, vowing to triumph over him next time. Akai loudly praised Xiao Li's actions, and the mentor and disciple gleefully displayed their gleaming smiles. Hong complained that Niji had been too harsh. Yun, watching Hinata depart, resolved within himself to protect this girl and ensure she would never suffer such harm again. Shikamaru sensed something amiss. The remaining contenders were formidable. "Dingji, you're in trouble. The sound ninja T. Sakazu is the strongest among them. Xiao Li's strength rivals that of Sasuke, and Gaara of the Sand is the most terrifying. You saw Yun's prowess just now. Chizun, you might have a slim chance, but it's not substantial. Yagura's Jinjutsu is too powerful." After hearing Shikamaru's analysis, Dingji decided, "I might as well forfeit." Asuma suddenly spoke up, stating that the all-you-can-eat barbecue was cancelled. Dingji was taken aback and immediately protested. Asuma had to crouch down to comfort him, saying, "If things go awry, I will come to your rescue just as everyone did for Hinata." "How does that sound?" Ino chuckled wryly. "Teacher, you're enticing him with food again." Shikamaru added, "When Hinata was in trouble, only Asuma-sensei didn't rush to help." With a sense of urgency, Asuma rallied the group, and Niji's eyes lit up at the mention of food as he stood up and shouted, "Barbecue, barbecue." Meanwhile, Gaara appeared somewhat unsettled, anxious to engage in battle. Kankuro muttered in frustration, while Temari lamented her woes, and Shikamaru found himself quite troubled. Kankuro resolved to seek out Naruto for some intelligence, as Niji's performance had left him utterly astonished. Approaching Naruto, Kankuro greeted him and inquired about Niji's true identity. Naruto merely replied, "I'll defeat him." Kankuro, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, "That's not the answer. Your level is far too inferior." Reluctantly, Kankuro offered a few compliments to Naruto, hoping to extract more information. But Naruto retorted with disparagement, failing to mention anything regarding Niji. Infuriated, Kankuro nearly resorted to physical confrontation with Naruto. The wind began to announce the 9th match, displaying the results on the electronic board: Choji Akimichi versus Karui Amagumo. Upon seeing this, Choji expressed his concern, "What should I do? I can't break through Karui's illusions." Asuma hurried over to strategize. "Choji, listen closely. Karui specializes in illusions. Once you engage, you must launch an immediate attack to prevent her from forming any seals." Shikamaru added, Choji, utilize your human bullet tank technique to crush Karui. Even if you inadvertently fall victim to her illusions, your momentum will still allow you to knock her down, thus dispelling the illusion. Do you understand? Simultaneously, Ino and Yumi were devising a strategy for Karui. You need to initiate your illusion attack as swiftly as possible. Do not allow Choji to get close. Yumi advised, you must act quickly. As long as you deploy your illusions, victory is within your grasp. Fortunately, Choji is not particularly fast. With both sides prepared, Choji and Karui took their positions below. Gaara expressed his disappointment. As the two stood ready, the wind signaled that the match could commence. Shikamaru mocked Choji, while Ino, fearing Choji might hesitate, shouted encouragement, "Go for it, big guy." Choji, incensed, declared, "You all better watch out. Once I've defeated Karui, I'll deal with both of you." Karui retorted, "I'll make you fall asleep in no time." The two competitors quickly distanced themselves, with Choji promptly executing the human bullet tank technique. However, his speed was slightly lacking, allowing Karui to complete her seals for the multi-illusion technique. As Choji charged towards Karui, generating a powerful whirlwind, Karui remained calm. Just as Choji was about to make contact, he inexplicably veered off course, rolling uncontrollably toward the wall. After colliding with the wall, Choji came to a halt, and Gunma, observing the scene, declared Karui the victor. The crowd was astonished, bewildered as to how Karui had manipulated Choji's trajectory. Asuma turned to Ino, asking, "Ino, what just happened?" Just as she was about to respond, Yumi interjected, "This is an illusion specifically designed by my sister for Karui, utilizing her bloodline limit sensory manipulation to create various deceptions." It seems as though she is responding, but it's almost as if she intends to limit Ino and Asuma's interaction. Everyone stood in shock, marveling at such a formidable illusion. Ino expressed her concern. "Is Choji in danger?" With a reassuring smile, Ino replied, "Not at all. Karui only used basic illusions. She hasn't employed any offensive techniques. So he will be fine once he recovers." In the distance, the third Hokage smiled, reflecting on the brilliance of Karui, the prodigious illusionist from the Amagumo clan, lamenting only her lack of proficiency in physical combat. Asuma leaped down, intending to break the illusion cast on Denji. Yakumo quickly interjected, "Asuma-sensei, allow me to handle this. The dispelling of illusions must follow a specific order, otherwise, it could inflict great harm on the victim." Upon hearing this, Asuma promptly withdrew, and Yakumo proceeded to unravel Denji's illusion. "All done. He will awaken shortly," Yakumo stated as he returned to the spectators' area, where his companions congratulated him. Now, only 5 participants remained. Akai shouted, "Lee, it's your turn this time. Go, Lee." However, to everyone's surprise, Lee declined, expressing his desire to be the grand finale. Sakura suspected that Lee was merely being obstinate. Ship announced the lineup for the 10th match, Yamashita Tamahisa versus Tosu. Tamahisa felt exhilarated upon seeing his name. "Finally, it's my turn," he exclaimed. Yakumo cautioned, "Be wary, this sound ninja possesses devices on his arms capable of emitting sound wave attacks." Tamahisa acknowledged the warning and descended to the arena. Upon arrival, Tamahisa found Tosu waiting. "The Konoha brat, encountering me is your misfortune. If you surrender now, you may avoid excessive suffering," Tosu taunted. Tamahisa chuckled in response, "Stop boasting. I'm in a hurry to watch the next matches." Tosu, infuriated by the retort, warned, "You're courting death, and you'll have no one to blame but yourself." Ship declared the commencement of the 10th match. Tamahisa charged forward, launching a taijutsu attack. Tosu reacted swiftly, blocking the strike with his right arm while unleashing a sound wave attack. Forewarned by Yakumo, Tamahisa had prepared for this, retreating quickly. As he stepped back, he glanced at his clothing, frowning slightly. The hem had indeed been torn by the sound wave, despite his precautions. Without Yakumo's warning, he would have sustained injuries, though not necessarily defeat. From the sidelines, Yakumo noticed Tamahisa's minor setback and turned to Yakumo, asking, "It seems Tamahisa is at a disadvantage. Is everything all right?" Yakumo reassured him. "Rest easy. While soundwave attacks are difficult to defend against at close range, Tamahisa is not solely reliant on taijutsu." With Yakumo's words easing his concern, he resumed watching the match. In the arena, realizing that close combat was futile, Tamahisa swiftly created distance and began forming hand seals. Tosu, noticing the maneuver, hastily pursued and launched a soundwave attack. However, his speed fell short of Tamahisa's fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. Tamahisa expelled an enormous fireball from his mouth. At that moment, Tosu was still executing a sound wave attack and found himself unable to evade the oncoming assault, succumbing to the overwhelming flames. The assembled shinobi watching from afar were astonished. The fire dragon flame bomb surpassed even the great fireball technique. If wielded by Uchiha Sasuke, it would have been deemed commonplace. But witnessing it unleashed by Tamahisa, a mere civilian genin, showcased his remarkable talent. After utilizing the fire dragon flame bomb, Tamahisa gasped for breath, his chakra now merely average. The use of such a technique had nearly depleted his reserves. Nevertheless, he remained fixated on the direction of To's. Moments later, as the smoke from the fire ninjutsu dissipated, he beheld To's lying on the ground, and a sense of relief washed over him. At this point, he lacked the strength for further combat, and would have to concede if his opponent posed no threat. Fortunately, fortune favored him, as Ship announced Tamahisa as the victor. Kakashi, observing the scene, turned to the newly arrived Jinkan and remarked, "Jinkan, your 3 students are quite impressive." Jinkan chuckled in acknowledgement and proceeded toward the group of YN and others. They all congratulated the victorious Tamahisa, and Jinkan approached them, saying, "Well done, Tamahisa." Tamahisa, brimming with excitement, replied, "I owe it all to you, teacher Jinkan. It's thanks to you that I improved so swiftly." Jinkan smiled but did not refute this claim. Perhaps due to a lack of substantial material to impart to YN and Haken, Jinkan had invested considerable effort in Tamahisa, leading to his rapid progress. "Now, it's your turn, YN," Tamahisa said, turning his attention to YN. Although it was a commendable statement, the atmosphere that had flourished with Tamahisa's victory suddenly fell into a heavy silence. It was as if Tamahisa had awakened to a startling realization, and in that moment, Haken, Tamahisa, and Shin all regarded YN with grave expressions. The collective gaze made YN feel slightly uncomfortable. Nearby, Akane and Jinkan exchanged puzzled glances. Akane inquired, "What is wrong with you all? It seems you lack confidence in YN." Surprisingly, it was not the typically exuberant Tamahisa who responded, but the often overlooked Shin, who quietly explained, "Teacher Akane, it's not that we lack confidence in YN. Rather, if that sand ninja is YN's opponent, it could be perilous." Akane turned her gaze toward Gaara. During the second exam, she had observed Gaara through the monitor, knowing only that he was the first to arrive and had broken records. Realizing he was formidable but never witnessing his prowess firsthand. Now, after the preceding 10 matches, only YN, Gaara, and Rock Lee remained untested. This indicated a 1 in 3 chance of YN facing Gaara, which understandably concerned Haken and the others. They had all witnessed Gaara's overwhelming dominance against the Rain Ninjas, who stood no chance. Although they had faith in YN, anxiety lingered. YN, perceiving the unease of his companions, approached with a reassuring smile, saying, "Fear not. Even if I face that Gaara, I shall not falter. I am YN of the setting sun." While his friends remained silent, their expressions betrayed their lingering apprehensions. Among the remaining 2 yet to compete, Gaara fidgeted restlessly, prompting cries of alarm from Kankor and Temari. After witnessing the earlier matches, the Shikaku within Gaara stirred with anticipation. "Lee, it appears that it's your turn," Akai remarked to Xiao Li, who felt a surge of nervousness. After all, this was the final match. If he were to falter, the opportunity for advancement would slip away, which was not in alignment with his aspirations. At that moment, the announcer, Moonlight Breeze, declared, "Let the competition continue." As his words resonated, the numbers on the large screen began to flicker rapidly, heightening the tension among the spectators. Who would be the final contender? When the digital display ceased its frantic dance, the tension eased for Yagami and his companions. In Xiaoli's eyes, a fiery determination ignited, while in the distance, Gaara emanated a menacing aura, teetering on the brink of losing control. Maki swiftly intervened, fully aware that Gaara's volatility could jeopardize the Sand Ninja's plans. At that moment, the screen boldly displayed Sunset Cloud versus Rock Lee. Upon realizing that their opponent was not Gaara, Yagami and others breathed a sigh of relief, rallying their support for Cloud. As Cloud prepared to enter the arena, Xiaoli exclaimed excitedly to Akai, "Teacher Akai, I'm going in. I will claim victory." With that declaration, he leaped across to face Cloud. "To think my opponent would be you. I had hoped to battle that sand ninja with the gourd, but evidently that is not possible now," Xiaoli stated. His words ignited a wave of indignation among Yagami and the others. Was he implying that Cloud was inferior to Gaara? Despite recognizing Gaara's prowess, they found Xiao Li's comment infuriating. Even Naruto, observing from afar, felt a surge of frustration as he shared a close bond with Cloud. Cloud chuckled lightly. I truly apologize for disappointing you. However, it is said that you are the second most talented among this new generation, just behind Uchiha Sasuke. Defeating you would certainly serve to validate my own abilities. Defeat me? Cloud met Xiao Li's gaze with unwavering confidence. While I am uncertain of your true strength, I assure you, you shall not prevail against me. As the two appeared to be on the verge of banter, Breeze interjected with a cough. Now, the 11th examination officially commences. The moment these words left his lips, Cloud and Xiao Li surged towards each other simultaneously, executing the leaf hurricane technique. Their feet collided with a resounding impact before they swiftly retreated. In the blink of an eye, Cloud positioned himself at a considerable distance, while Xiao Li propelled himself onto the stone statue of the ninja hand seals. This recent attack was merely a probe. After the initial clash, both individuals were taken aback. Yun had assumed that the unarmed Li would possess limited strength. However, upon testing, he discovered that Li's power was indeed comparable to his own. Li's astonishment was even greater. Having witnessed Yun's speed in rushing to save Hinata, Li had only intended to gauge Yun's strength with that strike. Yet, not only did Yun match his power, but he also employed Li's own technique. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li inquired, "How did you master my technique?" Yun replied, "I observed your match with Sasuke and noticed your move. I simply learned it on the spot. What is so strange about that? The Leaf Hurricane isn't particularly difficult to master." Yun's words left the spectators in disbelief. Indeed, as Yun stated, the Leaf Hurricane is not a complex technique to acquire. Yet it demands significant precision in both the height of the jump and the angle of the side kick. Yun's execution appeared to be a perfect replica of Li's. If Yun had possessed the Sharingan, replicating such a physical technique would have posed little challenge. However, the fact that Yun could flawlessly perform it after merely witnessing Li use it once implied that he possessed extraordinary insight and analytical prowess. Amidst the crowd, Guy turned to Kakashi and remarked, "To think he could master Li's technique after just one observation. Truly the son of the Red Sunset." Kakashi retorted, "Indeed, the son of the Red Sunset is formidable, but your disciple lacks resistance in that regard. It seems he is destined to lose." Guy, stroking his chin, murmured, "Illusions. Li is indeed not adept at handling Jinjutsu. He neither knows Jinjutsu nor Ninjutsu. His only arsenal lies in Taijutsu. Because of this, I firmly believe Li will triumph. For the power of youth is absolute." As he uttered these final words, Guy flashed a bright smile, revealing his pristine teeth, and gave Kakashi a thumbs up, causing Kakashi to shudder, realizing that discussing serious matters with this fool was ill-advised. Li then addressed Yun, saying, "You truly are a genius. Both you and Uchiha Sasuke can accomplish in a mere moment what might take me an eternity to achieve, if I can achieve it at all. However, I must defeat you to prove that even the underdog can triumph over brilliance." "Well said, Li. That is the essence of true youth," Guy exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he turned to Li, urging, "Li, let go of those weights. You are not yet capable of overcoming your opponent." "But, Sensei Guy, didn't you say that without protecting everyone, one cannot succeed? That is of no consequence. I permit it." Upon hearing this, Li beamed with joy, squatting atop a statue to reveal the weights concealed within his attire. The crowd reacted with varied expressions, while Kakashi sarcastically lamented the futility of such training. Naruto wore a look of sudden enlightenment, while Kankuro exhibited boredom, and Shiji internally scoffed. Do they really believe that shedding weights will drastically enhance their strength? How naive. In truth, Guy occasionally had them carry some weights without elaborating too much, as such training, unless excessively heavy, was of little effect. If the weights were too burdensome, the human body would struggle to bear them. Hence, each leading instructor simply allowed their students to carry a manageable amount. Xiao Li released the heavy burden, exclaiming, "All right. This movement feels much lighter and more agile now." As he let go of the weight, it unexpectedly fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, accompanied by a cloud of thick dust. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, while Kakashi turned to Guy and said, "Guy, that was a bit excessive, don't you think?" Unfazed, Guy shouted to Xiao Li, "Go for it, Li." With a spirited cry, Xiao Li dashed towards Yun, reaching him in an instant. From the sidelines, Hong and Xuanqian exchanged worried glances. Given Xiao Li's current speed, Yun had no chance to counterattack. Their fears were soon confirmed, as despite Yun's attempts to evade, he could not fully defend against Xiao Li's onslaught, suffering numerous heavy blows in mere moments. To top it off, Xiao Li shouted, "Leaf Hurricane," as he delivered a kick to Yun's chin, sending him crashing to the ground. "Well done, Xiao Li," Guy praised, witnessing the scene. Kakashi initially believed Xiao Li had injured Yun, But upon seeing Hong and the others remain unconcerned, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he observed the match. Slowly, Yin rose to his feet, and Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. "Is that so?" he murmured. Guy, noticing Kakashi's astonishment, turned to him. "You see for yourself." Following Kakashi's gaze, Guy was equally astonished by the spectacle. At that moment, distinct cracks appeared on Yun's face where Shaoli had struck him. "What is that?" Naruto exclaimed, witnessing the unusual phenomenon. "Naruto, you might not be aware, but this is a special defensive ninjutsu developed by Yun recently, which envelopes him in a layer of rock and earth at all times. This way, even without sensing an attack, he won't sustain injuries," Shikyu explained to Naruto, who had approached them unbeknownst. "That's unfair. How can anyone defeat Yun with that?" Naruto grumbled, feeling discontented. Although he was relieved that Yun was unhurt, it meant that Yun was now considerably stronger than him. Shikyu, observing Naruto's frustration, clarified, "However, it's not absolute. If an attack exceeds a certain threshold, it can still harm Yun. Moreover, maintaining such a high level of defense consumes a significant amount of chakra, making it impossible to sustain indefinitely. But for a single match, it will suffice." Despite Shikyu's quiet voice, the crowd's keen hearing allowed them to catch every word. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances with Gaara, thinking, "Isn't this just like Gaara's sand armor?" Gaara, upon seeing Yun's rocky armor, became exceedingly excited, teetering on the brink of losing control. Sensing this, Maki urged Temari and Kankuro to focus on the match as he guided Gaara away. Indeed, as Temari and Kankuro suspected, Yun's rocky armor was inspired by Gaara's sand armor. In preparation for the Chunin exams, Yun had been diligently addressing his shortcomings and ultimately recognized that his greatest flaw was his defense. Despite possessing sensory abilities, there were still individuals capable of evading detection. As he sought to rectify this deficiency, he found himself at a loss for a considerable time. By a fortunate coincidence, I recalled Gaara's sand armor and pondered whether it might be possible to replicate it with earth and rock. Thus, I embarked on an experiment. Initially, I faced several setbacks. Yet gradually, success was within reach. Within about a week, I achieved my goal. When Yun displayed this newfound ability to Shinjin and others, Jijio and Yagumo could only express their awe. However, Xuanjian's heart was tumultuous, for he understood that this ability was not some arcane secret, but rather a matter of precise control over chakra and mental fortitude. Anyone could potentially master it, but the number of those who could meet such demands was exceedingly rare. Yet, Yun effortlessly accomplished it, elevating him from being merely recognized as a genius in Xuanjian's eyes to a status beyond human comprehension. In the midst of this, Yun turned to Shao Li and inquired, "Is this all you have? Surely, you possess some untapped ultimate techniques." Shao Li remained silent, yet his mind was ablaze with thoughts. This defense was extraordinarily formidable. No matter how he attacked, he found himself unable to inflict any harm. He realized he could only shatter Yun's armor with a tremendous blow and then defeat him. Thus, he resolved to use the Lotus technique. With this in mind, he turned to Akai, who nodded in affirmation. Shao Li slowly began to unravel the bandages on his hands. "Lotus, is it?" Yun observed without intervening, for since he developed the earth armor, he had yet to test its limits. The relatively moderate offensive power of the Lotus technique seemed perfectly suited for this occasion. At that moment, Shao Li was prepared, declaring, "Awaken. In the spirit of being fellow Leaf villagers, I shall hold back a little." "There is no need for that. It would render the exercise meaningless," Yun replied. "Then I shall give it my all," Shao Li proclaimed, charging toward Yun. Yun chose not to evade, and the spectators from the Leaf village, observing this scene from afar, felt Yun was being rather presumptuous. He could easily have opted to endure Shao Li's attack while employing ninjutsu, and such an action appeared to many as the most unwise course of action. "As you wish," Shao Li said, delivering a swift shadow dance leaf kick to Yun. To everyone's astonishment, Yun's body did not budge from the impact. The sequence continued as Shao Li executed a series of consecutive kicks that propelled Yun into the air. Kakashi remarked, "What an impressive flurry of kicks." Meanwhile, Jijio and the others, who had initially been unconcerned about Yun, began to feel a twinge of worry, and Yagumo's palms grew clammy with sweat. Only Hong, who had watched Yun grow, understood his character and remained relatively untroubled, confident that Yun had a plan. Curiously, Akai, who would typically be cheering, found himself praying instead. This was because the usual Lotus technique placed an immense burden on the body. Akai hoped that Shao Li would secure victory with this move. At that moment, Shao Li encased Yun's entire body in bandages and spun rapidly toward the ground. Upon landing, The lotus technique produced a sound that resonated with a force many times greater than that of Xiao Li's weighted drop. The onlookers were left in stunned silence as Xiao Li leaped away from the colossal crater he had created, and all eyes turned toward the ensuing cloud of smoke. After a swirl of smoke dissipated, the body of Yun, lying motionless in the vast pit, appeared as if he were lifeless. The spectators were taken aback, with Yukumo covering her mouth in shock. Naruto murmured, "No way," while Shikamaru speculated, "Could he be dead?" Suddenly, Lee, who had been still on the ground, trembled, and to everyone's astonishment, Yun slowly rose to his feet, though bits of earth and rock continued to fall from his body. While the crowd rejoiced, they were also astonished. Guy turned to Kakashi, questioning how someone could withstand such an onslaught and still manage to stand. Kakashi replied, "Indeed. If one were to fully endure such an attack, they would have no strength left to fight. However, consider this." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Guy turned to Yun and exclaimed in surprise, "It wasn't the same attack that caused this. When did he do it?" "It happened while you were closing your eyes to pray," Kakashi explained. "He utilized a shockwave to shatter the ground before landing, thereby allowing Hiza's attack to merely crush the rocky armor, leaving Yun himself largely unscathed. Although the method remains a mystery, it is indeed impressive," Kakashi concluded. "It is the wind," Asuma interjected, having approached Kakashi unnoticed. He likely combined the sharpness of the wind with the airwaves from the previous sound ninjas to create a new technique. "Wind, huh? What a remarkable genius," Kakashi remarked, impressed by the talent displayed. The other genin, having listened to the analysis from the higher-ranked ninjas, were left speechless, their faces reflecting nothing but awe. Yun, now slowly standing, said to Lee, "Indeed, one must never underestimate their opponent. I almost met my end. Now, I shall give it my all. If you wish to concede, now is the time." Despite the tremors coursing through his body from the pain of executing Hayu, he showed no sign of surrender, enduring the agony and assuming a stance. Observing this, Yun remarked, "Is that so? While I anticipated this, I still held a glimmer of hope. After all, we are both part of the Leaf Village, and I do not wish for you to suffer too greatly because of me." Lee, clenching his fist, replied, "I appreciate your sentiment, but please, give it your all. I must defeat you at your fullest." "As you wish," Yun responded. Contrary to what everyone expected, he did not charge at Lee but instead, as Lee had done earlier, squatted down, revealing the weight strapped to his legs. Back in the arena, Yun gradually lifted the heavy burden and slowly released his grip, stating, "You are not the only one capable of training under such weight." This remark elicited another thunderous sound, though it lacked the earlier commotion caused by Xiao Li. The difference lay solely in the height of the burden. No one doubted the weight Yun was enduring. The spectators, particularly Hong, initially appeared astonished before swiftly turning to Xin Jian and inquiring, "What manner of training have you subjected Yun to? Are you not aware of the toll it takes on the body?" Xin Jian, feigning innocence, replied, "I too am oblivious as to when he began this arduous practice." He then glanced at Bai Yun and Jijio, who both expressed their lack of knowledge. In their memories, Yun had indeed engaged in weight training, but it was merely a rudimentary form, akin to what they themselves practiced, and for a limited duration. Such an advanced level seemed implausible. Their memories were accurate. Yun had indeed commenced his weight training alongside them. Initially, Yun approached the burden without great enthusiasm, recognizing the long-term nature of the endeavor. Exceeding the limits too quickly could inflict severe harm on the body. However, to his surprise, his adaptation period lasted only a single day. In other words, every other day. Yun's burden would increase incrementally, ultimately becoming increasingly heavier. What started as a daily routine had now extended to 3 days, a most unusual phenomenon. Despite the myriad of eccentricities in the world of Hokage, Yun's situation was unprecedented. Due to various concerns, he refrained from revealing this to anyone until today, when he finally showcased the extent of his weight training. "I will ask you one last time. Are you certain you will not concede?" Xiao Li's voice remained resolute. No sooner had Xiao Li finished speaking than Yun charged at him with a speed comparable to Xiao Li's earlier display, in stark contrast to the previous situation. This time Xiao Li found himself with little opportunity to retaliate, being subjected to a relentless onslaught of techniques such as the Leaf Whirlwind and Leaf Gale, as if Yun were repaying the prior blows. Ultimately, a final Leaf Whirlwind sent Xiao Li hurtling through the air. Now, concern for Xiao Li shifted to the spectators. Sakura directly questioned Akai why? Why does he not evade? At Xiao Li's speed, he should easily be able to avoid it. Akai's voice held a somber tone as he replied, "It is not that he cannot evade." Sakura pressed further, "Then why is he unable to?" It was Kakashi who responded, explaining, The previous move, the Lotus, is a double-edged sword. Sakura, perplexed, listened as Kakashi elucidated the principles and side effects of the Lotus technique, ultimately seeking Akai's confirmation to assuage her doubts. In the arena, Xiaoli slowly rose to his feet once more. "Are you still unwilling to give up?" Yun declared, charging at Xiaoli again, who had just regained his footing. Once again, Xiaoli was sent flying. Yun addressed him directly. "Yield. Regardless of your remaining techniques. With only taijutsu at your disposal, you cannot hope to match me." The crowd urged Xiaoli to concede, recognizing that without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, and relying solely on taijutsu, defeat was all but assured. No, Li would not concede so easily, for he. The final words were left unspoken by Kai, who silently thought, "That is because Li, you have always persevered." Li stood up once more, declaring, "I must defeat you to prove that hard work can indeed triumph over genius." With that, he charged towards Yun at a speed comparable to that of the latter, who reciprocated the charge. Sakura was momentarily taken aback by their regained velocity, exclaiming, "Yet, even so, he could never hope to match Yun. Sooner or later, he would find himself in a dire predicament once again." To this, Kai countered, "No. This time it is Li who shall drive his opponent to the brink. The lotus of Konoha shall bloom anew." Sakura, puzzled, questioned the notion of blooming anew. Recalling Li's words in the Forest of Death, Kakashi, grasping the implication, turned to Kai and asked, "Kai, do you?" Kai responded to Kakashi's inquiry, who elaborated on the 8 gates in the Lotus technique, and then inquired about the number of gates Li had opened. Kai replied that it was 5. A bewildered Sakura, listening intently, sought clarification on the 8 gates and the Lotus technique, prompting Kakashi and Kai to provide a detailed explanation. Ultimately, Kakashi mentioned that opening the 8th gate could bestow power surpassing that of the Hokage, albeit at the cost of one's life. He then turned to Kai and remarked, "I do not wish to delve into what that child signifies to you, nor will I admonish you against being emotionally driven. However, there must be limits to everything. I have misjudged you, Kai." Unyielding, Kai retorted, "How much do you truly understand that child? He possesses a fervent desire to protect what he holds dear, and I wish for him to become one capable of safeguarding those precious things. That is all." The two combatants resumed their clash, their speeds once again evenly matched. After exchanging blows in a round, neither could gain the upper hand, prompting them to retreat momentarily. "Yin Dao, even if you have enhanced your strength through some secret technique and restored your previous speed, it cannot last indefinitely. You will still be unable to defeat me. Indeed, the duration will not be long, but I shall vanquish you with an even greater force than before. This is my ultimate move." After declaring this, he crossed his arms, and a wave of chakra, almost visible to the naked eye, emanated from Xiaoli's body. Those present, aside from the already informed and mentally prepared Kai and Kakashi, including the lower ninjas and the jounin like Hong, Shinjin, Asuma, and even the third Hokage on the platform, displayed expressions of astonishment. Upon witnessing this, Yun comprehended that Xiaoli was about to employ the Li Lianhua technique. He addressed Xiaoli in terms of physical prowess. "I am indeed no match for you, but this is where it ends, for I am not solely skilled in taijutsu." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals. "Indeed, regardless of the outcome, it shall conclude now. I cannot be the only one to face defeat here. Now is the time to embody my own ninja way. Open the 3rd gate." Simultaneously, Yun completed his hand seals, misconcealment technique. Almost instantaneously, the entire arena was enveloped in a thick fog. From a distance, Sakura turned to Kakashi and inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, isn't this technique associated with Zabuza?" It was true. Yet it was not solely Zabuza who wielded it. He merely excelled in its execution. Kakashi was taken aback, despite the numerous surprises Yun had already provided. He was astounded once more. The misconcealment technique, while not exceedingly powerful, was remarkable in this arena devoid of water, showcasing Yun's formidable chakra reserves. At this moment, Yun transcended the status of an ordinary genius, deserving the title of extraordinary. His prowess in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and chakra volume and control were impeccable. As for jinjutsu, it was not even a consideration for Kakashi. It would be laughable if the son of the Red Sunset was incapable of illusionary arts. In the fog-laden arena, only a handful of individuals could fully perceive the unfolding scene. The majority were left in darkness, hearing only the continuous sound of clashing forces. Kai, addressing the now visible Sharingan of Kakashi, asked, "Kakashi, what is the situation? Xiaoli is formidable, yet he is destined to lose. Even with the 5th gate open, he is merely flailing in desperation. Defeat is inevitable." Despite having anticipated this, Kai felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing Kakashi's response. Minutes later, the fog gradually began to dissipate. The crowd watched intently as the scene unfolded. When the mist finally cleared, it revealed Yun standing triumphantly, while Xiao Li lay motionless on the ground. Kai rushed forward, and Yun reassured him, "Do not worry. He has merely fallen victim to an illusion. However, the after-effects of the forbidden technique may leave him incapacitated for several months." Kai, recognizing Yun's mercy, expressed his gratitude before entrusting Xiao Li to the medical ninjas. The swift wind announced from the ruins of the arena, "The winner of the 11th match is Yun." After a few coughs, he concluded, "It is finally over." The third Hokage nodded in agreement. The formal examination was about to commence. The winds of fate have proclaimed the conclusion of the preliminary examinations, extending heartfelt congratulations to all successful candidates, though both Sasuke and Gaara are notably absent. Sakura inquires of Kakashi regarding the curse mark on Sasuke's neck, to which Kakashi can only respond with uncertainty, urging her not to fret. After imparting this reassurance, Kakashi encourages Sakura to focus on the forthcoming exams before taking his leave. The third Hokage expresses his elation, revealing that a total of 11 candidates will advance to the finals, with Konoha being represented by 8, while the remaining 3 hail from Sunagakure. He elaborates on the structure of the formal competition, hoping that all participants will showcase their utmost abilities. The finals are scheduled to take place in 1 month. As notifications to the daimyos and the leaders of various ninja factions require time, and candidates will need to prepare adequately to regain their peak condition. Kankuro comments on the Hokage's penchant for verbose expressions. The third reminds everyone to utilize the intelligence gathered from the preliminaries to prepare for battle. To ensure fairness, the matchups for the finals will be predetermined. Understanding the significance of the approaching month, the third continues his lengthy address, prompting Naruto to grow increasingly restless. Eventually, the Hokage instructs Hanabi to bring forth a box for drawing lots to determine the matchups. When the participants draw their slips, they discover their assigned numbers. Ibiki requests everyone to announce their numbers, and subsequently, Shikamaru and Naruto draw lots on behalf of the absent Sasuke and Gaara. Revealing the matchups, the first match features Nara Shikamaru vs Yuhi Kurenai, the second is Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji, the third pits Uchiha Sasuke against Gaara. The fourth is Kankuro vs Yamanaka Ino, and the fifth match involves Yamashita Tamahisa vs Temari, while Kuruma Yakumo receives a bye in the first round. Tamahisa internally laments the formidable nature of his opponent, while Temari contemplates the elimination format. Shikamaru expresses his frustration at being grouped with Yuhi, feeling that victory is unattainable, while Kankuro breathes a sigh of relief, glad to avoid being matched against Gaara. Neji wears a smile, finding the arrangement favorable, and Naruto, brimming with determination, resolves to avenge Hinata in his impending match against Neji. Meanwhile, Sakura worries for Sasuke, and Yuhi feels a sense of resignation, having preferred a confrontation with Neji over Shikamaru. Shikamaru raises a query regarding the elimination process, wondering if only one candidate can prevail from the Chunin exams. The third Hokage shakes his head, clarifying that this is not the case. The Hokage, Kazekage, and leaders from various nations will serve as judges, assessing each candidate's performance in battle to determine their eligibility for the Chunin rank. It is conceivable that even those who fall in the first round may still achieve the rank of Chunin. Temari inquires if it is possible for all participants to become Chunin, to which the Hokage affirms that it is indeed possible, although conversely, it is also plausible that none may ascend to the rank, with victories providing greater opportunities for showcasing their talents. Shikamaru grumbles about the complications. After concluding his discourse, the third Hokage orders the assembly to disperse. Naruto suddenly realizes that if Sasuke defeats Gaara, it is highly probable that he will face Naruto in the next round. Concurrently, Kabuto reports the final outcomes to Orochimaru, who remarks that Konoha has become excessively peaceful and tranquil while other nations are covertly ramping up their military preparations. Do felt that the time had come, and Orochimaru remarked that taking the old man's head was not a particularly pleasant task. Sensing Orochimaru's hesitation, Do couldn't resist stoking the flames by mentioning the matter of the Sound Village, which had already become the catalyst for a great war. He then spoke of Sasuke, which displeased Orochimaru. Having overly perceptive subordinates was not a favorable circumstance. Do, however, claimed ignorance regarding the affairs of TS and the other two. Orochimaru offered him some words of comfort, expressing his trust in him. Orochimaru then brought up the issue of Kakashi sealing Sasuke's cursed mark, hoping that Do would take Sasuke away swiftly. Do believed Orochimaru was being overly hasty. Orochimaru mentioned another individual he was keeping an eye on, and Do immediately guessed it was Naruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru feared that Sasuke would be too greatly influenced by Naruto, risking a loss of control, and thus insisted they should be separated quickly. Do was somewhat reluctant, but Orochimaru asserted that Do was, at best, at Kakashi's level. After Do departed, Orochimaru pondered what Do was truly thinking and sensed there might be matters concealed from him. Do entered the hospital and, after a series of struggles, defeated all the guarding Umbu. He drew a knife, intending to sever Sasuke's throat, but was thwarted by the timely arrival of Kakashi. Do mocked the insufficient number of Umbu dispatched. Kakashi was taken aback, as these Umbu had been personally deployed by him. He recognized that Do was no mere genin. He recalled Do as the son of the medical team leader and surmised that Do was aligned with Orochimaru. Do consistently evaded direct questions, prompting Kakashi to prepare to confront him. However, Do threatened Kakashi with Sasuke's safety. A skirmish ensued, and in a matter of moments, Kakashi rescued Sasuke and subdued Do. Suddenly, one of the Umbu on the ground rose and attempted to flee. Kakashi quickly responded, using a shadow clone to block the exit. Another Umbu broke through a window and escaped, revealing this to be Do's true self. It turned out that Do had employed the technique of manipulating corpses, having reshaped one of the deceased to bear his visage, thus preparing for his escape long in advance. Kakashi secretly admired Do's cunning. After all, he was the son of Yakushi Kabuto, but regrettably, he had aligned himself with Orochimaru. The third Hokage gathered all the elite shinobi to discuss how to contend with Orochimaru's schemes. As Yun and his companions exited the central tower, they returned to Konoha, deliberating on their visit to the hospital to see their injured classmates. The remaining unscathed members of the new Team 4 proceeded together. Upon their arrival at the hospital, they fortuitously encountered Neji, who regarded Yun with a complex expression yet refrained from elaboration. Naruto approached the reception desk to inquire about Sasuke's hospital room, only to be informed by the nurse that visits were prohibited. Incensed, Naruto erupted in protest. Kakashi emerged from within, intervening to quell Naruto's outburst. Naruto expressed his desire for Kakashi to expedite his training guidance, but Kakashi disclosed that he had already enlisted someone else to assist him. Discontented, Naruto raised his voice. Kakashi mentioned he had other matters to attend to, leaving Naruto to deduce that Kakashi intended to aid Sasuke in his training. To Naruto's astonishment, the instructor Kakashi recommended was none other than Ebisu, prompting Naruto to exclaim, "That lecture? Absolutely not." Yun and Ayam first visited Hinata, while Shino and Chizuru went to see Kiba, simultaneously updating him on the results of the competition. Shikamaru and Choji waited outside for Ino, preparing to accompany her to visit Kiba. Neji, in the meantime, made his way to see Lee and Tintin. Upon entering the hospital room, Yun found Hinata peacefully resting in bed, attended by a member of the Hyuga clan. Yun sensed that this individual was a Jonin, which was hardly surprising, considering Hinata's status as the heiress of the Hyuga main family, necessitating a Jonin's presence for both care and protection. The Hyuga clan member rose to respond as the group entered. At that moment, Hinata stirred awake, and upon seeing Yun and the others, she struggled to sit up. Yun promptly supported her, while the Hyuga attendant, recognizing the need for privacy, excused himself. Ayam recounted the entire competition in detail, although Yun sat calmly before her. Hinata listened with trepidation, recalling the harrowing scenes of battle. She expressed her admiration for Yun's prowess, yet soon became disheartened, apologizing, "I'm sorry. It's because I'm too weak that I can't help and only make you worry." Yun chided gently, "What are you saying? Whether strong or weak, to me, you are irreplaceable. Your well-being is the greatest assistance you can offer me. Promise me, don't push yourself like you did today." Hinata nodded, wishing to say more. But Ayam interjected, "You too, stop being so lovey-dovey. It's hard for me to watch, knowing you both care for each other so much." Hinata's face flushed as she replied, that S nodded, "Ayam, you're also very important to Yun." This declaration caused Ayam to blush slightly in response. An awkward silence enveloped them, with none uttering a word. Eventually, Hinata and Ayam exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching a silent resolution. They both turned their attention to Yun. And Hinata began, "Yun, However, she could only manage 2 words, her face growing increasingly crimson, on the verge of fainting from embarrassment. Sensing her distress, Ayam quickly interjected, "Never mind, let me say it." This statement served as a lifeline, allowing Hinata to gradually regain her composure, her face no longer flushed with embarrassment. "Well, Yun, but Hakuyun has not yet expressed it. As the conversation seemed to drift towards Hinata's earlier sentiments, Yun interjected, "What exactly do you wish to convey? Speak slowly, do not rush. I will listen intently." Perhaps Yun's words instilled courage in the two, for Hakuyun lifted her gaze and softly spoke. "Yun, both Hinata and I hold deep affections for you. Yet, we do not wish to impose upon you. After some deliberation, we hope that, if you are willing, the three of us can remain together forever." Though Yun maintained an outward calm, inside, tumultuous waves surged. The phrase "together forever" echoed within his heart, as if seeking affirmation. He turned to Hinata, who, unusually, did not lower her gaze but met his eyes directly, seemingly to demonstrate her resolve. Yun embraced both of them tightly, expressing, "Thank you for cherishing someone as seemingly unremarkable as me." Before he could articulate more, Hinata interjected. "Yun, you are not unremarkable. To me, you are unique and immensely significant. Every time I faced adversity and contemplated giving up, it was you who stood by me, encouraging me, assuring me that I could persevere. I have become who I am today because of you. Although I still have many shortcomings, I will strive harder until I earn everyone's recognition. It is your belief in me that has instilled this determination." Hinata was right. I too have reached this point because of Yun. Since childhood, many deemed my health too frail to become a ninja. Yet, Yun was the only one who believed in me, who supported me in my efforts. My achievements today owe greatly to Yun. Even if that were not the case, you are the top genius of Konoha. How could you ever claim to be unremarkable? Yun, touched and guilt-ridden by their declarations, reflected on how his initial support for them stemmed from admiration and sympathy for their original characters. It was only through genuine interaction and relationship that he found himself gradually drawn to them, eventually falling in love. I also cherish both of you, admiring the shy yet resilient Chutian, and the seemingly fragile yet indomitable Hakuyun. I will forever hold you dear and protect you," he declared, intertwining his hands with theirs. "Vowing to stay together always. We too wish to remain with Yun forever," Hakuyun and Hinata echoed in unison. Despite the affirmation of their relationship, the trio did not indulge in excessive affection, as none of them were particularly open. Setting aside Hinata and Hakuyun, Yun, in both his past and present, was experiencing romance for the first time. If it were merely one person, he might muster the courage, but with two, it felt overwhelming. After further conversation, Yun brought up Hakuyun's advancement to the finals, which delighted Hinata. "Hakun, you must give it your all." Turning back, Yun remarked that although Ayakumo was formidable, the mere thought of her opponent caused a headache. "Let us not dwell on it. The next match features a sand ninja who possesses a distinct advantage over me. If she employs her ninjutsu from a distance, I will find myself utterly helpless." Hinata, having observed the match between Temari and herself, was acutely aware of Ayakumo's prowess. Most of Ayakumo's powerful illusions required either considerable preparation time or necessitated the enemy's proximity. Thus, a long-range combatant like Temari was indeed her current nemesis. Upon hearing this, Yun consoled Ayakumo, "Do not be so disheartened. With the right strategy, victory is still within reach. Perhaps I could assist you by training you with wind release techniques during this period. If we can secure even a brief moment for you to cast your illusions, I am confident you shall prevail." Initially, Ayakumo felt a surge of joy, but it swiftly transformed into a frown. "No, Yun. You must also focus on your own training before the exam. While your strength is undeniable, it is wise to avoid any unforeseen circumstances." Yun intended to assert that his capabilities would suffice, even without rigorous practice, but the impending Chunin exams loomed in his mind, prompting him to swallow his words. He nodded in agreement and said, "Very well." Yun encouraged Hinata to rest and recuperate, leaving Ayakumo to keep her company while he attended to the other injured comrades. Cloud was the first to arrive at Xiao Li's hospital room, as it was only natural for him to visit given that Xiao Li's injuries were a direct result of their competition. Upon entering, he observed Ning Xiai standing quietly to one side, alongside Tian, who was also injured but had nearly recovered. The atmosphere in the room was rather tranquil, a state not surprising considering Ning Xi's naturally reserved demeanor, while Xiao Li and Tian appeared dispirited due to their defeat. Perhaps it was because Xiao Li had not been judged incapable of continuing as a ninja, as in the original narrative. Thus, Guy was absent from the room. Once inside, the three pairs of eyes turned towards Cloud. He greeted them and inquired about Xiao Li's condition. Tian responded indifferently, while Xiao Li, brimming with fighting spirit, began to speak but was interrupted by a sharp pain. Tian quickly admonished him, and Ning Xiai remarked, "You just came from Hinata's side, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, Cloud's expression grew slightly serious as he replied, Ningxiai, regardless of your grievances with the main family, I hope you do not impose them upon Hinata. Although it was but a brief statement, the implications were indeed profound. Yuri Yun, I acknowledge your strength, but I shall not tolerate your threats. As for Lady Hinata, as long as she does not provoke me, I have no reason to target her. Thank you, and I apologize for any discomfort caused, Cloud said, bowing slightly. I shall not disturb you further, as I must visit other patients. Farewell. After leaving Shaoli, Cloud proceeded to Kiba's room, where the atmosphere was in stark contrast. Even before entering, the sounds of raucous chatter reached his ears. Shikamaru, Chuji, and Shino were present, while Kiba was responding intermittently from his bed. His sister, Inuzuka Hana, stood nearby, reprimanding Kiba for his reckless behavior, noting that he had consumed too much military rations and used forbidden techniques, which would likely keep him bedridden for 10 days. Akamaru's situation was less severe, as he would recover after a brief rest. Upon seeing Cloud enter, Kiba exclaimed, Cloud, I've heard about your prowess. I didn't expect you to be so formidable, yet you've also brought us newcomers some honor. Cloud approached Hana and greeted her. As she was a friend of Yuhi Kurenai and had dined at Cloud's home before, making them somewhat familiar with each other. You are certainly stronger than our Kiba, Hana remarked. If only Kiba could be more like you, I would be delighted. Kiba, overhearing this, protested, Sister, what are you saying? One day, I will surpass Cloud. Don't be so presumptuous. First, you must defeat Naruto, Hana teased. Annoyed by her words, Kiba fell silent, likely having endured many jests about this matter. As being defeated by Naruto was hardly a point of pride. After departing from Kiba's room, Cloud chose not to visit Sasuke, as their relationship had always been merely cordial. And given the current tense atmosphere, he preferred to avoid provoking Uchiha Sasuke. Instead, he returned to Hinata's room and discovered that she had fallen asleep. He beckoned to Hate, who was seated nearby, and they both quietly exited. As they stepped out of the ward, a member of the Hyuga clan re-entered the room. Having consistently kept a watchful eye on the situation, the two exchanged greetings before taking their leave. As they approached the entrance of the hospital, Shino, Ino, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Choji emerged, each parting ways to return home after a day of exhausting battles. Yun first escorted Ayakumo home before making his own way back. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to rebuff Ebisu's offer to become his teacher, leaving Ebisu feeling that Naruto was exceedingly rude. Kakashi was puzzled as to why Naruto referred to Ebisu as a lecherous face. Naruto believed that Ebisu was inferior to himself, as the latter had once been defeated by a technique from the past. Ebisu hurriedly covered Naruto's mouth to prevent him from revealing this. It was then that Kakashi realized the two had previously known one another. Ebisu laughed heartily, proclaiming it to be fate, while secretly contemplating the humiliation he felt. Naruto once again criticized Ebisu, who was displeased, stating that he would not have come to teach Naruto had it not been for Kakashi's request. Kakashi, attempting to persuade Naruto, described Ebisu as a special jonin and elite instructor. He also emphasized that Naruto's foundational skills were the weakest in Team 7, urging him to study diligently. Enraged, Naruto questioned how he was inferior to Sasuke and Sakura. Kakashi, with no other option, reiterated the importance of a solid foundation before taking his leave. Ebisu arranged to meet Naruto the following day. Upon returning home, Yun found that Hong had already prepared dinner and was chatting with Red Bean. Upon seeing Yun, Red Bean complained, Hey, Yun, it's so late. I've been waiting for you, your sister Red Bean, for quite a while. Yun apologized. I'm sorry. I had no idea you would come today. Had I known, I would have returned from the hospital earlier. Red Bean laughed in response. I don't believe you. Even if you had known I was coming, you wouldn't have returned so soon. Could you bear to leave your injured little sweetheart? This comment caused Yun's face to redden, leaving him at a loss for words. Hong reproached Red Bean. Enough, Red Bean. You always tease Yun whenever you see him. If you keep this up, I will get angry. Indeed, Red Bean, who usually feared nothing, was apprehensive of Hong's displeasure. Observing this exchange, Red Bean refrained from further teasing, and the three of them shared a meal together. Afterward, Hong tidied up the table and began discussing the upcoming Chunin exam. Red Bean, somewhat irked, addressed Yun. Considering how much I've cared for you, I had no idea your skills had improved to this extent. Yun vehemently protested. That's unfair, Red Bean. My abilities have only recently surged. You've been so busy, and we've only met a few times during this period. I can't just brag about my progress every time I see you. Clearly satisfied with this explanation, Red Bean did not press further. The trio continued to converse about various topics until Red Bean took her leave. After escorting Red Bean out, Hong returned and sat down with Yun, saying, "Yun, your performance in this Chunin exam exceeded my expectations. I am genuinely pleased, as you are steadily growing stronger. I believe you will soon surpass me and become a formidable ninja in your own right. Surpassing one's elder sister is an inevitability. However, if one lacks the strength to match her, what means do I possess to protect her?" Hong, upon hearing this, smiled gently and said, "There are certain things I intended to bestow upon you once you matured a bit more, but your current prowess has met the necessary criteria. Therefore, I have resolved to entrust those items to you tomorrow." Yun, perplexed, inquired, "What are those items?" "You shall discover that tomorrow. For now, rest," replied Hong. Yun, refraining from further questioning, retreated to her room for the night. The following day, Yun awoke early, but upon visiting Hong's quarters, she found them vacant. Confusion washed over her, as Hong had mentioned bestowing some items upon her, yet today she was nowhere to be found. Nevertheless, Yun felt no apprehension. After all, this was during the heightened state of vigilance in Konoha. If a seasoned Nin were to fall into misfortune unbeknownst to all, it would spell disaster for the village. After enjoying breakfast, Yun commenced her training as per usual. The reason for her lack of intensive practice was not due to a lack of desire, but rather the absence of viable options. The jutsu and training methods she could currently master were either conditional or had already been thoroughly practiced. Meanwhile, Naruto met with Hybe and issued a challenge. Hybe acquiesced, stating that it would be an opportunity to showcase the strength of a Nin. The rules were straightforward. Naruto would run, while Hybe would pursue him. Capturing Naruto would signify victory, while failing to do so would result in defeat. Naruto sprinted far ahead, believing he had outpaced Hybe, only to find Hybe appearing directly in front of him. In a bid to escape, Naruto deployed a smoke bomb and continued his flight. Breathless, he reached the entrance of a cinema, begrudgingly acknowledging the elite instructor's impressive agility. Upon discovering the film titled Love Paradise, The Great Battle, a smile crept onto Naruto's face. Hybe soon arrived and, upon noticing the film, displayed a rather lascivious expression. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Hybe suddenly inquired. Startled, Naruto had no choice but to dispel his transformation technique, revealing that he had taken on the appearance of the film's leading lady. Embarrassed and furious, Naruto unleashed his shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones scattering in all directions. Hybe laughed heartily and conjured his own array of shadow clones to pursue them. The two engaged in a grand spectacle of shadow clones within Konoha, with Naruto's clones being swiftly vanquished. Panting, Naruto collapsed at the bridge's edge, only for Hybe to catch up to him. In a panic, Naruto fell into the water. Yet, rather than retreat, he surged forward to confront Hybe. However, his attack missed, and he tumbled back into the water. Hybe erupted in laughter, leaving Naruto with no choice but to concede defeat. The two then headed to Ichiraku for ramen, where Hybe remarked on Naruto's lack of chakra control. He produced a diagram to illustrate his point. The chart clearly indicated that chakra is a fusion of mental and physical energy. Prior to utilizing jutsu, a ninja's physical energy remains at a full 100%, allowing for a complete conversion into physical techniques, with chakra being seldom employed. This is also the reason some individuals are steadfastly devoted to physical prowess. However, to utilize ninjutsu or genjutsu, one must generate chakra through hand seals. In other words, employing ninjutsu and genjutsu necessitates the simultaneous use of both physical and mental energy, with the consumption of each being roughly equal, though the proportions may vary depending on the specific technique employed. Excessive utilization of chakra can impose an overwhelming burden on the body, leading to incapacitation. Kakashi, having overexerted himself while employing the Sharingan to replicate ninjutsu, was compelled to rest for an entire week as a consequence. Illusions, consuming mental energy far exceeding physical stamina, render the frailest, like Yakumo, reliant solely on genjutsu, while their proficiency in ninjutsu is limited to the most rudimentary body flicker technique. Thus, the most exceptional ninjas, akin to those from the Cloud Village, possess formidable physical and mental strength, ensuring a harmonious balance of stamina and chakra, making them less susceptible to defeat by adversaries. When both physical energy and chakra are depleted, one faces the peril of mortality. Naruto, inquiring further, prompted Ebisu to compare him with two others. Taking the shadow clone technique as an example, Sakura exhibited exquisite prowess in chakra creation and control, wasting not a single ounce of energy. Sasuke, though slightly less adept in chakra creation, demonstrated remarkable control and speed. albeit at a greater chakra cost than Sakura. In contrast, while Naruto possessed the most chakra, the quality of his chakra was inferior and his control was woefully inadequate, resulting in the ability to create merely 2 clones. In reality, the chakra he expended could have easily produced over 10 clones. Thus, it was evident that Naruto squandered more chakra and stamina, rendering his ninjutsu unstable. Despite this, Naruto felt he had certain advantages over the duo. Yet Ebisu remarked that Naruto's physical constitution surpassed that of the two, granting him the best stamina. Ebisu surmised that Naruto's enhanced endurance was influenced by the Nine Tails, although his chakra control remained subpar. Persuading Naruto, Ebisu proposed a training regimen. However, upon settling the bill, they discovered that Naruto had devoured an exorbitant amount of ramen, leaving a mountain of empty bowls. Ayame and her father looked on with amusement as Ebisu cried out in despair. Ebisu led Naruto to the hot spring district, urging him to halt as they approached the women's bathing area. Infuriated, Naruto retorted that it was Ebisu who had insisted on coming. This solidified Ebisu's reputation as a lecher in Naruto's eyes. Ebisu then clarified his intentions, instructing Naruto to practice walking on water. Naruto, skeptical, challenged Ebisu to demonstrate first. Ebisu explained that climbing trees was to train chakra creation and maintenance, while walking on water was meant to develop sustained chakra control. Despite Ebisu's explanations, Naruto struggled to grasp the concepts. Consequently, Ebisu took it upon himself to demonstrate, successfully walking across the water's surface. Elated, Naruto resolved to attempt it himself. However, reality proved harsh as he sank directly to the bottom, yelping from the scalding temperature. Ebisu chuckled, informing Naruto that the hot spring was at a scorching 60 degrees. Repeated failures would turn him into a roasted octopus. Undeterred, Naruto continued to falter. Ebisu recalled Konohamaru, who, inspired by Naruto, began to train earnestly. Realizing that there were no shortcuts to becoming Hokage, only through diligence could one succeed. Gradually, Naruto discovered the technique, beginning to walk on water. Ebisu, impressed, began to recognize Naruto's potential. Suddenly, Ebisu noticed someone peering from the edge of the women's bath. Incensed, he rushed over to confront the intruder. Originally, Jiraiya was clandestinely observing women bathing. He summoned the toad, Fukasaku, who extended his tongue and ensnared Ebisu, forcefully slamming him to the ground. Poor Ebisu, with his mouth agape, fainted. Jiraiya urged Fukasaku to be quiet, cautioning that being discovered would lead to dire consequences. Naruto, taken aback, was astonished that such a notorious pervert could be subdued with a single move. Who could this incorrigible lecher be? Approaching Ebisu, Naruto called out to him. But Ebisu lay motionless on the ground. Squatting down, Naruto executed the secret technique of the Hidden Leaf Village, the ultimate body technique, 1,000 Years of Death. Upon completing the attack, he lamented that Ebisu still showed no reaction. Shaking his head, he concluded that Ebisu's strength was indeed lacking. He had truly lost consciousness. Turning to Jiraiya, Naruto demanded an explanation for the presence of a giant frog. Who exactly are you? He inquired. Jiraiya struck an incredibly cool pose, declaring himself the sage of Mount Myaboku, known as the Toad Sage. As he spoke, he recalled Fukasaku and leaped before Naruto. Naruto chastised the lecherous sage for incapacitating Ebisu, hindering his own training. Jiraiya retorted that Ebisu had interrupted his research and produced a book titled Ika Paradise, claiming it as his own work. Naruto recognized it as the very novel frequently read by Kakashi. Jiraiya, mistakenly believing even Naruto would be among his readers, was elated. Naruto erupted in outrage, accusing Jiraiya of peeping on women bathing. The women in the bath overheard and screamed, fleeing in fright. Jiraiya scolded Naruto for being a fool, which led to his exposure. Naruto called him a pervert, while Jiraiya insisted he was merely seeking inspiration. Naturally, Naruto dismissed this as an excuse and questioned how he was to train, imploring Jiraiya for assistance. Enraged, Jiraiya declared, "I have no interest in your trivial matters." Naruto chased after him, prompting Jiraiya to admonish him for his lack of manners. Quick to adapt, Naruto began to flatter Jiraiya, extolling the popularity of Ika Paradise. Jiraiya, amused, replied that the book was unsuitable for anyone under 18 and that flattery would not aid him. With that, he unleashed a gust of wind, escaping. Naruto was astounded by Jiraiya's prowess, exclaiming, "Impressive, indeed, for such a lecher." Jiraiya, meanwhile, was in the sweet pavilion, playfully teasing a woman, only to receive a slap across the face. The woman stormed out, and Jiraiya pursued her, apologizing profusely. She struck him once more in anger and left. As Naruto caught up, he began to doubt Jiraiya's true strength. Once again, Naruto and Jiraiya quarreled, this time over training. Unable to tolerate Naruto any longer, Jiraiya unceremoniously tossed him into a large vat, securing the lid with a stone before departing triumphantly. Seated in the woods, Jiraiya smoked, hoping to encounter a stunning beauty, unaware that this very area was where Cloud had been training. As fate would have it, Cloud encountered Naruto, who inquired about Jiraiya's whereabouts. Though Naruto did not explicitly mention Jiraiya, Cloud sensed his presence and indicated his location. Meanwhile, Jiraiya furrowed his brow, having detected Cloud's presence as well. But due to his ties to the hidden leaf, he chose not to investigate further. Jiraiya gazed at the clouds in the sky, envisioning them transforming into a voluptuous beauty of extraordinary proportions. Just then, Naruto caught up, launching 2 shurikens towards him, causing Jiraiya to evade in a panic. Upon closer inspection, Naruto discovered a puppet lying on the ground, the result of a substitution technique. As Naruto continued his pursuit, the puppet morphed into Jiraiya, who, brimming with confidence, taunted, "You think you can handle me? You are a million years too early." However, Naruto appeared and retorted, "I was going to say the same." Jiraiya was taken aback, realizing that the figure he had just chased was Naruto's shadow clone. Proposing an equal exchange, Jiraiya demanded that Naruto bring him a curvaceous beauty, gesturing animatedly, promising to assist him in his training. Naruto hurried off to comply, but Jiraiya soon noticed 2 lovely maidens passing by, rendering him utterly mesmerized as he rushed to flirt with them. In a nearby shop, Jiraiya engaged in lively conversation with the 2 girls, only for Naruto to arrive and shout "perverted sage" while clutching a watermelon. Jiraiya was infuriated, never having encountered such a foolish individual. In a fit of rage, Jiraiya sliced the watermelon into pieces, which Naruto devoured hungrily. Upon realizing that the 2 lovely maidens had departed, Jiraiya fell into despair. Just then, Ebisu passed by and recognized Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Another argument ensued between Jiraiya and Naruto, with Naruto expressing his dream of becoming Hokage, while Jiraiya remained fixated on his pursuit of beautiful women. Naruto then employed the sexy jutsu, leaving Jiraiya in awe and causing Ebisu to faint into a well. Jiraiya's lecherous nature resurfaced as he repeatedly exclaimed, "This is acceptable." Naruto concluded that Jiraiya was just as foolish. Jiraiya praised Naruto as a genius for inventing such a technique. Ultimately, he agreed to train Naruto but insisted that he maintain the form of an alluring woman. When Naruto dispelled the transformation, he erupted in curses. After a prolonged exchange, Jiraiya relented and consented to mentor Naruto. Overjoyed, Naruto immediately urged to commence training, but first wanted to confront the kid who had taunted him earlier, heading towards the clouds. Observing this, Naruto followed suit. At that moment, the cloud had not yet activated its sensing ability, but it still detected the 2 figures. Had it been solely Jiraiya, it would have been impossible to notice him, but with Naruto's presence, it was a different story. While it was not always the case, Naruto had never grasped the concept of stealth in the hidden leaf. Despite knowing that Naruto was the reason for their discovery, Jiraiya remained unfazed. To him, it was a trivial matter. As they approached, the cloud bowed respectfully, addressing Jiraiya as Lord Jiraiya. Astonished, Jiraiya realized that the only ones who recognized him were older ninjas. "You know me?" he inquired. "I've heard tales from my family about you, Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Your appearance confirms it." Jiraiya was delighted, feeling a sense of pride that even children in his village recognized him. Meanwhile, Naruto expressed his disbelief. Could it be that this perverted sage is truly formidable? Jiraiya, irritated, responded, "Of course. Not to mention, Kakashi-sensei would surely not be his match. With Lord Jiraiya's guidance, your strength will undoubtedly increase during this time." Naruto exclaimed with joy, "This is wonderful. Now I can surpass Sasuke." Jiraiya turned to Chunin and remarked, "You appear somewhat familiar. Which family do you belong to?" "I'm Yuin. And my sister is Tsunade," she replied. "Ah, that explains it. No wonder you look familiar. You are the child of the setting sun." After a moment's contemplation, Jiraiya scrutinized Chunin and declared, "Your strength is quite impressive, certainly far superior to this fellow beside me." Naruto, feeling slighted, insisted that Jiraiya take him to train. Jiraiya bid farewell to Chunin, and together with Naruto, they embarked on their training journey. Jiraiya instructed Naruto to attempt walking on water. As Naruto stepped onto the surface, he managed to wobble unsteadily atop the water, but a wave soon engulfed him, plunging him beneath the surface. Jiraiya burst into laughter, mocking Naruto for his lack of mastery. Discarding his outer garments, Naruto resolved to try again. Jiraiya urged him to channel his chakra for observation. Upon closer inspection, Jiraiya noted the peculiar seal on Naruto's navel. Recognizing it as the Nine-Tails seal, a dual four-symbol seal encased within an 8-trigram seal, which was designed to convert the chakra leakage from the Nine-Tails into Naruto's own chakra. Jiraiya reflected on how Minato, the fourth Hokage, had enacted this measure to safeguard the child. To his surprise, he discovered an additional 5-element seal suppressing the 8-trigram seal, resulting in a chaotic outpouring of Naruto's chakra. Suspecting Orochimaru's involvement, Jiraiya employed the principle of elemental counteraction to dismantle the 5-element seal. Afterward, as Naruto attempted to walk on water once more, he found it to be as effortless as walking on solid ground. Overjoyed, he believed a miracle had occurred. Jiraiya promised to teach him a secret technique, much to Naruto's delight. Inquiring about the 2 types of chakra, Naruto recalled moments when he was unable to control a powerful surge of chakra, noting that his usual chakra was blue, while the uncontrollable one was red. Jiraiya comprehended that the red chakra belonged to the Nine-Tails. As night descended, Jiraiya declared the training session concluded. Naruto grumbled, lamenting that he had yet to learn the secret technique. However, Jiraiya was eager to indulge in a hot spring, prompting Naruto to follow suit, wary of any trickery. To his astonishment, he found Jiraiya bathing in the hot spring alongside a large blue toad, Gamabunta. Jiraiya jested that spending too much time in the hot spring would turn him into a roasted frog, and they both shared a hearty laugh. Later that evening, after escorting Naruto home to rest, Jiraiya was approached by Ebisu. Jiraiya apologized for taking his student. Ebisu, however, was unconcerned, noting that Naruto was not originally his pupil. He expressed his delight at Jiraiya's return to the village, especially since the third Hokage had been searching for him. Jiraiya requested Ebisu to keep his return a secret from the third Hokage, explaining that he was merely passing through to gather materials and would not involve himself in village matters. Ebisu grew anxious, realizing that only Jiraiya, as one of the legendary Sannin, could aid Konoha in thwarting Orochimaru. Despite his fervent pleas, Ebisu was unable to sway Jiraiya, and he departed in disappointment. After Naruto and the others departed, Yin continued his training. Noticing that the sky was beginning to darken, he thought that Hong should be returning soon, prompting him to conclude his day's practice and head home. Upon returning, he found Hong already there, who paused her household chores upon seeing him. Yin inquired about Hong's whereabouts that day. With a smile, Hong replied, "Did I not mention yesterday that I would teach you a few things? Today, I went to retrieve those items. The journey was somewhat lengthy, so I set off early to avoid disturbing you. What could be so significant that it requires such secrecy? Especially after leaving Konoha?" Yin asked, puzzled. The items are indeed important, but they need not be overly concealed, for even if others were to obtain them, they would find them useless. I merely took precautions for safety, Hong explained before turning to enter the house. Shortly after, she emerged with a storage scroll in hand. She placed the scroll on the ground and swiftly formed a hand seal, releasing 2 items from the scroll. Yoon, initially filled with anticipation, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he realized there were yet more scrolls. He asked, "Sister, surely these scrolls do not contain more scrolls?" Hong chuckled. "How could there be so many scrolls? These 2 are the items I wish to present to you." Yin picked up the scrolls and asked, "What do they contain?" "One is our father's signature technique, a jinjutsu known as Crimson Sunset. This is the reason he earned the title of Red Sunset. The other is a summoning beast scroll," she replied. Upon hearing that one was the Crimson Sunset technique, Yun felt elated, for he realized that what he was lacking most was a decisive and lethal technique. With his current strength, he could only claim the title of the strongest among the Genin, and while he could hold his own against Chunin, facing those with unique abilities or elite Jonin, like Kakashi, would leave him with little chance of victory. A finishing move was of utmost importance to him. And the Crimson Sunset Genjutsu was renowned in the ninja world as something even the Meijiki Sharingan could not dispel. It was said that the only person capable of breaking it was Kakashi's father, the Leaf's White Fang. However, this did not diminish the power of the Crimson Sunset. After all, the White Fang was a figure who even the legendary Sannin found challenging to confront. The fact that he could dispel it only attested to the strength of the Genjutsu, as there were no other known techniques associated with him. When he heard about the summoning beast, Yun was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by an unexpected surge of joy that rendered him speechless. A summoning beast was a rare asset, not something one could easily acquire. Regardless of its nature, a summoning beast would provide immense assistance to any ninja. After a considerable time, Yin finally regained his composure. Feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of Hong, who was smiling at him. It seemed he still had much to learn about maintaining his composure. Scratching his head, he asked, "Sister, what kind of summoning beast is it?" As soon as the words left her lips, Hong, who had intended to mock Yun, suddenly retracted her words, her expression morphing to resemble that of Yun from moments ago. Observing this, Yun gasped in astonishment and inquired, "Sister, are you truly unaware of what a summoning beast is?" In response, Hong appeared somewhat despondent as she replied, "I genuinely do not know. Even the others from Konoha are oblivious to this summoning beast. Perhaps only our father is aware of it. But why is that?" Yun pondered, for his father had never summoned a spirit beast in public. And it was only on the fateful night of the nine-tailed fox's attack that he was informed of the spirit beasts and his father's extraordinary skills. Perhaps it was due to a matter of talent. "I have never been able to master my father's extraordinary skills, and as for the summoning beast, I am unashamed to confess that I cannot even inscribe its name upon the scroll. What could be the reason for this? Even if I fall short of the requirements, I should still be able to write the name before the contract is terminated. Why is it that I cannot inscribe the name at all? Could it be that this is not a true summoning beast scroll? That is inconceivable. My father would never deceive me. Furthermore, whether or not it is a scroll can be determined with a simple test, cannot it? I believe that if it is the cloud, it must be possible." I understood. And upon finishing, the cloud unfurled the summoning beast scroll. To his astonishment, he found that the scroll bore only one name, that of the Crimson Sunset. However, he did not dwell on this and swiftly bit his finger, inscribing his own name in blood upon the scroll, followed by pressing his handprint onto it. After completing these actions, the cloud and Crimson gazed intently at the scroll, for once the name Crimson was inscribed, it would vanish. Despite both possessing unwavering confidence, a hint of nervousness lingered. A minute passed, and the ink on the scroll began to show signs of drying. Yet there was no indication that the cloud's name had disappeared. "It has succeeded," Crimson exclaimed, and the cloud nodded, his anxious heart finally finding tranquility. Crimson, suppressing his joy, addressed the cloud. "All right, now I shall teach you some principles and methods of the summoning technique." The cloud attentively absorbed Crimson's explanations, which, lacking personal experience, revolved around the most fundamental principles and hand-sealing sequences, most of which the cloud was already familiar with. Once Crimson concluded, he cautioned the cloud, "Do not experiment just yet. I am not very familiar with summoning beasts. It would be prudent to practice alongside someone experienced." The cloud nodded. Recognizing the peculiarity of the summoning beast and understanding the importance of caution, an experienced individual immediately came to his mind, Jiraiya. In terms of summoning beasts, no one in Konoha likely possessed more experience than him. Noticing the cloud's distraction, Crimson inquired, "What is the matter? Whom do you intend to seek?" "Indeed, when it comes to spirit beasts, there is perhaps no one more experienced than that individual." Hong did not inquire about the identity, and it is likely that Yun would not make a baseless remark. "Is that so? I had originally intended to seek Kakashi's assistance, but since you have already chosen someone, it will suffice. Well then, let us dine." Yun and Hong sat down to enjoy their evening meal before retreating indoors to rest. Yet that night, Yun found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep, for the mystery of the summoning beast stirred a restless curiosity within him. Anyone would feel a sense of anticipation. Endlessly tossing and turning, unable to find solace in slumber, Yun chose to relinquish his struggle and rose to sit in the courtyard. As he stepped outside, he encountered Hong, who was already seated there. Upon seeing him, Hong remarked, "Yun, are you unable to sleep as well? Is your sister experiencing the same?" Yun approached her and replied, "Indeed. Witnessing your growth, seeing you become stronger, and accomplishing feats that I could not brings me both joy and trepidation. What is there for you to fear? Only by becoming stronger can I protect you," Yun reassured her. Hong understood, yet she felt a lingering sadness as she acknowledged, "I know that one day you will become independent and self-sufficient, to the point where you will no longer need me. That will never happen. No matter how powerful I become, I could never part ways with you," Yun declared, wrapping his arms around Hong. Hong smiled softly and embraced him in return, saying, "I see, but weren't you just lamenting your inability to sleep? Let me hold you as you drift off. I remember when you would fall asleep in my arms as a child." Yun nodded and nestled in her embrace. In that moment, his previously restless heart found tranquility. His thoughts wandered back to the days of his childhood spent in his sister's comforting hold, and slowly, he closed his eyes and succumbed to sleep. Observing Yun's peaceful slumber, Hong whispered, "I will never leave you, Yun." In response, a faint smile graced Yun's face, as if acknowledging her words. The following morning, Yun awoke late. finding himself in his own bed, with Hong no longer by his side. After washing up, he made his way to the dining hall where Hong had prepared breakfast. They enjoyed their meal together before Hong departed for a special training session with the promoted shinobi, while Yun was eager to commence his own training in summoning techniques, and they set off in separate directions. Yun hurried to the training ground where he had encountered Jiraiya the previous day. After attuning himself to the surroundings, he sprinted towards a particular direction. There, beside a waterfall, 3 maidens were frolicking in the water, while Jiraiya concealed himself behind a bush, peering at them. Suddenly, he frowned slightly but resumed watching the maidens bathe. Naruto, calling out from behind, drew Jiraiya's attention, yet he remained oblivious, transforming into a beautiful woman. Naruto playfully led Jiraiya away. Just as Jiraiya was reveling in the moment, Naruto reverted to his true form, and they began to bicker. At that moment, the 3 maidens finished gathering their belongings and departed, leaving Jiraiya in a state of dismay. "Perverted sage, you can teach me how to train now," Naruto complained. "Just wait a moment," Jiraiya replied. "Why must we wait?" Just then, Yun arrived before them. Upon seeing Yun, Naruto exclaimed in surprise, "Yun, what brings you here?" Jiraiya remained silent, though a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Yun responded, "I came to seek guidance from Lord Jiraiya regarding some training matters." "What questions do you have? If it doesn't take too long, I can assist," Jiraiya offered. Yun continued, "It pertains to summoning beasts. I recently signed a summoning contract, but I'm uncertain about the specific beast. Additionally, my sister lacks experience in this area, so I hope to receive your guidance." "Ah, I see. Since you have already acquired a summoning beast, I can certainly assist with that," Jiraiya nodded. Naruto, feeling slighted, interjected, "Hey, perverted sage, what about me? You promised to guide me in my training. Rest assured, today I shall impart the art of summoning and the path of the clouds. I will first teach this fellow some fundamentals, so wait a moment." Yun nodded and stepped aside. Jiraiya commenced instructing Naruto, initially urging him to conjure the crimson chakra of the Nine Tails. Naruto agreed to give it a try, yet only managed to produce blue chakra. Jiraiya scoffed, provoking Naruto's ire. In response to Naruto's anger, Jiraiya, exasperated, insisted he cease his rambling and produce the chakra swiftly. Naruto had no choice but to persevere, yet he continued to falter. Jiraiya, however, recognized that the danger he faced and the intensity of his fury were pivotal in manifesting the Nine Tails chakra. When Naruto inquired why this specific red chakra was necessary, Jiraiya explained that relying solely on Naruto's blue chakra was insufficient for executing this technique. Thus, it was imperative to unleash that power. Curious about Jiraiya's knowledge of such peculiarities, Naruto asked how he came to know them. Jiraiya laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Because I am a sage." Naruto promptly collapsed. Jiraiya playfully pinched Naruto's cheek, informing him that every individual possesses a unique approach to training, and that Naruto's greatest asset lay within that red chakra. If Naruto learned to harness this potent chakra, he could wield an array of techniques and ninjutsu, enabling him to defeat any ninja. After elucidating this, Jiraiya proceeded to explain the summoning technique. Although Yun had heard about it from Hong the previous day, he attentively listened again. After all, Jiraiya presented the same material with far greater clarity than Hong had, allowing Yun to grasp the summoning technique more comprehensively. After Jiraiya finished, Naruto urged him to teach him swiftly. Jiraiya instructed Naruto to exhaust his ordinary chakra, prompting Naruto to execute the multiple shadow clone technique, turning to Yun beside him, saying, "Yun, you should assist me as well." Jiraiya, filled with curiosity, observed, as he did not yet fully comprehend Yun's capabilities. Yun nodded in agreement, standing up and declaring, "I shall not hold back." Without delay, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. An overwhelming multitude of Narutos surged towards Yun, and just as they reached him, Yun completed his own hand seals. Earth release, earth-shattering palm caused vast sections of the tranquil ground to collapse, with only a few of Naruto's clones managing to escape, while the majority vanished in an instant. Jiraiya was taken aback, not anticipating such a significant display from Yun, yet it did not affect him in the slightest. He immediately leapt away from the area. Yun, observing the remaining shadow clones, furrowed his brow at the sheer quantity, but without hesitation, he dashed toward Naruto. Within a minute, all remaining shadow clones were eradicated, leaving only a panting Naruto. Naruto exclaimed, "Damn it, Yun has become even stronger. But I will not concede." Yun, somewhat speechless, noted that Naruto seemed to have forgotten his initial intent, once more unleashing dozens of shadow clones to charge at Yun. With no other option, Yun met the oncoming clones. By noon, the clash finally came to an end. Yun had underestimated the volume of Naruto's chakra. Though he emerged unscathed, he was utterly exhausted, while Naruto, panting heavily and appearing quite disheveled, boasted that he was now on par with Yun, before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Upon witnessing this, Jiraiya mockingly remarked to Naruto, "Had this been a genuine confrontation, you would have met your demise countless times over." He then turned to Cloud, saying, "Your prowess exceeds my expectations. It seems the legacy of the setting sun shall continue. Now, I wish for you to demonstrate the summoning technique. Pay close attention." Jiraiya bit his finger and invoked the summoning jutsu, calling forth the giant toad. The toad presented Naruto with a scroll. Jiraiya boasted that this was a family heirloom, a contract passed down through generations with the Toad clan. Internally, Cloud scoffed, "Is your lineage comprised solely of yourself? Clearly, you alone sought out this summoning beast." Upon opening the scroll, Naruto discovered 3 names preceding Jiraiya's and 1 following, each accompanied by hand seals. Subsequently, Jiraiya meticulously explained the process of signing the contract and the hand seals required for summoning. Eagerly, Naruto followed the instructions and signed the contract, summoning forth a mere tadpole. Jiraiya was taken aback, exclaiming that this was utterly absurd, berating Naruto for his foolishness. Turning to Cloud, he suggested, "Why don't you give it a try?" Cloud nodded and, following the sequence of the zodiac signs, formed the seals and pressed his hand against the ground. To the astonishment of both Jiraiya and Naruto, nothing transpired. Just as Jiraiya pondered this anomaly, a flash of light enveloped Cloud, rendering him invisible. Naruto was taken aback, while Jiraiya reassured him that everything was fine, though internally he was astounded by this reverse summoning. However, recognizing that there was no cause for concern, Jiraiya resumed guiding Naruto in his training. The Cloud, after a flash of blinding light, instantaneously entered a temporal portal. This bewildering phenomenon was the sole thought occupying his mind, leaving him little time for contemplation. Yet again, a surge of brilliance engulfed him, and the Cloud vanished into the time-space conduit. The dazzling white light compelled him to momentarily shut his eyes. When he reopened them, he found himself surrounded by a lush, densely wooded forest where towering trees reached heights beyond his sight. Glancing down, he discovered beneath his feet an altar-shaped hexagram formation. Just as he prepared to observe further, a voice emerged from nearby. "Human, how long do you intend to gaze?" Startled, the Cloud realized that despite his vigilant awareness, he had failed to detect the presence of other beings. Following the sound, he noticed 2 unfamiliar creatures approximately 3 meters away. They resembled magpies from the real world but possessed wide, rounded wings and long tails. Their plumage bore some resemblance to modern birds. Yet they sported sharp teeth along their mandibles, with 3 curved claws and elongated bony tails on their feet. One of the creatures stood about 2 meters tall, while the other was roughly 1 meter, and it was the smaller one that had spoken. "Pray tell, what manner of beings are you, and where is this place?" The Cloud inquired softly. "Human, it is astonishing that we even entered into a contract. Are you not the fabled imbecile?" The smaller bird retorted with an air of arrogance. The Cloud felt a pang of indignation. When had he ever been regarded as a fool, let alone one of legendary status? At a loss for words, he was relieved when the larger bird encircled him. "Enough, young master. If your curiosity persists, you may inquire later. What is most urgent is to escort him before our ancestor," it proclaimed, then turned to the Cloud. "This is Ancestor Island. We are commanded by our esteemed ancestor to bring you to the Ancestor Hall for an audience. Should you have any questions, it would be best to direct them to the ancestor himself." "I understand. Please, lead me to meet the ancestor," the Cloud responded. "Climb onto my back," the larger bird instructed, unfurling its magnificent 6-meter wingspan. The smaller bird also prepared to take flight, but the larger one interjected, "Young master, it would be prudent for you to remain on my back. Your speed is insufficient, and we must hasten to meet the ancestor." The smaller bird protested, "Wing-wind, you underestimate me. One day I shall surpass your speed." "That is only natural, young master. But for now, please take your place on my back," Wing-wind replied. Reluctantly, the smaller bird acquiesced and, along with the Cloud, leaped onto Wing-wind's back. Once they were settled, Wing-wind flapped his wings and soared into the sky. With time to spare, the Cloud struck up a conversation with the smaller bird. "Hello, little bird. What is your name?" The small bird, indignant, retorted, "How dare you address me, the great ancestor bird, in such a manner?" Realizing his faux pas, the Cloud quickly apologized. "My apologies. It was an error on my part. But you must tell me your name." "They call me Xiaojing, bestowed by the ancestor," the small bird replied. "Xiaojing, do you know why the ancestor has summoned me?" the Cloud inquired. How could I possibly know? Upon encountering the ancestor, one would surely discern that Xiaojing's tone was rather impolite. Yun, perceiving this, chose not to indulge in any awkwardness. After a minute had elapsed, Xiaojing inquired of Yun, "What is the world outside like?" Yun, taken aback, responded, "Have you truly never ventured outside?" Xiaojing nodded slightly, and they engaged in further conversation. Yun enlightened Xiaojing about the external world, while Xiaojing shared some insights about their own realm. The island was named Ancestor Island, after the legendary ancestor bird. All birds on the island bore a striking resemblance to one another. However, what intrigued Yun was Xiaojing's revelation that only he and the ancestor were true ancestor birds, which was why Yifeng referred to Xiaojing as the young master. Xiaojing was unaware of the precise reasons behind this, only that it was conveyed to him by the ancestor. Through their exchanges, the rapport between the human and the bird deepened, and Xiaojing's initial aloofness dissipated, a remnant of his inexperience with outsiders. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yifeng announced to Yun, "We have arrived at the ancestor hall. I shall descend now." Yun nodded in acknowledgement, and Xiaojing remarked, "I shall go ahead," before unfurling his wings and gracefully descending. Yifeng descended slowly, and Yun felt no turbulence as they landed. "The ancestor awaits you within the hall. You may enter on your own," Yifeng instructed. Yun expressed his gratitude, and Yifeng took flight once more as Yun turned towards the ancestor hall. As Yun stepped inside, he observed a sparse decor and few individuals present. On the elevated platform sat a magnificent ancestor bird, while Xiaojing stood below, greeting Yun with a nod but remaining silent thereafter. "Are you the son of my old friend, Siye Yun?" The ancestor spoke slowly. Although Yun discerned that the ancestor attempted to lower his voice, the resonance still reverberated in his ears. Unfazed, Yun countered, "Were you well acquainted with my father?" "Indeed. It was I who forged the contract with your father," the ancestor replied. Yun chose not to dwell on this matter, as his mind was aflame with questions. Why could his sister not inscribe her name on the contract? Why had he been summoned here despite having signed a spiritual contract? Why were only Xiaojing and the ancestor true ancestor birds? And why had Xiaojing never left Ancestor Island when the spiritual realm and reality were supposed to be interconnected? In a rush, he voiced all these inquiries. The ancestor, seemingly amused, responded, "Child, do not rush. I shall elucidate everything for you." Realizing he had been a tad impatient, Yun apologized and prepared to listen intently to the ancestor's explanation. However, the ancestor interjected, "Is there someone waiting for you outside?" "What do you mean, ancestor?" Yun queried, puzzled. "There is much to be done. Strictly speaking, you have not yet entered into a contract with our kin. One of your forthcoming tasks will be to formalize this agreement, which will require a considerable amount of time. If there is someone awaiting you in the outside world, it would be prudent to make arrangements." "Is that so? I must step out to make some arrangements, so please bear with me for a moment. I will escort you outside. You may manage your own time, but it is preferable not to exceed a day. Upon your return, you merely need to perform the hand seals for summoning." After speaking, the ancestor exhibited no further action, and with a swift motion, he vanished. Once he disappeared, several large birds entered and inquired, "Great ancestor, is this youth suitable?" The ancestor replied, "I have already assessed him. His qualifications surpass my utmost expectations. That is indeed a fortuitous blessing for our clan. We shall inform the other clan members," said the birds, before exiting the ancestor's hall. By the waterfall, Naruto summoned the tadpoles once more, inciting Jiraiya's furious wrath, yet he continued to observe the beauties bathing nearby. Naruto, pausing in his practice, queried, "Perverted sage, has Yun been gone for quite some time? Why has he not yet returned?" Without turning his head, Jiraiya replied, "How would I know? Each summoning beast is unique. Why can I utilize the summoning technique so effortlessly while Yun encounters such complications? Could it be that your summoning beast lacks his prowess? You dare suggest that my summoning beast is inferior to another's? Let me enlighten you. Mount Myaboku is renowned for possessing one of the most formidable summoning beast legacies. Your ease stems from my guidance. Do you comprehend?" Jiraiya retorted angrily. "Cut it out." Naruto dismissed Jiraiya's words, and the two were on the verge of an argument when Jiraiya suddenly proclaimed, "He is back." Just as Naruto turned in confusion, a flash of white light illuminated the spot where Yun had vanished, and he reappeared. Seeing this, Naruto rushed over. "Yun, where have you been? What sort of summoning beast did you encounter?" Jiraiya, too, regarded Yun with keen interest. "I cannot say for certain. As for the summoning beast, it resembles a bird. Yet not entirely," Yun responded, leaving Naruto perplexed. What does that even mean? He thought, struggling to comprehend Yun's increasingly cryptic speech. Fool, stop asking so many questions. Jiraiya chided Naruto and then addressed Yun. It seems you possess your own fortune. Make sure to seize it. I understand, Lord Jiraiya. Yun nodded and added. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Naruto, curious, inquired again, but Yun remained silent, bidding farewell to both before departing. After parting ways with Naruto and Jiraiya, Yun hurriedly made his way to the Konoha hospital, where Hinata was still recuperating. As it happened, Hinata was the only one without pressing matters. Kurenai would likely be training Shino, and Yagura was probably preparing for the third exam. As Yun raced towards the hospital, he fortuitously encountered Sakura at a flower shop. Stopping to greet her, Sakura inquired about Yun's destination, and he informed her of his intent to visit Hinata. Sakura suggested that he should bring flowers for the patient, and upon reflection, Yun realized the wisdom in her words. It would be quite inappropriate to visit without a gesture of goodwill. Sakura then expressed her intent to visit the hospital as well, proposing that they select flowers together. Thus, Yun and Sakura entered the flower shop side by side. Upon entering the flower shop, Yun was astonished to find Ino standing behind the counter, suddenly recalling that Ino's family owned this establishment. Sakura, too, came to this realization at that moment, feeling a twinge of dismay. Ino remarked to the two, "What a peculiar coincidence that you both ended up here, at my family's flower shop." Sakura retorted, "I find it rather odd that you are here at your own flower shop. Yun and I coincidentally met at the entrance, both intending to visit patients. So we decided to purchase a bouquet." Ino continued, "Sakura, I presume you are visiting Sasuke?" Then turning to Yun, she added, "And you must be going to see Hinata?" Yun nodded in affirmation. Ino imparted some floral selection wisdom to the pair. After exchanging greetings with her mother, Ino resolved to visit Sasuke as well. This time, Ino selected red roses, Sakura chose daffodils, and after a moment's hesitation, Yun followed suit with red roses. Ino, surprised, exclaimed, "Yun, are you finally going to confess your feelings? What will Yakumo think?" Yun, realizing that everyone had been aware of their intertwined relationships, sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "We have already come to an understanding, so there is no need for further discussion." Though Ino and Sakura were a bit taken aback by the nature of this understanding, they refrained from prying into others' privacy. The trio, flowers in hand, set forth on their journey, this time with Ino and Sakura alongside him. Yun felt hesitant to dash ahead at full speed, though time was still on their side. As they passed a barbecue restaurant, they heard the unmistakable voice of Choji. Peering through the window, they spotted Asuma, Shikamaru, and Choji inside. Choji was indulging heartily, announcing that the remaining meat was all his. Ino and Sakura approached the window, teasing Choji about his daytime feasting. Ino scolded Shikamaru, "You ought to be training hard for the upcoming exam." Shikamaru groaned, "It's such a hassle. Asuma-sensei is relentless with me. I feel like I'm being tortured daily. By the way, how did you end up with those two?" Yun greeted the trio and provided a brief explanation, but chose not to elaborate further, casting a disgruntled glance at Asuma. Asuma, who had been laughing heartily due to Shikamaru's comment, felt a bit unnerved under Yun's gaze. He had always sensed that Yun held a certain disdain for him, but was unsure of the reasons behind it. Asuma had previously inquired with Kurenai, who was equally in the dark, despite having asked Yun, who had remained silent. Naturally, Yun found it challenging to articulate his feelings, thinking to himself, "How could I explain to my sister that Asuma, the character from the Naruto manga I adore, is your partner, and I am envious?" Consequently, he opted to remain silent on the matter. Meanwhile, Shikamaru lamented, "What a bother. Yun, when the time comes for a showdown, please show some mercy." He then turned to Asuma, saying, "Asuma-sensei, perhaps I should just concede right now. Just look at Yun. It's clear I stand no chance against him. I should have thought twice before entering the formal examination. Are you trying to drive me to despair? So many aspire to participate. Yet I must at least have a chance to compete before I lose. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. After all, I have just married and am training you daily. This is quite the wedding gift you're giving me." Kairamaru, with a slight curl of his lips, mused to himself that married men tend to become increasingly verbose. Suddenly, Yun, who had previously been indifferent, interjected with fervor, "Wait, Asuma-sensei, what did you just say about getting married?" Asuma, perplexed, was at a loss as to why Yun was reacting so intensely. Nearby, Sakura, Ino, and Dingji shared a look of confusion. They were all aware of the recent nuptials, yet were baffled by Yun's response. "Marriage is wonderful, truly wonderful." Yun chuckled softly a few times. Upon witnessing this, Sakura pondered whether Yun had been infected by Naruto's demeanor after spending so much time together. It seemed she ought to be more cautious in the future. Asuma-sensei, you truly are being distant. You've married. Such a wonderful event, yet you didn't inform me. Although it came as a surprise, Yun's expression indicated that. During Sakura's moment of contemplation, he had already entered the store. Am I being distant? It is quite evident that you hold me in disdain, Asuma thought to himself. Yet he responded, I informed your sister. It must be that Kurenai has not conveyed this news to you. Upon hearing this, Yun understood. It was surely because Kurenai knew of his disinclination towards Asuma that she had refrained from sharing the information. Yun then conversed warmly with Asuma and the others for quite some time. Meanwhile, Sakura and Ino, who were waiting outside, could no longer contain their impatience and urged Yun to hurry along. Only then did Yun recall he had other matters to attend to. After bidding farewell to the three, he proceeded with Sakura and Ino towards the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Yun obtained visiting permission from the nurse. While he found no particular issues during his visit with Hinata, Sakura and Ino were only granted 5 minutes to see Sasuke. The three of them parted ways, and Yun, carrying flowers, approached Hinata's hospital room. He knocked gently on the door and received permission to enter. Just as he stepped inside, he hesitated, retracting his foot and saying, Hanabi, what are you doing? Hanabi, striking a pose before Yun, replied, I was merely testing whether your skills have declined, given that you could evade me. It seems you haven't regressed. Yun chuckled, even if I've regressed, dodging your attacks would still be manageable. How infuriating to underestimate me, she exclaimed, charging at Yun again. Hinata, lying nearby, interjected, all right, Hanabi, stop causing trouble. Let Yun in. Upon hearing this, Hanabi pouted but complied. Despite her fearless nature, she was inclined to heed Hinata, who had never exerted the authority of an older sister. Yun approached the bedside and placed a red rose in the vase beside Hinata's bed. It was only then that Hinata and Hanabi noticed the flowers in Yun's hand. Hinata's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while Hanabi shot a fierce glare at Yun. Without needing to say a word, both understood the implications. Hinata was aware of Yun's intentions, and Hanabi's comprehension surprised Yun. Was she maturing too quickly? He regarded her with a teasing gaze, prompting Hanabi to feel a tad bashful. What are you staring at? She retorted before darting outside. Just as she exited, she turned back to Yun and warned, don't bully my sister, or I won't let you off easily. With that, she departed. Yun settled down beside Hinata's bed and inquired about her injuries. Hinata replied that she would recover in about 10 days. He then shared the events of the past few days with her and mentioned that he might not be able to visit her for a while. Hinata, knowing the significance of summoned beasts to ninjas, felt happy for Yun, which stirred a slight sense of guilt within him. After all, he had just established their relationship while she was injured, and yet he was unable to be by her side. Nevertheless, this was not the moment for such thoughts. He vowed internally to cherish Hinata in the future. After chatting with Hinata for a while, Yun noted that it was time to leave. He offered her a few parting words before departing. As he exited, he encountered a Hyuga clan member who had been watching over Hinata. Nodding in acknowledgement as she returned the gesture and entered the room, Yun then made his way home to the Yakumo residence. Not long after, he arrived at the gathering place of the Inuzuka clan. Although the Inuzuka family had dwindled to a mere 10 households, with just a few dozen members, Konoha had not reclaimed their original lands, allowing them to retain a substantial area. The Yakumo residence, as the home of the clan leader, was centrally located and the largest among them. As Yun gazed at the Yakumo estate, his thoughts drifted to Hinata's expansive home and then to his own modest courtyard. He couldn't help but ponder the contrast. Had he been in a different world, where both of his girlfriends were wealthier than himself, his self-esteem might have taken a significant hit. Yun gently knocked on the door of the Yakumo residence, and shortly after, it was opened by the maid, Minako Arima. Despite the Yakumo family's decline, they were still able to afford a few ordinary servants, albeit requiring them to adopt the Arima surname. Upon seeing Yun, Minako quickly bowed and inquired, Young Master Yun, are you here to see the young lady? Yes, is Yakumo at home? Yun asked. The young lady and the master have gone out. Before leaving, they instructed me to inform you that she will be away for several days. If you have any messages for her, I can convey them upon her return, or I can let her know to seek you out. I see. I have matters to discuss with Yakumo. Please relay my message when she returns, Yun replied, explaining that he might not be in Konoha for a while. Minako acknowledged his request, and Yun departed for home. When Yun returned, the sky was already darkening, yet Hong had not yet returned. Presumably, she was training shinobu. After waiting a while longer, Yun decided not to wait any further. He retrieved paper and pen from his room and briefly described the events that had transpired on the ancestral island. He concluded by writing that he would be away for some time and urged Hong not to worry. Once finished, he placed the note on the table in the main room, securing it with a weight to ensure it remained in place before returning to his own room. He then performed the summoning technique, and in a flash of white light, Yun vanished from the room. After Yun's disappearance, the door of the Hokage residence slowly opened, and Hong returned home. Noticing the ajar door, she assumed Yun was inside and called out, "Yun, when did you come back?" Receiving no response, she decided to check his room. As she entered the main hall, she spotted the note left on the table and picked it up to read. After finishing, she walked to Yun's empty room and, gazing at the void, murmured, "Father, mother, do you see? Yun has grown up, surpassing me now. I believe there will come a day when he exceeds even his father. Let us wish him well." With that, she turned and exited Yun's room. Meanwhile, in a hospital ward in Konoha, Hinata silently prayed for Yun. Since the birth of ninjas and the inception of contracts with summoning beasts, many ninjas had suffered at the hands of their own summoned creatures. Despite Yun's reassurances, Hinata remained concerned for him. In a valley several miles away from Konoha, Yakumo was engaged in rigorous training. His father, the leader of the Arima clan, Nato Arima, remarked, "All right, Yakumo, that will suffice for today. You did very well." Nato was evidently pleased with Yakumo's progress. However, Yakumo, immersed in his training, did not cease at his father's words, replying, "It's all right, father, I can continue." Yakumo, do not push yourself further. Training requires a gradual approach. Haste will only yield counterproductive results. You have performed admirably, so do not overexert yourself. Upon hearing this, Yakumo ceased her training and replied, "Understood, father." After speaking, Yakumo lifted her gaze to the luminous moon above, pondering the concerns that had been plaguing you. "Though I remain unaware of the worries that burden you, I assure you that once I have fully mastered the family's secret techniques, I shall no longer cause you distress. I am determined to assist you. The heart of a girl is inherently delicate, despite the fact that you have never revealed your feelings over the years. Both Yakumo and Hinata can sense the unease within you and are exerting every effort to support you." The cloud traversed the spatial tunnel once more. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds comfort. This time, the cloud felt no trepidation. In the blink of an eye, it found itself back in the ancestral hall. "You have returned." A voice resonated nearby, and the cloud quickly responded, "Esteemed ancestor, I am back. Please instruct me on what tasks lie ahead." "Do not rush. Follow me," the ancestor replied. Before turning to the small mirror beside him, "You should join us as well." Both the human and the bird assented in unison, and the trio exited the ancestral hall together. As they stepped outside, the cloud spotted Winged Wind, who had been waiting there. "Esteemed ancestor, young master." Winged Wind greeted the ancestor and the small mirror. The ancestor nodded in acknowledgement, and Winged Wind folded his wings and crouched down. "Let us proceed." The ancestor instructed the cloud and the small mirror. Upon hearing this, the cloud sensed something amiss and turned to look back, startled to find that the previously colossal ancestor had transformed into a form nearly equal in height to its own. Observing the cloud's astonishment, the ancestor explained, "There is no need for surprise. Altering one's form is a simple matter, akin to your ninja's transformation techniques. However, my magic alters not only appearance but also mass." Esteemed ancestor, my astonishment does not stem from the transformation itself, but rather from your choice to change form, the cloud admitted. Coughing awkwardly, the ancestor responded, "Ah, I know you were not truly asking that. I made a jest to prompt your inquiry. Ha ha ha." This moment swiftly dissipated the prior image the ancestor had held in the cloud's mind, leading it to ponder whether this ancestor might be akin to the unreliable toad sage of Myoke Mountain. Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced. At this point, the ancestor addressed the cloud's earlier question, stating, "In truth, altering my form was not my intention. We must ascend into the skies to observe Ancestral Island, after which I shall provide further explanations. No amount of words can rival the truth of experience. Surprisingly, my advanced age has rendered me incapable of flight. Thus, I shall accompany you on Winged Wind's back. However, due to Winged Wind's current strength, he cannot bear my weight, necessitating my transformation." With that, the ancestor mounted Winged Wind's back, followed closely by the cloud, and then the small mirror. Despite Winged Wind's considerable size, accommodating three figures proved to be a challenge. Just as the cloud contemplated raising a query, the ancestor instructed Winged Wind, "Begin." As the ancestor's command echoed, the cloud felt a tremor beneath its feet. Looking down in astonishment, it gasped. Despite having encountered numerous surprises over the past few days, this phenomenon was beyond its immunity to wonder. Winged wind had more than tripled in size since the previous moment. This was merely from the cloud's perspective. From a broader view, winged wind had transcended its original form as the ancestral bird. The cloud finally comprehended why only the ancestor and the small mirror retained their ancestral bird forms. It was likely that other beings of ancestral bird lineage on the island possessed secondary forms as well. During the period of astonishment and contemplation, Yifeng had already soared into the high skies with Yun. This time, Yifeng ascended to a height far exceeding that of their previous journey to the Ancestor Hall, offering a panoramic view of the entire Ancestor Island. Much to Yun's embarrassment, he found himself astonished once more. If anyone had foretold this spectacle to him in the days prior, he would have dismissed it as implausible. Yun had always prided himself on his composure. Yet now he realized that his so-called calmness was merely a facade, a defense mechanism yet to be breached by the overwhelming awe before him. In Yun's gaze, the island was teeming with vitality, enveloped in lush vegetation. Scattered near the Ancestor Hall were several grand edifices, presumably the abodes of other ancestor avian creatures. Yet, these did not evoke his astonishment. Rather, it was the island's periphery that captivated him. The entire circumference of Ancestor Island was encircled by what appeared to be a vast expanse of crimson liquid, stretching endlessly, rendering the colossal island itself akin to an inconsequential ant upon the back of an elephant. Yifeng did not linger in the skies above Ancestor Island, but instead flew directly towards its edges. As they drew nearer to the periphery, Yun gradually discerned the true nature of the suspicious red liquid. However, his expression grew increasingly grave as they approached. A closer examination would reveal that the seriousness of his demeanor was tinged with disbelief. At last, Yifeng, bearing the three of them, though the term three feels inadequate, halted at the very brink of Ancestor Island. The gravity of Yun's expression transformed into sheer incredulity upon the realization that what he had perceived as red liquid was, in fact, molten lava. Before him unfolded a scene of profound contradiction. On one side lay an endless sea of lava, and on the other, a vibrant island brimming with the essence of spring. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Yun would have never believed such a spectacle could exist. A mere meter's distance revealed such starkly contrasting realities. The rolling lava juxtaposed with the verdant grass by its side, and the island encircled by molten rock continually assaulted Yun's understanding. Though this was the world of Naruto, the scene before him was simply too extraordinary to comprehend. At that moment, the ancestor beside Yun spoke. "All right, Yun, it's time to return. I will explain everything in due course." Yun mechanically nodded, still reeling from the shock, his mind brimming with unspoken questions, which he restrained himself from voicing. After the ancestor's command, Yifeng turned to fly back to the Ancestor Hall. Throughout the journey, Yun remained silent, and the return took nearly as long as their ascent. Upon landing, Yifeng reverted to his original form, exchanged a few words with the ancestor, and then departed once more. Yun and Xiao Jing then rejoined the now transformed ancestor within the halls of the ancestor. Upon entering the Hall of Ancestors, Yun discovered the presence of three avian-like creatures resembling the ancestral birds. The three individuals greeted the ancestor respectfully and exchanged pleasantries with Yun and Xiao Jing before taking their seats in the vacant spots beneath the ancestral thrones. Yun observed that the trio exhibited a demeanor towards Xiao Jing that lacked the reverence shown towards Yifeng. Instead, it resembled the respect one might show to an elder. Xiao Jing reciprocated their respect with a hint of deference. The ancestor resumed his place and addressed Yun. "These are the three esteemed elders of my ancestral island, Isho, Xiwenlei, and Konghua. They will join me in formalizing a covenant with you." Yun bowed to each of the elders in turn. The ancestor continued, "Now, allow me to illuminate the doubts that linger in your mind. As you can see, the entire ancestral island is completely enveloped by magma. This magma is indeed genuine and not a mere facsimile. In fact, it originally constituted the land itself, which has been submerged due to volcanic eruptions, ultimately transforming into the magma you now behold." Yun, unable to contain his curiosity, interjected, "Then why has the ancestral island not been assimilated by the magma?" "Patience," the ancestor replied, calming Yun's anxious heart. "The truth is that the ancestral island is not merely an island. It is a living entity." Yun was once again taken aback. How can it endure within the magma? "This tale begins with my ancestors," the ancestor elaborated, and this time Yun refrained from interrupting, allowing the ancestor to convey his narrative in full. The ancestor's forebear, the original ancestral bird, possessed a pet. Do not inquire why a bird would have a pet. For I, too, am in the dark, which is now known as the ancestral island. In truth, the island's actual form is that of an unknown species of turtle, which has existed within the magma since its inception. The original ancestral bird, driven by curiosity, chose to keep the creature and entered into a master-servant pact with it. Little did the original realize that such an impulsive act would ultimately save their entire lineage. As time passed, the once small turtle grew considerably, though it had not yet reached the size that you now observed. This phenomenon sparked widespread panic, for the giant turtle dwarfed all known creatures of the time by several-fold. Fortunately, this colossal turtle required no sustenance and was naturally gentle. Thus, over time, the ancestral birds ceased to take notice of it. However, the giant turtle had a penchant for bathing in magma. Due to its immense size, each time it immersed itself, small eruptions of magma would occur. Consequently, the original ancestral bird issued a decree forbidding it from bathing. Thankfully, the turtle adhered to this command, and thereafter, no further incidents transpired. Yet, the lifespan of the ancestral bird was limited to approximately a millennium. Following the original's passing, the turtle no longer complied with the edict and frequently indulged in its magma baths, growing even larger and exacerbating the volcanic disasters. The second generation subsequently employed the covenant established by the original to formalize an agreement with the giant turtle. For thousands of years hence, this practice continued, with each successive leader of the ancestral birds entering into a covenant with the turtle, establishing a tradition that endured through the ages. After a millennium of development and evolution, the current Archaeopteryx has diverged significantly from its original form, giving rise to several distinct races. The three prominent elder races, the pterosaur, velociraptor, and therizinosaurus, have gradually evolved into their final forms over tens of thousands of years, while only a small fraction of Archaeopteryx retain the ancestral form and bloodline. In stark contrast, the giant tortoise has undergone no evolution whatsoever, possessing merely a singular, albeit monumental, physical presence. The Archaeopteryx were astonished to discover that only those who inherited the original bloodline could forge a pact with the giant tortoise. Naturally, the Archaeopteryx embodying this lineage are the most formidable, yet they bear the significant drawback of adulthood. Without sufficient potential, they remain juvenile throughout their lives. As the number of those with ancestral blood dwindles over time, the challenge of possessing adequate potential becomes increasingly daunting. Fortunately, each year, several primitive Archaeopteryx are born within the clan, allowing for a few dozen mature specimens to emerge over the course of centuries. This was not a pressing concern until a fateful day when volcanoes across the continent erupted simultaneously. Within mere days, a vast expanse of land was engulfed by lava, leading to a severe shortage of habitable space. In response, an indeterminate number of generations of Archaeopteryx commanded a portion of their kin to migrate onto the back of the giant tortoise for survival. The volcanic eruptions persisted for 3 months, followed by sporadic eruptions every few months thereafter. Ultimately, only the Archaeopteryx residing on the tortoise's back endured, leading to the formation of what is now known as Archaeopteryx Island. However, challenges began to emerge. The evolution of the Archaeopteryx had not ceased. Their lifespans extended significantly, now averaging around 2,000 years, and they began to adapt to the temperature of the lava. Yet, survival in such conditions remained impossible. The population of primitive Archaeopteryx continued to decline, and even the offspring of purebred individuals did not inherit the original traits. Presently, only 2 primitive Archaeopteryx remain on the island, Ancestral and Xiaojing, while others lacking sufficient potential have been excluded from the ranks of the primitive. Ancestral is now left with roughly 200 years of life. Fortunately, Xiaojing possesses ample potential. However, the maturation period for Archaeopteryx spans 400 years, and Xiaojing is still in her adolescence, far from adulthood. Historically, the ancestors have studied this predicament and devised various solutions, though most are perilously dangerous, risking the lives of the Archaeopteryx if improperly executed. Thus, it can be said that Archaeopteryx Island stands on the precipice of peril 200 years hence. Indeed, the ancestral forebears have bequeathed a straightforward method, that of allowing the juvenile progenitor birds and humans to forge a covenant, fostering mutual growth. This approach could significantly curtail the time required for maturation. However, it has remained unrealized due to some obscure reasons. Whenever humans fortuitously arrived on the ancestral island and attempted to enter into a pact with the progenitor birds, they invariably met their demise due to a clash of bloodlines. Consequently, generations of ancestors had contemplated abandoning this path until the unexpected arrival of the Red Sunset, Yun's father, over 2 decades ago during the Second Shinobi World War. Despite the Ancestors' Council, the Sunset was resolute in returning. Thus, in a moment of desperation, the ancestors opted to establish a covenant with him. To everyone's astonishment, he successfully signed the agreement and returned to Konoha, subsequently earning the illustrious title of one of the 8 colors of Konoha. The ancestors, seeing hope in the sunset, entrusted him with a scroll to verify potential signatories. Thereafter, the sunset sought suitable candidates for the ancestors, yet none met the criteria. Ultimately, considering the unique nature of the sunset's bloodline, the ancestors speculated that the covenant bearer might reside among the descendants of the sunset. The year of the birth of Xiaojing coincided with that of Yun. Initially, the ancestors intended to contact the sunset, but tragically, he perished during the Ninetales incident that year. Moreover, Hong did not fulfill the requirements, and the sunset had never elucidated the situation to him. Thus, the mystery remained unsolved until the present. Upon hearing the entire narrative, Yun felt all enigmas unravel in his heart and inquired, "Esteemed ancestor, is it sufficient for me to enter into a covenant with Xiaojing?" The ancestor nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. We have prepared for the signing. It is merely a matter of time." Yun acknowledged this understanding, and the 3 elders, Isho, Xuanlei, and Kongzhua, rose and proclaimed, "Ancestor, let us accompany the young master and Yun to the signing forthwith." The ancestor acquiesced, and the 5 departed from the ancestral hall. As the 5 ancestors led the way, the 3 elders followed, with Xiaojing and Yun trailing behind. Upon exiting the ancestral hall, Elder Isho hastened to the forefront, transforming instantaneously into a draconic form resembling that of Yifeng, albeit larger. This time, Yun felt at ease, having ridden twice before with Yifeng. As the ancestor and Xiaojing mounted Elder Isho's back, Yun followed suit. However, the other 2 elders, Xuanlei and Konghua, did not join them. At that moment, 2 drakes soared toward them. One was Yifeng, while the other remained unfamiliar to Yun. Yifeng first paid respects to the ancestor and Xiaojing, then to the 2 elders. It was only upon greeting Elder Isho that Yun learned he was Yifeng's son, while the other drake was named Ishue, also a son of Elder Isho. The 2 elders subsequently mounted Yifeng and Ishue, and thus the 7 of them soared toward a singular destination. Yun noted that the direction they were heading was the same as that of his arrival and recalled the altar-like structure he had first encountered. He surmised that this must be the site designated for the signing of the covenant. As anticipated, the winged leaders, winged winds, and winged waters descended upon the altar. Once Yun and Xiaojing arrived, the 3 winged leaders transformed back to their original forms. The ancestor proclaimed, "Yun, Xiaojing, this altar is the place where you shall sign your pact, and it will also serve as the location for Xiaojing and the giant turtle's future agreement. Now, both of you may ascend." Without further inquiries, Yun and Xiaojing approached the altar and awaited the ancestor's next instructions. The ancestor directed them to stand in the center of the hexagram, then addressed the 3 elders, saying, "Let us begin." The ancestor and the 3 elders proceeded to fill 4 of the hexagram's recesses with their blood. Following this, the ancestor instructed Yun and Xiaojing to fill the remaining 2 recesses with their own blood. After they complied, the ancestor beckoned them to the center of the hexagram. Subsequently, the ancestor nodded to the 3 elders, who began to chant incomprehensible incantations. The ancestor closed his eyes, and as the chanting commenced, the blood in the 6 recesses flowed towards the empty space beneath Yun and Xiaojing's feet. As the incantation concluded, the entire vacant area was engulfed in crimson. A blinding light emanated from the hexagram, and in its wake, the bodies of Yun and Xiaojing vanished from the altar. At that moment, the ancestor, who had kept his eyes shut, opened them and declared, "The 2 have now entered the blood fusion pool. We need only to wait." Winged leader remarked, "This is indeed fortunate. If their blood can merge for over 3 days, our ancestor island shall be safeguarded for a millennium." Given the ancestor's assessment of the youth, 3 days should undoubtedly pose no challenge. What great fortune. Elder Thunderclap also appeared quite jubilant. A millennium. Surely even without evolving into a magma-resistant ancestor bird, new methods would emerge. The fearsome Claw interjected, "Very well, let us return. We shall come back in 3 days to observe the situation." The ancestor instructed the 3, and they departed. Meanwhile, at the lowest level of the ancestor's domain, the uppermost layer of the turtle's back, Yun and Xiaojing lay motionless in a vast blood pool. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a continuous flow of red light coursing over their bodies, circulating between them. With each cycle, this crimson essence grew stronger, seemingly perpetually in motion. 3 days later, beside the altar of Ancestor Island, the ancestor and the 3 elders stood observing the still altar, their faces beaming with joy. 3 days had passed, confirming that the crisis of Ancestor Island had truly been averted. Although the ancestor had already acknowledged Yun's potential, nothing is absolute. Verification is essential. The ancestor stated, "All right. Let us depart. I sense no signs of their emergence. It appears they will not return from the blood fusion pool today. With this, the 3 of us shall first convey the good news to our kin," Winged Leader replied. After the ancestor's consent, the 3 departed, while the ancestor was carried back by Winged Wind. Upon returning, the ancestor murmured, "Shiyu Yun, I eagerly anticipate the surprises you shall bring me." 6 days passed with no response from the altar. 12 days elapsed with still no reaction. 13 days brought silence. 15 days yielded no results. And 18 days showed no sign of activity. On the 20th day, the ancestor and the 3 elders stood solemnly beside the altar. The ancestor. "It appears there will be no response today." Thunder, the most impatient among them, remarked, "That cannot be. Regardless of the circumstances, they will surely emerge today." The ancestor asserted firmly. The 3 elders exchanged puzzled glances. The ancestor continued, "For the blood melding pool, the limit is 20 days. Limit? Winged had exclaimed. "I have never heard of such a restriction for the blood melding pool. Every phenomenon possesses its limits. And the blood melding pool's threshold is that a single group of talents can only remain for a maximum of 20 days. This was a design by one of the original ancestors, who believed no one could surpass 15 days. The 20-day limit was merely a precautionary measure." "Is this an unforeseen circumstance?" Fearclaw inquired. "Indeed not." The ancestor shook his head. "The potential of this child has exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the ancestor who conceived this technique could not have anticipated that the blood melding pool would be unable to withstand such extraordinary potential." The 3 elders fell silent, joining the ancestor in quiet anticipation. Finally, the 20th day arrived. "They have returned," the ancestor exclaimed. As his words fell, the once quiet hexagram array erupted in brilliant light. Following the brilliance, Yun and Xiaojing reappeared at the altar. Under the watchful gaze of the 4, Yun slowly opened his eyes and inquired, "Has the contract been completed?" The ancestor nodded, but Yun's next remark nearly caused the 4 to gasp in disbelief. "After all this time, you were deceiving me, ancestor. Wasn't the contract supposed to be instantaneous? You mentioned it would take a long time. What instant? Since your contract was signed, 20 days have already passed." The ancestor's words astonished Yun. At that moment, Xiaojing also began to awaken. Yun looked at Xiaojing, and somehow this time felt different. There was an inexplicable sense of a blood connection, akin to seeing red, though not as profound. The ancestor explained the situation to Yun and Xiaojing, allowing them to fully comprehend the circumstances, yet he did not disclose the significance of the 20-day period. The 3 elders remained silent, and subsequently, Winged had led the ancestor, Yun, and Xiaojing to the ancestor's hall, while Thunder and Fearclaw did not follow. The clouds rested quietly upon the back of the Winged One, as he reflected on the words of the ancestor regarding the past 20 days. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could only recall the fleeting moment at the altar. Beyond that, his memory was a complete void. Glancing sideways at the small mirror, he noticed a similar expression of confusion within its depths, suggesting that it too was oblivious to the events of those 20 days. However, Cloud chose not to delve into this matter further. Before long, the Winged One transported Cloud and his 2 companions to the ancestor's hall. Upon their descent, the Winged One gestured to the ancestor before taking flight once more. Following the ancestor into the hall, Cloud observed as the ancestor settled into his seat and retrieved a scroll from behind. "Cloud," he instructed, "sign your name on this scroll." Cloud, filled with curiosity, accepted the scroll. He was perplexed, having previously entered into a contract and now being asked to sign yet another. He couldn't help but lament the complexities of the ancestor bird's agreements. However, upon unfurling the scroll, he was astonished to find it completely blank. The name of his father, which he had anticipated, was conspicuously absent. Puzzled, he turned his gaze towards the ancestor. Seeing his confusion, the ancestor explained, "There is no need for bewilderment. This scroll is indeed the first of its kind, intended for contract signing. The scroll you signed previously is also capable of summoning spirits. It was the one your father signed long ago. This new scroll, however, is a more advanced contract summoning scroll. By signing it, you will gain the ability to summon all the ancestor birds residing on Ancestor Island. Furthermore, you will have the authority to contract with one of the 3 tribes on Ancestor Island for your relatives, but this privilege is limited to your kin. Should you misuse it, I shall revoke that right. Future relatives may also be included. Cloud's heart soared with delight at this revelation, as it meant that Red, Bayan, and Hinata could also enter into contracts. Eagerly, he inscribed his name upon the scroll and pressed his handprint beside it, then handed it back to the ancestor. Afterward, the ancestor informed him, if you wish for your relatives to sign contracts, you may summon 3 different scrolls using 3 distinct handprints. The ancestor then shared the sequence of handprints with Cloud, who diligently committed it to memory. Subsequently, the ancestor instructed Cloud on how to utilize different handprints, chakra levels, and output speeds to summon various ancestor birds. To Cloud's astonishment, he discovered that the small mirror did not require hand seals to summon, which filled him with joy yet a tinge of regret. He believed that if the small mirror possessed greater strength, it would certainly prove invaluable in critical moments. Perhaps sensing Cloud's thoughts, the ancestor chuckled, "Do not underestimate the small mirror, its abilities may surprise you." Cloud pressed for further clarification, but the ancestor remained silent, suggesting that understanding would come with time. The ancestor then briefly outlined the strengths and attributes of the 3 tribes. The pterosaur tribe, associated with wind and water, was the only tribe capable of flight after transformation, explaining why Elder Thunderbolt and Elder Claw did not possess the ability to fly themselves. The Velociraptor tribe, linked to lightning, although unable to fly, boasted a speed that rivaled the pterosaur's flight, making it the strongest in terms of attack power among the tribes. Lastly, the Claw Dinosaur tribe, Earth-affiliated, possessed the strongest defense, yet their speed was only slightly inferior when compared to the other 2 tribes. Moreover, it brought joy to Yun as the progenitor revealed that due to his unique contract method, he now possessed the chakra of all 3 clans. This meant that, in addition to his innate water, earth, and wind chakra attributes, he had acquired the lightning chakra as well. Although this enhancement did not significantly impact him, it was indeed a cause for celebration, as it opened the door for him to learn techniques like the Chidori. Subsequently, the progenitor spoke of the techniques available to the contract holders, but Yun was disheartened to learn that his current strength was insufficient for mastery. However, this disappointment was fleeting, as higher requirements often corresponded with greater abilities. Filled with anticipation, Yun listened as the progenitor instructed him to first master the ultimate techniques left behind by the setting sun. It was then that Yun discovered these techniques had been created separately, as the progenitor's clan had left behind their own methods for the contract holders due to the inability to learn the ancestral techniques. Once everything was clarified, Yun bid farewell to the progenitor and Xiaojing, departing from the ancestral island. In the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire, in Yun's room, Hong lay peacefully asleep upon his bed. Despite Yun having left a note, 20 days had passed, and concern began to gnaw at her. Consequently, since the 10th day, Hong had taken to sleeping in Yun's room each night, eager to see him upon his return. This time, perhaps due to the completion of their contract, Yun's entrance was far less radiant than in previous instances. He appeared quietly, akin to an ordinary reverse summoning. The moment he arrived, his eyes were drawn to Hong lying on the bed. There was no surprise, only a profound sense of emotion. Yun quietly approached her side and knelt, gazing at the slumbering figure of Hong. His eyes traced her perfect visage, delicate features, fair skin, and curvaceous form. In that moment, Hong radiated an enigmatic allure, ensnaring Yun's heart. As Yun's gaze returned to Hong's face, her eyes fluttered slightly, as if on the verge of awakening. Yet her eyelids struggled to part and ultimately remained closed. Hong's exquisitely charming nose twitched as if catching a scent, and her lips curled into a soft murmur. "Yun, you're back. Come, sister, give me a hug." Yun was left pondering what dreams occupied her mind, and the scene brought forth memories of his childhood, a time when both his parents had passed. Each night, after completing her missions, Hong would lie beside him, looking at him just as she was now. Often, when he would awaken, he would be enveloped by the love reflected in her gaze. He had always thought that as long as he had his sister, that was enough. It was during those moments that he resolved to protect her at all costs. Yin continued to watch Hong silently. As his gaze lingered upon her lips, a sensation of yearning arose within him, a desire to kiss her. The clouds gradually lowered their heads, inching closer to the crimson lips. At last, their lips met. And in that fleeting moment, Yun felt as if he had been struck by lightning, swiftly pulling away from Hong's lips. He gazed at Hong, reassured to find her still in slumber, before hesitantly exiting his room and making his way to hers. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, Hong, who had been peacefully sleeping in bed, slowly opened her eyes and murmured, "Silly brother." The following morning, upon awakening, Yun heard the commotion outside. Realizing that Hong was already up, he rose and ventured out to find her bustling in the kitchen. Upon seeing Yun, she smiled and said, "Just a little longer. The meal will be ready soon." Yun, captivated by the depth of her smile, recalled the events of the previous day, causing his cheeks to flush. Before long, Hong completed the meal, serving it for both to enjoy. After they finished eating, she tidied up and prepared to head out for training with Shino. Yun called out to his sister, "Wait a moment." Hong turned, inquiring, "What is it, Yun? Are you not curious about what I have been up to these past few days?" Yun asked, "What is there to be curious about? I know you will tell me eventually, so there is no need for me to rush. Besides, I prefer it when you share things with me willingly." "Oh, sister. I had intended to tell you now to brighten your spirits, but now that I'm upset, I shall save it for tonight." Yun feigned annoyance. "Understood. It is my fault. Even if you are upset, I will still hear it tonight. I see how it is, quite stingy of you." Hong replied with a chuckle. Before stepping out of the house, left alone, Yun found himself at a loss for what to do, perhaps due to having recently accomplished something significant. He felt little inclination to train. His thoughts drifted to whether Hinata's injuries had healed and if Yukumo's training had concluded. Determined to take a stroll and check on them both, he decided to head out. Yun opted to visit the hospital first, as Yukumo might not yet have returned to Konoha. Passing by Ino's flower shop once more, he contemplated purchasing a bouquet. This time, Ino was not present, leaving only her mother and a few other customers selecting flowers. Initially intending to buy a red rose, he felt a twinge of shyness in front of others and instead chose a daffodil. After a brief conversation with Ino's mother, who inquired about his family, Yun responded to her questions before departing the shop. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yun first inquired at the front desk with the nurse and learned that Hinata had not yet been discharged. He then proceeded directly to her hospital room. Before knocking on the door, Yun took a moment to sense the atmosphere, shaking his head slightly. Nevertheless, he rapped gently on the door, only to swiftly step back a second later. The door opened rapidly, and a petite figure dashed out through the gap, lunging towards Yun. He deftly sidestepped and maneuvered past her, entering the room in an instant. Turning around with a smile, he said, "Hanabi, you don't need to greet me like this every time, do you?" Hanabi pouted defiantly and retorted, "Well, it's your fault for not visiting my sister for so many days. She has been waiting for you every day." Lying on the bed, Hinata's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she watched the familiar antics of Yun and Hanabi. "Yun, what are you saying?" she shyly responded, hearing Hinata's words. Yun turned to her and apologized. "I'm sorry, Hinata. I didn't expect it to take so long." Hinata replied softly, "It's all right, as long as you're okay." Yun then placed the water lilies he had brought into the vase beside Hinata and sat on the edge of her bed to converse with her. Observing the tender exchange between Yun and Hinata, Hanabi's previously lively demeanor dulled somewhat. She turned to Hinata and said, "Sister, I'm leaving," and shot a discontented huff towards Yun before departing. Yun then recounted the events of the past few days to Hinata, eventually asking if she had signed a contract with any summoning beasts or if their clan possessed any. After all, the Hyuga clan is renowned not only in Konoha but throughout the entire shinobi world, making the existence of a summoning beast not particularly surprising. If that were the case, not being able to use the same summoning beast could lead to some inconveniences in transmitting information, which was something Yun wished to avoid. Fortunately, Hinata replied that there were none, further emphasizing the significance of summoning beasts. The Hyuga clan, despite its strength, had not found a suitable summoning beast. It was not due to a lack of power. Rather, powerful summoning beasts are exceedingly selective about their contractors. And a clan that relies solely on physical techniques like the Hyuga would clearly not be their ideal choice. Conversely, a weaker summoning beast would be beneath the pride of the Hyuga clan. Yun shared the news about the summoning beast of the ancestral bird clan with Hinata, introducing her to the general characteristics of 3 different races, ultimately allowing her to choose. After much hesitation, Hinata still could not decide and turned to Yun, saying, "Yun, please help me choose." After pondering for a moment, Yun suggested, "How about selecting the Pterosaur clan? It would ensure your safety, if nothing else." Hinata nodded in agreement. Though self-preservation was not her primary desire, it would alleviate some of Yun's worries, which she was quite pleased about. Seeing this, Yun swiftly formed hand seals and summoned a pterosaur ancestral bird. Upon its appearance, the ancestral bird respectfully greeted Yun, saying, "Master Yun." This took Yun by surprise, as there seemed to be no necessity for such deference despite the contract they had formed. He voiced his curiosity regarding this unexpected reverence. The ancient bird, upon hearing this, replied, Lord Yun, as you have entered into a contract with the young master, your status is thus equivalent to his, and it is imperative to show you due respect. Yun, upon hearing this, refrained from further comment, for it is evident that the more ancient the race, the more they cherish such notions of hierarchy. It seems that even the beasts are no exception. After elucidating his intentions to the ancient bird, it scrutinized Hinata with a discerning gaze and remarked, Lord Yun, forgive my impertinence, but the directive given to me by the esteemed ancestor stipulates that only your direct kin may enter into such a contract. And this young girl is clearly not your direct relative. I am well aware of this, yet I assure you, one day, Hinata will undoubtedly become one of my closest companions, thus you may rest assured in allowing her to sign the contract. Yun responded, Is that so? The young girl, a member of the winged dragon tribe, inquired of Hinata, then swiftly turned back to Yun, saying, Of course, I do not doubt the veracity of your words. But this is a necessary procedure. Yun nodded in understanding, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he gazed at Hinata. He was eager to hear her voice. Yet the bashful Hinata, having buried her face in embarrassment at the scrutiny of both Yun and the ancient bird, found it exceedingly difficult to speak such words aloud. Just as Yun was about to intervene on her behalf, Hinata, seemingly resolute, lifted her head and, her face flushed yet determined, declared, That is indeed the case. Upon hearing Hinata's affirmation, the ancient bird produced a spiritual contract scroll from its beak, unfurling it for Hinata to inscribe her name. Hinata glanced at it, her cheeks aglow, and remarked, It only bears Lord Yun's name. Yun, bewildered by the presence of his name, inquired of the winged dragon ancestor beside him, who explained, Lord Yun, you have entered into the highest level contract of the ancient bird clan. The spirit contract scrolls of our three branches are derived from the main spiritual scroll. Thus, your name naturally appears on the other contracts. Yun pressed further, What about my father? His name does not appear on the contract. The contract your father signed differs from yours. Its rank aligns with that of our three clans' contracts. Hence it does not manifest automatically, the ancient bird clarified. After absorbing this information, Yun refrained from further inquiries. Hinata, with a flourish of crimson ink, inscribed her name beneath Yun's and affixed her handprint. The ancient bird inspected the scroll and proclaimed, It is complete, before retracting the scroll and stating, Lord Yun, it is now your responsibility to instruct her on the art of spiritual summoning and the relevant knowledge of my clan. Yun nodded, and the ancient bird continued, I shall take my leave now. Feel free to depart. Your assistance has been invaluable, Yun replied. Serving Lord Yun is hardly a burden. The ancient bird concluded before taking its leave. Once the winged dragon ancestor had departed, Hinata inquired, Yun, what is his name? Cloud, Hinata remarked. I've always wanted to speak with him, but I do not know his name, and thus I feel too shy to approach. Do you not know either? Cloud turned away, clasping his hands behind his back, and replied, How could that be? I merely forgot to inform you. It would be more courteous for you to ask him yourself next time. I shall not reveal it to you. At that moment, Cloud felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, which words could scarcely convey. Fortunately, Hinata did not dwell on the matter any further. Subsequently, Cloud began to elucidate the principles and methods of summoning techniques, naturally borrowing the words of Jiraiya. He then explained how to summon different types of summoning beasts. However, as Cloud himself lacked practical experience, he merely reiterated what the progenitor had conveyed to him. Thankfully, unlike Naruto, Hinata grasped the concepts swiftly. Both she and Cloud were merely lacking in practical application. After conversing for a while longer, Hinata informed Cloud that she would be discharged from the hospital the following day. Upon hearing this, Cloud could not help but frown. His discontent was not due to a lack of desire for Hinata's recovery, but rather the prospect of visiting the Hyuga clan was exceedingly daunting. The reason was simple. It is uncomfortable to be scrutinized by a multitude of eyes from a position of superiority, even if they were not watching. One is acutely aware of their presence. What a torment it is. In comparison, Cloud would much prefer to visit Hinata at the hospital, provided her condition was stable. Hinata was also aware that Cloud was not particularly fond of visiting her home. In truth, aside from the prominent clans and renowned ninjas in Konoha, few were willing to congregate at the Hyuga estate. If possible, Hinata too would prefer that Cloud did not come to her home. However, given her injury, Hinata's father would not permit her to go out freely, and she longed to see Cloud, casting a yearning gaze in his direction. Despite his discomfort, Cloud could not oppose Hinata's wishes and reassured her, Do not worry. Even if you return home, I will visit you every day. Upon hearing this, Hinata, who had initially worn a somewhat troubled expression, was suddenly filled with joy. After chatting for a while, they noticed that it was nearly lunchtime, and the Hyuga clan members would soon be bringing food for Hinata. Considering that he still needed to find Yakumo, he bid farewell to Hinata, who naturally permitted his departure. However, just as Yakumo was about to rise, Hinata grasped his sleeve, and Yakumo gently patted her head, asking, "What is it, Hinata?" "I will certainly come to find you tomorrow." Hinata, holding onto Yakumo's clothing, lowered her head and said, "Yakumo, please close your eyes." Although slightly puzzled, Yakumo complied. Shutting his eyes, Hinata, who had initially held onto his sleeve, released her grip, raised her gaze towards him, as if she had resolved to take a significant step. Slowly, she leaned in and placed a soft kiss on Yakumo's cheek, intending to retreat quickly. Yet, just as she was about to pull away, Yakumo, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them and enveloped Hinata in his embrace, exclaiming, "You can't just sneak a kiss and then leave. I will retaliate." Blushing deeply in Yakumo's arms, Hinata protested, "It wasn't like that. I just accidentally brushed against you." "Well, I accidentally brushed against you too," Yakumo replied, leaning in to kiss Hinata's lips. The sensation was entirely different from that of a kiss with Akane. The delicate texture of the young girl's lips was uniquely soft, akin to moistened candy wrappers. It lacked the fleeting electric thrill of kissing Akane and was devoid of the anxiety accompanying that experience. Instead, it was imbued with a sweet floral fragrance that was utterly delightful, evoking an irresistible desire to savor it. Hinata's slender form leaned against Yakumo's chest, her eyes widening as the moment enveloped her, the redness in her cheeks fading to a tender pink hue. Yakumo found himself utterly captivated until Hinata, breathless, gently pushed him away. Startled, she retreated from his embrace like a frightened fawn, exclaiming, "Yakumo, you are too cunning." "I apologize, Hinata, but it was simply too intoxicating," he replied. "You say that," Hinata murmured, lowering her head in playful reproach. After much coaxing, she finally forgave him. Gazing at the time, Yakumo realized he could no longer linger and prepared to leave. Just before departing, he heard Hinata's soft voice, "If you come to see me every day." Today, this incident could certainly be repeated. Yakumo turned in surprise, only to find Hinata had burrowed under the covers. At that moment, his heart bloomed with joy. After Yakumo left the hospital room, Hinata, nestled under the covers, poked her head out and unconsciously licked her lips. It was as if she suddenly realized her own actions, causing her to blush anew as she retreated back beneath the blankets. As Yun departed from the hospital, it was the hour of midday repast. At the entrance, he encountered a member of the Hyuga clan delivering lunch to Hinata, but chose not to greet her and continued on his way. Once outside, Yun reflected that Hong would not be returning until later, and thus resolved to dine at Ichiraku Ramen. In his previous life, he had primarily subsisted on noodles, and Ichiraku's offerings were indeed to his liking, which is why he often shared meals there with Naruto, albeit he was typically the one footing the bill. Fortunately, Hong had generously provided him with a considerable allowance, and on occasions when she was in good spirits and asked him to purchase dumplings, she would not reclaim the leftover change, allowing Yun to afford Naruto's company. Consequently, he had become a regular patron of Ichiraku Ramen. Upon arriving, Yun ordered a substantial bowl of ramen. The owner, Uncle Ichiraku, upon seeing him, exclaimed, "Ah, Yun, it has been quite some time since your last visit. Not just you. Even Naruto has been absent for a while." Yun explained, "I have been preparing for the Chunin exams and have not been in Konoha lately. Naruto is likely training hard as well." With that, Uncle Ichiraku presented him with a bowl, humorously remarking, "Consider this a blessing for your upcoming examination." Yun expressed his gratitude and began to enjoy his meal. After finishing, he bid farewell to Uncle Ichiraku and the young waitress, Ayam, and made his way towards the home of the Yakumo family. Just before reaching his destination, he fortuitously ran into Kuruma Minako. Upon learning that Yakumo had returned the previous night, he accompanied Minako to the Yakumo residence. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Yun paused and said to Minako, "Miss Minako, could you please call Yakumo out? I shall remain here." Though somewhat puzzled, Minako complied with Yun's request. His reluctance to enter the Yakumo household was distinctly different from his aversion to visiting Hinata's home. Rather, it was quite the opposite. While Yakumo's father was relatively amiable, treating Yun as a friend of his child, her mother was a different story entirely. Each encounter left Yun feeling bashful, as she welcomed him with warmth akin to that of a mother-in-law greeting her son-in-law. If he were to enter, he feared the conversation would stray far from any serious matters, rendering the remainder of the day uneventful. Before long, Yukumo emerged from the Kuruma residence. Her face illuminated with a shy smile as she greeted him. "You're back." Reminiscent of a wife awaiting her husband's return home. Yin playfully replied, "I'm back," which caused his cheeks to redden, akin to Hinata's demeanor. Together, they exited the central area of Konoha and made their way to their usual training ground. Yun recounted the recent events of his life to Yukumo, who then shared her training experiences over the past days. However, she withheld specifics, teasing that she wanted to surprise him. Subsequently, Yun broached the subject of summoning beasts, to which Yukumo expressed her regret, saying, "I'm sorry, Yun. I too wish to share the same summoning beast with you, but I already have one." Yayan, somewhat surprised, inquired further, "What kind of spirit beast is it?" "I cannot disclose that, for it would spoil the surprise," Yayun replied, as if to alleviate any concern Yun might have, adding, "Although it is not a powerful spirit beast, one could say it possesses no strength at all. It is undoubtedly the most suitable for me, so you need not worry." Upon hearing Yayun's words, Yun, despite his curiosity, understood that Yayun would not reveal anything further and chose not to press the matter. Their conversation did not linger for long. Yayun informed Yun that she had just returned from training yesterday and had slept the entire morning, thus she had not yet visited Hinata. She suggested that they go see Hinata together. With thoughts of seeing Hinata in the coming days at the Hyuga household, Yun found the hospital rather endearing, and he accompanied Yayun to visit Hinata. The two first stopped by Ino's flower shop to select flowers for Hinata. This time, Yun refrained from purchasing anything, having already gifted a flower just a few hours prior. Coincidentally, Ino was tending the shop and engaged them in conversation, imparting some knowledge about flowers to Yayun. Ultimately, Yayun chose a daffodil, and after paying, they bid farewell to Ino and proceeded directly to the hospital. After knocking, they entered Hinata's hospital room, where Hanabi was also present. Perhaps due to Yayun's presence, Hanabi did not extend her usual greetings to Yun. Upon seeing Yayun, Hinata was naturally overjoyed, for their time apart had been longer than that with Yun. The two engaged in a warm conversation, leaving Yun feeling somewhat overlooked. Standing beside him, Hanabi called out, "Hey, Yun." Turning to her, Yun asked, "What is it?" "My sister mentioned your prowess in taijutsu. You must know the Iron Fist technique, right?" Hanabi queried. "I do." "Why do you ask?" Yun responded, "It's not a request. It doesn't matter to me if you agree or not," Hanabi replied with a hint of pride, then continued. "My father is going to guide me in a practical exercise against the Iron Fist today. The Hyuga clan members are not particularly suited for this. Just if you insist on attending, I might consider permitting it." In a mere moment, it seemed Yun was pleading with Hanabi. With a playful smile, Yun regarded her, causing Hanabi to feel somewhat uneasy. "What are you looking at? If you don't want to go, I certainly don't want to force you," she retorted. "How could that be? Since it's Hanabi, I must comply," Yin thought, unable to refuse her sister's request in Hinata's presence. "Very well, you are perceptive. Otherwise, I would have my sister ignore you," Hanabi remarked, her smile betraying a teasing tone, yet she remained relentless in her banter with Yun. As the second daughter of a prominent family, Hanabi was typically polite to everyone, save for Yun, which led him to suspect that she harbored a secret affinity for her sister. Yun lingered in Hinata's hospital room for a while before departing the hospital alongside Hanabi. As they approached the front desk, Yun suddenly halted, directing his gaze toward the entrance. Observing this, Hanabi paused as well, her attention following Yun's line of sight. From the doorway, Jiraiya was seen approaching slowly, cradling the seemingly unconscious Naruto in one arm. Yun stepped forward to meet Jiraiya, calling out, "Lord Jiraiya," while casting a quizzical glance at the unconscious Naruto. Jiraiya, upon noticing Yun, chuckled and reassured, "This fellow is fine. He merely fainted from exhaustion." Just as he finished speaking, the previously unconscious Naruto opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Who says I fainted from fatigue? I'm perfectly fine." He then turned to Yun and declared, "Yun, I summoned an incredibly powerful ally. Next time, I'll surely defeat you." Yun smiled and replied, "I understand, but you should focus on recuperating first. The exam is just around the corner. Don't end up unprepared." Of course, the latter part was merely jest, as with Naruto's remarkable recovery abilities, such minor injuries would soon be healed. "Stop trying to show off. You clearly can't handle it," Jiraiya remarked to Naruto before addressing Yun. "I must take this fellow to recover, so I won't keep you any longer." Just as Yun was about to bid farewell, Jiraiya glanced down at Hanabi and teased, "I didn't expect you to fancy someone younger than yourself. It seems I still possess the charm of my youth." He chuckled a few times, leaving Yun momentarily bewildered. Just as he was about to retort, he realized Jiraiya had already departed. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yun turned to Hanabi, who had evidently overheard Jiraiya's comment. Her cheeks flushed adorably, and upon noticing Yun's gaze, she shyly remarked, "You are not a good person," before dashing out of the room. Yun was left speechless, lamenting the unexpected predicament he found himself in. Yun hurriedly caught up with Huohua, who walked briskly with her head lowered. Fortunately, with her Byakugan, she was not concerned about colliding with others. Observing this, Yun refrained from calling out to her, instead choosing to follow closely behind. Thus, a scene unfolded on the streets of Konoha, a small girl, head bowed, sprinting ahead, closely followed by a slightly older boy. Due to Huohua's rapid pace, the two soon arrived at the Hyuga clan's gathering place. Upon reaching this destination, Huohua slowed her pace to a normal walk, lifting her head. For she was the second daughter of the esteemed Hyuga clan. It would be unbecoming for her to maintain a bowed head within her own family. This realization eased Yun's worries. Had the Hyuga clansman seen their second daughter running as if bullied, he would have faced dire consequences, as his current strength was insufficient to withstand the scrutiny of the Byakugan surrounding him. The two ambled toward Hinata's residence, which, much like the Yakumo household, lay at the heart of the Hyuga enclave. Along the way, any Hyuga clan members who encountered Huohua greeted her with respectful bows, to which she nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, they arrived at Hinata's house. Upon Huohua's return, a servant of the Hyuga family approached to welcome her, stating, "Second Miss, the Lord has instructed you to wait for him at the training ground." The servant then turned to Yun and added, "Young Master Yun, it has been a while since your last visit." Yun replied, "I have been out of the village for training." Following this exchange, the servant withdrew. Yun accompanied Huohua to the training ground, where Hizashi had yet to arrive. However, both Huohua and Yun maintained a demeanor more reserved than outside. Huohua's seriousness stemmed from her father's strict expectations, while Yun sought to leave a favorable impression on his future father-in-law. At a nearby tea table in the training area, Huohua prepared a cup of tea for Yun. After taking a sip, Yun smiled and remarked, "I did not expect your tea-making skills to be quite commendable, Huohua. I always thought your talent lay solely in gentle fist techniques." With a hint of disdain, Huohua glanced at Yun and replied, "Of course. While I may not compare to my sister, I have studied various arts." Yun smiled quietly and continued to sip his tea. As he was nearing the end of his cup, Hizashi arrived. Both Huohua and Yun promptly stood to greet him. Hizashi nodded and addressed Yun, saying, "Yun, I would like to ask you to be Huohua's sparring partner today." "It is my honor," Yun replied, bowing his head. Hizashi appeared pleased with Yun's response, nodding in approval. "All right, you may begin. Just fight with all your might. Do not worry about hurting each other. But Yun, you are limited to using only taijutsu." The two nodded in understanding and took their positions in the arena. With Hizashi's command, they charged toward one another, engaging in a flurry of exchanges within mere moments. After several encounters, they retreated momentarily. Yun glanced at the slightly wrinkled hem of his clothing, furrowing his brow briefly before quickly regaining composure. Hizashi, noticing this, advised Yun, "Do not underestimate Huohua. Despite her youth, she is undeniably a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, second only to Niji in talent. In terms of strength, Huohua surpasses Hinata by a notch." Yun nodded slightly, acknowledging that he had indeed underestimated Huohua. His attack speed and commitment had not been exerted to their fullest, resulting in a near miss where Huohua almost inflicted harm upon him. Fortunately, Yun had accelerated in the end, though he still felt the brush of her attack against the edge of his garment. Huohua, on the opposite side, gazed at Yun with a hint of provocation. Yun smiled and declared, "Huohua, I shall now give it my all, so be cautious." With that, he charged at Huohua once more, this time at nearly double the speed of his previous attempt. At this moment, his mental energy radiated throughout his being. Having often sparred with Hinata, he possessed a fair understanding of gentle fist techniques, which emphasized the importance of rapid strikes to channel chakra into an opponent's body, often rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye. However, with the aid of mental energy, the scenario changed. It was akin to the dynamic vision afforded by the Sharingan, allowing Yun to perceive Huohua's movements in slow motion. Given that Yun's speed surpassed Huohua's, he found himself in a virtually invulnerable position, a conclusion drawn from his observations during his encounters with Hinata. As anticipated, while Huohua's strength was marginally superior to Hinata's, it was still quite limited. Ultimately, not a single blow landed on Yun, except when Huohua executed the 8 trigrams 32 palms, wherein Yun found himself slightly fatigued from the encounter. It was his first time directly facing the Hyuga clan's continuous strikes, and he realized just how challenging it was to withstand them. This experience extinguished any desire he had to test his mettle against Niji's 8 trigrams 128 palms. The match concluded with Huohua's exhaustion, and Hizashi harbored no discontent, for the outcome had been anticipated. In fact, had Huohua emerged victorious, it would have stirred Hizashi's displeasure, as it would imply that Yun had deliberately held back. Following their bout, Yun took his leave from Hizashi, who proceeded to guide Huohua in her shortcomings, while a servant was summoned to escort Yun out. Upon exiting the Hyuga residence, Yun was greeted by a clear sky. He could not help but acknowledge Hizashi's formidable presence as his future father-in-law. His proximity had instilled a sense of pressure in Yun. After leaving the Hyuga household, Yun made his way home, having been out for nearly a day. Upon arrival, he found that Hong had not yet returned, prompting him to retreat to his room for a brief slumber, having spent the day in activity. Though not fatigued, a short nap would do him no harm. Yun was roused from his rest by Hong calling him for dinner. This was not due to a lack of vigilance on his part. Rather, years of familiarity had rendered him somewhat immune to her actions. After all, the sounds of Hong returning home and preparing meals had accompanied Yun throughout his life. To feel apprehensive towards such familiar occurrences would have been unnatural. At the dinner table, they both took their time, savoring their meal in silence, just as they usually did. Yun cherished these moments immensely, aware that opportunities for such tranquil meals together would become increasingly rare. Hong seemed to sense this as well, choosing to quietly accompany Yun during this time. After dinner, Hong was tidying up the house while Yun sat by the tea table outside, sipping tea and listening to Hong's busy movements. For some inexplicable reason, Yun felt a sense of intoxication. It was in this moment that he truly understood the essence of simple happiness. He lifted his gaze towards the sky, where a solitary full moon hung gracefully, radiating exquisite beauty. He pondered how many could foresee the impending war in the ninja world revolving around this very moon, and how many would survive it. Yun was uncertain of his own fate. Even the formidable Jiraiya and Pain would eventually depart, leaving him to question how far he could go. Yet, one conviction remained unwavering in Yun's heart: to protect those he cherished. At some point, Hong had finished her tasks and sat beside Yun, observing the weight of his thoughts as he gazed skyward. In her memories, every time Yun looked up, a trace of melancholy not befitting his age would cross his face. Hong refrained from asking too many questions, instead silently wrapping her arms around him, suddenly feeling her embrace. Yun did not resist. Rather, he nestled closer to her, finding a unique warmth and comfort in that moment. Inhaling the fragrant scent emanating from Hong, he felt utterly captivated. Hong remained silent, simply holding Yun as they both gazed at the sky. After a lengthy silence, Yun, nestled in Hong's arms, quietly spoke, "Sister, I will absolutely protect you forever." Hong responded with a soft affirmation, "And I will certainly protect you, Yun." Another stretch of silence enveloped them. Yet their unspoken sentiments were perfectly conveyed in that stillness. "All right, sister. Now I shall tell you about the events of the past 20 days. Yun said as he rose from Hong's embrace. "Coincidentally, I also have some matters to discuss with you." "Please, go ahead," Hong replied. Yun proceeded to recount the happenings regarding the ancestral island and the ancestral bird, ultimately inquiring about the summoning beast he wished to contract. After a moment of contemplation, Hong declared, "I shall choose the velociraptor. It suits me well." Yun, taken aback, asked, "Why not select the pterodactyl? That would help avoid many dangers." With a smile, Hong replied, "Sister is a jonin. Ordinary dangers cannot thwart me. Moreover, my choice of the velociraptor is well thought out. What I lack most is a decisive strike technique, and the characteristics of the velociraptor align perfectly with that need. Besides, one cannot simply flee from every danger." After hearing Hong's reasoning, Yun felt it inappropriate to argue further. Deep down, he wished she would choose the pterodactyl. After all, the high-tier combatants in the ninja world were often ill-equipped to handle aerial confrontations. However, with her decision made, Yun refrained from imposing his will. "Then let us proceed to sign the contract." After Yun concluded the summoning, the Velociraptor clan was represented by a primordial bird responsible for the summoning contract. This primordial bird appeared, and, much like the previous Pterosaur clan's primordial bird, respectfully addressed Yun as Master Yun. This time, Yun, having learned from past experiences, first inquired about his name and discovered it was Xuanling. Yun then pointed to Hong and said, "This is my sister. We wish to sign a contract with your Velociraptor clan. Is that acceptable?" Xuanling scrutinized Hong from head to toe, much like the previous primordial bird had examined Hinata, and then nodded, affirming, "Indeed, she is a direct relative of Master Yun, so there shall be no issue." With that, Xuanling spat out the contract and handed it to Hong. Upon opening it, Hong found it bore Yun's name, just like the pterosaur contract previously signed with Hinata. Hong inscribed her name in blood after Yun's name and pressed her handprint onto the document, subsequently returning the contract to Xuanling. After a brief glance, Xuanling declared, "Thus, the contract is established," and proceeded to place the contract back. Turning to Yun, he stated, "Master Yun, since the contract has been finalized and you have no further requests, I shall return to the primordial island." After Yun nodded, Xuanling vanished from their sight. Although Hong displayed no overt signs of excitement throughout the summoning process, Yun, well aware of her true feelings, recognized that her heart was elated. This was understandable, as it was a summoning beast that Hong had long admired but had been unable to contract for over a decade. Shortly after, Hong composed herself and said to Yun, "Regarding the summoning beast, I shall forego my thanks. However, you must remember that while summoning beasts are indeed significant, one's own strength is of paramount importance. One must not overly rely on summoning beasts, otherwise one shall never truly become a formidable warrior." Yun nodded in understanding and responded, "Sister, don't you have something to discuss with me as well?" Upon hearing this, Hong's expression turned serious. Although the third Hokage has forbidden discussions about this matter with unrelated parties to prevent leaks, Yun, are absolutely trustworthy, which is an exception. But remember, you must not speak of this to anyone else, understood? "Understood, sister," Yun replied, his demeanor now equally grave. "In this upcoming Chunin exam, I urge you to conserve your stamina and chakra. If all goes as expected, a great battle will follow the exam." Hong's succinct statement left Yun slightly shaken. This clearly indicated that events were diverging from the anticipated narrative. The chaos of the Chunin exam signified the true onset of turmoil in the world of Hokage, and any alterations in the exam would inevitably lead to changes in the ensuing plot. Hong, unperturbed by Yun's subtle shock, regarded it as a natural response. She proceeded to elaborate on the subsequent events. It had been confirmed that after the Chunin exam, the Sand and Sound Ninja would unite to assault Konoha. Most of this intelligence was gleaned by Moonlight Gale, who had overheard a conversation between Kabuto and the Sand Ninja Maki on the very night Yun set out for the Primordial Island. Following that, Gale was pursued and, akin to the original story, was injured by Maki's Windblade. However, in contrast to the original narrative, Shifeng employed a certain secret technique from the Tsukikage clan to feign a state of death, while his physical form exhibited signs of demise, thereby deceiving Maki and Do. When his girlfriend, Yuzuki Yuin, arrived to inspect Shifeng's body, she noticed the manifestation of the clan's secret technique. Shifeng had previously shared the method to unravel this technique with her, allowing Yuzuki Yuin to dispel it. Subsequently, Shifeng conveyed his feelings to Yuzuki Yuin and the dark division that followed closely behind. Tragically, Shifeng succumbed to his injuries, indeed, even in the absence of his wounds. The use of such a technique would have led to his demise, as this was the cost of that secret art. In the aftermath, Konoha initiated an investigation along the borders of the Land of Fire, the Land of Rice, and the Land of Wind, based on the intelligence provided by Shifeng, uncovering numerous peculiar occurrences. Concurrently, intelligence from Konoha's spies and Sunagakure reported that Sunagakure was preparing for war, among other developments pertinent to Konoha. Following a thorough statistical analysis of the relevant information by the higher-ups and intelligence department of Konoha, they concluded that Sunagakure was poised to ally with Otogakure for an assault on Konoha. Upon hearing this, Yun felt an even greater astonishment than before. The changes seemed rather extensive. Nevertheless, this was ultimately beneficial for Yun, as Konoha's thorough preparations would imply fewer losses. As a member of Konoha, Yun naturally wished for the village's prosperity. Had he not feared suspicion, he might have even considered informing the third Hokage himself. After Red reiterated the importance of secrecy, Yun affirmed his agreement once more. The two then engaged in discussions regarding topics related to the Chunin exams. As the evening approached, they retired to their respective quarters for rest. The following morning, both Yun and Red refrained from mentioning the impending assault by Sunagakure and Otogakure, each preoccupied with their own affairs. Red continued training Shin while also participating in pre-war defensive measures, whereas Yun diligently practiced his summoning techniques during his training sessions. As for the illusion technique, Setting Sun, left to him by his father, Yun merely glanced at it, realizing that mastering it would require more than a few days, thus deciding to concentrate on it post-Chunin exams. He understood that a superficial grasp would only serve to distract him. Regarding the summoning technique, a few days had sufficed for Yun to achieve proficiency. He also learned about Xiao Jing's abilities. finally grasping why the progenitor had remarked that Xiao Jing's power would astonish him. In truth, when Xiao Jing first revealed her strength, Yun was left utterly dumbfounded, solidifying her vital role in his future path of empowerment. During these days, Yun frequently sought out Hinata and Yakumo, occasionally sparring with Hanabi, though the outcomes invariably favored Yun. The only disappointment for Yun was that Hinata's promise remained unfulfilled, attributed to the lack of favorable circumstances. He accepted this with resignation, reminding himself that there would be ample time in the future, thus not dwelling on it too much. Yun also made time to visit Naruto, who was recovering in the hospital, not bearing flowers, of course, but as a gesture of goodwill, he brought several bowls of Ichiraku ramen. This act brought immense joy to Naruto, alleviating some of the gloom brought on by his hospitalization. During his time in the hospital, Yun had the opportunity to meet Jiraiya on several occasions, during which he inquired about the intricacies of summoning techniques, perhaps due to the triviality of the knowledge or perhaps influenced by Yun's father. Jiraiya took the time to explain the concepts in detail. This guidance significantly contributed to Yun's rapid mastery of the summoning art within just a few days. As the day before the Chunin exam arrived, Naruto, freshly discharged from the hospital, found himself lost in thought while gazing at the sign marking the exam venue. Standing behind him, Yun too pondered the upcoming event, albeit with different considerations, while Naruto focused on defeating his opponents. Yun contemplated the potential efficacy of the so-called Konoha collapse plan. Subsequently, Naruto expressed his desire to visit Ichiraku Ramen for a meal, to which Yun replied that he had already made plans to dine with Hinata, Ayakumo, and Shikyu. Nonetheless, Naruto insisted on having a bowl of ramen, claiming that it would not interfere with their meal. Seeing no alternative, Yun acquiesced. Upon arrival at Ichiraku, the owner inquired about Naruto's injuries, to which he cheerfully responded that he was fine. The owner's daughter, served them 2 bowls of special ramen, eliciting Naruto's astonishment at the lavishness of the dish, which even included lobster. Yun, however, was unfazed, having previously enjoyed such a treat. After their meal, they proceeded to a nearby restaurant where Nara Shikaku, Namanaka and Oichi, and Akimichi Choza had gathered, each displaying signs of inebriation. Choza boisterously mocked Inoichi, questioning why he was troubled when he had such a wonderful daughter. While lamenting that his own child was merely a glutton, Shikaka quietly retorted, chiding, "Fool, his concerns lie elsewhere. Girls can indeed be quite troublesome." Inoichi nodded in agreement, lamenting the complexities of understanding women. Shikaka sighed, reflecting on the burdens of manhood. Choza, with a smirk, commented as though he were the lone villain among them, and proceeded to order an array of dishes. As Yun and Naruto entered, they were greeted by the trio. Upon learning that both Yun and Naruto were entering the competition, they encouraged them to do their best. Shikaku, taking a sip of his drink, inquired, "By the way, who are your opponents?" Yun and Naruto exchanged exasperated glances. It was one thing for Shikaku to be unaware of Naruto's opponent, but to be oblivious to his own son's adversary was perplexing. Naruto mused about Shikamaru's father's apparent dullness, while Yun contemplated the notion of inheritance, realizing that Shikamaru's laziness was indeed a familial trait. Just as Naruto revealed his opponent, the door swung open to admit Shikamaru. Choza invited him to order as well, to which Shikamaru sighed, questioning their frivolity amidst such serious times. Shikamaru implored his father to return home promptly, but Shikaku resisted, asserting that women are troublesome and that returning home would only lead to chaos. Shikamaru complained about the excessive drinking, especially given that it was not a holiday. Shikaka retorted that each Chunin exam was a celebration for Konoha. Shikamaru reminded him that he would be participating in this very exam the following day. Confused, Shikaku asked, "Are you even competing?" Shikamaru nearly fainted at his father's obliviousness, exclaiming, "Dad, how much have you had to drink?" At that moment, Yun and Naruto finally understood why Shikaku was unaware of Yun's opponent. At this moment, Shikamaru noticed Yuna and Naruto sitting nearby. He greeted them before saying to Yuna, "You must show some mercy." From the side, Shikaku exclaimed, "Is Yuna Shikamaru's opponent?" Shikamaru sighed, "You just realized that?" Subsequently, Shikamaru, Shikaku, Akimichi Choji, and Nara Shikaku departed one after another. Shortly thereafter, Hinata and Yagura arrived together, followed closely by Chizuru. The group shared a meal, during which Naruto and Chizuru boasted about their recent improvements in strength. Eventually, Yuna reminded everyone to prepare adequately for the following day. Yagura and Hinata seemed to have received prior notice, revealing no hint of surprise. Trusting Yuna, Chizuru nodded seriously, while Naruto remained utterly perplexed. However, Yuna was not concerned about Naruto. If anyone was least likely to encounter trouble, it would be him. That day, the Wind Shadow also arrived at Konoha. Ready to observe the competition the next day, the third Hokage stood silently on the high platform, watching intently. Was it about to begin? That night, many found it difficult to sleep. Yuna lay in bed, feeling restless, uncertain about how the following day would unfold. His feelings for Konoha ran deep, and he naturally wished to avoid further losses for the village. Tossing and turning without success, Yuna finally rose and walked out into the courtyard. Just as he stepped outside his room, he noticed the door to Sakura's room open, and Sakura emerged, saying, "Can't sleep, can you?" Yuna nodded. Sakura comforted him. "It's understandable. After all, you might face your first real battle tomorrow. Although it may not reach the level of war, it is still quite sudden for you." After a brief conversation, Sakura suggested, "Why don't you sleep with me tonight? It will help you avoid being sleep-deprived tomorrow." Yuna did not refuse, having shared countless nights with Sakura since childhood. He felt no embarrassment. Embracing her, he inhaled the familiar fragrance emanating from her, and before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yuna awoke to find that Sakura had risen early and prepared breakfast. They shared a warm meal together. Sakura advised Yuna, "If the battle starts, make sure to take care of yourself. We don't know how strong the enemy might be." Yuna nodded, replying, "You too, sister. Don't think just because you're a jonin that it doesn't matter." After finishing their meal, they set off together toward the competition venue. Upon arriving, Yuna and Sakura separated. She headed toward the gathering of jonin, while he proceeded directly to the competition arena. As he entered, he discovered that the stands were already filled with spectators, realizing he had arrived late. Out of the 11 participants, 8 were already present, including even the notoriously lazy Shikamaru. Besides Yuna, only Naruto and Sasuke had yet to arrive. Yuna greeted the Konoha crowd one by one, and Chizuru complained about Yuna's late arrival. Having waited for half an hour, Yuna said little in response and settled beside Yagura and Chizuru, quietly awaiting the commencement of the main event. As the moment of commencement approached, Naruto had yet to arrive, and Yun could only surmise that he must have encountered yet another mishap. With the commencement signal sounded, fireworks erupted around the arena, while 9 candidates awaited their turn to compete. Su Jian, casually chewing on a toothpick, observed the others, and Yun, glancing at Su Jian, silently pondered whether there were truly no other participants from Konoha. After all, Su Jian's team had 3 members competing. Yet there was no attempt to conceal the fact that Su Jian was serving as the judge. In the stands, Ino found the situation rather peculiar, and Sakura shared her confusion, wondering why Sasuke had not yet arrived, along with Naruto's mysterious absence. Yun, who had been resting his eyes, suddenly opened them and remarked with a smile, "Truly, Naruto never fails to surprise." This remark intrigued Jijio and Bayan, who were about to inquire further when their attention was drawn to the entrance of the arena. There, a throng of Narutos had congregated, jostling together, while a wild herd of bulls surged behind them, leaving the 2 gatekeeping Chunin utterly bewildered. Amidst the chaos, Naruto was sent tumbling into the arena. The crowd erupted in laughter. Sakura and Ino stared in disbelief, while Jijio and Bayan began to comprehend Yun's earlier statement. Jijio rushed forward to help Naruto to his feet. Naruto, in a panic, shouted, "The army of wild bulls has invaded. Everyone, flee." The onlookers regarded him with bemusement, and only then did Naruto realize that Sasuke was also absent. Outside, the rampaging bulls were swiftly dealt with by the 2 Chunin, who emerged from the encounter quite fatigued. At Su Jian's prompting, the other candidates finally noticed that the stands were filled with spectators, their cheers echoing throughout the arena. Su Jian informed them that in this examination, they were the protagonists. High above, the Kazekage was reporting to the 3rd Hokage about Sasuke's absence. Just then, the masked Kazekage arrived, flanked by 2 jonin. The trio from Sunagakure observed with some tension, while Gaara displayed a fierce expression. As the 2 Kage exchanged pleasantries, the Kazekage urged the 3rd Hokage to promptly decide on a candidate for the 5th Hokage. The 3rd Hokage laughed heartily, claiming he could still manage for another 5 years. He then addressed the audience through a microphone, announcing that 11 candidates had successfully passed the Chunin preliminary exams and that the formal competition would now commence. The Kazekage noted the absence of 1 candidate. Once again, Wu Jian presented the matchups for confirmation. Naruto inquired, "What shall we do if Sasuke hasn't arrived yet?" Wu Jian replied, "If he has not shown up before your match, he will be considered to have forfeited." Yin was aware of Sasuke's training with Kakashi. During these past few days of training, he had coincidentally encountered both Sasuke and Kakashi, though they had exchanged little conversation. Naruto found it odd, asserting that with Sasuke's temperament, he would undoubtedly arrive even if injured. Wu Jian explained the competition rules, which mirrored those of the preliminary exams. A match would continue until one party was rendered incapable of continuing or voluntarily conceded, up to and including the possibility of death. Once the referee had declared a victor, no further actions were permitted. In the stands, Sakura and Ino began to worry for Sasuke's well-being. Ino suggested to Sakura that perhaps she should cheer for Naruto in the meantime, as Sasuke might arrive shortly. Meanwhile, Hinata and Hong sat together, offering their support for both competitors, while the remaining sensei, aside from Kakashi, had also taken their places in the stands. The contest was officially announced by Su Njin, commencing with the first match between Shiyu Yun and Nara Shikamaru. Once Su Njin concluded his remarks, the other competitors vacated the arena, leaving only Yun and Shikamaru. With a resigned tone, Shikamaru remarked to Yun, "I had initially intended to forfeit, but Asuma-sensei insisted otherwise. Reluctantly, I find myself here." Yun chuckled softly, reassuring him, "Fear not. I shall show restraint." As Su Njin declared the match to begin, Yun swiftly charged towards Shikamaru. Just as he was poised to strike, he abruptly retreated. Yun's initial strategy was to subdue Shikamaru with his unparalleled speed, considering that Shikamaru's family technique and profound intelligence rendered him otherwise unremarkable. However, having experienced Yun's velocity, Shikamaru anticipated this possibility. At that moment, he found himself completely encircled by shadows, assuming a defensive stance. Had Yun truly committed to his attack, he might have fallen prey to Shikamaru's shadows, as the proximity blurred the distinction between their respective speeds. Shikamaru was acutely aware of this dynamic. Yet his astuteness ensured that Yun could not decipher the outcome. Recognizing his own disadvantage, Shikamaru displayed no intent to strike first. Meanwhile, Yun grappled with the dilemma of achieving victory while conserving chakra and avoiding harm to Shikamaru. The very strategy Shikamaru employed proved to be his most formidable counter. After much contemplation, Yun appeared resolute and swiftly performed hand seals. Observing this, Naruto exclaimed, "Isn't that my shadow clone technique?" As Naruto uttered these words, Yun's technique was fully realized. Naruto glanced at the clones and boastfully stated, "What? Only 3 clones? I can create dozens at once." The others regarded him with incredulity. While Neji disdainfully interjected, "Shadow clones are not measured by quantity. Your weakness necessitates a multitude of them." Frustrated, Naruto engaged in a futile argument, but Neji dismissed him, leaving Naruto to abandon the conversation in disappointment. One of Yun's 3 clones hurled a shuriken towards Shikamaru, but just before it could strike, it was ensnared by Shikamaru's shadow and vanished. Observing this, Yun smiled. In the stands, Lee, who had been intently watching the match, remarked to Guy, "Teacher Guy, it appears Shikamaru is destined to lose." Guy replied, "Unless something unforeseen occurs, that seems likely." However, Asuma, standing nearby, cautioned, "Do not underestimate Shikamaru." In the arena, Yun's original form and the remaining 2 clones surged towards Shikamaru from different angles. In an instant, the first and second clones were swiftly dispatched. Yet Yun's original approached Shikamaru ready to strike. The shadows that had neutralized the first 2 clones were now too late to intercept Yun. At that moment, everyone, including Yun, believed victory was assured. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Yun's movement suddenly halted. "That was close." Shikamaru wiped the sweat from his brow. "Truly impressive, Yun." Just on the brink of utter defeat, Yun remarked, as expected of Shikamaru, "Did you foresee my attack from the very beginning?" The onlookers gazed at the two in astonishment. As their shadows intertwined, with Shikamaru at the center, Shinjin murmured, "Has he concealed his true strength?" He then glanced at Yun, pondering, "Yun, what strategy do you possess now?" Yun addressed Shikamaru, "Surely you are not considering surrendering next." Shikamaru, taken aback, responded, "How did you know?" Yun replied, "Your personality is known to many. This Chunin exam must be quite a bother for you." Ignoring Shikamaru's momentary embarrassment at being seen through, Yun continued, "However, you shall not have that opportunity." As soon as Yun's words fell, Shikamaru felt a pang of foreboding. Before he could react, a kunai was pressed against his neck. The crowd, watching, erupted in surprise, unaware of when Yun had conjured the shadow clone. Whether it was Hong, Asuma, Kai, or even the third Hokage and Orochimaru observing from the high platform, none were overly astonished, as their focus was elsewhere, assuming Yun had summoned the clone when they were distracted. Shikamaru glanced at the kunai resting against his neck, retracted his shadow, and sighed, "Yun, You truly are something. I occasionally wish to show off, yet you won't allow it. Yun chuckled. You've already had your fair share of flair today. With Shikamaru conceding defeat, Xianjian announced Yun as the victor, and the two returned to the resting area. There, Yagura, Jijio, and others engaged in conversation with them. There were no grand congratulations or consolations, as they were familiar faces, rendering victory or loss somewhat trivial. Xianjian then announced the second match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. He signaled for the two to take the stage. Kiba shouted enthusiastically to cheer for Naruto, while Yun, Jijio, and Yagura joined in, especially given Neji's prior injury to Hinata. Regardless of their reasons, they all supported Naruto. In the stands, Ino encouraged a dispirited Sakura, who was downcast due to Sasuke's absence, to muster her spirits and cheer for Naruto. Sakura responded with a smile, "You're right." However, Ino countered, "But Neji is the opponent. Naruto stands no chance." Sakura retorted, "Naruto is quite strong." Although Yagura and Jijio cheered for Naruto, their skepticism was evident. Even Shino, who had been silent, expressed his belief that Naruto would not prevail. Yun interjected, "Do not underestimate Naruto. If there is anyone among those currently present that I would least wish to face, it would be him." Yagura and the others were taken aback. But seeing that Yun had no intention of elaborating further, they refrained from pressing him. The spectators from Konoha were abuzz with chatter, and not a single soul held confidence in Naruto's abilities, save for Kiba, who believed wholeheartedly in Naruto's strength. On the battlefield, Naruto exchanged some banter with Neji, who responded with a few retorts of his own. In the stands, Hinata's father, Hizashi, watched the match alongside Hanabi, instructing her to observe Neji's movements closely, asserting that no one could wield the Hyuga clan's bloodline as masterfully as he did. Neji's combat prowess far surpassed Hinata's, and perhaps even exceeded that of Hanabi. What the son had not noticed was that Hanabi was glaring fiercely at Yukai, who was engaged in a jovial conversation. Jenkins signaled the commencement of battle. The two initially faced each other in a standoff, but eventually, unable to contain himself, Naruto launched several shurikens, which Neji effortlessly deflected. With a mighty roar, Naruto charged forward, and the two engaged in close combat. However, all of Naruto's strikes missed their mark. Neji skillfully neutralized Naruto's assaults and swiftly counterattacked, utilizing the power of Gentle Fist, causing a ripple of chakra in the air. Naruto was struck at a vital point and rolled away. Neji, somewhat surprised, noted that his previous attack had gone awry, allowing Naruto to evade serious injury. Realizing he could not engage Neji in a direct confrontation, Naruto resolved to change his strategy. Neji mocked Naruto's chances of victory. Subsequently, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, conjuring several clones, all brandishing kunai in preparation for an assault. Neji's Byakugan could not discern the clones from the original, thus obscuring Naruto's true position. Learning from his previous experience, Naruto arranged all his shadow clones in formation, preventing Neji from infiltrating their ranks. Naruto dispatched 4 clones to besiege Neji, and amidst the scuffle, succeeded in landing a kick on him. However, Neji feigned being struck and leaped over to land in front of the real Naruto. In a hurry, Naruto sent 2 more clones to flank Neji, but they were easily dispatched by Neji's agile maneuvers. Soon, Neji had taken down all the clones one by one. The two then engaged in a tedious verbal spar, debating who was worthy of becoming Hokage. After their argument, Naruto once again activated the shadow clone technique, this time summoning dozens of clones. Under Naruto's command, the clones launched a coordinated attack, yet Neji remained unscathed while Naruto's clones were left panting and exhausted. Suddenly, Neji drew a kunai and charged forward, having identified the real Naruto hiding at the back of the formation. Gentle Fist struck Naruto, causing him to spit blood as his clones dissipated. The onlookers gasped, fearing Naruto had been defeated. Yet, the Naruto before Neji vanished unexpectedly. From behind the bushes emerged 2 Narutos, charging towards Neji, who was evidently caught off guard. Naruto reached Neji's side, but Neji, unable to evade or defend, employed his heavenly spin, blocking both Narutos. Naruto was sent flying back, with 1 clone disappearing, leaving only the real Naruto struggling on the ground, while beneath Neji's feet lay a large circular crater. Rising to his feet, Naruto initiated the shadow clone technique once more. A multitude of clones encircled Neji, trapping him in the center. Naruto could hardly believe that Neji's defense was akin to Hinata's, with no weaknesses. However, the outcome astonished Naruto. All of his clones were obliterated by Neji's 8 trigrams palm. Following the sequence of events akin to the original narrative, Naruto was struck repeatedly by Niji's attacks, unleashing the nine tails within him. Subsequently, he dug a hole and employed a strategy to defeat Niji, proving his point. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Jinken declared Naruto the victor, while Niji was carried away by the medical team. Suinzu followed closely behind, explaining the matter regarding Niji, ultimately garnering Niji's understanding. Thereafter, Suinzu departed with Hanabi. Naruto has returned to the resting area, where everyone congratulates him. The atmosphere, invigorated by the match between Naruto and Niji, brims with enthusiasm. Orochimaru, now assuming the guise of the Wind Shadow, proclaims that nothing could be more exhilarating than the upcoming match. With numerous shinobi leaders and feudal lords eagerly anticipating the peak confrontation, Orochimaru inquires whether Sasuke has been located. And a subordinate quietly reports to the third Hokage that Sasuke remains unaccounted for, as does Orochimaru himself. After waiting for a while longer, Sasuke still does not arrive, prompting the audience to voice their displeasure. Shino grows anxious, perplexed as to why Sasuke has yet to appear. Shikamaru shares his confusion, questioning what Sasuke could possibly be doing. In contrast, Shino supports Sasuke's decision to abstain, deeming it a wise choice. CHG, Lee, and Kiba express their bewilderment over Sasuke's absence, fearing he may be disqualified if he does not show up soon. Temari and Kankuro also feel the pressure. Without Sasuke's presence, their plans cannot proceed. Gaara remains expressionless. While Kankuro suspects that Gaara has dealt with Sasuke. Previously, Gaara lost control in search of Sasuke, only to be intercepted by Kakashi. 20 minutes later, the third Hokage, feeling somewhat resigned, prepares to announce Sasuke's disqualification as he continues to be absent. Orochimaru hastily intervenes, arguing that Sasuke's tardiness signifies a forfeiture of his status as a Ch-nin, and he elaborates further. Orochimaru angrily asserts that he and the other shinobi leaders, along with the feudal lords, came specifically to witness the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara. Their confrontation would epitomize the strongest clash between Konoha and Suna, showcasing the pinnacle of both villages' combat prowess. Reluctantly, the third Hokage agrees to postpone their match until the end, satisfying the Wind Shadow. Orochimaru then informs Narashikaku, who announces that this duel will be delayed until the conclusion of the tournament. Asuma expresses his confusion regarding Kakashi's motives. The rest of the spectators, aside from the Cloud Nin who are already aware of the outcome, feel a sense of relief. Shikaku calls upon Kankuro and Narashino from the fourth group to compete. However, Kankuro understands that his match holds little significance, and he fears that keeping Gaara waiting could be perilous. Meanwhile, Shino prepares to make his move. But upon seeing Kankuro and Temari signaling him, he comprehends the situation and promptly declares his forfeiture. The audience gasps in astonishment, and Shino is left puzzled. He had prepared extensively for this match, only to find Kankuro forfeiting. The Konoha crowd is equally taken aback. The third Hokage gazes questioningly at the Wind Shadow, who remains impassive. Shikaku has no choice but to declare Shino the victor by default. The stands erupt in chaos, with discontented murmurs filling the air. Realizing there was no other option, Temari decides she must step down and compete herself. She retrieves her fan, unleashing a gust of wind as she gracefully descends to the arena. Shikaku is pleased. At last, Suna has someone willing to engage in battle. Jijio found himself in a state of resignation. Such a splendid opportunity had unexpectedly been seized by Zeno. Nevertheless, he was equally filled with fighting spirit. Under the rigorous tutelage of Sujian during this period, Jijio's strength had significantly increased, and he had longed for the chance to showcase his prowess to Yoon and the others. After they wished him good luck, Jijio stepped onto the stage. The audience's rage momentarily subsided upon witnessing his entrance, eagerly anticipating the duel between the two. Sujian announced the commencement of the match, and both combatants retreated simultaneously. For Shimaru, battling Jijio was not akin to her previous encounter with Tian, nor was it comparable to her confrontation with Shikamaru in the original narrative. She could not freely utilize her wind release techniques, as Jijio's fire release countered her abilities perfectly. Any reckless attempt to employ wind release would be futile. Jijio found himself in a similar predicament. Indeed, he had improved considerably during this time and had engaged in specific training to counter Shimaru's wind release. However, without her using wind release, he was at a loss. Both fighters, ensnared in a dilemma, ultimately resorted to the most primal of methods, a physical confrontation. Shimaru wielded her 3-star fan as a weapon, while Jijio brandished a kunai. In terms of weaponry, Jiju was at a disadvantage, and their martial arts skills were relatively evenly matched, placing him in a precarious position. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Jiju had mastered the technique of rapidly expelling thousands of shurikens, preventing Shimaru from leveraging the weight of her weapon at close range. At a slight distance, Jiju's formidable strength rendered him unscathed, resulting in a stalemate. Despite this, the spectators were thoroughly entertained. This close-quarters combat was easily comprehensible to them, keeping the atmosphere lively. After a prolonged standoff, both Jiju and Shimaru retreated, as neither was particularly patient. Setting aside Jiju, Shimaru, known for her decisive nature, slowly unfurled her 3-star fan. Jiju remained poised to form seals. Shimaru revealed 1 star of the fan and forcefully swung it towards Jiju. Simultaneously, Jiju unleashed his ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Although fire naturally counters wind, neither Jiju's nor Shimaru's techniques had reached a particularly formidable level. Nonetheless, Jiju's fire release was slightly inferior, yet they both stood on equal footing. Given the elemental interactions at play, neither combatant regarded this exchange with utmost seriousness. Demonstrating a remarkable synergy, both refrained from exerting their full strength. Shimaru gradually revealed the 2nd star of her fan and then vigorously directed it towards Jiju. He responded with the great fireball technique once more, but this time, the fireball was evidently larger than before. Both fighters were determined to determine a victor, each for their own reasons, yet the outcome was disappointingly balanced once again. Frustrated, both Shimaru and Jiju muttered curses under their breath. Seemingly resolved, Shimaru slowly unveiled the 3rd star of her fan and remarked to Jiju, "This time, if you remain unscathed, I shall concede," before forcefully swinging the fan towards him. This time, the wind's force and range were significantly greater than in the previous 2 encounters. However, Jiju remained unperturbed. Utilizing the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique, several large fireballs surged forth against the wind towards Shimaru. Upon collision, smoke billowed, revealing the figures of both combatants. Shimaru appeared unscathed, while Jiju seemed somewhat disheveled. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Jiju was also unharmed. Shimaru glanced at Jiju and then turned to look at Maki, who signaled her. She then declared to Zuanqian, "I concede." Despite his reservations, Zuanqian announced Jiju as the victor. Jiju, bewildered by his unexpected triumph, was aware that he would undoubtedly not stand a chance against Shimaru in another bout. He speculated that Shimaru's concession was likely a strategic move to conserve chakra, as prolonging the match would lead to excessive chakra depletion, detrimental to subsequent battles. By halting now, she could recuperate during the remaining time. Although this match ended with a concession, the audience, captivated by the thrilling exchange of taijutsu and ninjutsu between Jiju and Shimaru, expressed no dissatisfaction. Instead, they reveled in the spectacle. Upon returning, Jiju was warmly congratulated by Yun and others, and the ambiguity of his victory did little to dampen his spirits. Yun urged Jiju to swiftly recover his stamina and chakra. Though not particularly astute, Jiju grasped the underlying motives of the Sand Ninjas, who had forfeited 2 matches in a row, and he complied with Yun's advice to restore his energy. The audience buzzed with excitement following the battle, speculating about the upcoming showdown, wondering how much more exhilarating the principal match would be. Yet, after waiting a considerable time, Sasuke had still not arrived, prompting the 3rd Hokage to contemplate canceling the match. Orochimaru's disguised presence as the Kazekage suggested waiting an additional 20 minutes, as everyone eagerly anticipated the event. The 3rd Hokage acquiesced, and the crowd continued to wait together. After an interminable wait, 2 Chunin outside the arena remained hopeful for Sasuke and Kakashi's arrival. Naruto berated Sasuke for his foolishness, while Sakura offered a silent prayer, and Gaara asserted that he would come. Approximately 18 minutes later, Yun, who had unknowingly settled beside Hinata and Kurenai, smiled, sensing through his perceptive abilities that Kakashi and Sasuke had reached the outskirts of the arena. Strangely, neither had chosen to enter. Instead, they lingered outside, awaiting their cue. As the final minute approached, the audience grew increasingly restless, with many resorting to exclamations of frustration. Just as Noara Zankian prepared to announce Sasuke's forfeit, leaves began to swirl, and both Sasuke and Kakashi made their entrance, instantly materializing at the center of the arena. Kakashi chuckled, "Apologies for being late again." Sasuke proclaimed loudly the name of his clan, Uchiha. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting together. Rock Lee and Sakura exhaled in relief, while Shikamaru found amusement in the chaos, remarking on the trouble they had caused yet remaining audacious. Naruto provoked Sasuke, mocking him as a coward. In response, Sasuke inquired if Naruto had won his match, to which Naruto gleefully affirmed, of course. Sasuke retorted, "Don't get too cocky, you straggler." Kakashi offered an apology to Genma, who mockingly remarked that Kakashi had passed his habit of tardiness onto Sasuke. The two exchanged a few trivial words devoid of substance, while Naruto informed Sasuke that if he defeated that individual, he would be able to face him. Sasuke, maintaining his cool demeanor, replied that Naruto should be prepared to be defeated by him. In the stands, Ino sighed dreamily, her voice rising in excitement. Gaara exuded an aura of menace, his expression terrifying. Temari felt a shiver of fear, and Kankuro hastily reminded Gaara not to forget their battle strategy. Temari quickly covered his mouth, exclaiming that he was courting disaster. Two unsuspecting grass ninjas blocked Gaara's path. It turned out that several feudal lords had been gambling, and one lord, fearing defeat, had sent these two to persuade Gaara to deliberately lose. In response, Gaara unleashed a torrent of sand, mercilessly consuming the two, followed by their agonized screams. Shikamaru and Naruto watched in stunned silence, utterly awestruck by Gaara's formidable power. Gaara, seemingly unfazed, casually walked past the two. After Gaara exited, Naruto and Shikamaru collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Shikamaru speculated that had it not been for the two grass ninjas acting as scapegoats, Gaara would likely have eliminated them with ease. Naruto, too, began to worry about Sasuke, realizing just how dangerous Gaara truly was. Gaara approached Sasuke, amidst cheers from the crowd. After Genma reiterated the rules, he instructed both combatants to prepare for battle. Kakashi arrived at the stands, greeting Guy and Lee. Sakura voiced her complaints, to which Kakashi casually apologized. Ino anticipated an outburst from Sakura, but to her surprise, Sakura merely replied indifferently that she would let it go. Genma announced the commencement of the match. Gaara's sand erupted from his gourd. However, due to alterations in the plot, Gaara had refrained from showcasing his abilities during the preliminary exams, leaving Sasuke unaware of Gaara's true strength and techniques. Instead of evading the sand, Sasuke countered with a leaf whirlwind, borrowed from Lee, but the outcome was evident. Sasuke not only failed but nearly became ensnared by the sand. Fortunately, due to his training in lightning release activation, Sasuke's speed now rivaled that of Lee, allowing him to retreat unscathed. Sasuke swiftly distanced himself from Gaara, who suddenly began to tremble, indicating that Shikaku was stirring. Gaara uttered some incomprehensible words, prompting Kankuro to lament that things could spiral out of control. Temari's expression mirrored concern, as it was the first time she had witnessed Gaara like this. Finally, Gaara came to a halt, exhaling a sigh of relief. In the arena, Sasuke launched two shuriken, which were halted by Gaara's sand, transforming the sand shield into a sand clone. As Sasuke charged forward, the sand clone attacked, but he leaped to evade. Sasuke quickly closed the distance, delivering a series of blows that shattered Gaara's sand clone. In an instant, a wall of sand rose to shield Gaara. Sasuke smirked before vanishing in an instant. Gaara, taken aback, was astonished to find Sasuke had accelerated, appearing behind him and landing a powerful punch. Gaara was sent rolling, sitting up with part of the armor on his face having fallen away. Both Sasuke and the spectators were taken aback, though this did not include the group from the Cloud and Sand villages. Naruto exclaimed, "Isn't that quite similar to Cloud's technique?" The others nodded in agreement, casting inquisitive glances at the Cloud team. However, Cloud did not respond directly, merely stating that each individual possesses their own methods. Sasuke swiftly charged forward once more, launching an assault, while Gaara hastily shielded his surroundings with sand. Yet, Sasuke's speed was overwhelming. He soon penetrated the sandy barrier and delivered a kick that sent Gaara flying, causing some of his sand armor to crumble. Sakura and Ino were elated, astonished by Sasuke's prowess, noting that his speed rivaled that of Lee and the Cloud Ninja. Meanwhile, Lee felt a twinge of despair. Both Sasuke and Cloud had achieved remarkable results in a fraction of the time he had spent training for years. He turned to Guy, asking, "Sensei Guy, does hard work truly pale in comparison to talent?" Guy, touched by Lee's sentiment, offered him comfort, and thankfully, Lee's natural exuberance returned almost instantly. The two embraced in their shared anguish, making the onlookers feel somewhat awkward. Guy even suggested that he and Lee should run 100 laps around Konoha together, all the while enduring Kakashi's indirect reminders that there were still important matters to attend to, which prevented Guy from joining Lee. In the arena, Sasuke circled Gaara with astonishing speed, rendering Gaara unable to discern Sasuke's form. Soon after, Sasuke unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Gaara in a disheveled state on the ground, his armor shattered in several places. Fortunately, Gaara had not sustained any actual injuries. Kankuro was astounded. Gaara's armor consumed an immense amount of chakra and could not be sustained for long. Temari sensed something was amiss with the wind shadow today. Guy inquired about the nature of Kakashi's training, wondering how one could attain such a level in merely a month. Kakashi offered an explanation. After discussing the situation, Naruto and Shikamaru concluded that Gaara posed a significant threat and rushed to find Kakashi, hoping to avert the impending battle. In the arena, Gaara formed seals and transformed into a massive sandball. Kankuro gasped, "Is Gaara really going to use that technique again?" Sasuke accelerated towards him, but the sandball sprouted numerous spikes, thwarting Sasuke's assault. Blood trickled from Sasuke's hand as he retreated hastily. The spikes retracted back into the sandball, which proved to be exceedingly resilient against ordinary attacks. In the stands, Kakashi, Guy, Lee, and others deliberated on how to breach Gaara's formidable sandball. Sasuke launched several shurikens, but they were ineffective, confirming the hardness of the sandball. Subsequently, Sasuke engaged in close combat, but the sandball morphed into a spiked sphere, countering his moves and launching spikes in retaliation. Sasuke narrowly evaded the onslaught, weaving around in circles to attack, yet his efforts yielded little success, and he found himself nearly impaled by Gaara's sand spears on multiple occasions. With a resigned sigh, Sasuke acknowledged the futility of his endeavor. It was indeed an impenetrable defense. Maki was incensed, noting that Gaara acted independently before receiving any signal. Kankuro gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "I truly have no way forward." Temari, equally frustrated, lamented Gaara's recklessness, pondering whether he intended to sabotage their plans. As Kankuro deliberated with Temari on whether to make a hasty retreat, Gaara, in a fit of rage, became indistinguishable from friend or foe. At that moment, several Sand Village ninjas obtained the scrolls given to them by the Sound Ninjas, preparing to summon their summon beast within the forest. Sasuke completed his preparations against the wall, lightning crackling in his hands, embodying Kakashi's signature technique, Chidori. Everyone was astonished by Sasuke's prowess, a testament to the might of the Uchiha clan. Guy explained that this was the only original technique crafted by the Leaf Village's Kakashi, known as Chidori Raikiri. He elaborated on the trait of this technique, emphasizing the necessity of melding it with extraordinary speed. Sasuke dashed forth swiftly, rapidly closing in on the sand sphere, and forcefully drove Chidori deep into it, shattering Gaara's ultimate defense. Guy recounted how Kakashi had once severed lightning with this very technique, criticizing Kakashi for imparting such a perilous move to Sasuke. Kakashi retorted, reminding Guy that he too had taught the Eight Gates technique to Lee. Lee, filled with admiration for Sasuke, recognized his genius. Indeed, Sasuke had surpassed him. Whereas during their first encounter, Lee had easily toppled Sasuke. Naruto's eyes were filled with anger and resentment, while Shikamaru mocked him for his earlier concern for Sasuke, which had now morphed into envy. Gaara let out a piercing scream. "Blood! It's my blood! I am bleeding!" Sasuke, alarmed, sensed something amiss. He hastily unleashed lightning, forcibly extricating his arm from the sand sphere, only to find a massive claw in pursuit. Sasuke retreated in alarm, and Kakashi and the others were equally taken aback. Kankuro discerned the truth. It was Shikaku's claw. Maki chastised Gaara for his recklessness, while Temari's expression soured, fearing Gaara might succumb to further injury and risk Shikaku's transformation. The peculiar arm retreated back into the sand sphere, leaving Sasuke's arm scratched. Seeing this, Yin cautioned those nearby to remain vigilant, although unaware of the precise timing. He understood that the plan to dismantle the Leaf Village was about to commence. The sand sphere gradually dissipated, revealing Gaara, who gasped for breath, his left shoulder wounded and blood streaming profusely. Kabuto incapacitated a nearby observer and unleashed the Feather Genjutsu, the rebirth technique, plunging many into an illusion that lulled them into slumber. Fortunately, Yun and Haken were unaffected, as was Hinata, who, due to her Byakugan, possessed a degree of resistance to Genjutsu. Sakura and Ino, sensing the ominous turn of events, swiftly dispelled the illusion while also aiding other affected genin under Kakashi's orders. The ordinary bystanders remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The third Hokage locked eyes with Orochimaru, who was masquerading as the Kazekage. Orochimaru's two subordinates unleashed massive smoke bombs, and the Sound Ninjas began their assault. The Sand Ninjas, positioned strategically within the forest, summoned their beasts. As Maki commanded the commencement of the plan to dismantle the Leaf Village, with Temari and Kankuro moving into action together. On the battlefield, the situation quickly deteriorated. prompting several members of the Umbu to rush towards the high platform to assist the Hokage. Orochimaru, wielding a kunai, had taken the third Hokage hostage. Suddenly, the four fallen sand shinobi cast aside their garments, revealing themselves as the Sound Four: Kadamaru, Sakan, Yukon, and Jirbi. The four Umbu swiftly moved to support the Hokage, while the Sound Four activated the four purple flames formation. Just as the four Umbu were about to collide with the barrier, Jiraiya appeared, halting them. "Are you out of your minds? That is a formidable barrier. Those who collide with it will be obliterated." The four Umbu rejoiced, exclaiming, "Lord Jiraiya, you're back. How wonderful. The Hokage is trapped inside. What shall we do?" Jiraiya, feeling the weight of the situation, pondered for a solution. The third Hokage remained calm, evidently prepared, yet still striving for a resolution, hoping that the Kazekage would reconsider and cease hostilities. Jiraiya sensed something amiss. Sarutobi-sensei, that individual is not the Kazekage. Orochimaru, surprised by Jiraiya's arrival, cursed Kabuto for his oversight regarding such crucial information. With an arrogant laugh, Orochimaru mocked that Sarutobi had become somewhat senile. It was then that Sarutobi realized this Kazekage was, in fact, Orochimaru in disguise. Orochimaru prattled on, but Sarutobi retorted that it was too early to declare a victor. In the stands, Kabuto and the four sound shinobi confronted Kakashi and Guy, who then understood that infiltrators had indeed mingled among the Umbu. Meanwhile, 2ch on the observation deck continued their idle chatter, lamenting their inability to witness Uchiha Sasuke's match. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as a colossal three-headed serpent was summoned, demolishing the Konoha high walls and the lookout tower. 3 Konoha attempted to intercept, launching shuriken. But to no avail, one was devoured by the serpent. A team of sand shinobi appeared, eliminating a Konoha ninja who was attempting to call for reinforcements. On the battlefield, Gaara succumbed to his injuries, crouching on the ground. Temari and Kankuro gasped in horror, while Maki rushed over to assess the situation, positioning herself protectively in front of Sasuke. Maki chastised Gaara, calling him a fool for acting recklessly without waiting for a signal, resulting in this predicament. Outside, the invading sand shinobi faced resistance from Konoha ninjas, leading to a fierce confrontation. Maki, seeing no other option, instructed Kankuro and Temari to tend to Gaara's wounds before rejoining the fray. The three hurried away, leaving Maki to confront Genma. Genma urged Sasuke to pursue Gaara, emphasizing that from this moment on, it was no longer a competition but a real battle. Several sound shinobi launched an offensive against the Cloud Ninjas, who swiftly countered and retaliated. Kurenai and Asuma engaged the opposing J-Nin, while the Cloud Ninjas faced mere Ch-Nin adversaries. Through their coordinated efforts, they swiftly triumphed. At that moment, Naruto, who had been trapped in a genjutsu, was finally awakened, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, while Shikamaru feigned sleep, only to be roused by Ino's swift kick. Kakashi instructed the group to regroup into teams of 4 for a counterattack. With their collective effort, the enemy's offensive was swiftly suppressed, allowing everyone to take stock of their surroundings. It was then that Sakura noticed Sasuke was missing, while Y and others realized that Shino had also vanished. Following the lingering scent in the air, Kiba deduced that Sasuke and Shino had pursued Gaara and his comrades. Kakashi promptly ordered the physically capable members present, Kiba, Lee, Naruto, Y, and Chikyu, to follow suit. Asuma suggested that Shikamaru join them and worried about Sasuke. Sakura insisted on accompanying them as well, to which Kakashi acquiesced. Meanwhile, Hinata and Ayam refrained from joining due to their injuries and fatigue. Hinata's wounds had not fully healed, and after multiple encounters with the enemy, she exhibited signs of a relapse. Kakashi instructed Ayam to escort Hinata to the infirmary, and the two departed together, accompanied by another member of the Hyuga clan. Currently, the battle raged only at the outskirts of Konoha, while locations like the infirmary remained relatively safe. Y felt reassured and joined Naruto and the others in pursuit of Gaara. Before they left, Kakashi cautioned everyone to remain vigilant, reminding them that this was an A-rank mission. After acknowledging his words, they set off together. Sasuke, having spotted the unique sand dropped by Gaara, found a lead and followed the trail. Y and Naruto's group, guided by Kiba's keen sense of smell, pursued as well. At this moment, Kabuto sensed something amiss and dispatched 9 sound ninja to intercept Naruto and his companions. Shikamaru, Y, and the others navigated through the forest, with Shikamaru voicing his complaints along the way, while others engaged in idle chatter. Kiba suddenly declared that the target was just ahead and moving at high speed. Why, upon hearing Kiba's words, heightened his senses to the maximum, pinpointing Sasuke's location and the pursuing enemies trailing behind. Why alerted the group, stating, "There are 9 pursuers behind us, 8 of whom are Nin, led by Nin." The revelation startled Shikamaru and the others, as they realized their strength could not match that of this formidable group. Meanwhile, the Sound Ninja followed closely, tracking the traces left by Y and his companions. Although the group had implemented some concealing measures, they proved ineffective, merely causing minor delays for their pursuers. Naruto proposed that they set an ambush and eliminate the enemies. Sakura, Kiba, Chikyu, and Lee all concurred. But Y and Shikamaru shook their heads. Despite being Sound Ninja, they were all seasoned Nin, and one was even Nin. Furthermore, Orochimaru hailed from Konoha and was well acquainted with its intricacies, rendering their ambush tactics futile. Shikamaru elaborated, stating that ambushes require 2 fundamental conditions. First, the fleeing party must maintain absolute silence while moving and must detect the enemy first. Second, they must find a location that allows for a surprise attack capable of inflicting damage on the enemy. It was evident that the second condition could not be fulfilled. After contemplating for a while without reaching a satisfactory conclusion, Y suggested, "Naruto, you should create a few shadow clones to disguise themselves as the others and stay behind with me to confront the enemy." Chikyu and Naruto immediately opposed this idea, arguing, "That won't work. Even you, Y, cannot withstand them." The others also agreed with their perspective. Yin remarked with a smile, "I never suggested engaging them in battle. Rest assured, I possess absolute confidence in my ability to evade capture. Just follow my instructions." Ultimately, Naruto complied, and Shikamaru, accompanied by several others, continued the pursuit of Gaara and his companions, cautioning Yun to remain vigilant as they departed. Once the group had left, Yun instructed Naruto's shadow clone to swiftly erase their traces of movement. The clone, mirroring Naruto's temperament, grumbled, "Why must I do everything?" Yet, despite the complaints, it promptly completed the task. Subsequently, Yun directed Naruto's shadow clone to transform into the likenesses of several others. Sensing the imminent arrival of the Sound Ninja, he and the clone hurriedly pursued the opposite direction from where the group had previously fled. Barely a minute after Yun and the clone departed, the Sound Ninja caught up, with the leading Nin observing the scene. Ultimately, he recognized Yun and his companion's ruse. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of leaving no one behind, he dispatched 4 Nin to pursue Yun. At that moment, as Yun was running, he halted, and Naruto's shadow clone, puzzled, inquired about his sudden stop. With a wry smile, Yun replied, "It appears I have underestimated them. After all, they have indeed become Nin. It is not so easy to deceive them." After a brief reflection, Yun instructed Naruto, "Withdraw one of your clones to inform Shikamaru that 5 individuals are pursuing them, including 1 Nin." Naruto nodded, and one of his clones vanished after forming hand seals. Observing this, Yun directed the remaining shadow clones, "When the enemy arrives, try to gather them together. I will handle the rest." The clones acknowledged his command. Before long, the 4 Sound Ninja arrived, and Yun had already concealed himself nearby. They spotted only Naruto's shadow clone standing together and, without a word, charged at it. Due to Yun's earlier instructions, Naruto remained in place, engaging the Sound Ninja in combat. As Naruto clashed with the Sound Ninja, Yun swiftly performed hand seals to execute the hidden mist technique, enveloping the area in thick fog. In the ensuing chaos, Naruto's clone was swiftly eliminated by several Sound Ninja. Recognizing their precarious situation within the mist, one of them shouted, "Stay close together to prevent the enemy from picking us off one by one." They quickly huddled together, with one complaining, "How troublesome it is to deal with a few lowly genin. It's infuriating." Watching from the sidelines, Yun smirked, relishing their predicament, as it was precisely his intention for them to congregate. He rapidly formed hand seals for the earth release, earth prison technique, and in an instant, a wall of earth encircled the 4 Sound Ninja, trapping them within. Yun then infused the wall with chakra, and after several minutes, he withdrew the chakra, causing the earthen barrier to slowly crumble. As it disintegrated, the exhausted forms of the 4 Nin lay exposed on the ground. In the despairing gaze of the Sound Ninja, Yun concluded their lives. After concluding his battle with several Sound Nin, Yun intended to pursue Naruto and his companions, but suddenly halted. Furrowing his brow slightly, he veered in the opposite direction. Soon, he arrived at his destination, where his gaze fell upon Tion engaged in combat with a pack of earth wolves. These creatures, upon being defeated, would reform themselves. Swiftly, Yun dashed toward Tian, dispatching several obstructing earth wolves along the way. Like those vanquished by Tian, these earth wolves transformed into puddles of mud, only to regain their original form shortly thereafter. Upon seeing Yun approach, Tian urgently exclaimed, "Yun, don't worry about me. Hurry and assist Neji. What happened? Shouldn't you all be in Konoha? How did you end up here?" Yun inquired, bewildered. "We don't have time for explanations. Hinata has been captured by ninjas from Cloud Ninja Village, and Neji is already in pursuit. You must help him." Tian replied, her tone insistent. Yun's mind was thrown into disarray. How could Hinata have been captured? His only thought was to quickly follow and rescue her. Yet, reality dictated otherwise. Tian was evidently nearing her limit. As another earth wolf lunged at them, Yun struck it aside, asking, Tian, is there any way to defeat all these earth wolves at once?" "Well, there is," she responded while fending off the creatures. "But I already tried that method and it didn't work. Don't fret about the details. Unleash your full power. I'll handle the rest," Yun urged. "Then I'll leave it to you," Tian said, withdrawing a scroll from her leg and unfurling it. "Blast Dragon Strike." In an instant, a fire dragon erupted from the scroll, charging toward the earth wolves. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, the wolves were reduced to a mound of mud. But they were on the verge of reforming. "Not on my watch," Yun declared, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The vast expanse of land where the earth wolves lay transformed into a torrent of mud, causing the soon-to-be earth wolves to vanish along with it. With this, Yun felt a wave of relief. He surmised that the mud's ability to reform into earth wolves was indeed linked to its composition, which is why he had infused impurities into the mud using Earth Flow River. Fortunately, his hypothesis proved accurate. "Yun, well done," Tian exclaimed with delight. Yun, however, did not respond to her praise. Instead, he bit his lip until it bled, swiftly forming seals. With a summoning technique, a fully formed wing wind appeared beneath his feet. Ignoring Tian's astonishment, he urged, Tian, hop on. We can talk later." Realizing that this was not the moment for surprise, Tian quickly leaped onto Wing Wind's back, directing him toward their target. Yun commanded Wing Wind to accelerate, and as they soared through the air, he grasped the unfolding situation in its entirety. In a moment of distress, Hinata was escorted to the infirmary by Ayam and members of the Hyuga clan. Their journey was uneventful, as both the Sound Shinobi and Sand Shinobi were too fatigued to pay heed to the duo. However, the Cloud Shinobi, who had come to observe, harbored ulterior motives. They had previously attempted to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, but had met with failure. Upon noticing Hinata being transported to the medical facility, they perceived the current chaos as an opportunity. Taking advantage of the trio's momentary lapse in vigilance, one of the assailants ambushed a Hyuga clan member. Ayam and Hinata, alerted by the commotion, engaged in combat, unaware that another attacker lay in wait. Ayam was struck from behind, and the injured Hinata was powerless against the two Jounin, ultimately captured and taken by the Cloud Shinobi. Meanwhile, Neji, who had sustained injuries during his battle with Naruto, was resting in a distant corner of the lounge. Tintin visited him frequently, and as they conversed, they sensed something amiss in the arena. Neji activated his Byakugan to survey the chaos unfolding in Konoha, and to his horror, he witnessed the Cloud Shinobi abducting Hinata. Having resolved his grievances with the main branch of the Hyuga clan, Neji swiftly pursued the kidnappers, joined by Tintin. Although Ayam wished to accompany them, her condition prevented her, and Neji insisted she remain behind. What followed was a scene witnessed by Ayam as the Cloud Shinobi departed. They set traps along their path. Neji and Tintin, in their pursuit, inadvertently triggered one of these traps, finding themselves at an impasse. Recognizing their precarious situation and that the enemy was likely aware of their pursuit, Tintin, prioritizing Hinata's safety, urged Neji to continue ahead while she held off the traps. Upon hearing this, Ayam's fury surged. These wretched individuals had not only captured Hinata, but had also injured her. In her heart, she brooded over the fact that two of her cherished companions had been harmed by the same villains. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Ayam. They must pay for their crimes. Tintin, observing Ayam's countenance, understood the depth of her wrath and refrained from interrupting her. Meanwhile, the wings of wind beneath them seemed to echo Ayam's indignation, accelerating beyond their already swift pace. Before long, Ayam caught a glimpse of Neji and Hinata in the distance. Pointing towards Hinata's location, she commanded, "Wings of wind, there. Full speed ahead." In response, the wings surged towards Hinata, and as the distance closed, Ayam's anxiety intensified. "Hinata, wait for me. You must be safe." At that moment, Hinata sat on the ground, visibly gravely injured, while Niji, panting beside her, faced an injured Cloud Shinobi who still bore the strength to fight. The other Cloud Shinobi, however, was unscathed, and the situation was dire. The unharmed opponent sneered. Merely a lowly Chunin, yet you've managed to injure my comrade. But your good fortune ends here. Both Hinata and Niji's expressions turned to despair. They knew that victory was beyond their reach. Yunin swiftly formed seals and addressed the two individuals, declaring, "Embrace death." At that moment, a voice filled with fury echoed through the air. "It is you who shall perish." As Yun's words resonated, a tremendous sound erupted. A powerful wind ball was unleashed from Yifeng's mouth, hurtling towards the two Yun ninjas in an instant. After a billow of smoke cleared, the scene on the ground was revealed. The location where the two Yun ninjas once stood had been replaced by a massive crater. One of the Yun ninjas lay motionless within it, while the other stood at the edge of the gaping pit, vigilant against potential aerial assaults. At Yun's command, Yifeng slowly descended beside Hinata. Yun hurriedly jumped down, enveloping Hinata in his embrace and saying, "I'm sorry, I arrived late." Only then did Hinata break into tears, exclaiming, "I thought I would never see you again." Nearby, Tion echoed similar sentiments to Niji, who, despite his usually stoic demeanor, exhibited a rare smile. In the distance, a Yun ninja glared with fury at the unfolding events. Just as success seemed within reach, the tide of the battle had turned against him, filling him with resentment. Nevertheless, he refrained from recklessly charging towards Yun and the others, as Yifeng was poised and ready, awaiting Yun's command. Ultimately, the Yun ninja resolved to retreat. The opportunity had slipped away, and remaining there would yield nothing but futility. He hastily withdrew towards the forest, beyond which lay the safety of the Yun ninja territory. As he departed, Yun sensed his escape. Despite being preoccupied with comforting Hinata, his vigilance remained unwavering. He could not allow the one who had harmed his dearest to escape unscathed. Just as Yun was about to command Yifeng to pursue him, a voice rang out nearby. The 8 trigrams air palm surged forth, sending the fleeing Yun ninja plummeting from the sky, clearly devoid of life. Without needing to see, Yun recognized it was Hinata Hizashi. Upon witnessing the fallen Yun ninja, Hizashi retracted his Byakugan, muttering, "Damnable fodder," his tone revealing an unmasked disdain for the Yun ninja. This disdain was not unexpected, for the Yun ninjas had repeatedly sought to acquire the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, leading to the death of Niji's father. Niji and Hinata called out to Hizashi, "Father." Hizashi. Yun and Tion followed suit, addressing him as Hizashi. Hizashi nodded in acknowledgement. Niji inquired, "Hizashi, how did you come to be here?" "I learned of the situation from the factory, so I hurried here," Hizashi replied. Niji lowered his head and remarked, "I see. But amid such a great war, the main family should not be present in such a perilous place." Although Niji did not voice it directly, his concern was palpable. In times of war, Hizashi should remain guarding the Hyuga clan back in Konoha. Hizashi turned to address them. "Hinata is my beloved daughter, and you are the cherished orphan of my dear brother." His words profoundly moved both Niji and Hinata. It was the first time Hinata had heard her father express such affection toward her. The tears that had just ceased began to flow again, and, as if fearing discovery, she buried her head deep within Yun's embrace. As the day progressed, Hizashi expressed his gratitude to Yun and Tion, acknowledging their assistance. The two quickly downplayed their contributions. However, as Hizashi and his companions prepared to depart, Yun realized that Hinata, who had been cradled in his arms, had fallen asleep. The exhaustion from the day's events, compounded by repeated assaults and her still healing injuries, had finally worn her down. It was sheer willpower that had allowed her to endure thus far. But with the arrival of Yun and Hizashi, she succumbed to slumber in Yun's embrace. Hizashi, noticing this, cast a sympathetic glance at the sleeping Hinata and gently advised Yun, "You should take Hinata home." Yun mounted the back of the wind wing and invited Niji and the others to join him. Niji and Tion hopped on in succession. Yet Hizashi showed no intention of joining them. Despite Yun's insistence, Hizashi remained resolute in his decision to return on foot. Respecting his wishes, Yun commanded the wind wing to head back to Konoha. As they ascended, the wind wing cast a glance at Hizashi before soaring into the sky. During their return journey, the wind wing elucidated to Yun the rationale behind Hizashi's refusal to mount its back. It explained that in a typical summoning contract, the summoner and the summoned beast are regarded as equals. The summoned beast is obligated to assist the summoner. Yet the summoner must not place the beast in jeopardy due to unnecessary factors. Most summoned beasts can carry passengers, but their backs are often the most vulnerable to attacks. Consequently, a tacit rule developed. Aside from the summoner or individuals deemed incapable of inflicting harm, no one is permitted on a summoned beast's back. Clearly, Niji and Tion lacked the strength to pose any threat to the Wind Wing, and Hinata was even less of a concern, as she herself was a summoner of the Wyvern clan. Hizashi, however, was a different matter, given his prowess. A full-force strike from him could inflict significant damage on the Wind Wing, if not prove lethal. As the esteemed head of the Hyuga clan, Hizashi was well aware of these protocols. He presumed Yun was ignorant of them and refrained from mounting the Wind Wing to avoid any potential conflict between Yun and the summoned beast. In truth, Yun was indeed unaware, as typical summoning beasts would inform their summoners of such precautions. However, Yun's contract was not conventional, and the ancestral bird clan did not adhere to traditional norms, thus no warnings were conveyed to Yun. Only after the Wind Wing's explanation did Yun grasp the situation. It became evident that Hizashi's seemingly irrational actions were grounded in reason. As Hinata remained asleep, Yun chose not to wake her. Niji and Tion, too, fell silent, quietly recuperating their strength. After some time, the gates of Konoha came into view from a distance, prompting Yun to instruct the Wind Wing to descend. The Wind Wing gradually lowered itself near the entrance of Konoha, allowing Yun to gently jump down while cradling Hinata. Niji and Tion followed suit, and at Yun's signal, the Wind Wing returned to the ancestral island. As Yun and the others entered the gates of Konoha, they found the entrance unguarded due to the ravages of war. Embracing both Hinata and Niji, Yun proceeded directly towards the hospital. However, upon reaching the hospital's entrance, he hesitated, sensing the turmoil within. The conflict had seemingly reached its conclusion. Yet the hospital was overwhelmed with injured shinobi and the nurses and doctors tending to them. Realizing the impossibility of entering, Niji suggested to Yun, "Let us head to the Hyuga clan. They possess some medical ninjas, albeit of modest proficiency, but it is the only recourse we have at present." Yun nodded in agreement, cradling Hinata and Niji as they made their way to the Hyuga residence. Meanwhile, Tintin expressed her desire to remain behind and assist, a request that Yun and Niji did not decline, allowing her to stay and help. Cloud, cradling Hinata and Niji, arrived at the Hyuga residence. Niji guided Cloud to the area designated for healing, which, while bustling, lacked the overwhelming crowds of the Konoha hospital. The onlookers were taken aback upon seeing Hinata in Cloud's arms, exclaiming her name with astonishment. Shortly thereafter, medical ninjas arrived to assess Hinata's condition. After a thorough examination and treatment of her external injuries, they reassured Cloud and Niji that Hinata was no longer in peril. However, due to the resurgence of old wounds compounded by new injuries, she would require a period of rest. Relieved, Cloud decided that the healing area was unsuitable for Hinata's recuperation. Thus, he and Niji took her to Hinata's home to ensure she could rest properly. On the way to Hinata's house, Niji was engulfed in guilt, believing that his earlier resentment towards the main branch had led to Hinata's injury during the match, triggering a cascade of unfortunate events. Cloud offered words of comfort, originally inclined to blame Niji, but recognizing that Niji had nearly sacrificed his own life to save Hinata, he found it unjust to hold him accountable. Without Niji's intervention, Hinata would have undoubtedly been captured, an outcome that was too dreadful to contemplate. Overall, Cloud felt a deep gratitude towards Niji. Cloud spoke extensively, yet Niji's feelings of remorse remained unshaken. After Cloud finished, he turned to Hinata in his arms, asking if she agreed. At that moment, Hinata, who had been feigning sleep, blushed deeply upon realizing she had been discovered. In truth, she had awakened during their journey to the hospital but remained quiet, not wishing to disrupt the tender moment. Gradually, she found herself reluctant to leave Cloud's embrace. Cloud, ever attentive to Hinata's condition, had noticed her awakening immediately but, understanding her shyness, chose not to mention it. He, too, relished the sensation of holding her close. Seeing Niji's steadfast refusal to forgive himself, Cloud, in a moment of desperation, decided to encourage Hinata to speak, knowing that her voice as the victim would hold weight with Niji. Once she overcame her initial shyness, Hinata softly addressed Niji, affirming, "Niji, Cloud is right. I bear no resentment towards you. If it weren't for your bravery, I would have been captured, perhaps never to see you both again." Niji, upon hearing her words, felt a measure of relief and vowed, "I will do everything in my power to protect Lady Hinata." Despite Hinata's insistence that Niji refrain from calling her lady, he remained resolute. Soon, the trio arrived at Hinata's home. Whether by design or coincidence, none of them mentioned Hinata still being held in Cloud's arms. Thus, Cloud continued to carry her all the way to her room. Familiar with the Hyuga household, Cloud was unimpeded by the servants who noted his presence along with Niji and Hinata. He made his way directly to Hinata's room. While Niji excused himself to pay respects to the elders of the main branch, parting ways with Cloud, Yun gently cradled Hinata and carried her to her room, laying her down on the bed. Just as he was about to pour her a glass of water, the sound of Hanabi's voice echoed from outside the door. "Sister, how are you?" Without paying any heed to Yun, Hanabi rushed into the room and immediately went to Hinata's side. After a brief exchange, Hanabi personally examined Hinata's injuries. Yun handed each of them a glass of water, and Hanabi remarked, "It's all your fault for not protecting my sister. That's why she got hurt." Those words weighed heavily on Yun's heart. Indeed, he had initially thought that it was Niji's actions that had led to this outcome. But he realized he too bore considerable blame. If he had made better arrangements, Hinata would not have been taken. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yun's expression darkened, filled with self-reproach. Yun's guilt did not go unnoticed. Both Hanabi and Hinata felt a sudden discomfort. Hinata quickly offered words of comfort, and Hanabi added, "I was just joking. You did very well." They exchanged many sweet words, and fortunately, Yun understood that this was not the time for self-recrimination. With a smile, he reassured them, "I'm fine. Don't worry." At that moment, Yun resolved to protect Hinata, Yakumo, and Kurenai even more diligently, vowing that such an incident would never occur again. After spending a little more time at Hinata's home, Yun prepared to visit Yakumo, who was likely still worried about Hinata. Hinata also expressed concern for Yakumo and urged Yun to check on her. Once Yun confirmed that Hinata was all right, he felt a sense of relief and encouraged her to rest before departing from the Hyuga residence to head to Yakumo's home. As Yun stepped out of the Hyuga house, he noticed Hanabi chasing after him. He halted and inquired about her intentions. Hanabi looked at him, shyly stammering, but struggled to find the words. Yun smiled and asked, "What's the matter? You're being rather uncharacteristic of you, Hanabi." "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that," Hanabi exclaimed in response to Yun's words. "It's all right. I was at fault too. Don't think I meant it sincerely. I only apologized because my sister asked me to," she said before running back. Watching Hanabi's retreating figure, Yun couldn't help but smile, thinking, what a proud little girl. Although Yun was eager to learn about Yakumo's situation, he didn't rush. On his way to Yakumo's home, he inquired with several ninjas about the recent skirmish with the Sand and Sound ninjas. The news he received brought him joy. It seemed that due to Konoha's prior preparations, the losses were not as severe as depicted in the original storyline. The most significant damage was to the outer buildings of Konoha, as the villagers had been relocated before the war began. The ninjas, having implemented precautions, did not suffer as tremendous losses as in the original account. Of course, there were casualties, but they did not threaten Konoha's foundations. The attacking Sand and Sound ninjas were all defeated, with only a handful of powerful individuals managing to escape back to their village, while the rest were either killed or captured. The most fortunate aspect is that perhaps due to the preparations made by the third Hokage against Orochimaru in advance, he did not resort to the Reaper Death Seal in this battle, yet still managed to repel Orochimaru. It seems that he received assistance from someone, though the Cloud, not present at the scene, remains unaware. However, due to his advanced age and frailty, the third Hokage was ultimately no match for Orochimaru. Suffering severe injuries and currently lingering in a state of unconsciousness, reportedly in critical condition. Nevertheless, this is a silver lining amidst misfortune. After spending some time gathering information, the Cloud hastened towards the Yakumo residence and arrived shortly thereafter. After Yun arrived at the Yakumo residence, Monako Kuruma opened the door to greet him. With a joyful expression, Monako exclaimed, "Young Master Yun, you have finally come. The young lady has been quite sorrowful, and despite our best efforts, neither I nor Madam have been able to console her. With Master away, we have been at a loss for what to do." Upon hearing this, Yun promptly reassured Monako. "Do not worry, Monako. Where is Yakumo? I will go find her now." "She is in her bedroom," Monako replied. With that, Yun made his way towards Yakumo's room. Before reaching the door, he encountered Yakumo's mother, Rumiko Kuruma, who was attempting to persuade Yakumo to come out. However, it was evident that her efforts were in vain. Upon noticing Yun, Rumiko nodded in acknowledgement. Yun bowed respectfully, and Rumiko gestured towards Yakumo's room, indicating her understanding before departing. Yun gently knocked on Yakumo's door, and a voice from inside responded, "Mother, please allow me some peace." The tone was unmistakably melancholic. "Yakumo, it is I," Yun called back. Upon hearing his voice, Yakumo swiftly opened the door and rushed towards Yun with an urgency that surpassed her usual demeanor. Grasping his hand, she anxiously implored, "Yun, Hinata has been taken. You must rescue her. Clearly distressed, she spoke fervently. Yun embraced Yukumo and comforted her. Everything is all right now. Hinata has been rescued, and all is well. Has Hinata truly returned? Yukumo inquired, lifting her gaze to meet Yun's. Is it true? Hinata is safe? Indeed, Hinata is safe. I, along with Niji and Tenten, brought her back. Upon hearing this, Yukumo's anxiety began to dissipate, but she then attempted to break free from Yun's embrace, exclaiming, I want to see Hinata. Yun quickly held her back, saying, Hinata is resting now. It would be best to visit her tomorrow. Besides, you need to rest as well. After hearing Yun's words, Yukumo ceased her struggle and buried her face in his shoulder, weeping softly. Yun held her close as she continued to cry in his arms. After a while, her sobs gradually subsided, and once she had calmed down completely, she looked up at Yun and said, Yun, am I truly useless? Hinata was right in front of me. Yet I allowed her to be taken. Wiping away the traces of tears from her face, Yun replied, Not at all. You did your best. It is my duty to protect you. If there is any fault, it lies in my failure to safeguard you properly. He continued to console Yukumo until her spirits began to lift. After exchanging comforting words for a while, they were interrupted by Yukumo's mother's voice from outside. Yukumo, come out for dinner. Having said this, Rumiko entered the room and turned to Yun, saying, You should stay for dinner as well. I had instructed Maineko to prepare an additional portion. It was at this moment that Yun noticed, to his surprise, that the sky had darkened without his realizing. And it was time for dinner. He did not decline the invitation from Ayakumo's mother, especially since he had not eaten all day. Moreover, it was a request from Ayakumo's mother, and he felt it would be impolite to refuse. Ayakumo's father, Arimashiya, had not yet returned, which was quite understandable given that Konoha had recently suffered a significant attack. As the current head of the esteemed Arima family, it would indeed be questionable if he were to remain comfortably at home. It was likely that he was either engaged in post-war recovery efforts or in discussions with the elders of Konoha and leaders of other prominent clans. After dining with Ayakumo and Arima Rumiko, Yun decided to take his leave. Both Ayakumo and Rumiko were aware that Yun had matters to attend to and did not insist on prolonging his stay. Before departing, Yun assured Ayakumo that he would return the following day to visit Hinata together. Ayakumo nodded in acknowledgement, and Yun took his leave. Upon exiting the Ayakumo residence, Yun did not head straight home, but instead made his way to Shikamaru's house. He wished to inquire about today's pursuit of Gaara and the confrontation with the 5 sound ninjas. The decision to seek out Shikamaru, rather than others, had been made after careful consideration. On one hand, Shikamaru was known for his aversion to unnecessary trouble, which would likely spare Yun from excessive chatter, a beneficial factor for someone fatigued from the day's events. Furthermore, it was anticipated that even if others had successfully defeated the enemy, they would be severely injured. As a tactician rather than a frontline fighter, Shikamaru would presumably have sustained only minor injuries, making him the most suitable choice for Yun's inquiries. The Nara family, due to their extensive cultivation of medicinal herbs, was situated in a somewhat remote area of Konoha. Consequently, Yun did not rush, which resulted in a considerable amount of time passing before he arrived at Shikamaru's home. Upon knocking on the door, he was greeted by Shikamaru's mother. Yun hurriedly bowed, well aware of her formidable reputation among newcomers. However, Shikamaru's mother was only stern with Shikaku, while she was exceedingly kind towards Yun and Shikamaru's peers. Except for Naruto, who seemed oblivious, others instinctively adopted a more respectful demeanor in her presence. Shikamaru's mother warmly invited Yun inside. It is noteworthy that although the Nara family is a traditional clan in Konoha, and Shikaku is the clan leader, the Nara household does not employ any servants. All household duties are managed by Shikamaru's mother. This is similarly true for the Ino and Sho families, reflecting the understated nature of the trio's families. Upon seeing Shikamaru, Yun retracted his earlier assumptions. At that moment, Shikamaru was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, with only his face visible, presenting a rather pitiful sight. However, a closer inspection of Shikamaru's expression revealed that he bore only superficial injuries, nothing of great concern. Yun couldn't help but chuckle at the sight before him. Shikamaru, noticing this, expressed his discontent. Yun, are you even human? I look like this, and you're laughing. Apologies, I couldn't help myself, Yun quickly replied. But what happened to you? Overexertion is not in your nature. Do you think I wanted this? The enemy's strength is overwhelming. It is utterly impossible to emerge victorious without sustaining any injuries. Despite my appearance, I assure you that, and are not significantly stronger than I am. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, Yun felt a sense of relief, given Shikamaru's reassurances. It seemed that no one had sustained any serious injuries, for he would not be in a jovial mood otherwise. Yun inquired about the details, and after he requested Naruto's shadow clone to relay the information, Shikamaru swiftly devised a strategy, successfully ambushing the enemy. Perhaps due to the enemy's complacency, the ambush succeeded. Yet the few who confronted the adversaries paid a grievous price, with being rendered incapable of further combat. Subsequently, they caught up with Sasuke and Gaara. Gaara transformed into Shikaku and, although ultimately defeated by Naruto as in the original narrative, the events unfolded in a much more convoluted manner. The injuries Shikamaru sustained were incurred during this encounter. Due to a shortage of beds in the hospital and the Nara family's abundant supply of medicinal herbs for treating external wounds, Shikamaru found himself recuperating at home, while the others remained hospitalized. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, Yun realized that tomorrow would be quite busy. A visit to the hospital was certain, as he needed to check on both Ayame and Hinata. Calculating the time, Yun discovered that there would be no time for training. Merely running around would consume nearly an entire day. After spending a brief moment at Shikamaru's home, Yun returned to his own abode. By now, darkness had enveloped the sky. Yet signs of tranquility were nowhere to be found in Konoha. Numerous villagers were engaged in the arduous task of rebuilding the structures that had been devastated. Observing the industrious villagers and the gradually rising edifices, an inexplicable sense of responsibility welled up within Yun. He began to harbor thoughts of protecting Konoha, and at that moment, he finally comprehended the sentiments of those who cherished Konoha and were willing to sacrifice themselves for its safety. Their desire to protect Konoha transcended mere loyalty. They aimed to safeguard their own hearts filled with a love for peace. Since he, as a ninja, could not attain true peace, he resolved to allow these villagers to enjoy a peaceful existence, perhaps seeking solace in that notion. At that moment, Yun found himself understanding Uchiha Itachi, recognizing the depth of his commitment to protect Konoha, even at the cost of his own clan. However, Yun was not Itachi. He lacked the same level of selflessness. If faced with a choice between Konoha and his family, he would surely choose his kin without hesitation. As he walked, lost in thought, he unwittingly arrived at his doorstep, where he could faintly see the glow of light spilling from within. It was evident that Kurenai had returned. Breaking his reverie, Yun pushed open the gate. "I'm back," he announced. "Welcome back, Yun," Kurenai replied, seated at the outdoor tea table, sipping tea and smiling at him, clearly having awaited his return. "Sister, why are you back so early?" Yun asked as he sat across from her, lifting the cup of tea she had already prepared. "The Jonin had no missions today. The real work lies ahead," Kurenai responded. The two exchanged few words, merely enjoying their tea while gazing at the sky. After a while, Kurenai remarked, "If our parents were still with us, witnessing how much you have grown would surely bring them great joy." Yun nodded in agreement. Unlike Kurenai, he did not possess vivid memories of their parents. Despite the consciousness of a traveler, time had elapsed too long. All he could recall were his father's authoritative voice and his mother's gentle gaze. For Yun, Kurenai's happiness was what he most longed to see. Kurenai informed Yun that the other Cloud ninjas involved in Hinata's kidnapping had been imprisoned by Konoha. However, it was stated that the actions were merely personal endeavors of those two ninjas. To avoid escalating political tensions between nations, Konoha opted for internal mediation, which the Hyuga clan had accepted. This did not surprise Yun. Konoha was not in a position to antagonize other countries, especially since the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan remained intact. Thus, reconciliation fell well within Konoha's realm of acceptance. As night approached, Kurenai handed Yun a set of black clothing, instructing him to wear it for tomorrow's funeral. It was then that Yun realized that the war's toll extended beyond the third Hokage. The fact that the third Hokage survived did not mean that Konoha had been spared from loss. Regardless of the circumstances, preparations would invariably lead to bloodshed. Yun's heart, which had momentarily found calm, sank once more into sorrow as he silently accepted the clothes from Kurenai's hands. This attire is not unfamiliar to Yun. He was adorned in it once shortly after his birth, thanks to Hong's assistance, albeit in a version meant for infants. This recollection takes him back to the time of the Nine-Tails assault on Konoha, when he vividly remembers Hong's face etched with sorrow, leaving Yun with an overwhelming sense of helplessness, a sentiment he had never experienced before. The following day, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, yet the funeral proceeded as planned. Both Yun and Hong donned black garments as they stepped outside, with Hong firmly grasping Yun's hand, which he reciprocated in silence, their shared gaze conveying unspoken understanding. Too many lives had already been sacrificed. As the funeral commenced, rain began to fall from the heavens. Members of the Umbu, including Hizashi, Akai, Hong, Asuma, Kakashi, Kij, Hachichi, Dizu, Jinkan, Akkad, Ibiki, Hibis, and Ibiseki, alongside various Nin, Jinin, and clan ninjas, all who were present in Konoha, save for essential defense and security personnel, gathered to pay their respects. Mito Morit, along with T-Rin K. Haru, presided over the ceremony in place of the critically ill third Hokage. The names of the fallen were inscribed upon the memorial stone, and one by one attendees approached to lay down white flowers in tribute. It was at this moment that you noticed several names he recognized, those of former classmates and acquaintances etched into the stone. He had never afforded them much thought until today, realizing now that they held significant weight in his heart. He felt sorrow for them, and tears welled in his eyes. As he regarded those crimson names, which seemed to mock him, "I'm sorry," he silently uttered to himself, and in that instant, his desire to grow stronger intensified. Many Jinin wept openly, for unlike their Nin and Nin counterparts, they had not endured the many separations wrought by life and death. Indeed, even Yun, when viewed through the lens of the present, was still but a child, meant to live carefree. As he walked toward the memorial stone amidst the cries of his comrades and the families of the deceased, he gently placed his words of farewell, saying, "May you journey peacefully. I shall protect your loved ones henceforth." Naruto, seeking understanding, inquired of Iruka why individuals would risk their lives for others. Iruka replied, "When one dies alone, all is lost. The past, the present, and the future vanish together. Many had perished in the throes of war or duty. Their deaths, often unremarkable, a simple extinguishing of life. Among these departed souls were those who still harbored dreams, yet all shared the same precious bonds: parents, siblings, friends, or lovers, people of significance to them. The trust and mutual support forged with those they cherished had been a constant since birth, growing stronger through the test of time. This is not mere philosophy. Anyone connected by such a thread will feel the same, for they are the most treasured ones." Upon hearing Iruka's words, Naruto appeared to grasp the essence of what was said, while Yun, listening nearby, found renewed vigor. He understood that he still had those he cherished to protect, and he must fulfill the unfinished wishes of the departed souls. Kakashi then addressed the Jinin, enlightening them on the will of fire, assuring that the sacrifices made by the fallen ninjas were not in vain, for they had left behind much that was invaluable. As the funeral drew to a close, the rain ceased, and the dark clouds dispersed, revealing the sunlight once more, as if heralding a rebirth for the leaves of the forest. The clouds regained their vitality, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Iruka gazed at the departing figures, reflecting on the emergence of new hope and the budding growth of the next generation. The will of fire has been inherited by the new generation of ninjas. After Yun, Bayun, and Hinata departed together, it was first Jijio who hurriedly left. Jijio's home had been devastated in the recent war, yet fortunately, his parents had been spared from harm due to prior arrangements made by Konoha. Nevertheless, Jijio felt compelled to return and assist in the reconstruction of his family's home, as he had now become the primary labor force for his household. Yun and Bayun first escorted the somewhat fatigued Hinata back home. Strangely, Yun detected a significant improvement in Bayun's stamina during this period, although still lacking. It was markedly better than before. In the past, Bayun would likely have shown signs of exhaustion by now, yet today, she appeared unfazed. As Yun bid farewell to Hinata, he informed her that he would be dedicating his time to training and might not have the opportunity to visit her again. Hinata, displaying her understanding, acknowledged the importance of strength in light of the ongoing conflict. Yun intended to accompany Bayun home, but she declined, stating that she had already made arrangements with her father for training and urged Yun not to let her presence hinder his own progress. Thus, they parted ways. Yun found himself alone by the waterfall where he had previously trained, the same location where Naruto and Jiraiya learned the summoning technique. He decided to perform the summoning technique, calling forth the ancestral bird of the winged dragon clan, the keeper of the summoning scrolls. Having learned from past experiences, Yun first inquired about its name. The ancestral bird, though surprised by the question, obliged and revealed that its name was Iyu. Yun addressed Iyu, requesting the scroll that he had previously entrusted to it. Upon hearing this, Iyu regurgitated a scroll into Yun's hands. This scroll contained the formidable illusion technique known as the Setting Sun, which was left by Yun's father, the renowned illusionist. Red Setting Sunday, finding it cumbersome to carry, Yun sought a secure place for it, and decided to leave it at the ancestral island, entrusting it to Yifeng for safekeeping. Yifeng informed Yun that he could summon Iyu whenever he wished to retrieve the scroll. eager to enhance his strength. Yun recognized that the illusion of the setting sun could serve as a powerful weapon, so he resolved to practice with it while time permitted. After handing over the scroll, Yu returned to the ancestral island at Yun's behest. Yun then unfurled the scroll and meticulously studied its contents. Upon finishing, he could not help but marvel at the prowess of Konoha's former greatest illusionist, Red Setting Sunday. The technique's name, Setting Sun, was indeed fitting. It trapped its victims in a crimson realm where they perceived only a solitary setting sun in the sky, leading them to feel as though they were at their last moments, ultimately resulting in their psychological demise. This technique bore similarities to the Kuruma clan's five-sense manipulation and the Meijiki Sharingan's Tsukuyami, yet differed in that Bayun's five-sense control inflicted tangible harm on the enemy, while Setting Sun and Tsukuyami primarily affected the mental realm. To speak candidly, the Setting Sun surpasses Yukumo's bloodline limit in the ease of illusion manipulation and wields greater power than Tsukuyami. Yun has come to understand why the illusion known as the Evening Sun Fire, its name derived from the Crimson Sunset, which I have borrowed from other texts, cannot be deflected even by the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Initially, Yun believed this was due to the absence of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan at that time. But he now realizes his error. Despite the Kaleidoscope Sharingan having become extinct during the era of the Evening Sun Fire, both the third Hokage and Danzo, along with the two prominent advisors and Uchiha Kagami of the Uchiha clan, had all witnessed the Kaleidoscope Sharingan firsthand. If the Evening Sun were not genuinely endowed with such capabilities, such rumors would not have persisted through the ages. This conclusion is drawn from the feats of Uchiha Madara and his brother, Uchiha Azuna, thereby highlighting the formidable nature of the Evening Sun. The name Evening Sun is also derived from the sole individual capable of breaking this illusion, the White Fang of Konoha. Through this, Yun deeply comprehended the might of the White Fang, realizing that Tsukuyami likely held no sway over him. As Yun approached the conclusion, he noted the annotation left by the Evening Sun. This illusion can only be mastered by those possessing the bloodline of the Evening Sun clan and the unique crimson eyes of our lineage. Both are indispensable or one risks their life. Practitioners are advised to proceed with caution. This statement marked the first time Yun recognized that his crimson eyes were not merely aesthetically pleasing but held practical utility. He mused that if the Evening Sun was indeed conducive to training, the crimson eyes of the Evening Sun clan might serve as a bloodline limit of sorts. However, this notion is ultimately unfounded, as mastering the illusion requires far more than mere red eyes, illustrating the formidable challenge of its practice. Beyond the necessity of possessing the bloodline and eyes of the Evening Sun clan, the foremost requirement for training is mental fortitude, which serves as the foundation. The Evening Sun cautioned that without mental strength several times greater than the practitioner's current level, any attempt to train, even if superficially successful, would result only in self-repercussion, with the minimum multiplier being 5 times. Upon reflecting on this, Yun grasped the reason for Hong's inability to succeed in her training. Although her mental capacity was indeed formidable, it only reached approximately 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary Jonin, clearly falling short of the minimum threshold. Conversely, this requirement posed no challenge for Yun, whose mental prowess was on par with, or even exceeded that of Yukumo. By the standards of an ordinary Jonin, his mental strength was roughly 5 times that. And when compared to a Chunin, it was more than tenfold. This could be attributed to his inherent strength as a transmigrator, as well as his frequent utilization of mental perception. With each extended session of perception, he felt a subtle yet noticeable increase in his mental capacity, which over time culminated in his current formidable strength. Yun commenced his training according to the aforementioned methodology. Indeed, arriving at the waterfall was fortuitous, as one of the steps in his training involved eliminating distractions and perceiving the flowing waterfall as still, a task reserved for the latter stages of the training. The training encompasses 8 steps, and observing the waterfall constitutes the 6th step. The clouds were not in a hurry to commence their training. Instead, they took the time to cultivate their spirit, ensuring their entire being was in a state of completeness. After all, from the very beginning of the day, there was a slight sense of despondency that lingered, although it was subsequently restored. Yet, to be precise, it did not reach a state of totality. The cloud's ambition was to accomplish several preceding steps in a single attempt. After a considerable interval, the cloud exhaled deeply. At this moment, both body and spirit were in their most perfect condition, having fortuitously arrived at the waterfall for training. The cloud's objective for the day was to complete the first 6 steps. As for the final 2 steps, it was not that the cloud was unwilling to undertake them directly, but rather, through personal assessment, it was determined that solitary practice would consume an inordinate amount of time. Assistance from others was deemed necessary. The Cloud glanced once more at the scroll containing the methods and success indicators for each step, confirming there were no errors in memory. Before stowing it away, sitting cross-legged beside the waterfall, the first step of training commenced. The initial 5 steps corresponded to multiples of spiritual strength. The Cloud discerned its own prowess was categorized within the elite ranks of the shinobi, likely influenced by age as well. The first step involved a single multiple of elite shinobi spiritual strength, the second step, a double, the third, a triple, and so forth. The Cloud was acutely aware that failure to meet the spiritual strength requirements could result in severe injury or, at worst, spiritual demise. As the first 5 steps focused primarily on testing spiritual strength, the Cloud, having an abundance exceeding the required threshold, encountered no significant difficulties in completing the training. However, the time expended was considerable. It felt as if midday had passed, the hour for lunch long gone. Though not hungry, fatigue had begun to set in, prompting a decision to take a break for a meal, thereby rejuvenating spiritual strength. Rising, the Cloud made its way back to the village, arriving to find the lunch hour had elapsed. Nevertheless, Ichiraka Ramen continued its operations as usual. Despite the extensive destruction of buildings in Konoha, Ichiraka Ramen remained unscathed. Upon entering, the Cloud ordered a large bowl of ramen. While preparing the dish, the owner, Uncle Ichiraku, remarked, "It's rare to see you here at such an hour, Cloud." "Today, I got so caught up in training that I lost track of time," the Cloud replied. Before long, Uncle Ichiraka had the ramen ready. An SHBU handed it over to the Cloud. As anticipated, it was the deluxe version, generously topped with miso. The Cloud expressed gratitude, stating, "I shall begin," and then proceeded to indulge heartily. As the Cloud savored the meal, a familiar voice called from behind, "Cloud, you're just now eating?" It was Naruto, who then took a seat beside the Cloud. Addressing Uncle Ichiraku, he said, "One supersized bowl of ramen, please." Uncle Ichiraku responded promptly. As Naruto and the Cloud engaged in casual conversation, the Cloud learned that Naruto's late arrival was also due to training. SHBU served Naruto his ramen, and he devoured it with remarkable speed, promptly requesting another bowl. Meanwhile, the Cloud had only consumed half of its own meal, a sight all too familiar. Naruto's eating pace was unmatched, even by the likes of Ino. After their meal, Naruto assisted Yun in settling the bill. As they were about to leave, Uncle Ichiraku presented each of them with a complimentary voucher. Unsatisfied, Naruto requested an additional one from Uncle Ichiraku before they departed from the ramen shop. Both had their respective training commitments, and thus they parted ways to continue their individual journeys. Yin once again found himself by the waterfall, as was his custom, adjusting his physical state before fully immersing himself in meditation. He sat across from the waterfall, observing it intently, his mind echoing the word stillness repeatedly. Yet, the more he fixed his gaze upon the waterfall, the more it seemed to rush by, and despite the prolonged focus, there was no improvement. A sense of impatience began to swell within Yun. After all, he had encountered no difficulties during the initial 5 steps of his training. This sudden setback left him feeling restless. After an extended period of observation without apparent results, Yun paused to contemplate his next step. It was evident that his mental state was far from the tranquility he sought. Even the legendary Ria no Hika had taken 30 years to achieve his mastery. Having endured the trials of the Ninja World War, which had undoubtedly fortified his psychological resilience far beyond Yun's current capabilities. Thus, Yun recognized the necessity of devising a balanced approach. This was the singular thought occupying his mind. Yet, despite his contemplation, clarity eluded him. Ultimately, he resolved to experiment with an age-old technique, leveraging his unique mental energy. First, he enveloped his eyes with his mental force, gradually modulating its intensity. To his astonishment, when his mental energy fully encompassed his eyes, the once dynamic waterfall appeared miraculously still. Realizing he had succeeded, Yun proceeded to replicate the experiment several times, confirming its reliability before concentrating on the precise control of his mental energy's intensity and the swift application of this technique. After several training sessions, he felt a hint of fatigue in his mental energy, indicating that the technique could only be employed a limited number of times. Sitting quietly on the ground, he replenished his mental energy, reveling in the surprising realization that, upon its complete restoration, he sensed a notable enhancement. This discovery was indeed a boon for Yun, who was endeavoring to master formidable illusion techniques. As his mental energy continued to escalate, He sensed that the method of grounding his energy to perceive the surroundings seemed to reach its limits. Following its use, there was no further increase in his mental capabilities, and his perceptual range remained unchanged. Nevertheless, the efficacy of this method surpassed that of his previous techniques, suggesting that Yun was on the brink of breaking through a long-standing plateau, while simultaneously indicating that the number of times he could utilize this technique had diminished. Much to his discontent, after practicing several more times, Yun realized that time was slipping away, prompting him to return to Konoha. Upon his arrival, he did not head home immediately, but instead made his way to the Yakumo residence, where he was greeted at the door by Minako. Yun entered the living room, where Kuruma Nanaya was also present. He offered his respects to both him and Kuruma Rumiko, explaining the purpose of his visit. In order to expedite his training under the setting sun, Yun must rely on the unique bloodline limit of the Kurama clan. The final 2 stages of his training involved the construction of a mental space, and the only individual in Konoha capable of creating such a space is I am. Although the methods for this training were left behind by the late Hokage, experiencing it firsthand would undoubtedly accelerate the learning process significantly. Hence, Yun returned to seek Iam's assistance. Upon encountering Kurama Nanaya, it was only natural for Yun to explain his situation, for Nanaya is both Iam's father and the clan leader of the Kurama family. Thus, it was essential to obtain his permission regarding matters related to their bloodline limit. Kurama Nanaya replied, "You are training under the setting sun, are you not?" "Indeed, uncle. How did you know?" Yun inquired, astonished. The intricacies of the setting sun's principles are not widely known, considering the Kurama clan is not currently among Konoha's elite. "It is indeed surprising that I am aware," Nanaya responded. "However, the inception of the setting sun is somewhat linked to our clan. When your father devised this illusion, he consulted my father regarding the intricacies of our bloodline limit and the secret arts of the Kurama clan." Understanding this connection, Yun realized it was no wonder that Nanaya was informed. Ultimately, Kurama Nanaya granted Yun's request, allowing him to leave the living room in search of Iam. Upon finding Iam, Yun explained the situation, and she was more than willing to assist him. After discussing the location for their training, Yun returned home. Upon arriving, Yun discovered that Hong had likely gone on a mission and had not yet returned. He prepared a modest meal for himself and engaged in a brief session of mental training. Feeling he had reached his limits, he then retired for the night. The following day, Yun rose early, but Hong was still absent. He ventured out to procure breakfast before heading to the agreed-upon location with Iam. Arriving early, Yun found that Iam had not yet arrived, so he took a moment to adjust his physical state while waiting. Just as he completed his preparations, Iam appeared, carrying an easel and various art supplies. "Have you been waiting long?" Iam asked upon seeing Yun. "I just arrived. Shall we begin?" Yun responded, rising to his feet. Iam nodded and commenced her preparations. One of Iam's shortcomings is the lengthy time required to execute her powerful techniques. Without sufficient preparation, the effectiveness of her bloodline limit diminishes significantly. However, as she continues to grow stronger, her speed will undoubtedly increase. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, Iam completed her preparations. Her easel depicted Yun's likeness alongside various scenes, illustrating her dedication to ensuring that Yun could fully immerse himself in the experience. "I am ready to begin," Iam announced to Yun. Yun nodded slightly, and thereafter, Hakuyu swiftly formed seals. The moment Hakuyu completed the seals, Yun found himself transported into the realm depicted by Hakuyu's artistry. Hakuyu remained opposite Yun, who discerned no semblance of unreality. It was as though everything was indeed authentic. With a tentative effort, Yun engaged his mental perception, and after numerous scans, he finally identified the vulnerabilities within this space, as well as some dissonances, likely attributable to Hakuyu's insufficient prowess. It was inconceivable for Yun, with his current capabilities, to detect weaknesses in the fully realized bloodline limit of the Anma clan. However, this very flaw enhanced Yun's comprehension of spatial constructs. The essence of a truly complete mental space eluded Yun's analytical grasp, yet, the slightly imperfect mental space, such as that of Hakuyu, was ideally suited for Yun's understanding. Coupled with the knowledge imparted by the Crimson Sunset, Yun's grasp of mental spatial constructs was steadily advancing. Observing that Yun remained motionless, Hakuyu, with eyes closed and a hint of perplexity occasionally gracing his features, sometimes furrowing his brow, other times displaying joy, understood that Yun was engaged in something related to cultivation. Thus refraining from interrupting him, positioned quietly opposite Yun, Hakuyu found himself captivated, as one appeared to be in tranquil meditation while the other remained steadfastly focused, not even blinking. In this secluded space, the absence of onlookers spared them from any speculation regarding their peculiar behavior. As the hours drifted by in this manner, the morning passed, and Yun finally opened his tightly shut eyes, retracting his mental perception. This space lay under Hakuyu's vigilant observation, and Yun's movements could hardly escape his notice. Just as Yun was about to awaken, Hakuyu had already turned away to avoid detection, having been watching him all along. Yun was oblivious to Hakuyu's subtle maneuver, his focus unwavering on the perception of the mental space. Yet, the consumption of his mental energy was swift, and despite his formidable recovery abilities, they could not keep pace with this expenditure. The cessation of his exploration stemmed from a depletion of mental energy, necessitating a period of rest before resuming his endeavors. Yun requested Hakuyu to dispel the illusionary space. Once Hakuyu had dismantled the illusion, Yun realized that it was already noon, which explained the near depletion of his mental energy. He resolved to pause his cultivation and accompany Hakuyu for a meal. Were it not for Hakuyu's presence, Yun would have found little concern in skipping a meal, however. He deemed it unreasonable to allow Hakuyu to endure hunger alongside him. Together, they ventured to the barbecue restaurant in Konoha, not solely due to Yun's fondness for the cuisine, but rather to cater to Hakuyu's preferences. The inherently gentle Hakuyu possessed an unexpectedly robust taste for food, favoring the hearty grilled meats typically enjoyed by boys. This trait bore resemblance to Akane, whose tastes, although distinct from Hakuyu's, included a penchant for strong spirits and a disdain for cake. Yun himself relished grilled meats. Thus taking Hakuyu to indulge in such fare was a source of pleasure for him. The two individuals walked leisurely, engaged in a casual conversation along the way. Before long, they arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Upon entering, they were greeted by the voice of Choji, who called out, "Hey, bring us 10 servings of barbecue." Following the sound, they spotted Asuma and all the members of Team 10 seated by the window, indulging in their meal. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that only Choji was truly enjoying the feast. With a smile, Yun remarked to Choji, "Careful with all that. Don't want you to become too robust." Being well acquainted with Choji's sensitivities over the years, Yun tactfully substituted plump with robust. Choji, munching away, responded, "No problem at all." Yun and Ayam declined Asuma's invitation for the two to join them, not out of reluctance, but rather due to their consideration for Asuma's finances. At that moment, Choji's side of the table was already piled high with empty plates. Their refusal was straightforward. Yun subtly gestured towards Choji's growing stack of dishes, and Asuma instantly grasped the implication, thus refraining from extending further invitations. Yun ordered 5 servings of barbecue and took a seat at the adjacent table beside Asuma and his team. Before long, the barbecue was served. While grilling the meat, Yun engaged in conversation with Asuma and the others, inquiring about the third Hokage. Upon hearing the question, Asuma's previously cheerful demeanor dimmed slightly. Although the third Hokage had escaped the immediate peril, there were no signs of awakening as of yet. In essence, it appeared that Konoha's medical capabilities were insufficient to heal him. Asuma concluded that unless one of the legendary 3, Tsunade, were to personally attend, there was no one capable of curing the third Hokage. Yun felt somewhat reassured upon hearing this. He held a deep respect for the third Hokage and sincerely wished for his prolonged life. Yet, now that he was no longer in danger, it seemed likely that recovery would be straightforward once Tsunade returned. With a hopeful curiosity, Yun inquired about the whereabouts of Kurenai. To his surprise, Asuma was indeed aware of her location, though he chose not to elaborate, simply stating that she was on a mission, emphasizing that it was a simple task that merely required time. This revelation eased Yun's concerns significantly. As Yun and Ayam finished their meal, so too did Asuma and his team. After the owner of the restaurant informed Asuma of the bill, he cheerfully retrieved his wallet to settle the payment. However, as he counted the money repeatedly, his smile faded, replaced by an awkward expression, clearly indicating he had not brought enough funds. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and the others displayed a lack of solidarity. A satiated Choji had already stepped outside, and Shikamaru lazily remarked to Asuma, "I certainly won't bother with such troublesome matters as bringing money." In a similarly callous tone, Ino added, "Asuma-sensei, you wouldn't expect a lady to pay, would you? I'm short on cash as well." Ultimately, it was the empathetic Ayam who urged Yun to cover the bill for Asuma, who glanced between Ayam and the indifferent trio of Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, wearing an expression akin to a man who had unwittingly boarded a sinking ship. After Yun and Hakui returned from the barbecue restaurant, they once again arrived at their training ground, embarking on a new round of practice. This time, Yun did not merely rely on his mental prowess to explore the mental space constructed by Hakui. In a bid to enhance the overall speed of their training, Yun instructed Hakui to unleash various attacks upon him. This was to allow Yun to experience firsthand the control of the five senses. For it is essential to understand that mastering the setting sun involves more than simply creating a mental space. It necessitates a deep engagement with the methods of attack that pertain to the five senses. Initially, Hokage did not exert himself in attacking Yun. Most of his strikes would fail to inflict any harm due to Yun's sturdy earth and rock armor, even if he remained motionless. Ultimately, under Yun's insistence, Hokage unleashed his full strength. However, Yun's intention was not to defeat Hokage or to withstand the onslaught of his blood, but rather to immerse himself in the experience. Consequently, Yun found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. At Yun's behest, Hokage executed various types of attacks at the threshold of Yun's endurance, plunging him into fiery infernos, submerging him in water, and subjecting him to sandstorms, among other experiences. Almost every minute brought forth a new sensation, and thus, the two spent the afternoon in a dynamic exchange of offense and defense until Yun sensed he had reached his limit for the day. Despite the discomfort, Yun persevered, driven by the desire to enhance his abilities. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit. He could distinctly perceive his progress. Such rigorous training would exponentially accelerate his mastery of the setting sun, potentially multiplying his learning speed by several times, if not more. Yun was confident that within a few days, he would make further strides, and with a stroke of luck, he might even successfully cultivate the setting sun. This was also the first time Hokage had spent nearly an entire day employing his bloodline limit, leaving him equally mentally exhausted. However, this not only aided Yun, but also allowed Hokage to refine his command of his bloodline abilities. Through Yun, Hokage also became aware of his own shortcomings. Thus both benefited from their shared endeavor. Yun first escorted Hokage home. During their journey, Yun seized the opportunity to voice the questions that had been brewing in his mind. Hokage, why do I feel that your physical stamina has significantly improved recently? What is the reason behind this? The enhancement of Hakui's stamina was indeed a peculiar matter. The Arima clan had previously sought the expertise of medical ninjas and ordinary doctors, ultimately concluding that Hakui's physical limits were akin to those of an average genin, and that he would only reach this peak upon full maturation. However, based on Yun's observations over the past few days, Hakui's stamina had improved markedly, nearing the level of a genin. He had refrained from inquiring earlier, suspecting it might be a mere figment of his imagination or lacking an opportune moment. But now he was certain it was no illusion, prompting him to raise the question. I thought you wouldn't ask, Hokage replied with a smile. So you were intentionally keeping it from me? I wanted to see how long you could hold out before questioning me. Hakui's amusement deepened. What is truly going on? Yun pressed again. Patience. I shall gradually share with you the background of this matter. Hokage began to recount the events that led to this development. Previously, when Yun signed a contract with the ancestral bird clan's spirit beast, she informed Yun that she already had a spirit beast. Despite recognizing the formidable power of the ancestral bird clan, she chose not to abandon her spirit beast, asserting that it was the most suitable for her. The enhancement of Yun's physical prowess was intrinsically linked to this spirit beast. This spirit beast, reminiscent of a butterfly, was astonishingly frail, yet due to the scarcity of predators, it managed to survive. Its abilities were nearly non-existent, rendering it an unappealing choice for spirit contracts. However, this clan possessed a singular ability. Albeit largely ineffectual, it could elevate the spirit user's stamina to a baseline level. Essentially, if one were a Jonin, it would grant stamina comparable to that of a Jonin lacking physical prowess, and so forth, aligning with the lowest standard of their rank. Yet, paradoxically, if one's innate stamina was superior, forging a contract with this spirit beast would result in diminished strength. Thus, it could hardly be deemed a true ability and might even be regarded as a burden. Nevertheless, for Yun, it proved to be an invaluable asset, effectively rectifying her most significant shortcoming. Upon hearing this, Yun was genuinely delighted for Yun. Given the bloodline limit of the Arima clan, Yun's potential could very well lead her to the rank of a Hokage. However, due to her stamina limitations, her achievements would have otherwise been capped at that of an elite Jonin. Now that this deficiency was addressed, Yun's future progress would face no hindrances. Yun felt immense joy in Yun's happiness for her. She had refrained from disclosing this information to Yun in hopes of surprising him. However, during the Chunin exam, to her dismay, Hinata was abducted while under her watch, leaving her too embarrassed to confide in Yun. After accompanying Yun home and promising to continue training the following day, Yun returned home. Upon arriving home, it was no surprise that Hong had not returned. Exhausted from the day's events, both mentally and physically, Yun, having endured Yuyun's challenging genjutsu, skipped dinner and went straight to bed. The next day, he trained with Yuyun as usual. This routine continued for 3 or 4 days, during which, despite their fatigue, the rewards were substantial. Yuyun had nearly mastered the structure of the mental space and could independently create a small mental realm, albeit lacking offensive capability. Additionally, he had acquired techniques related to the control of the 5 senses associated with the setting sun. Mastery over the 5 senses was unattainable by mere study, as the bloodline limit was an inherent gift. While some could be learned, the Arima clan's bloodline limit clearly did not fall into that category. The setting sun's fire had previously remarked that without the Arima clan's bloodline limit, the knowledge of 5 senses control was as far as one could go. Initially skeptical, you now firmly believe this after practical experience. Despite the significant gains, he realized that Yuyun's assistance had reached its limits. Future training did not lack shortcuts. But these shortcuts did not reside within the Arima clan's bloodline limit. Rather, they lay within the genjutsu of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Tsukuyami. The setting sun does not merely govern a portion of human perception. Such a notion lacks any true potency. The genuine assault of the setting sun lies in its ability to intertwine the control of time with sensory experience, compelling individuals to linger in a mental expanse for countless years until their spirit is utterly exhausted, perhaps even leading to death. What the clouds currently lack is this mastery over time within the realm of the spirit. Unlike prior spatial constructs and sensory manipulations that could be exploited, the clouds must adhere to the methodologies imparted by the setting sun, progressing in a meticulous manner. Nevertheless, the clouds harbor no regrets, for they believe that in this world, few things are entirely advantageous. As another day of training concluded, the clouds ambled homeward, slightly disheartened by the lack of progress. Though the setting sun had previously mentioned such setbacks, the clouds could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Throughout their journey of mastering various ninjutsu and illusions, they had never encountered such a formidable obstacle, completing each endeavor with remarkable swiftness. This marked their first true failure. Upon returning home, the clouds were taken aback to find the courtyard gate ajar. Realizing that Hong must have returned, they paused to shake off their despondent demeanor and entered, announcing, "I'm back. Welcome home." In response, a voice swiftly echoed back. Turning around, the clouds were greeted by the sight of Hong Do, who was seated at the tea table, occupying her usual spot, smiling warmly at them. "Why wouldn't it be me?" she replied playfully. Having overheard their exchange, Hong, who was busy within the house, emerged and explained, "Hong Do has been accompanying me on missions these past few days. Upon our return, I invited her to join us for dinner." The clouds then understood, exclaiming, "Ah, that's why I haven't seen Hong Do lately." Hong Do leaned closer to the clouds, a teasing glint in her eyes. "Did you miss me during these few days?" The clouds felt a slight blush creep onto their cheeks. "Hong Do, you're at it again," they replied shyly. Observing this interaction, Hong interjected, aware that further conversation would lead to the clouds' embarrassment. "You too, enough of that. Come inside and eat." Upon hearing Hong's words, their expressions varied. The clouds appeared relieved, while Hong Do seemed reluctant to let the moment pass. However, they had no intention of defying Hong. Well aware that her wrath could be quite fearsome, a truth only a few understood, but both the clouds and Hong Do had experienced firsthand. As they dined, Hong Do complained about the absence of meatballs, to which Hong cheerfully promised to treat her the following day. Hong Do promptly decided to return for lunch the next day. After the meal, she took her leave, with neither the clouds nor Hong feeling the need to urge her to stay. They both knew Hong Do's character. If she wished to remain, she would need no invitation, and if she chose to depart, there was no point in insisting. Once Hong Do had left, the clouds and Hong discussed the clouds' recent training concerning the setting sun, concluding with a lament about the slow pace of progress. Hong chuckled in response. "What speed do you expect? You must remember that your father took 2 years to fully master this technique, not including the time spent in its creation." Yun curled his lip and chose not to respond further. To him, the creator and the learner were entirely distinct entities. It was known that the 4th Hokage spent 3 years mastering the Rasengan, while Naruto only required a week to grasp it. Thus, Yun felt somewhat dissatisfied with his own pace. Hong then shared updates from the past few days, followed by some idle chatter. Once their conversation concluded, they realized it was quite late and retired to their respective rooms for the night. The following morning, Yun awoke to find a thick fog enveloping the village of Konoha. Hong had risen early and prepared breakfast. They shared a meal together, and since Hong had no missions that day, while Yun's final training phase did not necessitate a specific location, they decided to remain indoors. As noon approached, Hong recalled that she had yet to buy dango for Anko and resolved to visit the dango shop. Having completed most of his training for the morning, Yun opted to accompany her. Thus, the two set out together. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Naruto was searching for free vouchers at the ramen shop. Jiraiya was caught peeping at women bathing through his binoculars, only to be apprehended by Mito Gate Kurenai and Matsu Sh. The two advisors informed Jiraiya that due to the third Hokage's prolonged unconsciousness, Konoha needed to establish an emergency executive committee to address unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, given the current situation of the third Hokage and the village, a new Hokage needed to be elected, and Jiraiya was deemed the most suitable candidate. However, Jiraiya suggested that Tsunade assume the role of the fifth Hokage. Mito Gate Kurenai and Matsu Sh concurred, believing Tsunade would be more fitting than Jiraiya, especially since her return could also aid in healing the third Hokage's injuries. Yet, no one knew Tsunade's whereabouts. Jiraiya volunteered to find her, and they agreed, warning him that if he fled, Konoha would unilaterally declare him the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya proposed taking Naruto along, and the advisors, aware of the underlying reasons, did not refuse. As Yun and Hong approached the street near the dango shop, they fortuitously encountered Asuma. Hong inquired why Asuma was not at home, to which he sheepishly replied that he had lost track of time while playing shogi at Shikamaru's house. Conveniently, the route from Asuma's home to Shikamaru's passed by the dango shop, prompting the trio to walk together. Upon arriving at the dango shop, they spotted Kakashi standing outside. Kakashi remarked, "It's quite a rarity to see the three of you together." Notably, Yun had previously harbored a well-known disdain for Asuma, often prompting Hong to leave whenever she was with him, making this trio's gathering unprecedented. Hong explained that they were helping Anko buy dango and had coincidentally met Asuma. Asuma then asked Kakashi what he was doing there, to which Kakashi replied he was purchasing offerings, though he was actually waiting for Sasuke. Inside the shop, Kisame and Itachi overheard the exchange, causing Itachi's hand to twitch slightly, though it did not escape the notice of the four. Yun, fully attuned to his surroundings, sensed the presence of Itachi and Kisame. Kakashi and Asuma exchanged a few more coded remarks, and Yun subtly tugged at Hong's hand to signal her awareness. Upon Sasuke's arrival, he was taken aback to find Kakashi already present. Kakashi remarked that it was rare for him to arrive early, yet his demeanor suggested he was rather distracted. At that moment, under the perception of the cloud, Itachi and Kisame had already made a swift exit. Following Kakashi's gesture, Asuma and Kurenai immediately departed in pursuit. Although the cloud intended to follow suit, Kakashi intervened, leaving Sasuke to ponder the situation silently. After bidding farewell to Kakashi, the cloud hastily departed. At the bridge over a river in Konoha, Asuma and Kurenai confronted Kisame and Itachi. Asuma initiated the conversation, and upon hearing his greeting, Itachi acknowledged them, prompting Asuma to realize that they were former Konoha ninjas. Itachi removed his hat, revealing his Sharingan, which astonished Asuma and Kurenai. Kisame introduced himself as well, stating his name as Kisame Hashigaki. Asuma candidly expressed his intention to eliminate the two right there. Kisame mocked Itachi, suggesting that he was disliked by the villagers, while Kurenai provided background information on Kisame. Itachi, however, expressed his reluctance to engage in killing and requested that they leave him out of it. Asuma then exchanged a few more inconsequential remarks, but Kisame, unable to contain himself any longer, drew his sword, ready for battle. Asuma brandished his chakra blade to counter Kisame's mighty weapon, while Kurenai performed hand signs to activate her genjutsu, causing her form to vanish. Kisame's sword unleashed its bandages, and he swiftly inflicted a wound on Asuma's arm, declaring, "My sword is not meant for mere cutting, but for carving." Kurenai's genjutsu took effect, ensnaring the foes with massive trees. Just as she prepared to strike Itachi, she found herself ensnared by the very tree she had conjured. Itachi shook his head, indicating that such a level of genjutsu was ineffective against him. Kurenai quickly realized that Itachi had turned the genjutsu back upon her. She forcefully dispelled the illusion, dodging Itachi's shuriken attack but losing some of her hair in the process. Itachi closed in, pushing Kurenai towards the water, but a shadow swiftly appeared nearby. Catching her, it was the cloud, who had not heeded Kakashi's advice to remain behind. After leaving the dumpling shop, the cloud had opened his perception fully, keenly sensing the positions of the group and pursuing them. However, he chose to remain concealed, waiting for the opportune moment. When he witnessed Kurenai being kicked away, he could no longer restrain himself and charged forth. Observing the cloud's intervention, Itachi remarked, "Is there another? But do you truly believe a mere child can make a difference?" This ends here. Just as Itachi's words echoed, another voice cut through the air. It was Kakashi. On the bridge, Kisame swung his massive blade, engaging Asuma in combat. Asuma, employing wind release, managed to inflict a wound on Kisame's face with his chakra blade. Taken aback, Kisame dropped his sword and swiftly formed hand signs for water release, water shark bullet technique. The same incantation resonated from another, revealing Kakashi's counter. Kisame, recognizing Kakashi's Sharingan, understood that he too possessed the ability to replicate his ninjutsu. Kakashi, in turn, deduced that the suspicious individuals he had encountered earlier in the tea shop were indeed these two. Kisame also mentioned the enigmatic figure, Haku, who was preparing to engage Kakashi in battle, declaring, "You truly are a worthy opponent, Kakashi of the Sharingan." Itachi intervened, cautioning Kisame that their confrontation could result in a prolonged delay. Kakashi retracted his shadow clones and inquired about their intentions. Itachi replied nonchalantly, "We have merely come to retrieve something." When Kakashi pressed for specifics, the triviality ceased, allowing Hong to regain her composure. Itachi produced a shuriken, prompting Kakashi to swiftly retreat and form hand seals, invoking water release, water barrier. Observing the unfolding events, Yun promptly formed his own hand seals, executing water release, water dragon bullet technique, sending a torrent of water towards Itachi. Kakashi's water curtain effectively thwarted Itachi's watery assault, revealing the shuriken to be a mere distraction. Kakashi was taken aback, having failed to observe Itachi forming any seals, as he launched a water release attack directly at Kakashi's feet. Fortunately, Kakashi reacted swiftly, employing the water barrier to defend himself. Meanwhile, Yun's water dragon attack was deftly evaded by Itachi. At that moment, Itachi's shadow clone emerged, launching a surprise attack from behind Kakashi. Amid Asuma and Hong's concern, Kakashi transformed into water, merely a water clone. Kisame, watching from a distance, remarked on the proficiency of the Leaf Ninja in techniques of the Mist Village. Kakashi, emerging from beneath the water, advanced towards Itachi, while Hong readied her kunai for a coordinated strike. Yun quickly shielded Hong, urging her to retreat, exclaiming, "Sister, this is the water clone of Kakashi in the water." Kakashi, realizing the precarious situation, swiftly distanced himself from Itachi's shadow clone, which Itachi detonated, creating a massive wave. As Asuma rushed in, oblivious to the specifics of the situation, the four of them regrouped, having sustained no injuries due to their earlier awareness. Kakashi admonished them, "Do not let your guard down." That individual became a captain in the Umbu at just 13. Itachi, glancing at Yun, who stood beside Hong, remarked, "This young lad possesses considerable skill. His ninjutsu is remarkable, and his taijutsu is commendable, not to mention he seems to have sensory abilities." Kakashi responded, "Naturally, among the new Nin, perhaps only Sasuke could rival him." "Sasuke?" Itachi murmured, "I find myself somewhat intrigued." Following this, Itachi praised Kakashi for his adept use of the Sharingan, yet noted that Kakashi's physique was not well suited for the ocular prowess, placing a significant strain on his body. Subsequently, Itachi resolved to demonstrate the true potential of the Sharingan. Kakashi shouted a warning, "Everyone, avert your gaze from his eyes." Locking eyes with him now would be disastrous. Yun, Asuma, and Hong hurriedly closed their eyes, with Yun fully aware that the impending Tsukuyomi was beyond his capacity to counter. Kakashi also shut one eye, revealing only the Sharingan, hoping to mitigate Itachi's impending assault. Itachi nodded. Indeed, possessing the Sharingan could counter the ordinary Jinjutsu of the Manjiki Sharingan, but it would not suffice against Tsukuyomi. Only those who also possessed the bloodline limit of the Sharingan could hope to overcome this ocular technique. At that moment, the cloud, which had been tightly shut, opened its eyes. The originally red pupils transformed entirely into a deep crimson, fixating intently on Itachi, prepared to unleash Tsukuyomi upon Kakashi. Itachi sensed something amiss and redirected his gaze to the cloud. In an instant, the cloud was thrust into a peculiar realm, enveloped in a sea of red. Standing opposite was only Itachi, yet upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the two existed in divergent spaces, although both were awash in red. The hue surrounding the cloud resembled the sanguine tones of a blood-red dusk, with a crimson sun suspended in the sky. Conversely, the space behind Itachi was a brick red, adorned with a scarlet moon. Itachi, somewhat astonished, gazed at the cloud and remarked, "At your age, to achieve such a feat is indeed remarkable." He glanced at the space behind the cloud and continued. This must be an illusion of the Crimson Sunset, correct? Although it possesses the strength to contend with the powers of the Manjiki Sharingan, do you truly believe that an incomplete illusion can stand against it? One must test the limits to ascertain their capabilities, the cloud responded. Though he uttered those words, deep down, he understood the futility of hope. The reason the cloud chose to counter Itachi's Tsukuyomi with the illusion of the sunset was to personally experience the control of time that Tsukuyomi wielded. Only through this first-hand encounter could the cloud expedite his mastery of the sunset technique. Such an opportunity was rare. Despite Itachi holding nothing back, the cloud was confident that he would not face mortal peril. He believed his mental fortitude would suffice to withstand the onslaught, unlike Kakashi and Sasuke. Upon hearing the cloud's reply, Itachi chuckled. You are quite confident, aren't you? Let us see how long you can endure. With that, Itachi once again fixed his gaze upon the cloud. As his eyes shifted, the space behind Itachi began to encroach upon the cloud. However, the cloud unwaveringly met Itachi's gaze with his own blood-red eyes, and the space behind him, previously succumbing to encroachment, gradually began to revert to its original form. The cloud felt a profound strain, not because he was on the verge of collapse, but rather due to the exertion required to maintain his defense. Despite the sunset illusion remaining incomplete, it was merely a matter of proficiency and offensive capability that was lacking. In terms of defense alone, the cloud was confident that he could hold out for a considerable time. Yet, defense was not his ultimate goal. He sought to perceive Itachi's manipulation of time. Thus, his mental energy was constantly projected outward, and coupled with the exertion of casting and maintaining the sunset illusion, the cloud inevitably felt the weight of fatigue. Seeing the cloud withstand the encroachment of Tsukuyomi's realm, Itachi remarked with a smile, "You can actually resist Tsukuyomi, but for how long? This space must be sustained for a full 72 hours. An hour passed, and the space behind the clouds was gradually eroded. After 2 hours, half of the sunset space had succumbed to the encroachment. By the third hour, the sunset space was nearly entirely consumed, yet the rate of erosion had significantly diminished. For the clouds, maintaining even a small fragment of space required little effort. 5 hours later, the sunset space was completely devoured. After all, the sunset did not belong to the realm of long-lasting illusions like Tsukuyomi, where temporal control only affected the subject of the jutsu. In essence, it was merely a fleeting moment. It was evident that utilizing the clouds for prolonged resistance was futile. The duration of resistance stemmed solely from the cloud's formidable mental fortitude and extraordinary regenerative abilities. As the sunset space vanished, the clouds found themselves instantaneously bound to a crucifix. Itachi approached, brandishing a long knife, and remarked, "You are impressive to have withstood Tsukuyomi for such an extended period, but this is where your journey ends." The clouds remained silent, still attuned to the flow of time and the structure of this space. Perhaps Itachi was oblivious, or he might have noticed but chose to disregard it. He spoke again. "In the realm of Tsukuyomi, space, time, and quality are all under my dominion," and with that, he plunged the knife into the cloud's body. Upon the knife's incision, Itachi was unexpectedly taken aback. The clouds did not emit the expected anguished cry. As if conducting an experiment, Itachi thrust a second knife into the clouds, yet still, there was no sound. Astonished, he inquired, "You are unharmed?" The clouds smiled faintly and replied, "Even if the pain in this space is genuine, it remains purely mental. By diminishing my mental sensations, this suffering amounts to little." This insight was gleaned during the cloud's practice of illusionary techniques with Yakumo. Lacking the bloodline limit of the Kurama clan, he could not manipulate the senses of others. Yet he succeeded in controlling his own sensations to the highest degree achievable. Upon hearing the cloud's response, Itachi mused, "While you may assert this, to what extent can you truly diminish your perception?" Following his words, Itachi's form multiplied rapidly. An increasing number of Itachi's wielding knives surged toward the clouds, ultimately reaching the limits of the cloud's perceptual capacity. In the tangible world, Kakashi, believing Itachi would assault him, observed the still figures of the clouds and Itachi. Realizing that Itachi was targeting the clouds, though puzzled by Itachi's apparent miscalculation, Kakashi was determined not to squander this opportunity and swiftly charged towards Itachi. Nearby, Kisame, who had been watching, was taken aback, concluding that Itachi had inverted his priorities. However, the distance was too great for timely intervention. Just as Kakashi was about to strike Itachi, the previously motionless Itachi stirred once more. Fixing his gaze on Kakashi, the advancing Kakashi instantaneously halted. Returning to reality as the clouds witnessed this scene with clarity, yet found themselves powerless. The immense drain on his mental energy had rendered him nearly devoid of offensive capability. Itachi dispelled the illusion, and Kakashi collapsed upon the water's surface. Red and Asuma dared not close their eyes, uncertain of Kakashi's predicament. Kakashi struggled to rise, glancing at the cloud beside him, his heart brimming with astonishment. Although the cloud appeared somewhat disheartened, it was evidently stronger than Kakashi, having personally experienced Tsukuyomi. Kakashi was merely holding himself together to stand, while the cloud seemed merely fatigued, leaving Kakashi utterly bewildered. He found it peculiar that Itachi refrained from taking lethal action. Kisame praised Kakashi for remaining composed despite being ensnared in Tsukuyomi, then turned to Itachi, remarking, "Itachi, could it be that you hesitate to strike because of the child?" Itachi appeared somewhat weary. The repeated use of Tsukuyomi had drained him significantly, and he did not respond to Kisame's inquiry. Kakashi pressed on, questioning whether Itachi's objective was Sasuke, to which Itachi shook his head, stating it was the legacy of the fourth Hokage. The three Jonin immediately comprehended that Itachi's true target was Naruto, a fact that the cloud had already known. Kakashi demanded, "You seek the nine tails within Naruto, don't you?" He even uttered the name of Akatsuki. Itachi frowned and instructed Kisame, "Take Kakashi with you. He knows too much." The remaining three were to be dealt with swiftly. Kisame charged forward, wielding his sword, but Guy appeared just in time, executing the leaf hurricane to send Kisame flying. Kisame steadied himself and inquired, "And who might you be?" Guy struck a pose, declaring, "The proud azure beast of the leaf." "Might Guy?" Guy recognized Itachi as well. Kakashi sighed in relief before losing consciousness. Guy hurriedly hoisted him onto his shoulder, having never seen Kakashi in such a disheveled state. Asuma quickly cautioned Guy, "Do not gaze into Itachi's eyes." Yet, Guy replied that he was already aware. To prepare for his confrontation with Kakashi, he had extensively researched methods to counter the Sharingan, which included avoiding eye contact during battle. Guy could anticipate the enemy's attacks through their movements. Asuma and Kurenai opened their eyes, remarking, "Easier said than done. Only you possess such capability." Guy instructed Kurenai to escort Kakashi and the cloud to the hospital while he and Asuma remained to fend off the attackers. As Kisame prepared to advance, Itachi halted him, stating, "We did not come here to fight. Remaining here serves no purpose. We shall withdraw." Kisame was reluctant, having encountered a worthy adversary, yet he acquiesced, and the two departed promptly. Guy and Asuma chose not to pursue. Asuma swiftly took Kakashi from Kurenai, who was supporting the cloud. Guy turned to the cloud, saying, "Young man, while youth is vital, do not force yourself. Fall when the time comes." As soon as the cloud finished speaking, he collapsed into Kurenai's embrace. Guy remarked, "What a true embodiment of youthful exuberance." At Kakashi's home in the Leaf, Guy and Asuma were engaged in discussions regarding Itachi and Kisame, while Kurenai, filled with concern, remained silent. On Kakashi's bedside were two photographs, one of Team 7 and another featuring Minato with Obito's team. Yun and Kakashi lay side by side on the bed. The injuries sustained were beyond the healing capabilities of the Konoha hospital. Meanwhile, the other Jonin were convening to discuss pertinent matters, and Hong, concerned for Yun, decided to bring him along to Kakashi's home for constant supervision. As the discussion unfolded, Akai interrupted, signaling for silence, when suddenly Sasuke burst into the room. Upon seeing Kakashi and Yun lying on the bed, his expression morphed into one of astonishment. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Sasuke inquired about the gathering of Jonin at Kakashi's residence and the circumstances leading to Kakashi and Yun's prone state. However, Akai and the others remained tight-lipped. At that moment, Aoyama burst through the door, exclaiming he had heard that Itachi had returned and was searching for Naruto. Wasn't that perilous for Naruto? Akai shot him a knowing glance, leaving Aoyama puzzled. Hong scolded him for his foolishness, and only then did Aoyama notice Sasuke's presence in the room. Without hesitation, Sasuke dashed out, prompting Akai to chastise Aoyama for his blunder. Just after Sasuke departed from Kakashi's room, Yun awoke, his gaze drawn to the unfamiliar surroundings. "Sister, where am I?" he queried. The moment Hong and the others heard Yun's voice, they were taken aback. Hong hurried to his side, asking, "Yun, how are you? What's wrong?" Aside from exhaustion from excessive mental strain, Yun assured them he was fine. Relieved, Hong exhaled, "That's a relief. I was so worried." Asuma interjected, "Yun, what on earth happened? Why did both of you collapse right after Uchiha Itachi's mention? And why are you awake while Kakashi remains unconscious?" Before Yun could respond, Hong reprimanded Asuma. Asuma, what is wrong with you? Yun has just awakened. How can you barrage him with questions like that? Let him rest. Apologizing profusely, Asuma explained. I was just anxious and didn't realize. Akai and Aoyama exchanged knowing smiles. Even the typically carefree Akai refrained from provoking Hong's ire, a fact that seemed lost on Asuma. It's all right, sister. My body can still hold up, Yin reassured Hong. She looked at him again, asking, is that truly the case? You mustn't overexert yourself. I'm fine, sister, Yin reiterated, and upon confirming he was truthful, Hong finally relaxed. Yun then began to address Asuma's inquiry, explaining, Kakashi-sensei and I fell victim to the Tsukuyami, the genjutsu of the Meijiki Sharingan. He elaborated on some characteristics of Tsukuyami, causing a wave of shock among Akai and the others. It became evident that neither Kakashi nor Yun were to blame for their defeat, had the roles been reversed. None could have withstood such an attack. As they regarded Yun, their perception shifted. Although Kakashi showed no signs of awakening, Yun had already regained consciousness, which served as a testament to his strength, particularly in the realm of genjutsu. Understanding their unspoken thoughts, Yun scratched his head, saying, it's not what you all are imagining. During this period, I happened to undergo training in resistance, and, pausing momentarily, Yun continued. It seems that Itachi showed some restraint. Otherwise, I wouldn't have awakened earlier than Kakashi-sensei. Yun's statement was half true. It was indeed true that Itachi had held back. When Yun's mental strength had reached its limit, he had roughly estimated his outcome and prepared for a few days of slumber. However, upon emerging from the Tsukuyami, he found that his condition was not as dire as he had imagined. Yun was convinced that he had not miscalculated, and the only explanation for this was that Itachi had indeed spared him. The quartet pondered Itachi's intentions, yet none could arrive at a conclusion, ultimately attributing it to Kisame's remark that Itachi showed mercy towards children. After Yun finished speaking, Hong suggested he continue to rest. Acknowledging his fatigue, Yun did not decline. Although he wished to sleep, the sight of Kakashi lying beside him prevented him from doing so. After some further discussion, the group concluded their dialogue. Observing that they had finished, Yun turned to Hong and said, Sister, let us return home. I cannot sleep here. Noticing Yun's restlessness beside Kakashi, Hong carried him home. And as Yun was cradled on her back, he drifted into slumber once more. Yun slept for an entire day and night, awakening only in the afternoon of the following day. To his astonishment, he discovered that his bedside was filled with people Hong, Yagura, Hinata, and even Akane and Hanabi, all wearing expressions of concern. Upon seeing Yun awake, they gathered around him, and Yun felt deeply moved. They spoke in a flurry, some expressing care, others offering criticism, leaving Yun at a loss for words, prompting him to repeatedly apologize. Hong examined Yun's condition. After a day and night of rest, although Yun was not at his peak, he had recovered to about 70 or 80%. Seeing this, everyone finally felt reassured. As they exited the room, Yun changed into a fresh set of clothes and followed them out. Lunchtime had already passed, but Hong had evidently anticipated this, for as soon as Yun emerged, he saw her approaching with a meal, saying, You haven't eaten since yesterday morning. You must be starving. Hurry and eat. Initially, Yun felt no hunger until Hong's words struck him, awakening an overwhelming sense of hunger that consumed him. Without hesitation, he took the food from Hong's hands and began to eat voraciously. The women lingered at Yun's home for a while longer before taking their leave. They had only stayed out of concern for Yun, and now that he had awakened, it was unnecessary for them to remain. In their eyes, Yun needed peaceful recuperation, and Hong, evidently considering this, did not insist that they stay. For an entire afternoon, Yun remained indoors without engaging in any practice. Despite his repeated assurances of being fine, he still could not secure Red's permission. During this time, Chijio and Zuankian came to visit Yun, followed by Shikamaru and the trio, consisting of Kiba, Shino, and Sakura, who each came to see him in turn. During these visits, Yun learned that Sasuke had also been incapacitated by Itachi and was currently lying unconscious in the Konoha hospital. When Sakura arrived, she inquired about the situation. Yun comforted her, assuring her that there was no cause for concern and that Sasuke would awaken shortly. However, in his heart, Yun added a caveat, hoping that this would happen after Tsunade's return. Yun was compelled to remain at home for a day of rest, a necessity he found rather unwarranted. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to comply. On the third day, Yun arose early and made his way to the designated gathering place. From this day forth, He would return to the routine he had maintained prior to the Chunin exams, engaging in daily training and undertaking missions. At this juncture, only Team 7 remained intact in Konoha, as Sakura was the sole member in Scathe, while the other teams had already embarked on their bustling missions. During the 2 days of idleness at home, Yun grew increasingly restless and arrived at the assembly point well ahead of schedule, only to discover that neither Yagumo, Chikyu, nor Jinkin had yet appeared. He waited for a while until the three finally arrived. As anticipated, Chikyu was the first to show up. Strictly speaking, Chikyu belonged to the diligent type, albeit not as fervently as Lee. He was invariably the first to arrive during gatherings, and upon noticing that Yun had outpaced him, he expressed considerable surprise. Shortly after, Nagumo arrived and inquired about Yun's well-being. The three exchanged a few words while awaiting Ginkan's arrival. It wasn't long before Jinkin made his entrance and addressed Yun. "How has your rest been?" "Rest assured, Ginkan-sensei, I have fully recovered," Yun replied. "That's good to hear." Jinkin nodded in approval. This marks the first genuine gathering of Team 11 since the Chunin exams. Through this recent examination, I have witnessed your growth firsthand. Notably, you three are the only team from Konoha to have all members advance to the finals. This fills me with great pride, yet I implore you not to become complacent. Remember, a ninja who grows lax will only face death. In unison, the three responded, "We understand, Ginkan-sensei." Following this, Chikta eagerly asked, "What is our mission for today, Ginkan-sensei?" With a smile, Jinkin replied, "You are quite impatient, are you not? Allow me to finish speaking." Chikyu nodded in acknowledgement, ready to hear what Jinkin had to say. Jinkin continued, "I shall not elaborate further. The Chunin exams have not only enhanced your abilities, but you have also experienced true warfare, albeit on a smaller scale. You are no longer the Na'vi children you once were. Consequently, the missions you will undertake from now on will be elevated in difficulty." "Splendid. What is our task for today, Ginkan-sensei?" Chikyu could not contain his enthusiasm as he interjected. Xianjian was not criticizing Jijio. Instead, he addressed the three of them, stating that today's task was a sea-level mission to escort the owner of the casino safely to Duan Street, gathering at the gates of Konoha in half an hour. After delivering his instructions, Xianjian departed. Subsequently, both Yunyun and Jijio returned home to prepare their belongings. However, Yunyun, preoccupied with thoughts of training after the mission, packed all the necessary items and chose not to return home, making his way directly to the gates of Konoha. As he left, Yunyun murmured to himself, "Duan Street. I am genuinely looking forward to it." Half an hour later, at the gates of Konoha, Yunyun, Jijio, and Bayun awaited Xianjian's return. Shortly thereafter, Xianjian arrived with the client, a middle-aged man, slightly plump and of similar height to Xianjian. Upon introduction, the trio learned that his name was Takumi Kimura. Takumi appeared to be a congenial individual. However, whether his amiability extended to all or was reserved solely for ninjas like Yunyun remained uncertain. The five of them set off towards Duan Street, the journey proving to be devoid of significant peril. Only 1 or 2 mountain bandits attempted to intercept them, but promptly retreated upon recognizing the Konoha ninjas. The 4 companions maintained pace with Takumi, whose speed was commendable, allowing them to reach their destination after 2 days of travel. Upon arriving at Duan Street, Xianjian informed Yunyun and the others that they were to provide Takumi with additional protection for a few days until his guards arrived. He then handed the trio their reward for the mission, advising them to remain in Duan Street and refrain from wandering. As for their accommodations, Takumi would take care of that entirely. The 3 accepted without objection, and Yunyun felt a surge of joy within. He had been contemplating excuses to linger longer in Duan Street, but now there was no need for such ruses, sparing him further effort. Xianjian first provided them with the address for their lodging, then granted them freedom to explore, with the stipulation that they must return by nightfall. The trio nodded in agreement. Following this, Xianjian departed with Takumi, prompting Yunyun to inquire where Bayun and Jijio intended to go. Jijio quickly responded, "I want to be joining you too. Go and enjoy yourselves. I have my own plans." Yunyun was puzzled, wondering when Jijio had visited Duan Street and acquired his own agenda. Unbeknownst to him, as Jijio departed, Bayun cast an admiring glance in his direction, to which Jijio responded with an encouraging gesture. Yunyun and Bayun ventured to the food street, sampling various delicacies, and inquired with passers-by about attractions in Duan Street. They learned of a nearby ancient castle that was quite popular and decided to head there. As they made their way to the castle, a sudden loud noise erupted ahead, prompting them to pause their advance. After some time, people began rushing back, and Yunyun questioned a hurried passerby, One man informed him that a gigantic python had collapsed the castle, and with that, he hurried away. Both Yun and Yakumo had witnessed the devastation of Konoha at the hands of Orochimaru. Yakumo immediately connected the dots, while Yun was taken aback. Realizing that Orochimaru had indeed returned, Yun's desire to remain in the short book street stemmed from a wish to observe whether Orochimaru would make an appearance again. After all, the third Hokage had not invoked the dead demon-consuming seal, which meant Orochimaru should not have lost his arms, and thus had no reason to seek Tsunade. However, it appeared Yun had miscalculated. Yakumo suggested they investigate, but Yun declined, stating, if the adversary truly intends to assault Konoha, neither we nor Master Jinken would stand a chance against him. Approaching recklessly would only lead to our demise. What then shall we do? Yakumo inquired once more. After a moment of contemplation, Yun proposed, I shall dispatch 2 shadow clones. This way, we can mitigate the risk while gathering information. If anything seems amiss, we can withdraw immediately. Yakumo pondered the suggestion and eventually consented. Yun swiftly formed hand seals and created 2 shadow clones, directing them toward the collapsed structures. He refrained from utilizing his sensory abilities, knowing that Orochimaru and Tsunade would likely detect any attempts at sensing their presence. As they neared the fallen buildings, Yun's shadow clones halted, quickly saturating themselves with mental energy to avoid detection. After a brief exchange, one clone remained behind while the other cautiously approached the ruins at a significantly reduced pace. Upon reaching the site of the collapse, they found no signs of life. Reluctantly, Yun exerted his full effort to sense the surroundings, but withdrew immediately. Perhaps due to the heightened vigilance of Tsunade and Orochimaru, they failed to notice his probing. Once he retracted his sensory abilities, Yun furrowed his brow, realizing he had detected 5 individuals, 2 of whom were Orochimaru and Kabuto, while the other 2 were Tsunade and Shizune. The identity of the 5th individual accompanying Orochimaru remained a mystery, surprising Yun. Quickly, Yun concealed himself behind a wall, having already enveloped himself in mental energy to avoid being sensed. On the other side of the wall, the 5 were engaged in a standoff. Orochimaru then explained his intentions to Tsunade, requesting her assistance in healing him and the young man beside him. It was at this moment that Yun recognized the 5th individual as Kimimaro. Despite having left the 3rd Hokage in a near-fatal state, Orochimaru himself bore significant injuries, particularly to his arm. However, it seemed less severe than depicted in the original narrative. Yet, given Kabuto's abilities, he could not fully restore Orochimaru. Healing Kimimaro's wounds appeared to be a secondary concern. Tsunade promptly rejected Orochimaru's request, with Kabuto attempting to mediate. When she inquired about the origin of Orochimaru's injuries, he candidly revealed that they were sustained during the confrontation with the 3rd Hokage. Tsunade and Shizune were taken aback, unable to fathom that Orochimaru had truly committed such an act. Tsunade then questioned the condition of the 3rd Hokage, to which Orochimaru admitted that even if he had survived, he would be incapacitated. Unable to contain her frustration, Shizune unleashed a barrage of senbon from her arm, which Kabuto countered with a curved blade. Discovering that the needles were coated with deadly poison, a brief skirmish ensued between Shizune and Kabuto, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Tsunade's expression shifted from laughter to fury as she unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the wall behind her. At that moment, the shadow clone of Cloud, who had been eavesdropping, hastily retreated but was too late to conceal its presence. Orochimaru, observing this with a sinister grin, remarked, how unexpected to find such insignificant pests. Kabuto, eliminate him. Recognizing the Cloud Ninja, Kabuto declared, why hi Kurenai, you truly are unfortunate, and prepared to charge at Kurenai. However, he was intercepted by Shizune, who refused to allow him to harm a leaf ninja in their presence. Seeing this, Orochimaru commanded Kabuto to withdraw, stating, Kabuto, fall back. It is merely a shadow clone. Even if it is destroyed, it bears no significance. The others chose to disregard Yun's shadow clone and resumed their previous discussion. Do informed Tsunade that they had come for negotiations, not for battle. Tsunade, however, declined to engage in any discussions. Do exerted himself to persuade her to at least consider the terms. As the negotiations faltered, the prospect of conflict loomed imminent. Orochimaru presented a final proposition. How would you feel about resurrecting the 2 individuals you hold dear? Tsunade hesitated for a moment, lost in thought. Yet Orochimaru was aware that the negotiation had succeeded. Tsunade then inquired of Orochimaru what his intentions were after he healed his hands. Orochimaru candidly declared his intentions, stating that he would utterly annihilate Konoha in the next encounter. Tsunade, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, recognized the significance of both Dan and the Hashirama Senju to her. Meanwhile, Kumo remained unperturbed, knowing well that Tsunade would never acquiesce to such a proposition. Tsunade immediately roused from her thoughts as Shizen implored her, "Orochimaru is merely deceiving you. Do not place your trust in his words." Shizen passionately expressed her dreams and aspirations, mentioning Tsunade's grandfather, Hashirama Senju, in an earnest attempt to dissuade her from aiding Orochimaru. Tsunade abruptly interrupted Shizen, exclaiming, "Silence. Do not speak any further." Do expressed his willingness to grant Tsunade a week to deliberate, as the revival of two individuals necessitated the preparation of two living sacrifices. Shizen, filled with frustration, urged Tsunade to rally her spirits, suggesting that taking advantage of Orochimaru's injury, they could join forces and summon reinforcements from Konoha to completely eradicate Orochimaru and his companions. At this point, Yin was also somewhat swayed. Although eliminating Orochimaru seemed implausible, dispatching Kabuto would undoubtedly alleviate numerous future troubles. However, Tsunade remained silent, ensnared in her inner turmoil. Orochimaru, with a sinister smile, bit his finger, drawing blood and plunging Tsunade into a state of panic. Upon witnessing the blood flowing from Orochimaru's self-inflicted wound, the fleeting joy in Yun's eyes quickly vanished. After exchanging some inconsequential banter, Orochimaru and his two companions turned to depart. Just as they were leaving, the silent Kimimaro hurled a bone spear toward Yun, perhaps aware of the shadow clone technique, which prompted neither Shizen nor Tsunade to intervene, and surprisingly, Yun did not evade the attack. The spear pierced through the shadow clone, causing it to dissipate, while the real Yun, waiting at the original locations, received the transmitted information with a slight smile. When Hakken inquired, Yin chose not to respond, instead asking Hakken to wait a moment longer. Subsequently, Tsunade and Shizen also departed, leaving the once bustling area desolate and empty. Moments later, two figures cloaked in clouds arrived at the scene. One of them extracted the blood of Orochimaru that had fallen to the ground and handed it to the other, saying, "I entrust this to you." The other figure accepted the blood, replying, "This is a mere trifle," and with that, vanished into thin air, followed swiftly by the first. At that moment, one cloud turned to Hakuyun and remarked, "The situation has been thoroughly assessed. It has surpassed our capacity. We must report to the higher-ups. Let us depart." Upon hearing this, Hakuyun refrained from further inquiry. Since the cloud had spoken, any additional questions would be superfluous. As the two were about to turn back, they spotted Jiraiya and Naruto approaching. "What a coincidence," remarked the cloud. Hakuyun cast a puzzled glance at him, and the cloud smiled, saying, "It seems there is no need to inform anyone else." Jiraiya and Naruto, having spotted the two, were quick to approach. "Cloud, Hakuyun, how did you end up here?" Naruto exclaimed breathlessly. "That is not the focus." The cloud replied before turning to Jiraiya. "Lord Jiraiya, I have something important to discuss with you." Jiraiya regarded the cloud and inquired, "What is so urgent that you neglect even Naruto's presence?" At this, Naruto shot a resentful look at the cloud. After distancing themselves from the two, the cloud recounted the recent events to Jiraiya. Upon hearing the account, Jiraiya's expression turned grave. "You can share this information with me, but do not disclose it to anyone else, as it may lead to unforeseen complications." "I understand, Lord Jiraiya," the cloud responded. Jiraiya then addressed Hakuyun. "This young one must accompany me for the next few days. Please inform your team leader." Hakuyun glanced at the cloud, who signaled that there were no objections, prompting her to leave. Following Hakuyun's departure, Jiraiya turned to the cloud and said, "You possess a perception ability, do you not?" After receiving an affirmative response, Jiraiya continued, "See if you can sense Tsunade's location." With all her might, the cloud focused her senses and discovered that Tsunade and Shizen were in constant motion. Promptly relaying this information to Jiraiya, "Let us head towards her approximate location. We shall seek her out once she pauses," Jiraiya decided. The cloud nodded in agreement. And then Jiraiya called the bewildered Naruto to join them. Though Naruto was filled with questions, his carefree nature allowed him to dismiss them. And soon he was bragging to the cloud about his aspirations to master formidable jutsu. Upon returning to the residence of Gunma, Hakuyun briefed him on the situation. Upon learning that she was with Jiraiya, Gunma refrained from further comments and reassured Hakuyun that all was well, which allowed her to relax completely. After the cloud informed Jiraiya that Tsunade and Shizen had halted, Jiraiya led the two towards their destination, ultimately stopping before the entrance of a tavern. The cloud and Naruto followed Jiraiya into the establishment. Upon encountering Tsunade, Jiraiya immediately engaged her in a verbal sparring match. Naruto, seeing Tsunade, questioned, Is this sister really over 50? Meanwhile, Shizen wondered, why have all three legendary Sannin gathered today? Simultaneously, Ian observed the clouds and understood that Jiraiya was aware of the events that transpired in the afternoon. The anxiety that had lingered in his heart dissipated. After Jiraiya and Tsunade met, they exchanged no further words, merely indulging in cup after cup of sake. Once a bottle was emptied, Tsunade chuckled, remarking that it was indeed a day for reuniting with old friends. Only then did Jiraiya speak, noting that Orochimaru was certainly more industrious than he. Tsunade glanced at Yun and inquired whether that young lad had divulged everything to him. As she spoke, she retrieved a deck of playing cards from her bosom, idly toying with them. Jiraiya served a few dishes to Naruto and Yun. Naruto ordered a fish dish while Yun opted for fried chicken. Tsunade, disregarding the two, asked, "What brings you to seek me?" Jiraiya directly presented the request for Tsunade to assume the role of the fifth Hokage. The group was momentarily taken aback. As Naruto was eating fish, he nearly choked. Tsunade then inquired about the old man, to which Jiraiya responded that he had yet to awaken from the injuries inflicted by Orochimaru, and even if he did, he would not be fit to serve as Hokage. Unable to contain himself any longer, Naruto asked who exactly Orochimaru was, asserting that he was the one who gravely wounded the third Hokage. Jiraiya and Tsunade casually answered his question while continuing to play cards. Eventually, Tsunade asked, "Who is this child?" Jiraiya replied, "This is Naruto Uzumaki, and the other is Yuhi." Tsunade immediately realized that he was the Nine-Tails. Having overlooked Yun earlier, she now recognized his lineage and understood that Yun was the son of the late Yuin Hokage. Subsequently, Naruto launched into a tirade of accusations, only to be restrained by Yun. Jiraiya also urged Naruto to silence himself, then exchanged 3 cards, earnestly reiterating his request for Tsunade to become the fifth Hokage. Tsunade, gazing at her poor hand, was overwhelmed with emotions. Everyone awaited her response, and finally, Tsunade cast her cards aside, declaring, "Impossible, I refuse." Iin felt a deep disappointment, while Naruto sighed in relief. Jiraiya laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You remain unchanged. Your refusal echoes the very same as when you turned down my advances years ago." Naruto, infuriated, pointed out a myriad of grievances. Jiraiya recounted Tsunade's history and emphasized that this decision was unanimously reached by Konoha's higher-ups, admonishing Naruto, a mere genin, for his audacity to interject. Tsunade mocked Jiraiya, stating that this apprentice was a far cry from the previous one. Jiraiya extolled Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, with flattering words, causing Naruto to momentarily quell his anger upon learning of the fourth's identity. Tsunade then offered a series of critiques regarding the Hokage of Yore, inciting Naruto's fury. After all, that was his aspiration, and he could not tolerate her disparagement, vowing to confront her. Tsunade accepted Naruto's challenge. They stepped outside, where Tsunade declared she would defeat Naruto with just a single finger. The outcome was evident as she effortlessly toppled Naruto with a mere fingertip. Tsunade questioned Naruto's reverence for the Hokage, to which he passionately articulated his dream and ambitions to become Hokage. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, allowing Naruto to seize the opportunity to unleash an incomplete Rasengan in his attack. Tsunade, startled, mistook it for the complete version, and with a gentle strike of her finger upon the ground, she created a fissure into which Naruto fell. Yun watched in astonishment. Naruto was suddenly overwhelmed with nausea, prompting Tsunade to rush over and check on him, only to discover that he was not seriously harmed. Tsunade surmised that Jiraiya had taught Naruto the Rasengan and lamented that Jiraiya had imparted a technique that Naruto would never master. She further mocked Naruto's navet, ridiculing his ambition to become Hokage. Undeterred, Naruto stood up, boasting that he would master the Rasengan in just 3 days. Enraged, Tsunade proposed a wager with Naruto, extending the time frame to 1 week. If Naruto succeeded in mastering the Rasengan, she would gift him the necklace of the first Hokage. Tsunade's declaration was met with immediate opposition from Sakura, who highlighted the immense value of the necklace, which was priceless. Elated, Naruto eagerly accepted the challenge. Tsunade then seized Naruto's wallet, stating that if he lost, all the money would belong to her. After making her point, she beckoned Sakura to leave. It was only then that Naruto realized his wallet was missing. Sakura was astonished that Tsunade had made the necklace a stake, a practice never before witnessed. The group then proceeded to the inn, where Yun addressed Jiraiya, stating that he needed to leave briefly to attend to some matters. Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement, and Yun departed. Upon reaching the residence mentioned by Genma, Yun quickly sensed the positions of several individuals. He knocked on Genma's door but, adhering to Jiraiya's instructions, refrained from divulging specific details. merely advising Gunma to remain at home during this period. Understanding that Yoon would not act impulsively, Gunma refrained from pressing for more information. Yoon then visited the room of Ayam, sharing the day's developments while imploring her to keep the information confidential. Ayam nodded in agreement, cautioning Yoon to be careful before he departed to return to Jiraiya's inn. Jiraiya arranged for Yoon, Naruto, and himself to share a room, citing financial constraints. As Yoon located Naruto's quarters, he prepared to enter, only to see Naruto emerging, looking somewhat dejected and disheartened. Yoon called out to Naruto, inquiring about his destination. Only then did Naruto notice Yoon and declare, "I'm going to train now," before sprinting away. Confused, Yoon pondered Naruto's unusual demeanor, although he was typically full of vigor. Such a display was rare, indicating that he had likely experienced some form of emotional upheaval. Upon entering the room, Yoon found Sakura still present, her expression also reflecting agitation. Recognizing the situation likely pertained to Tsunade, Sakura bid Yoon good night and departed. After Sakura left, Yoon climbed into bed, while Jiraiya indulged in a night of revelry. Absent from their quarters, the following morning, Yoon rose early, finished breakfast, and purchased sufficient bread and milk for several days, determined to embark on a week-long training regimen. He searched the vicinity and ultimately decided to commence his training beside Naruto's usual spot, as the only waterfall nearby was adjacent to Naruto's training ground. Through the mental confrontation with the weasel and the observation of the time-space manipulation of Tsukuyomi, Cloud's comprehension of time and his utilization of the setting sun have ascended to a higher level. Should the opportunity arise, Cloud hopes to master the setting sun within this week, enabling this illusion to wield a preliminary offensive capability in his hands. The final step of the setting sun necessitates the integration of all preceding steps to expedite his training, thus making the waterfall an indispensable element. Cloud approached Naruto, who was panting heavily after a day's training. After greeting him, Cloud offered Naruto some bread and milk, which Naruto eagerly accepted, devouring them while mumbling inquiries about Cloud's purpose. Cloud revealed that he was there to train an illusion technique. Upon hearing illusion, Naruto lost interest, as he considered himself rather inept in that area. Cloud refrained from elaborating. And as Naruto resumed his training, he challenged Cloud to see who could complete their training first. Naturally, Cloud would not shy away from such a challenge. Subsequently, Naruto continued practicing the Rasengan in place, while Cloud began his training across the waterfall. Naruto often exhausted himself, whereas Cloud maintained a different approach. He would cease training when his mental energy was nearly depleted, resuming only after complete recovery. After all, they were not in the safe confines of Konoha. Naruto could afford to be careless, but Cloud could not. Throughout his training, Cloud remained in a state of heightened awareness, prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. That evening, Jiraiya sought out Tsunade for a private conversation over drinks. Shizen hoped fervently that Jiraiya could persuade Tsunade. After some idle chatter, they shifted their discussion to Naruto. Jiraiya jested about Tsunade's tendency to tease Naruto, but Tsunade soon lost interest in the topic. Ultimately, their conversation turned to Orochimaru and the proposition he presented to Tsunade. Jiraiya did not impose his will on her but merely advised against making hasty decisions. Fully aware of the significance of Dan and Sh Rin to Tsunade, he then spoke of the ideals of the past Hokage and their greatness, warning, "If you betray Konoha, I will kill you." Tsunade, however, refrained from providing a definitive response. That night, at the training site, Tsunade quietly observed the two. Naruto had reached his limit, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise, while Cloud was recuperating his mental energy. Despite being in a state of heightened awareness, Cloud sensed Tsunade's presence but chose not to disturb her, noting that she did not intend to reveal herself. Tsunade did not linger long before departing. On the sixth night, with the moon hanging high in the sky, Naruto lay motionless on the ground, while Cloud's condition had improved considerably. However, the prolonged intense exertion of his mental energy over these past few days had left him feeling drained. By the way, Yoon eventually realized that her worries were unfounded. Each day, one of Tsunade's companions was always nearby during their training, ensuring complete safety. The extreme exertion greatly aided Yoon in her cultivation of the setting sun technique and the enhancement of her mental fortitude. Thus, she altered her initial strategy to embrace rigorous training methods. When Shizen arrived to check on the duo, she was taken aback by the spiral sphere marks left by Naruto on the ground and trees. Shizen promptly took Naruto back, but Yoon declined her offer to return, sensing that today might be the day she could successfully master the setting sun technique. Such fleeting sensations must be seized, and Yoon conveyed her reasoning to Shizen. who understood the significance of maintaining such a state and did not insist further, departing alone with Naruto. Jiraiya went to invite Tsunade for drinks, and the two discussed Naruto's training. They subsequently mentioned Yun, with Jiraiya praising her as a true genius, to which Tsunade did not object. Both were aware of the complexities of the setting sun illusion technique, and upon witnessing Yun's training state, they were astounded. After all, the difficulty of mastering the setting sun technique is well known among the higher echelons of Konoha, leaving them to marvel at Yun's innate talent. While they conversed, Tsunade discreetly tampered with the drinks, pouring for Jiraiya, who, momentarily enchanted by her allure, drank the wine she offered. Upon Tsunade's arrival at the room where Yun and her companions were, Shizune had already returned with Naruto, who was severely burned and unconscious. After examining him, Tsunade concluded that Naruto would not awaken until the day after tomorrow, mockingly chiding him. Shizune countered her remarks and urged Tsunade not to confront Orochimaru, asserting that if necessary, she would do everything in her power to prevent it. Infuriated, Tsunade retorted, "Who do you think you are talking to?" before delivering a punch that knocked Shizune unconscious. As dawn broke, Jiraiya remained in slumber at the tavern. Orochimaru, along with Kabuto and Kimimaro, made their way to their rendezvous point. Orochimaru instructed Kabuto to find an opportunity to eliminate Shizune, and Kabuto, ever obedient, proceeded to the inn. Meanwhile, Yun, still training by the waterfall, opened her eyes, revealing the blood-red gaze reminiscent of her battle with Itachi. Upon closer inspection, one would find that her eyes now radiated a more aggressive intensity. After Shizune took Naruto away the previous day, Yun swiftly rejuvenated her mental energy and eagerly commenced a new round of training. Once she felt prepared, she directed her focus towards the waterfall, casting the illusion technique of the setting sun. Instantly, she was enveloped in the world of the setting sun, a realm awash in blood-red twilight, where a crimson sun hung in the sky, imbuing the atmosphere with a sense of somber dusk. At that moment, a figure identical to Yun appeared before her, yet this doppelganger was drenched in blood. As Yun gazed into the eyes of this apparition, she found herself entranced, acutely aware that those eyes were filled with the essence of the setting sun. Immersed in this profound experience, Yun pondered deeply until she could no longer progress, at which point she finally opened her eyes. As the crimson hue within the clouds gradually faded, it became apparent that dawn was breaking. Realizing the urgency, I called out in alarm and swiftly made my way towards the inn. In the embrace of the setting sun, I felt as though only a fleeting moment had passed. Yet, to my astonishment, so much time had elapsed in reality. I surmised that Tsunade must have already gone to meet Orochimaru. The unforeseen twist in the narrative left me anxious and filled with trepidation regarding the outcome. Yun swiftly returned to the inn, only to discover Shizune lying motionless on the floor, while Naruto was sound asleep on the bed. Notably, Yun had entered through the window. He first kicked Naruto awake and then roused Shizune. Upon awakening, Shizune was startled to see Naruto and Yun standing beside her, exclaiming, "What time is it?" "No. What day is it?" "It's Monday," came the reply. Shizune was taken aback by Naruto's prompt response, but upon recalling that he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she soon felt reassured. Yun inquired about Tsunade's whereabouts and learned that she had indeed gone to find Orochimaru. Shizune opened the window, eager to search for Tsunade. Just then, Jiraiya stumbled back, panting heavily, and called out to Shizune. She recognized that Jiraiya had also fallen victim to Tsunade's drug. He recounted the events of the previous night, cursing Tsunade as a wretched old hag. He lamented that he could not generate chakra and was paralyzed, unable even to perform body techniques. Naruto mocked Jiraiya, saying, "Aren't you always boasting about being a great ninja? Huh, how utterly pathetic. You fell for a beauty trap. You lecherous sage." Yun regarded Jiraiya with disdain as well, knowing he should have been cautious of Tsunade, yet he evidently succumbed to her alluring charm. Jiraiya defended himself, stating that Tsunade was a renowned medical ninja, exceptionally powerful, and that the drug was colorless and tasteless, which was why he had been deceived. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to drug his drink. Subsequently, Shizune concocted a simple antidote for Jiraiya. After he consumed the potion she provided, he regained 30% of his strength. At that moment, Kabuto observed Jiraiya, Yun, and Naruto from outside. Realizing he could not act today, he departed. Once Kabuto left, Jiraiya turned to Yun, who explained, "That's Kabuto, a subordinate of Orochimaru." Both Shizune and Jiraiya understood that now was not the time to pursue Kabuto, while Naruto remained utterly bewildered. The group hastily made their way to the location where Tsunade and Orochimaru had agreed to meet, at the long street beneath the city tower. Tsunade and Orochimaru faced each other. She laid out her terms. I can help you heal, but you must not attack Konoha again. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. He extended his hands, and Tsunade activated her medical ninjutsu. Suddenly, a kunai shot between them, causing both to retreat swiftly. Kabuto appeared above, having discerned Tsunade's intention to eliminate Orochimaru and intervene just in time. Orochimaru praised Kabuto, who had sensed the murderous intent in Tsunade's chakra, revealing her vulnerability. Orochimaru urged Tsunade to reconsider, but she declared that she did not trust his deceitful words. Tsunade expressed many heartfelt sentiments that could bring one to tears. With negotiations having collapsed, both sides prepared for battle. Tsunade charged forward, delivering a kick that created a massive crater in the ground. Orochimaru and Kabuto quickly leaped aside to evade. Kimimaro, eager to engage, was halted by Kabuto, who cautioned that fighting against one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, would require all of his strength. Kimimaro nodded and retreated. Tsunade discarded her green cloak and charged once more, delivering a punch that shattered the wall. The three sought refuge in the trees, and Kabuto finally grasped the nature of Tsunade's attacks as one of the legendary Sannin. Do realized that the terrain was exceedingly unfavorable for evasion and suggested relocating. Orochimaru consented, and Do recounted the events concerning Jiraiya, which caused Orochimaru to frown slightly. Tsunade caught up with them, compelling the two to flee. As Tsunade pursued from behind, Do engaged in combat while retreating, and the four of them departed in succession. Upon the arrival of the four from the cloud, they beheld nothing but ruins and large craters. A sense of relief washed over them, and one of the cloud remarked that it appeared the negotiations had collapsed. At that moment, the cloud felt a sense of reassurance if Tsunade's circumstances were to change. The entire world of the Hokage as they knew it would be irrevocably altered. Swiftly, the cloud discerned the positions of the others ahead and led the way in pursuit. As the four from the cloud arrived, Do was seen charging towards Tsunade with a kunai in hand, prompting the others to swiftly shield her. Following this, Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged a few jests, while Naruto looked on in astonishment at Do. Tsunade shoved Jiraiya aside and surged forward, striking Do's kunai away and engaging him in combat. Do was evidently outmatched. In a moment of desperation, he stabbed his own palm with the kunai, causing blood to spill. Tsunade, afflicted by her fear of blood, faltered and became incapacitated, only to be caught swiftly by the cloud. Orochimaru addressed Kimimaro beside him, instructing him to intercept the black-haired boy, while cautioning him to take care of his health, as he remained quite valuable to Orochimaru and should not perish prematurely. Upon hearing this, Kimimaro rushed toward the cloud. Receiving Jiraiya's directive, the cloud prepared to confront him. Naruto, witnessing this, attempted to join but was restrained by Jiraiya, who assigned him the task of protecting Tsunade alongside Taunton. After several exchanges of taijutsu between the cloud and Kimimaro, both retreated, with Kimimaro stating, "Your strength is commendable." Yet opposing Lord Orochimaru inevitably leads to a dead end. Is that so? Then I shall test that hypothesis, the cloud retorted without hesitation. In his heart, the cloud held no intention of exploiting his knowledge of Kimimaro's past and future as a time traveler. Nor did he harbor any illusions of swaying Kimimaro with notions of love and friendship. Such thoughts were overly naive. Kimimaro's betrayal of Orochimaru was as improbable as Naruto's betrayal of Konoha. Then I shall earnestly observe your prowess, Kimimaro declared, extracting 2 bones from his body and transforming them into bone blades. Realizing the situation, the cloud swiftly retreated, not presuming himself to be on par with Kimimaro in terms of physical combat. You are aware of the Shikatsumiyaku, Kimimaro noted, sensing the cloud's retreat, indicating his understanding of his own strengths and bloodline limit. Naturally, I could not be oblivious to such a renowned bloodline limit, the cloud replied. Kimimaro ceased his words and charged at the cloud. As Kimimaro advanced, the cloud hastily formed hand seals for the water release, hidden mist technique. Although the mist was not extensive, it sufficed to obscure Kimimaro's vision. The cloud believed that, even in taijutsu, he would not fall short against Kimimaro. However, he soon realized his misjudgment. Despite the obscured visibility, Kimimaro's combat intuition was astonishingly acute, allowing him to respond each time the cloud attempted to strike, resulting in a stalemate between them. Outside the thick fog, Orochimaru and others were somewhat astonished by the battle between the two. Orochimaru was taken aback by Yun's prowess, while Jiraiya was surprised by Kimimaru's Shikatsumiyaku. At the same time, Jiraiya felt a twinge of concern for Yun, as he was facing the legendary Shikatsu Miyako. However, it appeared that Yun was not at a disadvantage, alleviating Jiraiya's worries. Orochimaru, brimming with confidence, firmly believed that regardless of Yun's strength, defeating Kimura was an impossible feat. Meanwhile, Naruto remained oblivious to the situation, having believed that Kabuto was an ally. After receiving a reprimand from Jiraiya, Kabuto openly admitted to being a spy from the Sound Village infiltrating Konoha. Their conversation continued, with Kabuto revealing that the purpose of the Chunin exams was merely to gather intelligence, mocking Naruto for lacking the talent to be a ninja. In the background, Shizune busily tended to Tsunade, wiping away her blood. Kabuto relentlessly undermined Naruto's confidence, ridiculing him as a trivial insect. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Naruto charged into battle, unleashing the shadow clone technique against Kabuto, only to be effortlessly sent flying along with his clones. At that moment, Shizune shot needles from her mouth, startling Kabuto, who quickly ducked and blocked with his forehead protector. He retreated to Orochimaru's side and swallowed a blood-boosting pill. Orochimaru bit open the bandages on his hand, preparing for action. Jiraiya instructed Shizune to confront Kabuto while he dealt with Orochimaru, and once again directed Naruto and Pakken to protect Tsunade. Jiraiya hoped Tsunade could recover her strength, but Shizune informed him that it would take some time for the medicine to take effect. Then, from within the fog, Kimaru's voice echoed. And as the sound of his dance of the iron flower fell behind, Yun emerged from the mist, which rapidly dissipated in his wake. This revealed Kimaru wielding a long bone whip. Kimaru, seeing his prolonged assault yield no results, resorted to the dance of the pine to launch a wide-ranging, indiscriminate attack. Yun, recognizing this, had no choice but to withdraw, as the area covered by his mist concealment technique was limited for sustainable use. Upon emerging, Kimaru apologized to Orochimaru, expressing regret for not completing the task assigned to him. Orochimaru reprimanded Kimaru, insisting he must not disappoint him again. Meanwhile, Jiraiya inquired about Yun's condition, to which Yun reassured him. The two resumed their fierce clash, with Yun employing both ninjutsu and taijutsu, while Kimaru combined Shikatsu Miyako with physical combat, resulting in a deadlock. Kabuto assisted Orochimaru in summoning 5 colossal snakes. Jiraiya also invoked a summoning, bringing forth the toad Gamabunta, eliciting laughter from Orochimaru. Subsequently, Naruto performed the summoning technique, astonishing everyone by calling forth the toad dragon. Orochimaru commanded the attack, and 2 massive serpents crashed to the ground, dispersing the smoke. Shizune, clutching Tsunade, hastily retreated but was struck away by Kabuto's punch. One of the giant snakes swallowed Naruto whole, prompting Jiraiya to shout. Orochimaru directed the giant snake towards them, while Jiraiya formed hand seals for the earth release, Hell Swamp technique. The colossal serpent beneath Orochimaru became ensnared in the mire, momentarily immobilized. Orochimaru and Jiraiya found themselves in a tense standoff, each grappling with their own challenges. Shizune once more launched her shuriken at Kabuto, who deftly evaded the attack, countering with a chakra scalpel that sent Shizune sprawling. In retaliation, Shizune unleashed a cloud of toxic mist, startling Kabuto into a hasty retreat. Ultimately, Shizune was defeated, while Naruto, true to the original narrative, was rendered unconscious. Although Reikage sought to assist, he found himself powerless against the formidable Kinshiki. Kabuto began to torment Tsunade, her cries echoing in the air. Upon regaining consciousness, Naruto found himself momentarily paralyzed. Orochimaru and Jiraiya resumed their lengthy exchange, and as Kabuto prepared to strike Tsunade once more, Naruto intervened, using his headband to deflect the attack and save her. With unwavering determination, Naruto unleashed the Rasengan, but Kabuto, no fool, swiftly retaliated with a chakra scalpel that injured Naruto, causing him to collapse once again. The previous blow had severely damaged Naruto's leg muscles, leaving him incapacitated. Bored, Kabuto began to taunt Naruto, dismissing his dreams as mere childish fantasies, asserting that clinging to them would lead only to ruin. Yet, Naruto rose once more, asserting his unwavering resolve. I have always spoken my mind. That is my ninja way. Kabuto, infuriated, felt as though his words had fallen on deaf ears, and he lunged forward with a scalpel, sending Naruto flying. Undeterred, Naruto turned to Tsunade, declaring, I will honor our agreement and retrieve that cursed necklace. Summoning a shadow clone, Naruto prepared for battle, while Kabuto brandished a kunai, charging at him, convinced that Naruto was foolishly courting death. Tsunade, sensing the gravity of the situation, urged, "Enough. You need not protect me. Flee, Naruto." In a bold move, Naruto braced himself against Kabuto's kunai, seizing his right wrist tightly, blood streaming from his palm. "I will not perish before I become Hokage," he vowed. With his original self firmly restraining Kabuto's right hand, preventing his escape, the shadow clone began to form the Rasengan. Tsunade observed that Naruto's strength alone was insufficient for the jutsu, but with the additional clone's assistance, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Naruto unleashed the Rasengan, the force of which propelled Kabuto across the battlefield, creating a massive crater upon impact and leaving him gravely injured. Orochimaru and Jiraiya leaped onto another colossal serpent to continue their battle, both astonished that Naruto had mastered the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. Despite his injuries, Naruto lay on the ground. While Tsunade noticed his critical condition, his heart rate plummeting, a harbinger of death. Frustrated, she realized the extent of the damage to his heart muscle. When Naruto struck Kabuto with the Rasengan, Kabuto had retaliated with a chakra scalpel that struck Naruto's cardiac muscle. Meanwhile, the Raikage observed the fall of both Naruto and Kabuto, yet felt powerless against Kinshiki. Recognizing the futility of resolving his own battle swiftly, he intensified his assault on Kinshiki, who, upon witnessing Kabuto's defeat, desperately sought to assist Orochimaru. In a flurry of movement, Kinshiki unleashed a barrage of bone projectiles, shooting them forth like bullets. However, with a swift earth release technique, a sturdy earthen wall rose to shield the Raikage, the projectiles piercing through yet losing their momentum, falling harmlessly before him. However, it was evident that Junmaru did not harbor the hope of defeating Yun with this maneuver. As soon as his fingers descended, Junmaru sensed Yun's presence approaching, poised to strike. Yet, unexpectedly, Junmaru withdrew to the side. Was his perception truly that keen? From behind Junmaru, the voice of Yun emerged, and to his astonishment, Yun had manifested behind him, a shadow clone appearing without Junmaru having witnessed any hand seals. It was clear that Yun had no time to perform any seals, but Junmaru refrained from questioning him. For Yun was under no obligation to provide answers. "It ends here," Yun declared. With that, he vanished into thin air, and roots emerged to ensnare Junmaru. Yun then materialized from behind a tree, launching an assault on Junmaru. Illusions, it seemed, were the greatest nemesis of the Shikatsumiyaku, and this was precisely Yun's forte. Previously, Yun had chosen not to employ illusions for two reasons: to assess his own strength and to allow Tsunade's hemophobia to subside. Now, however, that was no longer necessary. As Junmaru spoke, his body sprouted numerous bones, illustrating that he could only endure Yun's onslaught while ensnared in the illusion. Nevertheless, Junmaru opted for the Dance of the Pines as his means of defense, a technique that even Li's signature attack could not breach. Clearly, Yun's use of shuriken would prove futile against it, and if Junmaru's formidable bones managed to pierce Yun, the latter could sustain injuries as well. Yun lacked confidence that his earth armor would withstand Junmaru's bone strikes. Yun chose not to continue his assault, but instead retreated, dispelling the illusion. At that moment, Junmaru regained his sight of Yun and was able to move once more. "I never expected you to be an illusion-type ninja. I nearly fell to your prowess," Junmaru remarked to Yun. "How much difference does it make? Defeat is still defeat," Yun responded. Junmaru pointed at Yun and declared, "You are worthy of my full strength. The upcoming battle will not be as simple as before." Upon hearing Junmaru's commitment to unleash his full potential, Yun realized that Junmaru was likely about to employ cursed seals. As anticipated, Junmaru's body began to be adorned with straight lines of cursed markings. Just as Yun prepared to give his all, a voice echoed from a distance, Orochimaru's. "Junmaru, are you disobeying my orders?" The activation of Junmaru's cursed seals ceased, and he turned to Orochimaru. "I apologize, Lord Orochimaru, but my opponent is too formidable, compelling me to resort to cursed seals." Orochimaru offered no reply, and Junmaru dared not speak further. Yun, noticing that Orochimaru had the opportunity to address him, glanced in that direction only to discover that Jiraiya had fallen, while Orochimaru approached Tsunade and Naruto. Panic surged within Yun as he sought to intervene. But Junmaru swiftly obstructed his path, leaving Yun unable to break through. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, during which Yun noticed that in his effort to protect Naruto, Tsunade had been struck multiple times by Orochimaru. Realizing that any further delay in assisting her could result in dire consequences, Yun resolved to act decisively. He cast a determined glance towards Kimimaro, whose momentum abruptly ceased as their eyes met, leading him to collapse onto the ground, struggling futilely to rise again. Yun breathed heavily. having unleashed the true attack of the setting sun for the first time against an adversary. Though his technique was not yet perfected, its efficacy was commendable. Even the formidable Kimimaro had fallen at his feet. However, the significant drawback was the considerable chakra expenditure. Given his current condition, executing the technique twice would be his limit. Should he attempt a third, he would likely succumb himself. Despite having vanquished Kimimaro, Yun had no time to dwell on his victory. For Orochimaru was poised to deliver a fatal blow to Tsunade. With the Kusanagi sword clenched in his mouth, Orochimaru swiftly advanced towards her. Having previously survived several attacks from him, Tsunade was now his target for a decisive strike to the head. Just as the blade was about to descend, the metallic clash of weapons resonated as Yun interposed himself with the kunai, though time constraints left no room for further ninjutsu. A mere kunai was insufficient to withstand the Kusanagi, which effortlessly severed it. The sword's momentum continued unabated, slicing into Yun's chest. His rocky armor offered minimal resistance, resulting in a deep gash that erupted with blood, splattering the ground and staining Tsunade's face. Initially trembling in her effort to shield Naruto, Tsunade halted as blood dripped onto her from Yun, who slowly crumpled to the ground. Orochimaru, surveying the fallen Yun and glancing at the nearly incapacitated Kimimaro, remarked, "You've truly impressed me, little one, by defeating Kimimaro. Although it was not in complete form, it merits commendation. However, this is where it ends for you." With that, he advanced menacingly toward Yun, but just as he was about to strike, Tsunade, who had been lying on the ground, kicked Orochimaru away. Rising to her feet, she overcame her fear of blood and declared, "I will not allow you to harm these children any further. I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha." At that moment, Shizun awakened, elated to see Tsunade conquer her phobia. Tsunade's demeanor shifted, and as Orochimaru regained his footing, she released the In seal, activating her creation rebirth technique, which rapidly healed her wounds. Orochimaru, astonished, realized he was not the sole innovator of new ninjutsu. Tsunade proclaimed her ability to remain unkillable in battle, first tending to Yun's injuries before swiftly forming hand seals. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had also fallen, rose to his feet, prompting Orochimaru to hastily retreat towards Kabuto. Subsequently, the legendary Sannin simultaneously executed their summoning techniques, appearing as though they had done so in unison due to the narrow time frame. Jiraiya stood atop the head of Bunta, while Orochimaru and Kabuto, along with the enigmatic Junmaru who had mysteriously returned to Orochimaru's side, perched upon the head of the immense serpent, Manda. Tsunade, along with Naruto and Sakura, occupied various positions on the back of a giant slug. Fukasaku, sensing the impending danger, hastily summoned Fukasaku and Tun-Tun to flee from the scene. Bunta, perplexed by the unexpected gathering of the serpentine and slug beasts, inquired, "Jiraiya, are you hosting a reunion of sorts?" Jiraiya advised him against making cold jokes, declaring that today he would eliminate Orochimaru right here. The myriad snakes protested against Orochimaru, and Kabuto interjected, only to be sternly reprimanded by the myriad snakes. Subsequently, the myriad snakes demanded that Orochimaru prepare 100 living beings as sacrifices. A small clone of the slug was created to escort Naruto and Kumo below, entrusting them to Shizun's care. During this time, Shizun managed to temporarily heal her wounds using medical ninjutsu. She helped Naruto to his feet and hastily retreated to a safe distance. Kumo's injuries were not severe, and with Tsunade's treatment, he was out of danger. Meanwhile, Orochimaru prioritized sending the gravely injured Kimimaro away first. One exhaled a puff of smoke, causing the myriad snakes to weep. Enraged, the myriad snakes declared, "I shall transform you into a toad." One-Tai, undeterred, expressed his intent, "I am indeed in search of a snakeskin wallet." After exchanging a few words, the battle commenced. The slug initiated a viscous attack, while the myriad serpents adeptly evaded, wrapping their tails tightly around the slug. One-Tai drew his sword to assist, and the serpents clamped onto One-Tai's short blade. The three summoned beasts found themselves in a standoff. Subsequently, under Tsunade's directive, the slug transformed into countless clones, escaping the serpent's grasp and regrouping at a distance. One-Tai abandoned his sword, and the serpents propelled the blade from their mouths as One-Tai leapt aside to avoid it. The short blade narrowly missed the slug, only to be forcefully intercepted by Tsunade. Jiraiya commanded One-Tai to unleash oil and fire, summoning the fiery oil jutsu of the toads. A colossal inferno engulfed the entire battlefield, casting the myriad serpents within its blazing grasp. The serpents, shedding their skins, burrowed underground to launch their assault. They first ensnared Wentai with their tails, then attempted to bite him with their formidable jaws. Wentai, caught off guard, found salvation as Tsunade descended from the heavens, wielding Wentai's short sword, piercing the serpent's maw and sealing it shut. Orochimaru, equally vexed, struggled to combat two foes simultaneously. Extending his tongue, he ensnared Tsunade, but she, regaining her strength, forcefully yanked him closer. Orochimaru, taken aback, was met with a powerful punch to the face from Tsunade, who subsequently hurled him into the air. This series of blows continued relentlessly. As Orochimaru descended, Tsunade too reached her limit. A miscalculated punch startled her, for despite enduring numerous strikes, Orochimaru remained unscathed. Seizing the moment, Tsunade charged, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that sent Orochimaru crashing to the ground. Both warriors fell, engaging in a fierce exchange of martial arts, with Orochimaru visibly weakened, reduced to evasion and receiving blows. Seizing an opportunity, he again ensnared Tsunade with his tongue, simultaneously brandishing the Kusanagi sword. Tsunade deftly blocked the blade with her foot, and they became locked in a struggle. However, Tsunade soon broke free, sensing something amiss. Once more, she sent Orochimaru flying with a kick, then formed a seal, unleashing her final devastating blow, propelling Orochimaru into Wentai's short sword as he fell. In a flurry of urgency, Do hastily assisted in lifting up the fallen figure, while the myriad serpents cursed Orochimaru as an inept fool. Yet, with its mouth impaled by a dagger, it could offer no assistance. Sensing the dire turn of events, the myriad serpents abandoned the sacrificial offerings and, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, vanished into thin air. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru were left panting heavily, and Do was not much better off. Orochimaru proclaimed that he had one final method to restore his hands, vowing the destruction of Konoha. Tsunade and Jiraiya beheld the visage of a woman revealed beneath Orochimaru's facade, realizing that he had employed forbidden techniques to usurp another's body. After boasting of his immortality, Orochimaru sank into the ground, disappearing from sight. Do and Kimimaro followed suit, vanishing as well. Jiraiya, injured in his ribs and feet, observed that Tsunade was also experiencing the adverse effects of her techniques, her body becoming uncooperative as the blue markings on her forehead reappeared. Shizen and Y also bore injuries yet were not incapable of pursuit. However, even if they caught up, they could not hope to detain them. Meanwhile, Naruto remained in a deep slumber. Jiraiya, noticing the necklace around Naruto's neck, jested that Tsunade had once again lost a wager. Tsunade's form appeared to wither, aging suddenly before their eyes. Concerned, Jiraiya received a reassuring smile from Tsunade, who replied, "It's all right. A brief rest will restore me. Once Naruto awakens, we shall return to Konoha." At that moment, Y, who had been seated, rose and gazed in a particular direction, prompting Jiraiya and Tsunade to take notice of his actions. Shortly thereafter, the figure of Gunma emerged in the direction Y was observing. Gunma hastened to Y's side, who inquired, "Gunma-sensei, when were you infected by Kakashi? There should be limits to tardiness. Is it all over?" Gunma surveyed the scene before him and, with a hint of apology, remarked, "I apologize. When you sent me the message, I was unavoidably absent. Upon my return, I had to spend some time evading Iam and Chikyu." Earlier that day, Y had sent a message to Gunma upon completing his training, yet it was only now that Gunma had arrived, causing Y to feel a surge of frustration regarding Gunma's perceived ineffectiveness. Noticing the blood on Y, Gunma inquired about his injuries, to which Y clarified that he was unharmed but urged Gunma to keep it from Iam, to which Gunma nodded in acknowledgement. The following day, Y, Naruto, Iam, Chikyu, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Gunma, Shizen, and Tuntun gathered for a meal. Prior to this gathering, Y had already briefed Iam and Chikyu on the recent events, though he withheld the details of his own injuries. As they conversed, the topic shifted to Tsunade's agreement to succeed the position of Hokage, leaving Iam and Chikyu in astonishment. Naruto, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Compared to Granny Tsunade, the third Hokage was far more reasonable. She's reckless, extravagant, cunning, and foolish." Tsunade's expression darkened, prompting Shizen to quickly suggest ordering more dishes. Naruto continued, "Is it really fitting for a 50-year-old woman to deceive everyone by appearing youthful as Hokage?" Veins throbbed on Tsunade's forehead as she retorted, "You insolent brat, come outside with me." The others exchanged glances, mourning for Naruto's imminent fate. Once more, Tsunade claimed that she could defeat Naruto with just a single finger. Naruto, disgruntled by Tsunade's frequent jibes about his stature, vowed, "I will replace you as Hokage one day." As Naruto charged forward to deliver a punch, Tsunade deftly sidestepped, her fingers flicking lightly. Startled, Naruto shut his eyes, only to feel Tsunade press a kiss upon his forehead and place her hand on his chest, urging him to be a good man and aspire to become a great Hokage. Upon realizing her intentions, Naruto reacted with exuberant applause. Jiraiya suggested they return to Konoha, to which Naruto promptly replied that he had yet to eat. Thus, the group spent the day journeying back to Konoha. During their travels, Tsunade proposed a visit to the hot springs, enticing Jiraiya with her beauty until he acquiesced. However, a commotion arose due to Tsunade's debts, though it ultimately resulted in no significant trouble, only Jiraiya fainting from the steam. Eventually, the group resumed their trek back to Konoha. After a leisurely day, they arrived at the gates of Konoha. As Chunin prepared to escort the three from the Cloud Village to submit their mission reports, they parted ways with Jiraiya. Upon completing their tasks, Chunin informed them about the new Hokage's inauguration and mentioned that he would be quite busy in the coming days, leading to the cancellation of missions. He then declared their assembly dismissed. Having spent an extended period away from home for the first time, Chikyu worried for his parents and decided to return home first. Yuki and Ayu, coming from ninja families, felt little concern, having been mentally prepared for such circumstances. Moreover, Yuki pondered that even if he returned home, perhaps Kurenai would not be there. Ayu suggested they seek out Hinata, and Yuki readily agreed. With his sensory abilities, Yuki soon located Hinata in the woods of Konoha, accompanied by Shino and Kiba. In the forest, Shino was searching for insects with a box, while Kiba directed Akamaru to mark their trail. Akamaru, however, scattered about, causing the insects Shino sought to flee. Hinata walked solemnly, her hands clasped behind her back, betraying her troubled thoughts. Shino perceptively noticed her demeanor and inquired, "Hinata, do you have something on your mind?" Startled, Hinata hesitated before Shino pressed on. "You do have something to share, don't you?" Nodding, Hinata requested, "Would you accompany me to Kurenai-sensei's house?" Shino instantly grasped her reasoning. Hinata, shy yet determined, clarified that Yuki had been in touch through summoning beasts and had informed her of his return today. Feeling too shy to go alone, she wished to invite Shino and Kiba along. Shino, addressing the bashful Hinata, replied, "Of course we can go, but I believe it may not be necessary." Hinata, momentarily taken aback, was then greeted by Yuki's voice, "Hinata, we're back." Instantly, joy lit up Hinata's face as she turned to see Yuki and Ayu approaching. She dashed toward them, exclaiming, "Yuki, Ayu, you're back." The trio engaged in cheerful conversation for a while, after which Yuki chatted briefly with Shino and Kiba, sharing news of the 5th Hokage's return to the village and some details about Tsunade. Eventually, Kiba and Shino, recognizing the moment, took their leave. Yun recounted to Hinata the events of the recent days, of course omitting the perilous details. Upon learning that Yun had mastered the setting sun technique, Hinata was genuinely delighted for him. The three of them remained closely bonded, conversing for an extended period until they realized it was nearly noon, prompting them to return home. Upon arriving home, Yun found Hong already waiting for him. "Welcome back. I've prepared dinner. Let us eat," she said. Yun said little, simply savoring the moment. In Hong's presence, he always felt enveloped in warmth. As she served the meal, a beef hot pot, Yun's favorite, he shared stories of the past few days. Hong listened intently, her expression shifting in accordance with the unfolding narrative. Yun withheld nothing from her, even disclosing his injuries. He knew that if he were to deceive Hong, she would undoubtedly sense it. She was not an inexperienced girl like Yumi or Hinata. In the afternoon, while resting on his rooftop, Yun noticed the messenger hawk from Jinkan. What could it be? Hadn't he mentioned that there would be no tasks for the time being? He mused aloud. Yet his movements were unceasing as he swiftly made his way to the designated meeting point agreed upon with Jinkan. Upon arrival, he discovered that Ayumi and Chikyu had also just come from different directions. Remarkably, Jinkan had meticulously selected this gathering spot, calculating the normal travel speeds of the three, ensuring it was equidistant from their homes for expedient assembly. As the trio reached the meeting point, Jinkan approached at a brisk pace. "Though I previously indicated there might not be any tasks in the coming days, it seems I must assign you one now," he stated. "What is the task?" Yin inquired, breaking the usual silence that Chikyu often filled with his eagerness. Both Chikyu and Ayumi shared his curiosity. "The task is rather straightforward. You are to ensure that the majority of the citizens of Konoha are informed within a single day about Lady Tsunade's appointment as the 5th Hokage." Jinkan replied. "What is the rank of this task?" Chikyu asked. After Chikyu's question, Gunkan's expression grew somewhat strained. He steadied himself and replied, This task is unranked, as it is a personal assignment I have entrusted to you. I hope you will exceed my expectations and accomplish it splendidly. As Jinkin finished speaking, he noticed Yun, Yumi, and Chikyu casting him glances filled with condescension. They were not foolish. They understood that this task was not particularly challenging, merely cumbersome. Jinkin clearly wished to avoid the hassle himself. In truth, the two elders had assigned this task to Jinkan and Yamashiro Aoi, but due to various reasons, Aoi had offloaded the task onto Jinkan. In turn, Jinkin sought out Yun and his companions, hoping they would assist him in completing it. In the end, Sujian could no longer endure the scornful gazes of the three and remarked, "Please stop looking at me like that. After we complete this, I shall treat you all to a meal." Upon hearing this, the three relented, expressing, "If you had said so earlier, would we have stared at you for so long? Indeed, there is no such thing as free rewards." Yun, Jijio, and Bayun exchanged veiled jabs at Sujian, who eventually, with a parting remark about diligently completing the task, fled in disarray. The trio erupted in laughter at this sight. Although they had mocked Sujian, they acknowledged his instructions and committed to executing the task with diligence. They then divided their responsibilities and departed for their respective areas. Yun was tasked with the stretch from Konoha Hospital to Hokage Tower. Upon encountering some familiar faces, he conveyed the news regarding the fifth Hokage, entrusting them to relay the message to others. After fulfilling his duties at the hospital, he fortuitously met Tsunade and Shizune as they exited. Knowing that Tsunade was there to attend to the third Hokage and others, he inquired about their conditions. He learned that, thanks to Tsunade's treatment, the third Hokage had regained consciousness, and both Kakashi and Sasuke had also awakened. While Kakashi and Sasuke were relatively unscathed, the third Hokage, due to his advanced age and severe injuries, was no longer in danger. Yet it was likely that he would not be able to engage in large-scale battles in the future. Tsunade then asked Yun what he was doing, and he answered candidly. She smiled, acknowledging his efforts, and after exchanging a few more words, she departed with Shizune. Realizing the time was near, Yun returned to the meeting point where Bayun and Jijio were already waiting. The trio had initially planned for Sujian to treat them, but after waiting for a while without any sign of him, they concluded that he must be occupied and each went their separate ways. The following day, Tsunade's inauguration ceremony was officially held, attended by Sarutobi, Mido, Koharu, Jiraiya, and other Konoha ninja. Tsunade declared, "From this day forth, I shall protect this village as the fifth Hokage of Konoha." The crowd erupted in cheers, heralding a new spring for Konoha. Team 11 undertook several missions over the next few days, during which Sujian informed them that he would be occupied with tasks alongside other jonin for a while, allowing them to accept missions commensurate with their abilities. Yun and his companions were thrilled, as this marked their first opportunity to independently execute missions without Sujian. After he departed, they agreed to reconvene the following day to accept missions and then went their separate ways. Upon returning home, Yun found that Hong was also away due to missions. After completing his usual training, he retired to bed for the night. The next morning, after breakfast, Yun, Bayun, and Jijio set out for the mission assignment area. Upon entering, they encountered Team 7, who were in the midst of accepting a mission, with Tsunade overseeing the assignments. Upon noticing Yun and his companions, Tsunade remarked, "Is Team 11 here to accept a mission as well? Perfect. This task shall be undertaken jointly by Team 7 and Team 11. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, Naruto exclaimed, "How can you, Granny Tsunade, say such a thing? We three are more than capable of handling this mission." Although Sasuke remained silent, his expression conveyed his agreement with Naruto, as he felt that assigning the task to Team 11 alongside Team 7 indicated a lack of trust in their abilities. Tsunade reprimanded Naruto, admonishing him not to be so arrogant. This was a B-rank mission that could easily escalate to an A rank at any moment, necessitating the avoidance of all unforeseen circumstances. "If you are unwilling, I shall assign this task solely to Team 11. Upon hearing this, Naruto quickly fell silent, for he was eager to undertake the mission. It was then that the three members of Team 10 seized the opportunity to interject, with Yama inquiring, "Lady Tsunade, what kind of mission is this?" "It is a B-rank escort mission. You may inquire about the specifics with Team 7 later. Now, let us hurry and set off." After understanding, the three from Team 10 departed alongside the members of Team 7. During the journey, Yama learned the details of the mission. Their destination was the Land of Tea, a neighboring territory of the Land of Fire, which was about to host the quadrennial festival at the Zayo Tulia Shrine. Their task was to protect the long-distance runners competing in the event. However, before the envoy could arrive, they were ambushed, and further details would need to be obtained from Wasabi Jiro, the head of the Land of Tea. Upon hearing this, Yama cast a questioning glance at Naruto, who confirmed with a nod that it referred to the elder they had encountered earlier. As the group grew weary, they decided to stop at a tea house by the roadside for a meal and some rest, where they encountered Marino Idai. Idai mocked Naruto before approaching Sakura, even declaring his intention to marry her. This provoked Naruto's ire, while Yama and his companions sat at another table, watching the commotion between Naruto and Idai with amusement. Unbeknownst to Idai, who continued to flirt with Yama, Naruto's agitation ceased as he cast a look at Idai that suggested impending doom. Chikyu shared the same sentiment. Oblivious to the tension, Idai persisted in his advances towards Yama, just as he was about to say something. Yama could no longer contain himself and delivered a swift kick that sent Idai tumbling out of the tea house. Ida rose from the ground and addressed Yun. "What are you up to?" Yun emerged from the tea shop, responding bluntly, "As you can see, I intend to beat you." Taken aback by Yun's forthrightness, Ida exclaimed, "So, I despise ninjas, their cruelty and arrogance." "Arrogance?" Yun chuckled, retorting, "I do not regard you with disdain. I simply look down upon you, scoundrel. Initially, I had no desire to engage with a ruffian like you, but your arrogance has become intolerable. I shall ensure you receive your due." With that, Ida sprinted away, while Yun and Sasuke showed no inclination to pursue him. They both deemed Ida a mere insignificant figure. However, Naruto was somewhat displeased, muttering, "How dare he look down on ninjas? I must teach him a lesson." He attempted to chase after Ida, but was dissuaded by Yun and the others. Returning to the tea house, the proprietress handed them the bill. Sakura glanced at it and exclaimed, "Why are there 3 bills?" The proprietress turned back, explaining, "The person who just left said to charge it to your table." Furious, Naruto could no longer contain himself, and together with the others, they set off in pursuit of Morinai Ida. As Ida noticed them closing in, he quickened his pace but was unexpectedly tripped by a tree root. Surrounded, he deceitfully claimed that his wallet had been stolen. To his astonishment, Sakura and Naruto believed him. Just as Naruto was about to console Ida, he spotted Ida's wallet lying on the ground. Ida quickly retrieved it and discarded his leg weights before fleeing once more. As they prepared to chase him again, Yun intercepted them, stating, "I will handle this myself." With that, Yun swiftly pursued Ida. Sasuke and the others were taken aback by Yun's remarkable speed, which had surpassed that of the Chunin exams. A flicker of jealousy ignited in Sasuke's eyes. He had heard that Yun had also fallen victim to Tsukuyomi but had not succumbed like he and Kakashi had. He had previously thought Itachi had held back, but now Yun's speed far exceeded his own. In no time, Yun caught up with Ida, who incredulously exclaimed, "This is impossible." Yun intercepted him and retrieved Ida's wallet, stating, "Consider this money as compensation." Without further ado, Yun disregarded Ida and returned to join Yagura and the others. Yun distributed the money from the wallet among his companions, and they accepted it without objection. They then resumed their journey towards the Yamakusa clan. Upon arriving at the Yamakusa household, the group met with Jiro, who elucidated the circumstances surrounding their mission. Since the competition had yet to commence, there was no immediate danger for Ida and the town, allowing the group some leisure time. However, their enjoyment was somewhat marred, as Sasuke and Yun took the opportunity to discipline some of the Akai clan's subordinates. As the competition drew near, the atmosphere became lively, and they clarified the route to be taken. The rules dictated that they would set off from Akai port, crossing the sea to reach the northeast Matsudo Ryu Shrine, where they would procure a dragon tiger orb. They were to then run southward with the orb, and the first to arrive at the Grand Shrine of Uzu Island would claim victory. Throughout the competition, any underhanded tactics were permissible, as long as one reached the destination first. The competitor from the Wasabi family is Morinai Ida, while the representative from the Aoi family is Hikyakuya Fukasuke. The match commenced amidst an exuberant atmosphere. As per the prior arrangement, Class 7 was assigned to protect Ida, while Class 11 was tasked with attacking the opposing contestants. Although Naruto believed such tactics were less than honorable, the plan was unanimously approved. For reasons unknown, Ida chose to run in a different direction, compelling Naruto and his companions to follow suit. Upon witnessing this, Tamahisa inquired of Yuki, "That kid has fled. Is that a problem?" Yuki chuckled and replied, "What if he has escaped? At worst, it results in a draw." Clearly, Yuki did not regard Aoi Green as a formidable opponent. Tamahisa pondered this. As long as their group could eliminate the opposing team members, all would be well. Subsequently, the trio pursued Hikyakuya Fukasuke, and to accommodate Iam's pace, they took some time to catch up. Aoi Green appeared, blocking their path, declaring, "You Konoha brats, this is where it ends." Yuki retorted, "It's you who will end here." And as his words fell, Aoi Green collapsed. Tamahisa and Ayam, who were poised to intervene, exchanged incredulous glances. Tamahisa exclaimed in disbelief, "Is it over already?" Yuki nodded in affirmation. Tamahisa became animated, exclaiming, "Yuki, are you even human? That was a Jonin." "What Jonin? At best, he is merely of Chunin level. Teacher Jinken would handle him with ease," Yuki scoffed. Thus, the rogue ninja from Konoha, Aoi Green of the Rain Village, fell without even drawing the sword of the Thunder God. Yuki searched Aoi Green's person, retrieving the sword and several ninjutsu scrolls, dispatching him effortlessly. Nearby, Hikyakuya Fukusuke, paralyzed with fear, pleaded for mercy. Yuki, unimpressed by his pitiful demeanor, instructed Ayam, let him sleep for 2 days. Complying with Yuki's command, Ayam cast a Jinjutsu on Fukusuke, who instantly fell into slumber. Beside the shrine, everyone awaited anxiously, particularly Wasabi Jirocho, who was filled with concern. A retainer approached, delivering a letter to the Lord of the Land of Tea. The Lord, who had consistently favored Aoi, brushed off inquiries, claiming it was merely a minor issue. Upon returning to the shrine, Yuki and his companions greeted Wasabi Jirocho and stood among the crowd. Jirocho, upon seeing them, immediately felt reassured and awaited Morinai Ida's arrival. Eventually, Ida arrived, utterly exhausted, placing the dragon and tiger jade upon a red cloth and contesting Aoi's actions, claiming that his team had been assaulted and that the Wasabi family had employed underhanded tactics. This audacity earned him the admiration of those present. However, the Lord was already aware of Aoi's misdeeds, ultimately deciding to have the elder of Aoi renounce his position and retire to a monastic life, effectively disbanding the Aoi family, resulting in a favorable conclusion. Naruto approached Yuki and his companions, inquiring, "When we defeated those rain ninjas, they mentioned that the one protecting Hikyakuya Fukusuke was a Jonin. How did you manage to escape?" Such inquiries are typically posed by Naruto, as perceptive individuals like Sasuke can immediately discern that it was the 3 from the cloud who defeated that rain ninja. However, Sasuke remains quite curious about how those 3 managed to vanquish the Jonin, given that they had considerable difficulty overcoming the 3 lower-ranked ninjas from the Rain Village. Chikyu, expressing his discontent, remarked to Naruto, "What do you mean by escape? That Jonin was merely a Fade. We had to even engaged before being dispatched by a single blow from the cloud." Naruto and his companions were momentarily taken aback, with Naruto retorting, "What? If I had known, we would have dealt with that Jonin ourselves instead of enduring such hardship." Yet Sasuke held a different perspective. After all, a Jonin, regardless of their condition, should not be easily felled by a single strike from a lower-ranked ninja. This merely underscored the formidable strength of the cloud. Frustratingly, Sasuke recalled how the cloud had succumbed to Itachi's Genjutsu, failing to remain unconscious as he and Kakashi had. It was at this moment that Sasuke fully recognized that the cloud's power had surpassed his own, intensifying his yearning for strength. Sakura, who had been closely observing Sasuke, sensed his emotional turmoil and grew increasingly concerned. After the mission concluded, the 6 from the cloud returned home by boat, with Wasabi and others coming to see them off. Ibiki personally arrived to greet them, presumably having heard news of his brother and wishing to see him. The two exchanged but a few words before parting ways again. Throughout the journey, Sasuke's mood remained somber, frequently glancing at Cloud and Naruto, while Sakura continued to worry for him, feeling helpless in her concern. Upon returning to Konoha, Ibiki led the group to report on the mission and its outcomes. Cloud handed over the Raijin sword, which he had acquired from Aoi, to Tsunade. Tsunade, holding the sword, remarked, "I never expected you to retrieve this blade as well. However, it serves no real purpose. Since you brought it back, I suppose it belongs to you now." Cloud, perplexed, questioned, "What do you mean? This is a relic of the second Hokage. How can it be so easily entrusted to me?" Tsunade chuckled. "Who said this was my grandfather's relic? The Raijin sword only functions effectively in the hands of my grandfather. It was destroyed during his battle against the Gold and Silver brothers from the Cloud Village. This sword is merely a replica, and an incomplete one at that. Given its current condition, it may soon lose its efficacy." Cloud nodded in understanding, finally grasping why this sword had posed no issue in the hands of a ninja as mediocre as Aoi for so long. It was likely that all the ninjas were aware of the truth. Those of greater strength would look down upon such a substandard item, while the weaker Aoi could easily handle it himself, due to the involvement of a Jonin on the opposing side. This mission to the Land of Tea had escalated to an A-rank task. Tsunade expressed her satisfaction with the group's performance and subsequently announced their dismissal. Upon returning home, Yun found that Hong had not yet arrived due to her tasks. He contemplated purchasing a simple meal for dinner. Just as he was about to step outside, he collided with someone, and a delightful fragrance enveloped him. He couldn't help but inhale deeply a couple of times. It didn't take long for him to recognize the voice, Hongdo. Realizing the predicament he was in, Yun's heart sank. He had been looking down, preparing to lock the door, and had inadvertently bumped right between Hongdo's chest. Panic surged within him, and that was the only thought occupying his mind. Hongdo, observing Yun's face adorned with a valiant expression, chuckled and said, "Little wolf, don't worry. I won't bite." Upon hearing that Hongdo was not genuinely angry, Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Hongdo playfully teased, "Wasn't he fragrant? Would you like to experience it again?" Yun nearly blurted out a response, but managed to suppress his words. Noticing his hesitation, Hongdo scoffed. A wolf with lustful thoughts, but lacking courage. Yun dared not retort. As they entered the house, Yun inquired about Hongdo's purpose for visiting. "The third Hokage has asked me to inform you to visit the Hokage's office tomorrow. He has something to discuss. Since it's nearly mealtime, I thought we could share a meal together. I brought some dumplings," she explained. It was then that Yun noticed the dumplings in Hongdo's hand. Having been too preoccupied to observe earlier, he took the dumplings from her and asked, "What could the third Hokage want with me?" Hongdo, playing coy, replied, "You'll find out tomorrow." Yun pondered for a moment and surmised the matter, deciding not to press further. Seeing that Yun had ceased his inquiries, Hongdo too fell silent. Yun prepared a dumpling soup using the dumplings brought by Hongdo, and they dined together. After their meal, Yun proceeded with his customary training, while Hongdo showed no intention of leaving. Given her formidable presence, Yun chose to ignore her. After finishing his training, he discovered Hongdo still present and inquired, "Hongdo, are you planning to stay the night?" With a smile, she replied, "That's precisely my intention. Did you just notice?" Although Yun was somewhat surprised, it was not entirely shocking, as Hongdo had frequently slept at his home when she had visited before. However, it was the first time they were alone together, without anyone else around. After taking a shower, Yun retired to his room to sleep. Yet, in a hazy state, he sensed a presence beside him. He instinctively reached out and felt something soft, prompting him to grasp it a couple more times. Suddenly, a sense of wrongness washed over him, and he opened his eyes to find Hongdo glaring at him. To his dismay, he realized he had been gripping Hongdo's chest. Yun quickly recoiled, exclaiming, "Why are you in my room, Hongdo? And why are you only in your pajamas on my bed?" With a laugh, she responded, "Isn't it perfectly normal to sleep in your room? I used to hold you to sleep when you were little. I never imagined you'd become so lecherous, even engaging in mischief while asleep." This left Yun blushing furiously. In the end, Yun drifted off to sleep in Hong's room. After Yun's departure, Hongdo's smile grew even brighter. It wasn't long before Hongdo succumbed to slumber, while Yun lay on Hong's bed, inhaling the lingering scent of her presence. Yet, tranquility eluded Yun as thoughts of the day's sensations flooded her mind, leading her to eventually drift into sleep. Upon rising the next day, Yun noticed that Hongdo was still in bed and chose not to wake her. Instead, she ventured into the kitchen to prepare a modest meal. By the time Yun had finished cooking, Hongdo had awakened. The moment Yun laid eyes on Hongdo, memories of the previous day's events rushed back, causing her cheeks to flush. Hongdo, noticing this, smiled but refrained from teasing Yun as she usually did. They shared dinner together, and under Hongdo's guidance, they made their way to the Hokage's office. Upon arriving at the office, they discovered a multitude of individuals already gathered. Tsunade, Shizune, Ibiki, and Gamma were present, along with the third Hokage seated nearby. Gungzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi leaned against the wall, while Shikamaru stood awkwardly alone. Upon noticing Yun and Hongdo's entrance, Tsunade addressed Hongdo, saying, "Hongdo, you're a bit late. Everyone has been waiting for you." Hongdo apologized and positioned herself between Genma and Ibiki, while Yun stood alongside Shikamaru. Tsunade then informed them. Due to the abrupt halt of the Chunin exams, it was initially decided that no one would be promoted. However, considering your performance during the exams and the recommendations from the third Hokage and the other examiners, you two are now officially promoted to Chunin. Shikamaru had evidently already heard the news, and Yun had confirmed her promotion upon seeing Shikamaru and the examiners, so neither displayed any surprise. Shikamaru even wore a look of exasperation. Subsequently, Tsunade instructed them to collect their Chunin vests from the logistics department. After exiting the Hokage's office, Genma accompanied Yagura and Chizuru, while Asuma led Ino and Choji outside the Hokage building. Once everyone gathered their vests from the logistics department, Asuma proposed they celebrate together for a more lively occasion, to which Genma agreed. They all set off toward the Konoha barbecue restaurant, during which Yun and Shikamaru were compelled to wear their Chunin vests, although both were reluctant. Asuma and Gunma insisted that as newly promoted Chunins, they should at least wear them once. As they dined and conversed, the gathering eventually came to an end, and they each departed. While walking home, Yun unexpectedly spotted Naruto. She called out to him, but he did not respond. It was then that she noticed the despondent expression on his face. Approaching him, she gently tapped his shoulder and asked, "What's wrong, Naruto? You don't seem like yourself." Naruto lifted his head to meet her gaze and replied, "Oh, it's just Yun. I'm fine." It was clear that he was unwilling to share. Observing this, Yun chose not to press further. If it had been Hinata or Yagura, she would have probed until she got to the bottom of it, but with Naruto, she knew he would overcome whatever troubles he faced within 3 days at most. Separated from Naruto, Yun returned home. Hong was away on a mission and had yet to return, while Hongdo also had tasks to attend to and therefore could not join for a meal. Having indulged in a feast, Yun found himself lacking appetite and decided against eating. After completing his daily training routine, he washed up and retired for the night. In a drowsy state, Yun sensed someone calling his name. Initially, he thought it was Hong returning, but he quickly realized otherwise. He opened his eyes to find himself in the ancestral hall, where Xiao Jing was the one calling him. Lying on the ground, Yun hastily got up, exclaiming, "What is going on? You wake me up in the middle of the night while I was in such a deep slumber." The ancestor, seated, responded, "I cannot ascertain the time. After all, there is no night on Ancestral Island." Yun, upon hearing this, ceased to dwell on the matter of night and inquired, "Esteemed ancestor, what brings you to summon me?" He was curious, for this was the first time since their contract that the ancestor had called upon him. The ancestor gestured for Yun to calm down and spoke slowly. "I have heard from Xiao Jing that you have learned the setting sun technique. Is that correct?" "While I cannot claim to have mastered it perfectly, I would say I have indeed learned it," Yun replied. "Then why not demonstrate it for me?" the ancestor suggested. Yun was taken aback. "How can I use it against you, ancestor?" The ancestor chuckled. "Do you believe it would harm me? Though I am old, I have lived for centuries, and your father could not inflict any damage upon me even at his peak. Do not hesitate to unleash it. This is of great importance to you." Encouraged by the ancestor's words, Yun no longer hesitated. His eyes transformed to a deep crimson as the maximum power of the setting sun was invoked. Initially, he thought the ancestor was overconfident, as the setting sun technique was comparable to Tsukuyami and not easily resisted. However, upon actual execution, Yun realized he was mistaken. While he found himself within his mental realm, he noticed that the ancestor's presence loomed far larger than in reality. In comparison to the ancestor, Yun felt infinitesimally small. Even the entire illusionary space seemed insignificant beside the ancestor. It felt as if the ancestor had compelled him into this illusionary realm. Yun was convinced that if the ancestor had not willingly allowed it, his illusion could never have affected him. Retracting the illusion, a sense of defeat washed over Yun's face. The ancestor, observing this, chuckled. "Do not be disheartened. For one who has lived for centuries, my spiritual fortitude cannot be so easily diminished. Through my assessment, you have indeed grasped the setting sun technique, and in some aspects, you have even improved. This is commendable." "Improved?" Yun asked, puzzled, as he did not recall making any enhancements. The ancestor, noticing Yun's confusion, responded, "You may not have noticed, which is understandable, as being able to execute the setting sun is your current limit. Allow me to elucidate further." The clouds listened attentively to the ancestor's explanation. Only after the ancestor had finished did the clouds come to realize the improvements they had made to the setting sun technique. While attempting to achieve the 6th step of the setting sun, which involved rendering the waterfall motionless, they found themselves unable to succeed through conventional means. Ultimately, they resorted to the method of filling their eyes with mental energy to complete this stage of their training. Though it appeared to be a shortcut, it was, in truth, a significant enhancement. This stage of stillness was essentially a preparatory step for controlling the flow of time within the mental realm. However, upon achieving success, the flow of time became fixed, thus determining the power of the setting sun. The method of saturating the eyes with mental energy, on the other hand, allowed for the modulation of time's flow through the control of mental energy's intensity. Yet, the current limit of their mental energy only permitted the execution of the setting sun, which is why they remained oblivious to this possibility. Naturally, upon hearing this, the clouds were elated. The setting sun indeed possessed potential for further enhancement. It dawned upon them that they might one day utilize illusions to confront Uchiha Itachi. Ever since being defeated by Itachi's Tsukuyami, the clouds occasionally dreamed of subduing Itachi with their own genjutsu, only to awaken and dismiss it as mere fantasy. Now, however, hope surged within them. An image of Itachi lying defeated at their feet flashed through their mind, bringing a smile to their face. The ancestor, seemingly unaware of the clouds daydreaming, assumed their expression of joy stemmed from their improvement of the illusion. Observing the cloud's renewed demeanor, the ancestor continued, "Although you have improved this illusion, in my view, your training is still inadequate." Inadequate? The clouds were taken aback, wondering what could possibly warrant such a judgment. The ancestor elucidated further, addressing the cloud's confusion. "In terms of training in the setting sun, you are indeed fully qualified, indeed, even exceptional, but the term exceptional hardly suffices." The ancestor's words, rather than providing clarity, only deepened the cloud's bewilderment. Without waiting for further questions, the ancestor continued, "Do you recall my mentioning that your father, having failed to master the secret techniques prepared for our clan's contractors, created the setting sun illusion instead?" The clouds nodded, remembering the ancestor's previous statements about needing to learn the techniques prepared by the ancestor bird clan and mastering the setting sun first. The ancestor continued, "You have indeed grasped the setting sun, but the mastery I refer to differs from your current understanding. This discrepancy does not lie in strength, but rather in the methodology. The reason I had you practice the setting sun was not to achieve immediate mastery of the illusion, but to ensure you completed the training for stillness. However, you have mastered the setting sun without attaining the stillness training. Is stillness truly that important?" The clouds questioned, perplexed. "Naturally," the ancestor replied. "Stillness is a foundational requirement of the ancestor bird clan's secret techniques. Regrettably, your father reached this stage in his training but could progress no further, even with my assistance." The ancestor continued, "While it may seem somewhat embarrassing to admit, the criteria for achieving stillness are somewhat elevated. I took a shortcut without having succeeded in the training. Do I really want to follow in your father's footsteps and achieve mastery only at the age of 30? That is certainly unnecessary," the ancestor reassured. "I have summoned you today precisely to assist you in completing this training. Are there really shortcuts?" Yun blurted out. "If one wishes to complete this cultivation simply, this is the only method available. Indeed, shortcuts do exist. Otherwise, your father would not have succeeded in his own cultivation." The ancestor, having finished speaking, added, "My original intention was to have you cultivate for a few months before completing this task. Who would have thought you would cleverly find a substitute method? In that case, regardless of how much you cultivate, it will yield no results. Therefore, I have decided to allow you to begin your practice early. Follow me." Upon finishing his words, the ancestor exited the Hall of Ancestors, with Yun and Xiao Jing trailing behind. Outside, a member of the Wyvern clan, transformed into its majestic form, awaited them. The group mounted its back, and the ancestor instructed, "You, take us to the true waterfall." Heeding the ancestor's command, Yu soared into the sky towards an unexplored direction of Ancestor Island. Before long, Yin spotted a luminous area from the air. As they approached, he discerned a vast lake adorned with a magnificent waterfall. Yu hovered above the lake, halting across from the waterfall. The ancestor addressed Yun, saying, "This is the true waterfall, which reveals one's genuine self. You must defeat it in your own way, and thus your training in stillness will conclude." Upon hearing the ancestor's description, Yun immediately recalled the true waterfall on the back of the giant tortoise in the Kingdom of Clouds and voiced his thoughts. The ancestor replied, "From both process and result, the two waterfalls seem to serve a similar purpose. However, the true waterfall of Ancestor Island is incomparable to that small waterfall. You will understand upon experiencing it for yourself." Following the ancestor's instructions, Yin seated himself opposite the waterfall and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself still in the original space, albeit alone. As the ancestor and others had vanished, Yin realized he had entered the realm of the true waterfall, akin to Naruto in the original tale. He slowly rose and gazed at the waterfall, where another figure resembling him materialized. Having prepared himself for the similarity the ancestor mentioned, Yun was not overly surprised. He quietly observed the waterfall, where a figure identical to him gradually emerged. Upon closer inspection, he noted the only distinction. The eyes of the figure were reminiscent of the crimson hue of the sunset, blood-red and haunting. The blood-eyed Yun approached, stopping a few meters away and addressing Yun. "Hello, subject." The subject Yun, with a hint of curiosity, echoed the words of the blood-eyed Yun. Indeed, the blood-eyed Yun smiled and continued, "I am you, your true self. Yet, this false version of you currently holds the dominant position. Regardless of how false you may be, the conclusion that you are the subject remains undeniable. Yun chuckled in response. So you are the real me, while I am the false one. Then tell me, what is the true me like? The true you? The true you is me, replied the blood-eyed Yun. Then tell me what you are like, Yun inquired once more. I am you, and you are a reflection of me, blood-eyed Yun remarked once more. Yun, unable to contain his irritation, retorted, what do you wish to convey? Is it beyond your comprehension? Blood-eyed Yun chuckled softly and continued, allow me to elucidate. Sunset Yun, you harbor disdain for those around you. Presuming that their admiration and trust in you are merely given without merit, you believe that forming friendships with them is an act of bestowal. For you are a traveler from another realm, endowed with foresight of the future. You inherently consider yourself superior to others. Am I not correct? Are you jesting? I have never deemed myself superior due to my status as a traveler, nor have I taken for granted the love, trust, and camaraderie of others. Is this what you intend to assert? Blood-eyed Yun interjected. Then tell me, did you truly mourn the death of your parents? You did not. To you? It was a matter of course, akin to the demise of two strangers, despite the fact that those two individuals granted you life, and that the woman who perished did so to protect you. Yun was poised to counter, but blood-eyed Yun pressed on. Do you not feel a sense of superiority when you observe those around you? When you forged a friendship with Naruto Uzumaki, did you not harbor thoughts of pity or condescension? Did you not fantasize, as depicted in the novels you have read, of possessing many women and reigning over the entire ninja world? These are mere fragments of your thoughts. Dare you assert otherwise? Yun fell silent, and blood-eyed Yun gazed at him, saying, have you contemplated this? All of these traits belong to you. Your arrogance, selfishness, and self-interest, believing yourself to be irreplaceable. This is the true essence of Sunset Yun. A grotesque searcher, one who dares not confront his own existence. Such nonsense. This is not the true me, Yun exclaimed loudly, in a sudden surge of resolve. He charged at blood-eyed Yun, preparing a Rasengan. Do not dwell on why it is a Rasengan. The explanation shall come later. Blood-eyed Yun smirked and said, have you lost your composure? Though you claim otherwise, my actions remain unimpeded. Upon their collision, both retreated momentarily. Blood-eyed Yun addressed Yun, it is futile. All that you can do, I can do as well, and I can execute it far more proficiently. With that, blood-eyed Yun unleashed a giant Rasengan, hurtling it toward Yun. Caught off guard, Yun could only retreat, sustaining injuries and spitting blood. Looking down at the fallen Yun, blood-eyed Yun declared, depart. You are not yet capable of defeating me. I eagerly await the day you can. With that, blood-eyed Yun vanished, and Yun found himself back in his original space. The ancestor, Xiaojing. Yun witnessed Yun spitting blood. Xiaojing inquired of the ancestor, Ancestor, what has happened to Yun? I did not see him move. The ancestor remained silent. Addressing Yun instead, did you fail? Wiping the blood from his lips, Yun rose and replied, indeed, esteemed ancestor. It appears my temperament is still lacking. At that moment, Yun regained his composure, realizing that in the realm of the true waterfall, he had indeed acted rather impulsively. The ancestor observed the cloud's restored state and smiled, saying, not bad. Your father did not fare much better during his initial experience. Ancestor, I intend to venture into the cloud once more, the cloud replied. Yet the ancestor did not acknowledge the compliment. That may not be feasible if you are unable to succeed this time. You are unlikely to fare better upon a second attempt. You must immerse yourself in various experiences to achieve genuine success. Furthermore, a young girl from another contract has conveyed through the messenger of the Pterosaur clan that she wishes to speak with you. Hinata inquired. Did she specify what she wanted to discuss with me? She did not. You may return and ask her yourself. You must hasten, as it has already been half a day since she sought you. Half a day? The cloud exclaimed in astonishment. It feels like only a few minutes have passed. The ancestor chuckled and said, I neglected to mention that the flow of time within the true waterfall differs from that of reality. Moreover, you have not merely spent half a day there, but an entire day. That young girl called for you during the morning in your realm, and it is now midday. I finally comprehend the distinctions of the true waterfall. Ancestor, please send me back at once. Upon hearing this, the ancestor did not immediately return to Cloud but cautioned, Cloud, refrain from experimenting with the true waterfall again until you possess absolute certainty. One may only sit before the true waterfall 3 times in one's lifetime. I hope you will succeed on your next attempt. I understand, the Cloud acknowledged, realizing this was likely the reason the ancestor discouraged further experiences. Afterward, the ancestor transported the Cloud back to Konoha. Upon returning to her bed, the Cloud changed her attire and hastened towards Hinata's home. Upon arriving, The guarding Hyuga ninja informed her that Hinata had instructed them to inform her that the fifth Hokage sought her presence immediately. Upon hearing this, the Cloud surmised that something significant must have transpired. Without taking the time to greet Hinata, she rushed towards the Hokage's office. When she arrived, Tsunade was conversing with Gaara and two others, though the Cloud was unaware of how they had arrived in Konoha. Tsunade greeted the Cloud, saying, "You have finally arrived. There is an urgent A-rank mission. You must immediately assist Shikamaru and the others. At the very least, you need to bring back the pursuers alive. I am counting on you." The Cloud, momentarily bewildered, listened as Tsunade briefly recounted the circumstances surrounding Sasuke's departure. Ino informed them of the defeat of Gunma and Rado. However, there were no additional Jonin available for deployment within the village. Only then did the Cloud grasp the gravity of the situation. It was astonishing that such events had unfolded during her brief absence at the Ancestors' Island. She quickly sought clarification on the details and discovered that the individuals pursuing Shikamaru were largely the same as in the original narrative, with the addition of a new ally. Tomijin. Yakumo had abstained from joining due to physical constraints. After understanding the situation, the Cloud resolved to depart immediately. Gaara and the others expressed their intent to join her. Initially, Tsunade hesitated to permit their involvement, but ultimately acquiesced to their insistence. Sakura, who had been anxiously awaiting news, decided to join the expedition. Cloud consented, but made it clear that Sakura would only assist in the rescue efforts and must adhere strictly to his commands. Sakura nodded in agreement. As they made their way towards the outskirts of Konoha, Ino joined their group, expressing, "Although my abilities are not remarkable, I can still be of assistance when needed." Cloud acquiesced. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, Cloud spotted Hinata waiting in the distance. As he approached, he paused and inquired, "What brings you here?" Hinata replied, "I heard from the servants that you had returned, so I have been waiting here. I wish to assist you in helping Shikamaru and the others." Realizing it would be futile to deny Hinata, Cloud permitted her to join, and thus their party of 7 set off towards the land of rice. To conserve chakra for the battles ahead, Cloud refrained from using summoning techniques, while Hinata lacked the strength to summon a creature of the winged wind's caliber. As few possessed chakra as prodigious as Naruto's. With his senses fully attuned, Cloud traveled for about an hour before detecting a faint chakra signature. He called out to Hinata, pointing in its direction. Hinata promptly activated her Byakugan and observed for a moment before reporting. There are 2 individuals lying on the ground not far apart, a stout one and a slender one. One is confirmed deceased, while the other exhibits a weak life force. Upon hearing stout, Ino immediately thought of Choji, her heart racing. Cloud reassured her, "Do not panic, it may not necessarily be Choji. There are indeed other chubby figures among the Sound Ninja." Hinata added, "It seems he is likely heavier than Choji. There is no cause for concern." Reassured, Ino calmed down. But their pace quickened as they approached the forest, where they were taken aback by the devastation. Sakura and Ino shared their astonishment, their worry for Naruto and the others intensifying. Fortunately, it was not Choji, which allowed Ino to breathe a sigh of relief. They then hurried to the side of the slender figure, and to their astonishment, it was none other than a significantly slimmed-down Choji. Cloud, aware that Choji had consumed the clan's secret medicine and was in grave danger, instructed Ino to administer some basic treatment and to swiftly take him to the 5th Hokage. Ino remained behind to tend to Choji, while the others pressed onward towards the land of rice. As they continued their pursuit, Cloud suddenly altered their course, announcing to Hinata, "It is Niji." Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan and beheld Niji lying motionless on the ground. They rushed to his side, and Cloud gently lifted him, asking, "Niji, what has happened?" Niji slowly opened his eyes and smiled faintly, replying, "It is you, Cloud and Miss Hinata. I have not brought shame to the Hyuga clan of Konoha. Now, it is your turn to take action." With that, Niji fell unconscious once more. "You have done exceptionally well," Cloud said to the fainted Niji. Yun entrusted Niji to Hinata, urging her to swiftly escort him back, lest they be delayed beyond recovery. Hinata took Niji's hand, and she and Yun's companions hurried back. As they advanced, Yun addressed the remaining members, stating that in the event of further complications, they should leave one person behind rather than waste precious time. The others nodded in agreement. By the lakeside, Yun and his companions encountered the fallen Chikyu, Kiba, and the bloodied Akamaru. While Chikyu and Kiba were not in immediate danger, Akamaru appeared gravely injured, both clearly unable to continue. Chikyu, upon seeing Yun, managed to smile and remarked, "Yun, you are too slow. We have already dealt with the enemy." Yun, ever the one to maintain bravado, retorted, "Do not feign strength. you are in no condition to boast, given the circumstances. They decided against their initial plan to leave someone behind, and ultimately sent Sakura and Kankuro to escort the two back to Konoha. Though reluctant, they understood the importance of the larger mission. On their way to provide assistance, Yun sensed that Shikamaru was embroiled in a fierce battle against the remaining members of the Sound Ninja Four, specifically the last of them, Jirobo. Rather than halt their progress, they dispatched Temari to support Shikamaru while Yun and Gaara continued onward. During their journey, Yun spoke to Gaara about Kimimaro, indicating that he might be their final adversary. Gaara, undeterred, expressed confidence that if Yun could vanquish the foe, so could he. Yun cautioned Gaara, reminding him that he had not fought with all his might in their previous encounter, advising him to remain vigilant. Although Yun had intended to confront Kimimaro himself, he acquiesced to Gaara's insistence to take on the challenge. In a grassy field, Rock Lee unwrapped the bandages from his hands, swiftly circling Kimimaro and preparing to unleash his Lotus technique. Lee released the bandages, ensnaring Kimimaro before executing the front Lotus, delivering a powerful kick to his opponent's chest. However, Kimimaro's body sprouted bones to block the attack, which also ensnared Lee's leg. Stunned, Lee was astonished that the bones had not shattered upon impact. Kimimaro commended Lee's speed but declared, "This ends now." In a critical moment, a massive surge of sand swept in, extracting Lee from danger and evading Kimimaro's bone blade assault. Lee was thrust to safety, where he encountered a figure standing aloof beside him. Though Kimimaro did not recognize Gaara, he turned to Yun and proclaimed, "You are Yuhi Yun, are you not? Last time, I was unable to unleash my full power at Orochimaru's behest. But this time is different. I shall ensure your demise to eliminate you as an obstacle." With that, Kimimaro activated his cursed seal state, his aura intensifying dramatically. Yun turned to Gaara, saying, "This has become troublesome. Are you prepared?" Gaara nodded. Yun then addressed Kimimaro, "As much as I would like to engage, your opponent today is not me, but rather the one beside me. My apologies, but I must take my leave." With that, Yun dashed away. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Upon witnessing this, Kimimaro immediately pursued Yun, who paid no heed to his relentless chase and continued towards the Valley of the End. Just as Kimimaro was about to close the distance, a wall of sand abruptly materialized before him, obstructing his path. He halted and turned to gaze at Gaara, who coolly declared, "Your opponent is me, the sand waterfall Gaara." It was only then that Kimimaro acknowledged Gaara. In truth, from the moment Gaara intervened to save Rock Lee, Kimimaro had recognized his formidable strength. However, his previous dissatisfaction from being defeated by Yun had ignited a momentary impulsiveness. Now, he had evidently regained his composure. Brandishing his bone blade, Kimimaro declared to Gaara, "Then I shall eliminate you before resuming my pursuit of Yuhi Kurenai." Gaara, undeterred by Kimimaro's disdain, retorted, "You have already lost your opportunity. The illustrious Kagaya clan, once renowned throughout the shinobi world, will be utterly extinguished here." Meanwhile, Yun continued his swift journey toward the Valley of the End, gradually attuning himself to the chakra fluctuations of Naruto and Sasuke. Under Yun's perception, one was enveloped in the form of a tailed beast, while the other bore the marks of a cursed seal, indicating that the two were on the verge of unleashing their most formidable battle. Just a short distance from the Valley of the End, Yun came to a halt and queried, Do you still intend to wait for me to pass before launching a surprise attack?" "Indeed. Lord Orochimaru spoke correctly about your perceptive abilities." As Yue Yao, the pharmacist, emerged from a nearby corner, he inquired, "Is it truly necessary for Orochimaru to enlighten you?" Yun could not help but regard Do's cunning with disdain. Heaven knows what Do's current strength is, but he is exceedingly adept at concealment, to the extent that he remains utterly unperturbed by someone like Yun, who now appears insignificant. Upon hearing Yun's words, Do frowned slightly, though it was merely a fleeting moment. He did not believe that Yun had discerned his true situation. He assumed that Yun had merely stumbled upon some incidental information, prompting his remarks. With a smile, Do replied, "I shall not indulge in idle chatter. There is no way I will allow you to pass through here unless you possess the requisite strength." With that, Yun charged at Do, executing the Rasengan. Do was taken aback, for he had previously suffered under this technique. He swiftly dodged, and Yun's Rasengan left a substantial crater in the nearby rock. As he accelerated, Yun's thoughts raced. In that fleeting instant, Do's speed had evidently surpassed his usual pace. Although it lasted but a moment, Yun keenly perceived the change. Gazing at the significant dent Yun had created in the stone, Do was astonished. Its impact was even more formidable than that of the technique employed by Uzumaki Naruto. Go then turned to Yun and inquired, "How did you come to master Naruto's technique?" "As far as I know, only Jiraiya and Naruto possess such skills." "You seem to be quite knowledgeable," Yun replied with a smile. "But what does that have to do with you?" Do refrained from pressing further and stated, "It seems that I am currently insufficient to deal with you. Fortunately, my mission does not require me to defeat you. This is already satisfactory." "Stalling for time, are we?" Due to the confrontation with Kabuto, Yun temporarily ceased his perception of the Valley of the End. As he regained his awareness, he discovered that Sasuke had vanished, leaving only Naruto lying motionless on the ground. A sense of urgency enveloped Yun. He had anticipated a prolonged struggle between the two, thus retaining his strength. Clearly, however, his assumptions were misguided, as a third party must have intervened to whisk Sasuke away, placing Naruto in grave peril. A gentle rain began to fall from the heavens, pattering against the figures of Yun and Kabuto. Kabuto gazed up at the sky and declared, "My objective has been accomplished. Farewell." With those words, he formed a seal and vanished from sight. Though Yun could distinctly sense Kabuto's location, he chose not to pursue him. His primary concern was Naruto's safety. Swiftly, Yun made his way toward the Valley of the End. Upon arriving, Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. From a distance, his ability to sense was limited. Yet now, he could clearly ascertain that Naruto was not in mortal danger. He was merely gravely injured. Approaching Naruto's side, Yun observed the severity of his wounds, which were far worse than depicted in the original narrative. Despite the assistance of the Nine Tails, recovery would not be an easy feat. Without the need for Yun to form seals, another version of him materialized beside him. "I entrust this to you, Xiaojing," the first Yun said. The second Yun nodded and instantly transformed into Tsunade, who proceeded to employ medical ninjutsu on Naruto, temporarily alleviating some of his injuries. After administering the healing techniques, Tsunade, at Yun's behest, swiftly darted in a specific direction and struck the ground with a powerful punch. The earth there split open, revealing the lifeless body of a clone of Zetsu. Following suit, Yun approached and remarked, "Indeed, it is Zetsu." Upon initially sensing this area, Yun had detected Zetsu's clone concealed underground. His first instinct had been to associate it with Zetsu, prompting him to signal Xiaojing to initiate an attack. By doing so, he ensured that no information would be divulged, as Zetsu's clone could not relay intelligence back to its original form upon its disappearance. At that moment, in the land of water, Zetsu, accompanied by the masked man, stirred slightly. Akatsuki, noticing this, inquired, "What is it, Zetsu?" "Nothing of significance," Zetsu replied. "It is merely that my clone, tasked with monitoring the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha Sasuke, has been eliminated." "Is Uchiha Sasuke unharmed?" "He is of utmost importance," Akatsuki pressed further. "All is well. Another clone has reported that Uchiha Sasuke has been taken to the land of rice by Orochimaru. The discovery of this clone must have been a mere coincidence. Thus, there is no cause for concern," Zetsu concluded, disappearing into the shadows. Turning to Tsunade, Yun said, "Very well, Xiaojing, you may return now. Then I shall take my leave. Summon me should you require assistance," Xiaojing responded, having reverted to her original form. Before vanishing from sight, the initial appearance of the second Yun was indeed Xiaojing. She had manifested before others on several occasions, the first being during the Chunin exams in her battle with Shikamaru. Due to their shared lineage, Yun could summon Xiaojing without the need for seals or his own blood as a catalyst. A mere thought was sufficient for her to materialize. This ability led Yun to regard Xiaojing as a formidable secret weapon in his arsenal. As for the reasons why Xiaojing can transform into Yun and Tsunade, it stems from the ancestral words that once reached Yun's ears. Although Xiaojing's prowess may not be particularly remarkable, her innate skills are astonishingly formidable. This sentiment was entirely acknowledged by Yun upon realizing Xiaojing's exceptional talents. It transcended mere aptitude and bordered on the realm of cheating. Xiaojing's gift lies in her ability to replicate, but this replication is not akin to the copying of ninjutsu and taijutsu as exhibited by the Sharingan. To articulate it precisely, it could be termed as absolute replication. Xiaojing can wield the ninjutsu, taijutsu, and bloodline abilities of those she replicates. However, this ability is not without its limitations. Otherwise, Xiaojing could effortlessly become invincible by replicating the masked man's abilities. The conditions for Xiaojing's replication are several. First, she must possess the blood of the individual she aims to replicate. This explains why Yun previously collected the blood that Orochimaru left behind. Furthermore, the techniques to be replicated must either be known to Xiaojing or Yun, though she can also experiment independently. However, such endeavors are often not worth the time invested. The final barrier lies in the chakra attributes. Due to her contract with Yun, Xiaojing is limited to the same chakra attributes as Yun, namely water, earth, wind, and lightning. Unlike Yun, who can amplify her consumption to utilize fire attributes, Xiaojing can only employ these for elemental natures. This means that she is incapable of replicating bloodline limits that amalgamate 2 or 3 attributes, such as Terumi Mei's lava and boil release. Nonetheless, this shortcoming is entirely overlooked by Yun, as the strength of this talent completely eclipses its deficiencies. In fact, it is only natural for there to be such limitations. Without them, it would be unjust. Since Xiaojing and Yun are now bloodbound, Yun does not need to provide her blood explicitly. During this time, Yun has seized every opportunity to collect the blood of individuals such as Hong, Naruto, Hinata, Kakashi, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Kimimaro. Through Xiaojing, Yun aims to replicate their ninjutsu and acquire them for herself, for true strength lies in mastery. This is also the reason why Yun is capable of executing the Rasengan. Yun returned to Naruto's side, hoisting him onto her back and carrying him away. Upon reaching the edge of the Valley of the End, Yun halted her steps, encountering Kakashi approaching. "Kakashi sensei, you're late," she remarked, though it was unclear whether she referred to him or herself. Kakashi took Naruto from Yun and gazed at the valley, sighing as he beheld the endless river, reminiscent of an interminable battle unfolding before them, much like the fate of the two who founded Konoha. Yun understood that Kakashi was speaking of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. In that fleeting moment, her thoughts drifted not to Sasuke and Naruto, but to the immense Valley of the End, which was merely an echo of the clash between two titans. Yun realized that one day, such powerful beings would confront her, and she pondered when she might attain such strength. This was the essence of Yun's current thoughts. On the journey back, Naruto stirred from his slumber on Kakashi's back. "Kakashi-sensei, where's Sasuke?" Kakashi remained silent, burdened by a sense of guilt for not fulfilling his responsibilities as a team leader. Yun gently patted Naruto and said, "Naruto, you have done your utmost." Naruto, understanding the situation, realized that he had known from the beginning that Sasuke had not been brought back. He simply could not accept the harsh reality. He rested his head on Kakashi's back, choosing not to say anything further. As they continued their journey, 3 medical ninjas swiftly leaped towards them, inquiring about Naruto's condition and subsequently asking about Sasuke. Kakashi merely shook his head. Yun then inquired about the conditions of the other members. Apart from Kiba's injuries being slightly less severe than in the original narrative, the others remained unchanged, with Niji and Choji's lives hanging by a thread. Yun, accompanied by Kakashi, escorted Naruto to the Konoha hospital, where everyone awaited. Jin took Naruto from Kakashi's back and brought him into the ward for treatment. Tsunade approached Yun, nodding in acknowledgement. "Well done." Yun, feeling a tinge of shame, replied, "I'm sorry for not bringing Sasuke back." Tsunade shook her head. "There is no need for apologies. Though you did not return Uchiha Sasuke, everyone is safe. And my mission for you is limited to this. Therefore, Yun, you have accomplished your task exceptionally well." She then turned to Shikamaru, saying, "Your mission was to bring back Uchiha Sasuke, so this task is deemed a failure." Shikamaru, overwhelmed with emotion, wept, vowing, "Next time, I will surely complete the mission perfectly." Just before Yun and Kakashi returned, Jin and Tsunade had successfully aided Niji and Choji, both of whom were now safe. Shikamaru's long-suppressed feelings finally erupted at this moment. Yun approached Shikamaru, saying, "I'm sorry, Shikamaru. If I had been in Konoha this morning, everyone wouldn't have been so gravely injured, and you wouldn't have had to struggle so much." Shikamaru smiled at Yun. "Exactly. We can't let it happen like this again." Yun nodded, sharing a smile. The group then visited Naruto in the hospital, where he had fallen asleep once more after a day of battle. Exhaustion had taken its toll even on Naruto. Later, Yun, along with Hinata, Ayakumo, and others, went to see Chikyu and Kiba, while Niji and Choji were still not permitted visitors, and the group subsequently returned home. The next morning, at Konoha Hospital, Naruto, wrapped in bandages, awoke, staring blankly at Sasuke's forehead protector. Shikamaru and Yun entered, exclaiming, "You're awake." They informed Naruto of everyone's condition, and he felt relieved knowing everyone was all right. At that moment, Tsunade entered, followed by Sakura. Upon seeing Sakura, Naruto fell silent. Tsunade chuckled, "You seem quite spirited." Finally, Naruto spoke, "I'm sorry, Sakura." He reassured her that he would definitely bring Sasuke back. After leaving Naruto's room, they visited Kiba and Chikyu, both of whom appeared quite lively. After chatting for a bit, they departed. Choji still could not have visitors, and Niji had already been taken by the Hyuga clan. After visiting the patients, Yun, unusually, did not go to train but returned home. As he reached his doorstep, he encountered Hong, who was opening the door. She smiled upon seeing Yun. "Why are you back so early today?" Yun stepped forward and embraced Hong, who gently stroked his head, asking, "What's wrong?" Yun shook his head, merely wishing to embrace his sister. Sasuke's departure had always seemed inevitable to him. He had never contemplated changing this fact, nor did he believe it would evoke any emotional response within him. Yet, in reality, this event profoundly affected Yun. The melancholy of Naruto, the sorrow of Sakura, and the joy of Shikamaru upon witnessing a comrade's salvation all lingered in Yun's heart, weighing it down. He had thought that knowing would render him impervious to feelings, but the burden of emotion remained as heavy as ever. Yun dared not imagine the consequences of losing Hong, a thought he found utterly unbearable. Coincidentally, Hong had been absent these past few days, leading to Yun's state of discontent since last night. He merely endured in silence, refraining from confiding in anyone. When Hong returned, Yun began to feel a sense of relief, yet it was only when he held Hong close that he truly felt alive. Hong seemed to sense Yun's turmoil, turning to embrace him, and they stood together in quiet solace, their hearts communicating without the need for words. Days later, at a Chiraka ramen, Yun, Irika, and Naruto sat enjoying their meal. This was to be Naruto's final supper before departing from Konoha. Initially, the group had planned a grand farewell celebration for Naruto, but it was declined, and they did not insist further. The bonds formed through shared battles among the lower ninjas were deep, and while Naruto would eventually return, such farewells inevitably carried a tinge of sadness. Naruto, undoubtedly reluctant to confront this reality, had rejected the idea of a grand send-off. Thus, the farewell was scaled down to a modest gathering of Yun and Irika at a Chiraka ramen. As they dined, Irika advised Naruto to train diligently alongside Jiraiya, cautioning him against slacking off. Naruto, nonchalant, replied, "How could I possibly be lazy, Irika-sensei?" After finishing, Irika turned to Yun, saying, "Yun, when I return, don't let me surpass you." Yun smiled and replied, "I look forward to it." At that moment, Jiraiya approached, declaring, "All right, Naruto, it's time to go." "Okay," Naruto exclaimed, swiftly finishing his ramen, grabbing his bag from the side, and announcing, "I'm off." Across Konoha, the lower ninjas bid farewell to Naruto in their own ways. As Yun watched Naruto's retreating figure, he fell into contemplation. Irika, observing Yun, inquired, "What's wrong, Yun?" Instantly, Yun snapped back to reality, mimicking Naruto's style as he polished off his bowl of ramen, then dashed out, calling back, "Irika-sensei, you cover the ramen bill." Irika chuckled at Yun's retreating form, saying, "You rascal, when did you learn to emulate Naruto?" As he watched Yun and Naruto fade into the distance, Irika silently urged, "Naruto, Yun, may you both strive for greatness." After departing from Yunsung Ilu Ramen, Yun made his way directly home. Red had gone out on a mission, leaving the house empty. Upon returning to his room, Yun summoned Xiao Jing, who appeared in Yun's form, likely due to a fondness for that appearance. It was said that even on the ancestral island, Xiao Jing predominantly took this form. As soon as Xiao Jing appeared, he inquired, "What's wrong?" "It's unusual for you to call me in a situation devoid of training or battle." "Nothing much. Please reverse summon me to the ancestral island," Yun replied. Without probing further, Xiao Jing nodded and vanished. Less than a minute after Xiao Jing's disappearance, Yun too faded from sight. Yun found himself standing in the ancestral hall, where the ancestor sat high on his throne. "You seem prepared," the ancestor remarked. "Yes, esteemed ancestor," Yun affirmed with a nod. "I wish to try once more. This time I believe I will succeed." "Confidence is commendable, but do not overreach," the ancestor advised Yun. "I understand, esteemed ancestor. Then I shall not accompany you this time. Allow Xiao Jing to guide you," the ancestor concluded. "Understood," both Xiao Jing and Yun replied in unison. As they exited the ancestral hall, Yun noticed the absence of the Pterosaur clan's ancestral bird awaiting them and turned to Xiao Jing, asking, "Are we to walk?" "Certainly not," Xiao Jing responded, adopting a condescending tone. "This time, I shall carry you." Yun glanced at the arrogant Xiao Jing, questioning, "Can you manage?" This remark was made in jest, as Xiao Jing's strength had evolved alongside Yun's own, and due to innate talent, Xiao Jing possessed the ability to transform into the three great dragons of the ancestral bird clan. Yun's comment aimed merely to temper Xiao Jing's haughty demeanor. Having spent considerable time together, the pair understood each other's temperaments well. Unfazed by Yun's skepticism, Xiao Jing swiftly transformed into the form of the Pterosaur clan's ancestral bird. resembling the winged wind but smaller in stature, still more than capable of carrying Yun. In a flash, Xiao Jing flew Yun to the real waterfall. Yun leaped from Xiao Jing's back, who then shifted back into human form. Settling down in front of the real waterfall, Yun closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he found himself immersed in the world of the real waterfall. Unlike the previous encounter, Blood-Eye Yun did not emerge from the waterfall. Instead, as Yun opened his eyes, Blood-Eye Yun stood directly before him. "Can you now acknowledge that I am the true you?" he inquired. Yun smiled softly, responding, "I'm afraid I still cannot." Blood-Eye Yun appeared somewhat taken aback. "Then what is your purpose in coming here? Do you intend to defeat me? You cannot possibly be unaware of my intentions. Surely you knew my thoughts even before my arrival. Perhaps, as you said, I am selfish, self-serving, and possess countless flaws, but to me, those matters are inconsequential. I have family, a beloved, friends, and a village. These are of utmost importance to me. My desire to protect all that I cherish is genuine, so strong that I would forsake myself for it. Thus, if you were in my position, let us strive together." With that, Yun deeply bowed to Blood-Eyed Yun. Blood-Eyed Yun smiled and said, "I am you. Naturally, I shall assist you in safeguarding your emotions. Rather, it is for the purpose of protecting this sentiment that I exist. However, for a long time, you have failed to confront your own heart, blindly adhering to the so-called narrative. Thus, I previously provoked you with my words. But that is no longer necessary." With that, Blood-Eyed Yun extended his arms towards Yun, saying, "Let me be your strength." The two embraced tightly. And as Blood-Eyed Yun gradually faded away, Yun opened his eyes and softly uttered, "Let us strive together, my brother." The ever-watchful Xiao Jing, upon seeing Yun awaken, hurriedly approached and inquired, "How is it, Yun? Did you succeed?" Yun smiled, "Of course. Just look at who it is. Don't flatter yourself. Who was it that spat blood last time?" The duration spent in the true waterfall this time was not as long as before, merely half a day. After exchanging playful banter, Yun and Xiao Jing returned to the Ancestor Hall. Upon seeing Yun's beaming face, the Ancestor remarked, "It appears you have succeeded, Yun." Yun nodded in affirmation. The Ancestor continued, "Now I have two pieces of news for you, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Let's start with the good news. The good news, as you already know, is that the being in the true waterfall is indeed your shadow from now on. He shall serve as your companion and ally. Yun nodded, having realized this upon emerging from the true waterfall. And the bad news? Well, the bad news isn't truly bad. It's that the two of you will gradually merge. Of course, your essence will remain unchanged, though your personality may undergo slight alterations. Yun, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, asked Ancestor, "Could you clarify that?" "It's not that I don't wish to elaborate, but there were no precedents. You are the first to merge with your shadow." Yun was taken aback. "But didn't my father undergo this training as well? Did he not merge? That is a natural occurrence. Do you think such formidable power can be attained effortlessly? Only individuals with extraordinary potential like you, who have entered into the highest contract with our clan, possess a chance of success. To be honest, I initially held little hope for you, but you truly succeeded." "I see," Yin replied, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Just as he discovered his newfound ability, he had a fleeting moment of joy, envisioning a training path for Hong, Hinata, and others, which would bolster their strength and provide additional assurance in the battles to come. Reflecting now, he realized how naive that notion was. One cannot simply expect fortune to fall from the sky. Yun departed from the Ancestor Island, feeling enriched by his experience. As for the supposed personality changes, he paid little mind, for in his observation, Blood-Eyed Yun's temperament was quite similar to his own, leading him to believe that no significant transformation would occur. As the clouds returned to Konoha, night had already fallen. Upon hearing commotion outside, Yun discerned that Hong had returned from her mission and stepped out of his room. Noticing Yun's emergence, Hong surmised that Yun had ventured to the Ancestral Island once more, prompting her to inquire, "What business took you to the Ancestral Island?" Yun recounted the events briefly, and upon hearing them, Hong expressed her delight. The two then discussed Naruto's training. Hong remarked that training with the esteemed Jiraiya would surely strengthen Naruto significantly upon his return. Yun, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, retorted, "Your brother will also become stronger." Hong, amused by Yun's reaction, chuckled and replied, "When did you start feeling jealous? Of course, you will surpass Naruto, won't you?" Unbeknownst to them, Yun had undergone subtle changes. The former Yun would never have playfully pouted at Hong over such trivial matters. Though the transformation was too slight to be conspicuous. "We cannot reach any destination. The path ahead deviates." A sword-wielding warrior knelt on the ground, lamenting. This journey was destined to yield no results. Nearby lay a monk, adding to the futility of the situation. As all of this manifested the fact that Yun and his companions were merely watching a film, Yun had relinquished any desire to critique the situation. Pondering why he found himself watching a film, particularly one he believed could not exist or was a relic of the past, such as the Snow Princess Ninja Scroll. He also questioned why Kakashi was his guiding instructor. All of this stemmed from two unscrupulous jonin. On a certain day, a masked man remarked to a toothpick-wielding man, "I say, toothpick, an old man insisted I take on a transport mission, but I have no subordinates to spare." The toothpick man, displaying camaraderie, replied, "What's the matter, Mask? We are good friends, after all. I have 3 subordinates to transfer to you." Thus, the source of it all was revealed. Bored, Yin stared at the film. Despite never having watched one since arriving in this world, after half an hour, he could no longer endure it. Simply put, he disliked it. Ayun lacked the inclination to watch as well, diligently sketching on her drawing board, while Shiji was enthralled, his emotions swelling with the unfolding plot. After following Kakashi's instructions to finish the film, the 3 waited at the back door of the theater. Yun finally grasped why Kakashi was dubbed the King of Tardiness. He had clung to the faintest hope, 1 in a million, that Kakashi might arrive on time, but reality proved that hope to be a mere fantasy. As they continued to grumble amongst themselves, the back door suddenly swung open. First, a woman on a white horse emerged, followed by several cloaked figures on horseback in pursuit. At first glance, it appeared to be an abduction. However, Yun recognized it as the escape of Fuhua Xiaoxue. He felt no compulsion to chase after her, lacking any interest. Jijio, upon witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "It's the actress Fuji Fuyuki. Yun, Ayun, let us assist her." Yun promptly waved his hands in refusal, stating, "She is in no danger. If you wish to go, you may, but I shall not." Ayun remained engrossed in her art, barely lifting her head, and Jijio, realizing this, ceased his excitement. The trio waited for quite some time until Kakashi finally arrived, apologizing with an excuse that a black cat had obstructed his path. Yunin and the others, upon hearing such a flimsy explanation, were too weary to respond. Even excuses should possess a modicum of plausibility. Noticing their indifference, Kakashi chose to remain silent. Shortly thereafter, the esteemed Shanjin Santai appeared from a rear entrance, instructing Kakashi to locate the wayward SH Setsu. Kakashi, upon hearing this, glanced at Yunin and felt a pang of frustration. It was evident that the trio remained unmoved by the departure of Windflower SH Setsu, a stark contrast to the spirited demeanor of Naruto and his companions, which left Kakashi feeling somewhat disoriented. Kakashi addressed Yunin, entrusting him with the task of locating SH Setsu. Yunin nodded, as this was anticipated. After all, Kakashi was aware of Yunin's sensory capabilities, and Yunin had already memorized the spiritual fluctuations of Windflower SH Setsu. Yunin discovered SH Setsu in a clandestine underground bar. Disregarding her grievances entirely, with a swift genjutsu, he rendered her unconscious and brought her back. When SH Setsu regained consciousness, she found herself aboard a vessel. Despite her reluctance, she exerted herself fully in her role. As the ship approached the waters of the Land of Snow, it was impeded by a colossal iceberg. Yunin, disinterested in commenting on the iceberg, sensed its unusual chakra fluctuations. The director of the film, brimming with excitement, commanded the entire crew to ascend the iceberg for a shoot, exclaiming that it was a scene bestowed by the heavens. Not long into the filming atop the iceberg, 3 snow ninjas eagerly approached SH Setsu. Observing Yunin's inaction, Kakashi hurled several kunai imbued with explosive tags toward the trio of snow ninjas. Aware of their exposure, the snow ninjas discarded their disguises and stood revealed. "Indeed, it is Kakashi who has uncovered us," they remarked, leading to a flurry of dialogue. Ultimately, the confrontation between the Wolf Fong Avalanche and Kakashi ensued. While the other 2 rushed toward SH Setsu, whom Yunin and his allies were protecting, Yunin instructed Chiku to safeguard SH Setsu as he and Hakuyen prepared to engage. Notably, Hakuyen's stamina had diminished to that of an ordinary genin. The plump ninja, whose name Yunin couldn't recall, along with a woman with an eccentric hairstyle, charged forward. Hakuyen began weaving hand signs slowly, while Yunin's eyes transformed to a striking crimson hue. The approaching fat ninja shouted, "Genjutsu and ninjutsu are futile against us." The other woman echoed his confidence, but before she could finish her sentence, both of them collapsed one after the other. The chakra armor of the Land of Snow could only defend against genjutsu and ninjutsu of a lower caliber. One need only observe that the so-called supreme armor of Windflower and Fury could withstand but a single Chidori, When combined with Naruto's Rasengan, it proved utterly ineffective. As for the resistance to Genjutsu, it had not been tested in the original narrative. But it was evident that Yunin's setting sun and Hakuyen's 5-sense control bloodline limit surpassed such defenses. Without the enhancement of the chakra armor, their capabilities were akin to those of an ordinary Nin lacking in Genjutsu proficiency, rendering them incapable of withstanding the prowess of Yunin and Hakuyen. At this moment, Avalanche Wolf Fong, facing Kakashi, noticed that his two subordinates had been eliminated by Yun and his companions. Realizing he was outmatched by the four, he hastily formed hand seals. Unleashing Ice Release, Giant Ice Whale. The colossal ice creature crashed down, shattering the iceberg into fragments, threatening to collide with the large ship. Kakashi, disregarding Avalanche Wolf Fong, swiftly dashed towards the vessel, instructing Yun, safeguard the ship. Yun and his companions hurried back aboard the ship. After a brief nod, Jijio quickly formed hand seals. Executing Fire Release, Great Fireball technique, while Yun completed the Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, combining their powers into a formidable ninjutsu, Wind and Fire Raging Sky. The powerful force propelled the ship away from the impending ice debris. Kakashi returned to the vessel, and by the time it nearly came to a halt, Avalanche Wolf Fong had vanished. Since the mission was merely to protect Little Snow, Yun and his companions chose not to pursue. The ship docked at the shore. And within a small conference room in the cabin, the director, assistant director, and Sentai master, along with Kakashi, Yun, Bayun, and Jijio, gathered. Master Sentai meticulously recounted the details regarding Fenghua Little Snow. Both Yun and Kakashi, already aware, showed no surprise, while Bayun and Jijio expressed astonishment at the identity of Princess Little Snow. The director, however, was exhilarated. Due to the ease with which Yun and the others dealt with Fenghua's subordinates, Little Snow was not as terrified as depicted in the original story. At Master Sentai's urging, they decided to continue the mission. The filming proceeded, with Yun and his companions still serving as guardians for Little Snow. The shooting location was set beside a railway tunnel, and once everything was prepared, the director was ready to commence filming. However, the staff reported that Little Snow was missing. Upon hearing this, Kakashi turned to Yun, asking, "What is going on?" Yun replied, "Since we VE accepted the mission, let us complete it without delay. It's too cumbersome to dawdle. If the enemy doesn't come, we shall lure them out." Perhaps due to the overwhelming strength of Yun and his companions, Fenghua had refrained from attacking over the past few days, merely sending scouts, which left Yun and the others feeling rather bored. Little Snow, initially somewhat reassured, grew increasingly anxious as time passed, occasionally displaying signs of fear. She had contemplated escaping several times but was thwarted by Yun, who was always watching her. Today, as she attempted to flee again, Yun sensed her intent. However, instead of stopping her, he suddenly thought to use Little Snow to draw out the enemy, thereby alleviating the tedium of waiting. Understanding Yun's intentions, Kakashi assured Master Sentai not to worry, and together they set off to find Little Snow. Meanwhile, news of her disappearance reached Fenghua, who immediately ordered a pursuit for Little Snow. After a short while, Yun caught up with Xiaoxiwei, although none of them revealed themselves, to avoid detection by the furious minions. Yun and Kakashi closely trailed Xiaoxiwei, while Jijio and Bayun followed from a slight distance. Being a princess, Xiaoxiwei was not particularly strong in terms of stamina, and soon grew weary, stumbling several times along the way. Just as Yun and the others were becoming increasingly impatient and preparing to escort Xiaoxiwei back, Kakashi remarked, "They are coming." Yun was taken aback, having sensed nothing approaching. Following Kakashi's gaze, Yun soon understood the reason. Fenghua and the furious minions were not approaching from the ground, but had chosen to ride in an aircraft. No wonder Yun, who had been on alert, had failed to notice them. Both Bayun and Jijio also recognized the situation and joined Yun and Kakashi. "This is rather ostentatious," Jijio commented upon seeing the enormous aircraft. "It seems they hold us in high regard," Kakashi replied. The reality was evident. Such a conspicuous arrival indicated their confidence, suggesting that they were unconcerned about being discovered. Consequently, Yun's earlier assumptions were proven incorrect. The group had prepared to confront the adversaries, yet it was clear that the opponents had other intentions. Countless shurikens and arrows rained down from the aircraft towards Yun and his companions, forcing them into a defensive stance. While Yun could manage on his own, he needed to assist Bayun in defense. This indiscriminate aerial assault was particularly detrimental to the unprepared Bayun. Amid their defensive maneuvers, Fenghua captured Xiaoxiwei with a rope shot down from the aircraft. Meanwhile, the onslaught from the aircraft intensified, preventing them from rescuing Xiaoxiwei in time. Caught off guard, Yun lamented, He had initially thought their grand entrance signaled a climactic battle, only to realize it was merely a diversion to capture Xiaoxue. Do not blame yourself. I failed to foresee this as well, Kakashi reassured Yun. However, it does indicate that our enemies fear our strength. At that moment, Santayu arrived with a group of rebels opposing Fenghua and Nuteo, rushing to Kakashi. Mr. Kakashi, where is Princess Xiaoxue? Santayu inquired anxiously. Regrettably, due to our oversight, Princess Xiaoxue has been captured by Fenghua and Nuteo, but she should be in no immediate danger. How could this happen? Santayu panicked momentarily before imploring Yun and the others. Please, you must rescue Princess Xiaoxue. She is our last hope. Of course, Kakashi nodded. Since Xiaoxue was taken while under our protection, it is our duty to rescue her. He then turned to Yun and asked, can you still sense their location? Yun shook his head. I am powerless in the air, however. Pursuing them on the ground poses no problem. At that moment, Santayu interjected, I know where Fenghua and Nuteo intend to take Princess Xiaoxue. Kakashi and Yin turned to him. And Santayu continued, it is to the Rainbow Ice Wall. Fenghua and Nuteo must be taking Princess Xiaoxue there. It is evident that Kakashi is aware of the location of the Rainbow Ice Wall, and Yun is also cognizant of it. In truth, Yun knows that Naruto intends to take Xiaoxue in search of treasure. However, due to the passage of time, Yun has entirely forgotten the exact whereabouts. Then Kakashi-sensei. Let us proceed, Yun declared, summoning the winged steed with a summoning technique. Hayakumo and Chikyu mounted the back of the winged creature alongside Yun. Yet Kakashi refrained from joining them. What is the matter, Kakashi-sensei? Please come aboard without hesitation. Yun urged, assuming that Kakashi was merely adhering to some unspoken protocol. Kakashi shook his head, responding, such a conspicuous target would alert the enemy, thereby jeopardizing Xiaoxue's safety. Yun, true to form, pondered the dilemma. Then what shall we do, Kakashi-sensei? After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi proposed, I shall pursue on foot. You will follow after I have gained some distance. This way, I can divert the enemy's main forces, allowing you to rescue Xiaoxue. Yun nodded in agreement, realizing that this was indeed the only viable strategy. Hayakumo and Chikta remained silent, simply awaiting the conclusion of Kakashi and Yun's deliberations before taking action. Subsequently, Kakashi set off towards the Rainbow Ice Wall. Given the relatively slow speed of the flying apparatus, there was a slight temporal gap. Nonetheless, Kakashi would have no trouble catching up. The trio waited patiently until Yun felt the moment was right to command the winged steed to soar towards the Rainbow Ice Wall. For the first time aloft, Hayakumo and Chikyu exhibited palpable excitement, frequently glancing down below. Even the typically composed Hayakumo became somewhat loquacious, sharing various observations with Yun, who merely smiled and responded to each remark. The winged steed traveled swiftly, and soon the trio beheld the Rainbow Ice Wall from a distance. To avoid detection by the enemy, Yun instructed the steed to descend far from the ice wall, and the three hastened towards it. Along the way, Yun assigned tasks to Hayakumo and Chikyu, instructing them to deal with the surrounding minions and simultaneously rescue and protect Xiaoxue, while the formidable foes, Naruto and the Avalanche Wolf Fong, would be confronted by himself and Kakashi. The two did not object, recognizing that Yun and Kakashi were indeed the strongest among them. As the three individuals approached the Rainbow Ice Wall, Yun distinctly sensed Kakashi engaged in a duel against the Avalanche Wolf Fong in the distance. Meanwhile, Xiaoxue and Fenghua Nidao were situated near the Rainbow Ice Wall, with the flying device positioned on the opposite side. Yun turned to Yakin and Jijio, instructing them to deal with the individuals on the flying device, assuring them that he would handle the rest. Is that agreeable? He asked. Yakin, somewhat apprehensive given that the adversary was their leader, expressed his concerns. Yun smiled reassuringly, saying, do not worry. I shall not proceed without a reasonable assurance. With this, Yakin and Jijio felt entirely at ease and promptly separated from Yun, racing towards the flying device. Just as Yun was about to head towards Xiaoxue and Nidao at the Rainbow Ice Wall, he heard a shout from behind. Upon turning, he saw Santaifu and the crew, who had come due to Santaifu's unease, accompanied by the resistance forces from the Land of Snow. The crew followed on the director's orders, as a genuine ninja confrontation was deemed an event not to be missed. Yin did not hinder their advance, but merely requested they keep their distance and not interfere. He then proceeded towards Xiaoxue and Nidao. Yun opted not to sneak, but made his way directly to their location. Given the distance to Xiaoxue and Nidao, stealthily rescuing Xiaoxue seemed implausible. It was far more convenient to approach openly. Upon his arrival, Nidao did not rush towards Yun, while a despondent Xiaoxue Seeing Yun, momentarily glimmered with hope, only for it to extinguish rapidly as she doubted Yun could match Nidao. Yun addressed Nidao. "It seems you have yet to acquire the so-called treasure." To which Nidao inquired, "If you are aware, it indicates that you have swapped the hexagonal crystal." Yun chuckled, "Who knows? If I kill you, I shall find out." Nidao swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing ice release, black dragon blizzard, striking towards Yun, followed by a black ice dragon. Water release, water dragon bullet transformed into an ice dragon due to the weather conditions. And as the two dragons collided, Yun's white dragon was swiftly overwhelmed by Nidao's black dragon. In an instant, Yun was engulfed by the black dragon. From a distance, Xiaoxiwei and the cruise director expressed their concern. Once the mist dissipated, Yun's figure emerged. "I must say, your technique is rather lacking. I remain unscathed," he remarked. "Truth be told, this so-called black dragon blizzard is merely imposing. After contending with my ice dragon, it has lost much of its potency. My earth armor effortlessly withstands it. Now it is my turn," Yun declared, swiftly forming hand seals and charging toward Nidao. In the blink of an eye, he was before Nidao, executing the Chidori. However, it failed to harm Nidao, merely causing a slight crack in the core of his armor, which Nidao remained oblivious to. "Such ninjutsu cannot possibly affect me," Nidao retorted, preparing to strike Yun with a powerful fist. "Is that so?" Yun chuckled softly, then prepared to receive my spiral sphere. Unbeknownst to him, another spiral sphere had already been formed in Yun's other hand. He struck first with a powerful spiral sphere that collided with the formidable Wu Tao. The immense force shattered Wu Tao's armor completely. But that was not the end. Wu Tao was sent flying by the explosive power of the spiral sphere, crashing into a distant ice wall, barely clinging to life. In his final moments, Wu Tao stretched out his hand towards the treasure switch, murmuring, "My treasure," before he succumbed to his fate. Witnessing Wu Tao's demise, Xiaoxiwei found it hard to believe. Just moments ago, she had thought Yun would surely be defeated. Yet in the blink of an eye, the tides had turned. Having traversed through despair, hope, and now this overwhelming emotional release, Xiaoxiwei could no longer contain her feelings and began to weep openly. Yun did not approach her to offer comfort. For Xiaoxiwei, releasing her emotions was indeed beneficial, as the burden of Wu Tao loomed over her heart for far too long. Kakashi, Yagura, and Shijio approached, each having successfully dealt with their respective opponents. Kakashi elegantly dispatched the Wolf Fang avalanche with a graceful lotus blossom technique, while Yagura and Shijio effortlessly handled the adversaries aboard the aircraft, albeit taking a bit longer than anticipated. Kakashi came to Xiaoxiwei's side, presenting her with the hexagonal crystal. "I switched this while you were asleep, to prevent it from being taken. Now that everything has concluded, it is time for it to return to its rightful owner." Xiaoxiwei did not accept the crystal. Instead, she shook her head and said, "It is no longer needed. My father lost his life because of this treasure." With that, she turned to leave. Seeing this, Yin called out to her, "You should at least take a look. After all, it belonged to your father, and he would have wished for you to inherit it." "Father." Xiaoxiwei glanced at the hexagonal crystal in Kakashi's hand, then met Yun's gaze, which held a hint of approval. Slowly, she approached Kakashi and accepted the crystal. Xiaoxiwei activated the geothermal device, swiftly bringing spring to the land of snow, and soon encountered the holographic projection left by her father. Subsequently, she was named the Lady Daimyo of the Land of Snow and expressed her intention to continue her acting career. Following Xiaoxiwei's ascension, the director announced the conclusion of the film's shoot. When Yun and his companions returned, Xiaoxiwei took a commemorative photograph with them. The director, somewhat inexplicably, presented Yun with a substantial sum of money and expressed a desire for future collaboration, leaving Yun quite bewildered. The four of them spent several days journeying back to Konoha. In the period that followed, tranquility reigned. Yun and his companions continued their missions, sometimes alongside Genkan, and occasionally Kakashi would substitute. Tsunade also assigned Yun to lead some relatively simple tasks. Thus, a peaceful existence continued for a month or two, until their serene lives were disrupted not by war or missions, but by a film. The film is titled Guarding the Princess. Currently, Yun is watching this movie, which features a scene where a boy kneels before a princess, his back turned to the audience. "My princess, I shall protect you with my life. Except my final blow, spiral sphere." In the conclusion, the princess, under the protection of ninjas, rises to the status of a daimyo. In the final credits, there is a photo of Yun and Xiaoxiwei, albeit Kakashi and the others have been edited out. It remains a mystery where the director found a stand-in whose physique and hairstyle closely resemble Yun's, capturing numerous scenes without him, complemented by the scenery of the Land of Snow, ultimately forming a complete film. Yun finally understands that money does not come without a price. One must repay the debts incurred in life. Consequently, Yun becomes famous, and whenever he strolls through the village or embarks on missions, he is often approached by admirers seeking his autograph. This leads Yun to wear a mask when going out. Kakashi even recommends several brands of masks to him. Tragically, Hinata, who did not accompany them on missions, became quite jealous after watching the film, mistakenly believing that all the feats depicted were solely Yun's doing. Although she did not express her feelings explicitly, she remained aloof towards Yun for several days. Ultimately, it was only when Yun called upon Yakumo and Jijio to corroborate his claims that the misunderstanding was resolved. Some time has passed since the film's release, and Yun has been continuously engaged in missions. However, his collaborations with Team 11 have significantly decreased, with most tasks being undertaken alone. This shift is not entirely of Yun's choosing. Tsunade, recognizing Yun's exceptional abilities, prefers to assign him solo missions. After an intense period of fulfilling numerous tasks, Yun began to feel fatigued and decided to take a few days off in the village to rejuvenate his spirits. After resting at home for 2 days, he resolved to explore the village, avoiding the monotony of staying indoors. While passing by Ino's flower shop, he fortuitously encountered Sakura and Ino and approached them to greet. Upon seeing Yun, Ino expressed her surprise, saying, "Yun, how come you were so idle?" Sakura echoed her sentiment. "I was extremely busy a few days ago and needed some time to rest." "What's the matter?" Ino replied, "I knew it. I figured no one else would be as free as you." As the conversation continued, Ino's demeanor shifted to one of disappointment. Just as Yun intended to comfort her, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Yun. Startled, Yun turned to find Shino, exclaiming, "Shino, must you always sneak up without a sound?" The normally cool demeanor of Shino faltered as he responded, "I just feel like I don't exist." Yun quickly clarified, and after a brief discussion, Shino regained his composure. It was then that Shino recalled he had an important task. "Hyuga Hinata, Namanaka Ino, the 5th Hokage summons you." Yun was unfazed. Given Tsunade's relentless drive to have him continue working off his debts, it was only fitting that he resume his responsibilities. Ino, however, was taken aback to be summoned. But Shino provided no explanation, simply leading the 2 girls to accompany him to the Hokage's office. Ino handed her flowers to Sakura, and together, the trio made their way to the office. 3 individuals pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Upon seeing Hondo, Yun exclaimed, "Sister Hondo, what brings you here?" Hondo turned her gaze towards Yun and responded, "Ah, it is you, Yun." She then directed her attention to Tsunade. "So, it appears that these 3 will assist me with the mission." "Indeed," Tsunade affirmed, addressing the trio, "Wai Kurenai, Yamanaka Ino, and Aburame Shino. You are to follow Hondo's instructions and fulfill the task at hand." Ino felt that the original structure had been disrupted, but Tsunade dismissed her concerns, asserting that she believed this trio constituted the finest combination for the mission. However, after Tsunade's proclamation, Yun discerned a naked desire for wealth in her eyes, leading him to suspect that things were not as straightforward as they seemed. It was evident that Tsunade had received some form of benefit. Beyond the original payment for the mission, she had also accepted a secret treasure from the employer, which justified sending such a powerful duo as Yun and Shino alongside her, while Ino was merely included as a filler. Of course, this was relative to Yun and Shino, but in terms of strength, Ino had been diligently training and was nearing the level of a Chunin, and with her family's secret techniques, she could pose a challenge to many Chunin. After preparing to pay their respects, the group gathered at the gates of Konoha before setting off to their destination, the Land of Water. During their journey, Hondo elaborated on the mission. They were tasked with eliminating sea demons, essentially removing unidentified entities that were attacking ships and seizing valuables, ensuring safe passage for vessels heading to the Land of Water. The group would first travel overland before boarding a ship to the main island of the Land of Water. After nearly a day's travel, they arrived at the opposite shore of the main island. Hondo pointed to the island ahead and declared, "That is the main island." Suddenly, her voice faltered as if she had recalled something terrifying, but she quickly regained her composure, a moment that did not escape Yun and Shino's notice. Hondo instructed the 3 to search for a vessel, stating she would gather intelligence and would depart ahead. As she left, Yun suggested, "I should accompany you. Shino, please assist Ino in finding a boat." Shino nodded, while a puzzled Ino asked, "What's wrong with Yun?" Shino looked at Ino and remarked, "You were quite oblivious." Before heading off to find a boat, Ino, still confused, realized she needed to catch up and called out, "Who are you calling oblivious?" Meanwhile, Yin caught up with Hongdo, who paused and remarked, "What brings you here as well?" "I felt somewhat uneasy about you, Sister Hongdo," Yin confessed. "Did you notice something was off just now?" "Yes," Hongdo replied, touching the cursed seal on her neck. "I feel as though I recalled something, yet it slips away." Suddenly, the cursed seal began to exhibit signs of activation, prompting Yun to assist in suppressing it. Yun inquired, "Does this have anything to do with Orochimaru?" Hongdo did not respond, instead suggesting, "Let us go over there and take a look." Yun nodded, and they proceeded to another stretch of the shoreline. After standing at the water's edge for a while, Hongdo suddenly stated, "I once visited this place with Orochimaru." Yun then questioned her further. Hongdo gave a bitter smile and remarked, "After that, I can hardly recall anything. You are well aware that most of my memories regarding Orochimaru have been erased. I only just remembered this." She continued, "Speaking of which, Hongdo, you were discovered in the land of water, weren't you?" Yin inquired. "Indeed. Since then, I have not returned here," she responded. "The fifth Hokage must have tasked me with this mission in hopes of helping me regain my memories." She pondered aloud. "But does it truly matter whether I remember or not? Regardless, you will always be my one and only Hongdo," Yin said softly. Upon hearing this, Hongdo playfully chided, "What are you trying to be so profound about, you little rascal?" With that, she playfully tapped Yin on the head, although it did not hurt. Yin instinctively rubbed his head and said, "Honestly, Hongdo, please don't ruin the atmosphere I've worked so hard to create. And I am not a little rascal. One day, you will have to listen to me." Such boldness. Hongdo shot a disapproving glance at Yun. In truth, Yun regretted his words the moment they left his mouth. He typically would not express himself in such a manner, yet he had spoken without thinking. Surprisingly, Hongdo did not reprimand him this time. The two then proceeded to inquire about the sea demon before seeking out Shino and Ino. With Yun's keen senses, the two quickly joined Shino and Ino, who had already located a vessel. Yun and Hongdo praised their efforts, though Shino remained expressionless. Ino, however, appeared somewhat embarrassed upon receiving their compliments. Yun found this curious, but could not discern the reason behind her discomfort. However, when all four approached the so-called boat that Ino and Shino had mentioned, Yun understood the source of Ino's embarrassment. "This is the vessel you found?" Yun emphasized the word boat with a hint of incredulity. "But what is this?" "It is merely a makeshift raft, and it is evident from its surface that it was hastily constructed." "Don't say that, Yun. Building a raft in such a short time is quite impressive," Ino defended. After hearing this, Yin refrained from further criticism, fully aware of the difficulties involved in finding a vessel. He had hoped they would at least procure a small boat for appearances sake, yet they had constructed one instead. With no other options, the four of them boarded the raft and paddled toward the main island.